Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter ruled beasts and dominated the wizarding world? Here's a quick glimpse. Gaining a rare power over magical creatures, Harry rises beyond anything the wizarding world expects. As his control grows, so does his influence, turning him into a force capable of reshaping both beasts and wizards alike. Before we dive in, if you enjoyed powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. Today was a happy day in the Dudley family home. If you were anyone but Harry, today was Dudley's birthday. Harry knew that meant Dudley would spend the day getting presents and whatever he wanted, while Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would take the time to spoil him silly. For Harry, it meant just a loud day full of complaining and tantrums when the slightest thing did not go Dudley's way, along with Harry being the one to do all the cleaning yet get the least amount of food and fun. So, business as usual. As Harry listened to Dudley yelling about how he had one less present than last year, he couldn't help but wonder why his Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia treated him so differently. Dudley got 2 rooms and all the presents and food he wanted. Harry, on the other hand, got a cupboard, chores and the minimum amount required to stay in a working condition. When Dudley got in trouble at school, then the teachers were wrong, but if Harry got in trouble, then he was a troubled child. Why did they keep treating him so differently? Later that day, Harry was experiencing something he never thought he would experience, going to a zoo. The Dursleys had wanted to go to the zoo for Dudley's birthday. They had tried to leave Harry with a babysitter but were unable to find one. Even batty old Miss Fig was unavailable to look after him. Which meant that they had reluctantly taken Harry with them. Dudley was acting as if it had somehow ruined his entire birthday beyond repair, while both of his parents were looking at Harry like it was his fault. Harry had suggested them simply going on their own and leaving him at home, but Uncle Vernon had quickly shut that idea down. It seemed that he thought if he left Harry alone in the house, then he would return to it being on fire or upside down or something else. During their time at the zoo, Harry had simply silently followed the Dursleys around. He of course found the animals very interesting. His favorite so far was the tiger that had surprised Dudley. It was sat behind some glass and Dudley had tried to get it to move, only to end up irritating it enough to get it to roar at him. Dudley had been taken by surprise and stumbled back, knocking over his own mother. It took a considerable amount of effort to stop Harry from laughing at that, but he had pulled it off, barely. In a way, Harry felt sad for these animals, locked away in cages, unable to be free. But then again, Harry had seen meerkats and red pandas that had more freedom, space to move, food and friends than he did. So in a way he was rather jealous of these animals. Half an hour later they were in the reptile house. Dudley seemed very excited. Harry had heard that some snakes could eat entire cows. He wondered if he could get away with, gently nudging Dudley towards one of the bigger snakes. The reptile house had a distinct smell to it, far different from the rest of the zoo. All the reptiles were behind glass cases with the insides designed to look like their homes in the wild. Harry found the turtles to be interesting, if a bit inactive. He saw a few lizards as well, but for the most part he saw snake after snake after snake. Not that Harry had a problem with that, he rather liked looking at them. Some of them were even hard to spot because they blended in with their environment, which Harry often wished he could do. Eventually the family stopped by a glass case with a particularly impressive looking snake on the other side. It was a black snake, about 3 to 4 meters long, with blue eyes. It was currently sleeping on a rock and not moving at all. Dudley seemed to find it interesting enough as he pushed his own face against the glass. Harry rather hoped that the snake didn't wake up. Waking up to any of the Dursleys was not a pleasant experience. Harry was reading the sign next to the cage. Apparently this snake was born in captivity. It also mentioned some interesting facts like how long it was and the fact that snakes had eyelids, but the eyelids are transparent and covers the eyeball so snakes never have to blink. Make it move, Dudley ordered. Move. Vernon tapped the glass repeatedly. Move. Dudley copied his actions, but instead of using a single finger like Vernon had, he chose to use his entire fat fist. Harry decided it was probably best to nip this in the bud as soon as possible before the idiot ended up disturbing everyone. He's asleep, Harry pointed out. He didn't know if that was true, but he didn't really care at the moment. Snakes have thin eyelids, so it looks like they don't have any. Harry couldn't help but add, he's boring. Dudley huffed before walking over to a different glass case while Vernon and Petunia left in a different direction to look at something else. "I'm sorry about him," Harry apologized to the snake, who had appeared to have woken up, or at the very least started paying attention to Harry. "He doesn't understand what it's like," Harry sighed, "staying in the same place day after day and watching people look at you and judge you." Harry said, not really expecting a reaction from this snake. Which is why he was very surprised when it suddenly nodded its head at him. "Whoa, can you hear me?" breathed Harry. He was about to brush it off as an odd event when the snake nodded again. "Cool," Harry grinned. "I've never spoken to a snake before. What about you? Do you speak to people often?" The snake shook its head. "I don't really blame you," Harry replied. "Mummy, Dad, come here," Harry heard Dudley say just before he felt himself get hit to the ground. He looked up and saw Dudley leaning against the glass, pressing his big hands and face against it. "You won't believe what this snake is doing," Dudley added. Harry was far from amused by Dudley's actions, and he was even less amused by the fact that the fat idiot just hit him for no reason. What happened next was something that Harry would always remember. The glass suddenly disappeared and Dudley fell headfirst into the cage. Harry heard the sound of splashing, so assumed that Dudley had landed in the water section of the snake's home. Speaking of the snake, a few moments later Harry saw it climb out the cage before sliding until it was in front of him. Harry couldn't help but gulp when he looked at the snake. It was still just as impressive up close, only about 10 times more scarier. The snake slithered close to him. It brought its head closer to Harry's. Harry closed his eyes, believing it was about to bite him. A second later Harry felt something brush against his face. He just knew it was the snake's tongue. Harry tried desperately to stay still, to not move, hoping that the snake would just leave him alone. "I will find you later, two legs." Harry heard a female voice just before he stopped feeling the snake. He heard some screams behind him and opened his eyes and saw that it had gone. He looked back only to see people running away, more than likely from the snake. Harry's head snapped back forward when he heard Dudley's voice. Mummy. Dudley cried as he was pressed against the glass, this time from inside the cage. Apparently, the glass had come back when Harry wasn't paying attention. At that moment Harry's Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon arrived. His Aunt Petunia had taken one look at Dudley stuck in the snake cage before letting out a horrified and ear-deafening scream. "My darling boy," she screamed as she rushed to the glass. She kept screaming while Dudley kept crying. It was a rather amusing sight and Harry was unable to stop himself from letting out a small laugh. Though he immediately regretted it because Uncle Vernon had locked eyes with him, at that moment Harry knew that his Uncle Vernon was going to blame him for this. Later that night, Harry slept on his mattress in the cupboard under the stairs. He made sure to sleep on his front since his back was still hurting thanks to Uncle Vernon. His uncle had not been pleased with what happened at the zoo, and once everyone got home he had expressed his feelings through some heavy slaps and 20 minutes of his belt. Harry was convinced that the only reason his uncle had stopped was because he was too tired to continue. His uncle didn't worry too much about injuring Harry. For some reason or the other, Harry was always able to heal quickly. The belt whips, painful though they might be, would probably leave no marks that would last longer than a few days. His uncle and aunt had just called it another example of his freakishness. Half an hour after Harry had fallen asleep, the house was entered by an intruder with fangs but no legs, and it was carrying something in its mouth. The next morning Harry had woken up, only to find an egg in his room. It wasn't a normal egg, Harry could tell because the eggs that were used for eating were smaller. This one was like 3 times the size of a regular egg. If that wasn't enough, then the fact that it was gray was probably a good enough reason to think that something odd was happening. Harry couldn't help but wonder if this was some prank by the Dursleys. "Get up!" he heard Aunt Petunia scream. Harry resisted the urge to growl but knew he had better get up if he didn't want more marks added to his body. He placed the egg under his pillow and stepped out of his cupboard. After a long day of hard work, Harry had been allowed back into his cupboard. Harry allowed himself to fall face first onto his mattress. He was tired from all the cleaning and work he had done around the house and in the garden. His Aunt Petunia was more vicious than usual. Harry realized that she probably blamed him for what happened to Dudley at the zoo. Harry could not see why. How is it his fault if the glass suddenly goes away, only to come back a minute later? When Harry's head hit the pillow he heard the sound of a crack. His eyes widened as he remembered the egg that he had placed under his pillow earlier. "Oh no," Harry said under his breath before he got onto his knees and removed the pillow, only to find bits and pieces of a broken egg shell. Harry couldn't see any of the stuff that was inside a normal egg, so he was probably right when he thought it wasn't an eating egg. But he couldn't find anything that could have fallen out of the egg. Maybe the egg was empty. Was it possible for an egg to be empty? Harry was suddenly pulled out of his thought by a hissing sound. His eyes widened as he could feel something moving up his back and resting on his shoulder. Harry gulped before looking to his left, only to see a small snake head staring at him. Harry let out a surprised noise and moved back only to bang his head off of a shelf. "Ow!" Harry blurted out as he rubbed the back of his head. "Keep quiet, boy," Harry heard his uncle yell. But Harry wasn't paying attention. His eyes were on the snake that had crawled down to his arm and was now resting its head on his hand. Its body was raven-colored and its eyes were an emerald green, not unlike Harry's. It was also a small snake, its body only reaching from Harry's wrist to halfway down his forearm. Hey, aren't you going to bite me?" Harry whispered to the snake. The snake lifted its head and looked at him before shaking his head as if to say, "No, I will not bite you." "Oh," was Harry's intelligent response. Any further response was cut off by the loud sounds coming from the TV. Harry knew that the Dursleys sometimes liked to put the TV volume up so to taunt Harry with the fact that he could hear but not watch what was happening. Harry saw that the snake was shaking its head. Harry got the feeling that it didn't like all the noise. Harry didn't really know what possessed him at that moment, but he placed the snake on his lap, slowly raised both of his hands and covered the parts of the snake's head where he thought the ears were. The snake didn't bite him, instead it actually calmed down. "Thank you." Harry heard a voice speak. The voice was a young voice. It sounded like it belonged to a 5-year-old. "Huh, who was that?" Harry whispered to himself. "It was me." The voice spoke again. Harry looked around, trying to see if there was anyone else in the cupboard with him. "Down here," the voice said. Harry blinked and looked down, only to find the snake looking back at him. "Hi," it said. "Right, how hard did I hit my head? What's your name?" Harry whispered to the beautiful black snake, taking special care to keep his voice down so Uncle Vernon and the other Dursleys couldn't hear him. "I don't have one yet," it whispered. To Harry it sounded like a boy's voice. "What's yours?" it asked. "My name is Harry," Harry whispered. "My full name is Harry Potter." "Why are you speaking so quietly?" the snake asked in a confused voice. "Because I will get in trouble if I be too loud," Harry answered. "My uncle will get angry if I make too much noise." "Oh, should I be quiet too?" it asked. "Yes, please." Harry nodded, glad that the snake was understanding him. "How did you get here?" Harry asked. "I don't remember," the snake admitted. "I just remember being moved and waking up here." "But you're a baby, aren't you? How come you already know how to talk?" a confused Harry asked. "I don't know," the snake replied, sounding equally confused. "I just do," it said, before briefly shaking its head. "I'm hungry," it said to Harry. "Oh," Harry frowned. "I don't have any food here," Harry said quietly. "If you want something to eat then we'll have to wait for later. Then I can sneak into the kitchen and get some food for you." "Sneak? Do you sneak a lot?" "Little bit," Harry shrugged. "Now shush, you've got to stay quiet," Harry whispered. He was glad when the snake nodded as if to say, "Okay, I will." It brought a smile to his face, having someone that would listen to him, even if it was a snake. The next day was a school day, meaning Harry had to go to school. Luckily he was able to hide his new snake friend from the Dursleys. He couldn't imagine what they would do if they found him. Actually scratch that, he could. They would more than likely end up killing it and then end up punishing him. Though when Harry went to school he had to take the snake with him, he obviously was not going to leave it at home where it could get found by Aunt Petunia. The Dursleys avoided Harry's cupboard for the most part, unless they wanted to throw Harry in or pull him out of it, but they also stored other stuff in there so it was possible for them to go in occasionally to take something out. The last thing Harry wanted was to come home to find a dead snake on his bed. Harry's new little friend was smart enough to hide under Harry's uniform. Usually he wrapped himself around Harry's right arm, but he would sometimes move. Like in the car when Dudley sat on Harry's right, the snake moved itself from Harry's right arm to his left. Feeling the snake crawl up his own body was a funny feeling, and a weird one, but Harry managed to hold back any reactions, or at least limit them so they were not easily detectable. During his school break, Harry went to the library to look up information on snakes, like what they would eat. Harry learned that while a lot of snakes had venom, other snakes killed their prey by wrapping around them and squeezing until they died. Harry had heard before that some big snakes could eat cows and deer, but he thought they would just rip it up into pieces, but apparently snakes can open their mouths really wide so they could swallow big things, but they don't chew on their food or eat it like people do. Snakes preferred to eat their food in one go. While reading, Harry couldn't help but wonder how big his own snake would get. Though, that would only be if he could keep it. The snake would probably leave him eventually. Why would he stay in a cupboard with him when he could be free? A week later, and Harry was pleasantly surprised to still have his snake friend with him. The two had also settled in a name for him. One day Harry had simply decided on Jet. Harry had heard a teacher say, Jet Black, and got the idea from that. It was a simple name, but Harry liked it and his snake liked it, so it didn't really matter. Harry had enjoyed spending time with Jet whenever he could. He liked to talk to Jet. He had never really had long conversations with anyone before Jet. Jet also enjoyed listening to Harry, but he also liked to explain stuff to him. Jet didn't know how, but he just knew stuff. He explained to Harry that he was actually talking in Parseltongue, which was a snake language, and not many people could do it. Apparently it was a very rare magical ability. That was another thing that Harry had learnt. Magic was apparently real. But magic can't be real. Harry had told Jet, paraphrasing his Uncle Vernon's words. Then how are you talking to me then? Jet had countered. Harry found that he was unable to think up a logical response. He knew magic wasn't the only possible reason for him being able to hear snakes talk. It was entirely possible that the Dursleys had hit and worked him hard enough that his mind had broken and he had gone crazy, but if he had to choose between being crazy and being magical, then he knew which he would prefer to be. Boy! Uncle Vernon yelled when Harry had fell on the floor, dropping the tray carrying his Uncle Vernon's tea and cakes. The tea sank into the carpet while the cakes were ruined. Aunt Petunia screamed loudly at the damage done to her beautiful carpet. The two either did not notice that Dudley was the one who tripped Harry, or they simply did not care. Harry could honestly not tell which. I'm sorry. Harry was able to get out before his uncle grabbed him by the collar of his oversized shirt and lifted him to his feet. You dropped my food and ruined the carpet. Uncle Vernon shouted angrily. But it wasn't my fault. Harry protested. Whose fault was it then? Vernon demanded. Harry was about to respond but then shut his mouth. He knew better than to blame Dudley. That would just get him in more trouble. That's what I thought. Vernon continued when Harry did not respond. I will teach you too. Vernon paused when he heard hissing. What the devil is that? He muttered. Vernon got his answer a second later when a small, emerald-eyed, black snake stuck its head out of Harry's collar and tried to bite at Vernon, who had barely managed to move his hand away in time. He jumped back as if he was actually bitten. Aunt Petunia shrieked again but wasn't able to stand up as Dudley had screamed and jumped on her lap, despite probably weighing more than her, or at least looking like he did. What is that? Vernon demanded now that he was a safe distance away. What are you doing? Harry whispered to Jet. Why are you hissing at it? Vernon yelled. One side effect of Parseltongue was that to everyone who didn't speak it just sounded like hissing. Don't worry, I have a plan. Jet hissed. What? Since when? Harry hissed. Boy! Vernon snapped when Harry hadn't responded. Vernon once again found himself interrupted by hissing, though this time the hissing wasn't from Harry or Jet. All three Dursleys screamed in terror when suddenly a small army of little snakes entered the room, surrounding the Dursleys while also placing themselves between them and Harry. Stop it! Petunia screamed but could not do more as she and the rest of her family were petrified by fear, because even though the snakes were mostly not venomous, not that the Dursleys knew that, there were still a few snakes in there with low amounts of venom. A single bite wouldn't kill but would hurt. The floor was soon covered in snakes. Some snakes began climbing up the furniture and the now silent Dursleys. Even Dudley stopped screaming, if only to reduce the risk of aggravating the snakes. How the hell did this happen? Harry gaped. Last night when you were sleeping, I went out and met some more snakes. Jet spoke in a proud voice. I told them that you needed help, then they went out to get more snakes. We will protect the speaker. Another snake hissed proudly. The next thing happened that happened before Harry could stop it. and once it happened he didn't bother stopping it. Harry laughed. It started off as a small laugh, but then Harry's laugh grew. It got bigger, louder and less restrained. Eventually it turned into full-blown laughter, full-blown maniacal laughter. Jet matched him, or as closely as a snake could. At that moment, Dudley was desperately trying to work out what was going on. Meanwhile Petunia and Vernon were coming to a realization, perhaps it was a bad idea to abuse the boy they knew would eventually grow and end up becoming a wizard. A few years passed and Harry was now 11 years old, sitting on his bed and reading a book in what used to be Dudley's room, or at least it was until Harry kicked him out of it and took it over. Ever since becoming friends with Jet his life had improved beyond what he could have ever dreamed of. The Dursleys were now beyond scared of him and Jet. Jet would occasionally call back the other snakes if the Dursleys ever needed reminders of why they should not mess with Harry. Though Jet was a big enough reminder on his own, the snake was now clearly longer than before, but was still small enough to be able to rest on Harry's shoulder. The Dursleys had originally tried to rebel against Harry, but that ended quickly thanks to the help of Harry's snakes. Harry, despite how tempting it was, did not have his snakes bite the Dursleys much. Harry was smart enough to know that things would be difficult, at best, if his snakes ended up killing one of them. For the most part a snake would simply climb up and hiss in their ear or wrap themselves around their necks, though they non-venomous ones would bite at them threateningly but would rarely bite them. "Harry," Jet hissed in his ear, "you have a visitor," he said. Harry frowned and looked up to see a bird flying towards his open window. The bird ended up being a brown owl, one that happened to be carrying a letter that was tied to its leg. "Can I eat it?" Jet asked when it landed on Harry's desk. "No." Harry rolled his eyes as he stood up with Jet still perched on his shoulders. Harry slowly walked over to the bird, hoping he doesn't spook it. The owl looked wary of Jet but otherwise did not react beyond raising the leg that had the letter tied to it. "I'm assuming that is for me," Harry said before he took the letter from the owl. He opened it and began reading. "To Mr. Harry Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary equipments and books. The term begins on September 1st. Please respond via owl and do not hesitate to contact us if you need to do so. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts," Harry said softly before he quickly went to his desk and began writing his reply. Once he was done he looked at the owl who was still there. "I'm guessing that you're going to be the one who will take my response back?" Harry asked. The owl nodded in response. Harry wasn't too fazed by that. He had spent the last few years talking to snakes after all. "Wait there," Harry said as he ties his response to the owl's leg. "Done," Harry said. The owl hooted before taking off and flying away. "Hogwarts," Jet repeated. "What kind of a name is that?" he asked. "Beats me, but finally I can learn about magic." Harry grinned. "You can't just learn about magic," Jet replied. "You need to be the best," he said enthusiastically. "You're my master. My master has to be better than the other stupid wizards and witches," he said. Harry simply laughed and shook his head in amusement. Bathsheba Babbling, 19-year-old professor of the study of ancient runes at Hogwarts, arrived at number 4 Privet Drive to speak to Harry Potter about his induction into Hogwarts. This wasn't normally her job. In fact, she had not ever introduced a Muggle-born or Muggle-raised to the wizarding world before. Imagine how nervous she felt to be starting with Harry Potter, the most famous child in the wizarding world. In the wizarding world it was hard to find someone who didn't know who Harry Potter was. "Oh Merlin, why me?" she muttered to herself, before remembering exactly why. Usually it would be one of the 4 heads of houses that would introduce a Muggle-born, but Professor Sprout, McGonagall and Flitwick were away while Professor Snape, the unpleasant A.S. that he is, refused to do that part of his job. Hagrid couldn't do it as he would stand out in a Muggle neighborhood thanks to his size, and Professor Dumbledore was busy with some international event. There were reasons for why the other teachers couldn't do it, such as Binns being a dead ghost and Trelawney being a drunk idiot. Eventually it had been narrowed down to herself and Septima Vector, the arithmancy teacher. Bathsheba was about to remind Septima that she shouldn't have to do this as she was the youngest teacher in the school, but Septima had cut her off by simply saying, "Dibs on not doing it," before she walked away. "Damn it. Great, try not to embarrass yourself in front of Harry Potter, you'll never hear the end of it," she said to herself before walking towards the house where Harry Potter was supposed to be staying in. She hoped she got it right, the houses all looked the exact same here. She knocked on the door and a few moments later it opened to reveal a cute 11-year-old boy with messy black hair and dazzling emerald green eyes. Harry looked up at the woman in front of him. She was a beautiful woman with light brown skin and chocolate brown eyes. Her black hair was in a bun and dressed in a black smart shoes, leg tights, a gray skirt that ended at her knees and a white shirt under a gray jacket. She looked slightly nervous in Harry's opinion. "Hello, Mr. Potter?" she asked. "Yes," Harry nodded. "Are you from Hogwarts?" he asked in a hopeful voice. "Yes, I am," she smiled. "I am Professor Bathsheba Babbling. I teach ancient runes at Hogwarts." "Ancient runes?" Harry asked, sounding very interested. "Yes," she nodded. "It's a form of writing that witches and wizards used hundreds of years ago," she explained. "In my class one teach a lot of things like how to read runes and how to use them. So if I come then I would get to learn ancient runes." Harry asked. "Actually, not in your first year," Bathsheba replied. "At the end of your second year you will be given a few classes to choose from. Ancient runes is one of the options you can choose from." "Oh," Harry hummed before shaking his head. "Sorry, I should have invited you in already." "Come on in." Harry stepped to the side so she could enter. "Thank you," she smiled at him as she walked in. Harry closed the door before leading her into the living room. When she entered, she looked around the rather boring room and noticed a ton of photos but none of them appeared to be of Harry. "Where is your family?" she asked as she sat down on a sofa. "My relatives are currently out," Harry replied. "The Dursleys were currently off visiting some business partner of Vernon's. But don't worry, they're aware that somebody would be visiting." Harry lied. He was rather hoping to surprise his relatives by suddenly having a witch or wizard show up. Sadly he like many had to suffer thanks to bad timing. "So, you're here to explain and talk to me about Hogwarts, correct?" "Yes, Bathsheba found herself cut off when she suddenly heard a hissing sound. "What was that?" she asked. Her answer came when she saw a black snake with emerald eyes slithering into the room. She gasped and jumped out of her chair, pulling out her wand. She was about to cast off a spell when she saw Harry Potter stand up and calmly walk to the snake. She was about to tell him to get back when he kneeled down and picked it up before placing it around his shoulders. "Oh, this is Jet." Harry smiled as he gestured to the snake on his shoulders who hissed at Bathsheba. "He says, hello." Harry translated. "Oh, can you understand him?" "I've never met anyone else who can speak to snakes." Harry admitted. "You can speak to snakes?" Bathsheba said slowly, as if she couldn't believe what she just heard. After getting over the shock of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, having a snake of all things, Bathsheba took Harry to Diagon Alley after Harry spent several minutes convincing her that his relatives wouldn't mind and would come back home much later in the day. But before they did that Harry had discussed the pet rule with Bathsheba. According to his letter he was only allowed to have an owl, cat or toad for a pet and Harry refused to go to Hogwarts without Jet. Thought that was fixed quickly when Bathsheba cast a spell over the two that confirmed Jet was not a pet and was in fact a familiar, which meant that Harry and Jet were in fact bonded. Harry found that he quite liked that. As far as he was concerned he would be friends with Jet forever. Jet also liked it for the same reasons, but also because he had decided that being a familiar meant that he was better than any other pet. Not that he wasn't already, as he was a bloody snake after all. Plus it meant that he was bonded with the boy that he was convinced was going to be a very powerful wizard. The two plus Jet arrived in Charing Cross Road via apparition, which Bathsheba had explained to Harry before they took off. It was apparently like teleporting, though it did not feel anywhere near as fun as it sounded. Harry had nearly thrown up but barely managed to avoid doing so while Jet, who was hiding under Harry's clothes, began hissing in an irritated manner. "Sorry," Bathsheba said apologetically. "Don't worry, the first time's always the worst. After a little bit of practice you barely feel it. It felt like my whole body was shoved through a tube and tossed in a random direction." Harry said as he shook his head to clear it. "Yeah, I felt the same way my first time," Bathsheba replied. "Because I was side apparating you as well, it feels worse than normal. A lot of people throw up the first time. Can't imagine why," Harry said dryly, earning a small chuckle from Bathsheba. "You okay, Jet?" Harry asked Jet, who hissed to say he was alright. "Come on," Bathsheba said to Harry as the two began walking. I'd recommend keeping that pet of yours a secret. Bathsheba suggested. Why? Harry raised an eyebrow. I'll tell you later once all of our shopping is done, she said just as they arrived outside an odd-looking black shop. This is the leaky cauldron. Bathsheba said, Muggles can't see it. Muggles? Harry asked. It means a non-magical person. Anyway, we go through here into Diagon Alley. Bathsheba answered before they entered inside. The leaky cauldron definitely looked better on the inside, much cleaner too. Harry took a look around and saw that most of the people here were wearing robes of various different colors. Give me a sec, Bathsheba said to Harry before waving her wand over her clothes. Her clothes suddenly transformed and she stood in front of him, wearing dark red robes. Whoa, Harry blurted out. Cool, isn't it? Bathsheba grinned. Yeah, Harry nodded before looking at his own clothes. He was wearing simple black trainers, blue jeans and a gray shirt under an open black hoodie. Do I have to change my clothes? No, you'll be fine. She said, I had just changed my clothes so I could come to your house and not attract attention. She explained before they walked in. Ah, hello Bathsheba, the bartender greeted. Can I get you something? He offered. No, thank you, Tom. I'm on Hogwarts business today. She responded. Bless my soul, Tom gasped when he saw Harry. It's Harry Potter. He blurted out. Instantly all conversation in the room stopped as everyone turned to look at Harry. The silence only lasted a few moments before the customers all began swarming Harry in an attempt to shake his hand, touch him and talk to him. Bathsheba frowned when she saw this. Yes, it was Harry Potter, but he was also an 11-year-old and these adults should show some more control. She looked at Harry, who was looking stiff as a board, and realized that he was probably the only one who disliked this more than she did. Bathsheba grabbed Harry by the shoulders and led him outside, before Harry or his snake could lash out. She didn't realize how close it was. Jet, who had his lower half wrapped around Harry's bicep and his head resting on Harry's wrist, had been mere seconds away from striking out in defense of his master, who clearly not been liking all the people swarming him. Are you all right? Bathsheba asked once they had gotten out of the back and into an alleyway that also appeared to be a dead end. What the hell was that? Harry all but demanded. What did they want with me? Probably just to tell people they've met the boy who lived. Bathsheba shrugged. The what? Harry repeated. You don't know. Bathsheba blinked. No what? Harry asked. Oh. Bathsheba facepalmed. She was barely able to stop herself from cursing out loud. She knew he didn't know much about the wizarding world, but she had thought that he would have at least known about why he was famous and the fact that he was famous. Okay. I thought you would have known. Give me a sec. Okay, let me explain. No, there is too much, let me sum up. Princess Bride? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. What? It's a good film, she said defensively. Anyway, when you were a kid you lived with your parents, James and Lily Potter. Their names was James and Lily? Harry asked in an interested voice. You don't know their names? Bathsheba gaped. My relatives don't talk about them much. Harry said in a tone that said, move on. Thankfully Bathsheba understood and did so. Anyway, one day this really bad wizard goes after them. He kills them, but then he finds you. Keep in mind that this wizard was so dangerous that people were scared to even speak his name. They called him He Who Must Not Be Named, or you know who. What was his real name? Harry asked. Oh damn, you're going to make me say it. She sighed. I'm only going to say it once, so pay attention. His name was Versus. It was Voldemort. Voldemort, Harry repeated. Yeah, but don't say it. Bathsheba replied. Before you were born there was a war between you know whose forces and everyone else. But then when he tried to kill you, something happened. I don't really know what, but apparently the spell he used backfired and killed him. That's why you're famous, and that's why they call you the boy who lived, because you not only beat this unbeatable wizard as a baby, but you also survived a spell that nobody had ever survived. Harry? She asked when she suddenly saw him look stiff. Some hissing was heard before Harry raised his arm up and began hissing angrily at his wrist, where she knew the snake head was. After several moments of this, Harry calmed down and took a few deep breaths. Sorry about that, he apologized while also making a mental note to tell the Dursleys how happy he was to have them tell him his parents were drunks who died in a car crash. Harry decided to leave the thought of his parents for later. Once he was calm he would think about it properly. This spell, what spell was it? Harry asked. Well, Bathsheba bit her lip. looking very reluctant to speak of it. It was the killing curse. Killing curse, Harry repeated. Does what it says on the tin? Bathsheba nodded. It's a forbidden spell, instant kill, one of the worst spells out there and only used by some of the most evil dark wizards and witches. If you ever use it then, no matter what age you are, you get sent straight to prison for life. She paused before shaking her head. But enough about that, come on, let's get started with your shopping, she said before she moved to the brick wall opposite the leaky cauldron. She tapped her wand against bricks in a pattern. A moment later the bricks began moving and Harry's jaw dropped ever so slightly when he saw Diagon Alley. Yeah, a lot of people look like that the first time. Bathsheba grinned before gently nudging Harry forward and the two began walking. Harry couldn't help but look all around. The place was filled with witches and wizards, various animals ranging from bats to toads to owls. Adults were talking and kids were running, there was food and sweets and cake. There were also various different magical products being sold, including flying brooms of all things. Alright, we're going to go to Gringotts Bank first. Bathsheba began explaining. Now usually that's where wizarding families keep most of their money. I imagine your mother and father would have left you quite a large amount. Professor Dumbledore, who is the headmaster of Hogwarts, gave me the key to your trust vault. That's the vault you'll have access to while at school. Wait, why did the headmaster have my key? Harry asked quickly. Bathsheba frowned, she hadn't thought about that. I'm not sure. Perhaps your parents gave it to him, like I said I'm not sure. I can ask him later and give you an answer after. She added the last part, hoping he wouldn't get angry and shoot the messenger. Fortunately for her, all he did was nod, though he did look very thoughtful. Now before we go to Gringotts I should warn you that it is run by goblins. Goblins? Harry echoed, wondering if he had heard right. Yes, Bathsheba nodded as they stopped outside a white building, which happened to be Gringotts Bank. Now they're very smart but not the nicest of creatures. Now a lot of new magical children will try being really nice and hoping it will make them more likable. Don't try doing that. When you speak to them, be honest and keep your words short. Don't be disrespectful but don't be overly polite. Do you understand what I am saying? I think so. Harry nodded. Good, now follow me, she said as they walked towards the bank. When they got near the entrance Harry saw some rather interesting words inscribed into the door. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Harry couldn't help but think that there were probably simpler ways of saying, don't rob us, but it did at least get the point across. Harry and Bathsheba entered the bank and walked towards the head teller. The goblins were very interesting looking creatures. They looked like small humans for the most part, none of them went higher than Harry's. They had long fingers with long nails along with pointy long nose and a pair of pointy ears. Their teeth were sharp and like tips of daggers. I got a letter here from Professor Dumbledore about the you-know-what in Vault You-Know-Which. The man in front of them said to the goblin teller. Hagrid? Bathsheba asked. The man turned around. Harry was doing his best not to gape. The man in front of him was probably the biggest and whitest man Harry had ever seen. He had a big black beard as well along with long shoulder-length black hair. If it wasn't for his kind smile then Harry would have been much more worried. Hello Professor. He grinned. Hagrid, what are you doing here? Bathsheba asked. Doing some work for Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid said proudly. And what about you? If you don't mind my asking. Just introducing a new student to Hogwarts. Hagrid looked down at Harry before a bright smile appeared on his face. Harry, is that you? My goodness, I haven't seen you since you were a baby. You were the cutest little thing. You knew me as a baby. Harry blinked. Yeah, I had met you a few times. Hagrid smiled. Giant, one goblin walked up to Hagrid. Follow me, he said before turning around and walking away without waiting to see if he was following. I'll see you all later then. Feel free to pop in for a visit when you get to Hogwarts. Hagrid said. He nodded to them before walking off behind the goblin. How may Gringotts help you? The goblin teller said to Bathsheba and Harry as the two stopped in front of him. Mr. Harry Potter wishes to make a withdrawal, Bathsheba said in a respectful voice. And does Mr. Potter have his key? The goblin asked. It's here, Bathsheba said as she handed the key to the goblin who inspected it. Everything seems to be fine, he said in an almost bored voice. A teller will be up to take you to the vault, he said as he handed the key back to the Bathsheba. Thank you, Bathsheba nodded. May your enemies die by your blade. The goblin nodded to both of them. Bathsheba was about to respond when Harry spoke. May all of your enemies have their nipples ripped off and shoved down each other's throat, Harry said. The goblin blinked at him before nodding appreciatively. Indeed. The goblin smirked. Right, well now that is done, Bathsheba said. Ahem. Harry coughed, stopping her from putting the key away. He held out his hand. Huh. Bathsheba blinked before realizing he wanted his key. Oh, well, she supposed it was fair, it was his key after all. Oh yeah, sorry. But do me a favor, do not lose this. Never give it to anyone else, never lose it either. Because worst case somebody will steal it, best case is you have to pay 7 galleons for a new one. 10 galleons now, the goblin teller absently corrected as he went back to doing paperwork. 10 galleons now, Bathsheba amended. Do you got it? I have got everything but the key. Harry nodded. Bathsheba smiled at his answer before handing him the key. A while later Harry and Bathsheba had finished getting Harry's money and explaining to Harry how the money system in the wizarding world worked. They exited Gringotts and were walking around Diagon Alley, getting supplies and robes for Harry. Alright, you just need to get your wand now, Bathsheba said as she gestured to a wand store called Ollivander's. I'll go get your potion supplies for you, I'll make sure to get you the best equipment available. She said, she would do it if only to give Snape one less reason to complain. Alright, Harry nodded before he walked into the shop. It was plain looking but it did have character. I sense someone, Jet hissed quietly. Hello, a voice said just before an elderly man walked into the room. I was wondering when I would see you, Mr. Potter. It seemed only yesterday your mother was buying her first wand, 10¼ inches of willow with a unicorn hair for her core. Excellent for charms work. Your father on the other hand had an 11-inch mahogany wand with a dragon heartstring. His wand was better suited for transfiguration, Ollivander said as he began looking around shelves for a wand. He picked one up and gave it to Harry. Just give that a wave, he instructed. Harry frowned but did so. He waved the wand and ended up accidentally destroying a vase. Oh crap, Harry said under his breath. Probably not that one, Ollivander said dryly as he took the wand out of Harry's hand before waving his own wand to repair the vase. Do not worry, Mr. Potter, I'll find you a wand, Ollivander promised. An hour later and Ollivander was still looking for a wand for Harry. He had been very disappointed for some reason when the Holly and Phoenix wand didn't work. Ollivander looked thoughtful after Harry's last failed attempt. Ollivander walked into the back and came back a few moments later with another wand box. He opened it, revealing a beautiful-looking black wand. Try this one, Ollivander said. Harry picked up the wand and a burst of energy hit him. The experience was amazing and indescribable. The closest that Harry could come to explaining it would be if a man with one arm suddenly gained another one. Bright lights and a big burst of wind shot out of the wand, going all around the shop before dying down. Wow! Harry grinned as laughter burst out of him. An impressive wand, Ollivander said. 14 inches of you with not one, but 2 cores. 2? Harry asked. Yes, indeed, 2 cores is rare but can happen. Ollivander nodded. This wand is an odd one. It had been made from before my grandfather started working in this shop. One of its cores is a horn from a horned serpent. They are exceptionally powerful and sensitive to parseltongue. It can also warn its owner of danger by emitting a low musical tune according to some. The other core is a thunderbird tail, powerful and difficult to master, particularly prized by transfigurers. They can also sense danger and cast curses on their own. What you have in your hands is an exceptionally powerful wand, Mr. Potter, use it wisely. Thank you, Harry said as he calmly handed Ollivander the money for the wand. Though internally he was ecstatic, his wand sounded brilliant and he could feel that Jet was also happy. Harry nodded and then walked out of the shop. I can't wait to use it. Harry grinned. Jet hissed excitedly at Harry, who licked his lips in anticipation. Harry turned when he saw Bathsheba walking towards him while holding a cage that had a white, snowy owl inside. I've got you a little present. She grinned. You? Harry froze with disbelief. You got her for me? He asked quietly, as if was unable to understand why she would do that. Of course it's for you, Bathsheba replied, resisting the urge to frown. When she goes back to Hogwarts she would talk to Dumbledore about Harry's relatives. Various little things and a few big ones were beginning to add up and were starting to worry her. Since Jet is your familiar, you can still bring a pet. Is this owl alright? If not then I can get you a cat or… No, it's fine. Harry said quickly. But are you sure it's alright to buy this for me? Harry asked. It'll be fine, your birthday is coming up soon so consider it an early birthday present. Bathsheba smiled as he took the cage and looked at the owl with awe. Bathsheba could hear some hissing, which for some reason sounded like jealous hissing to her. Harry and Bathsheba were currently sitting in a corner inside Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor, and the two were happily eating ice cream. Bathsheba had opted to go for a chocolate flavor while Harry was going to go for vanilla, but then at the last minute decided to go chocolate as well. After all, it's not like the Dursleys would ever buy him chocolate ice cream. Thank you for the ice cream, and the owl. Harry smiled as he looked at the snowy white owl, who was sadly still in her cage, but Harry was hoping to let her out as soon as he got home. You're welcome, Harry, Bathsheba smiled. The ice cream's just a little treat for the both of us. Well, thanks anyway. How much do I have to pay you for both of them? Harry asked. Pay me? Bathsheba frowned. Harry, they are gifts, you don't have to pay me for them. Oh, are you sure? This time it was Harry who frowned. I really don't want to owe you anything, so if you want some payment then I'd like to deal with it as soon as possible. No, Harry, you don't have to pay me for either of them. Bathsheba said, wondering why Harry was so worried about getting simple gifts. Oh, if you're sure. Harry said in an odd voice. I am, she nodded. Now, have you decided what you are going to call your owl? Bathsheba asked. I am going to decide later, Harry responded. I'd like to think about it first. It needs to be a nice name that I like, but she needs to like it as well. The snowy owl nodded as if to say, you are a smart human. Harry, Bathsheba briefly bit her lip. Do you mind if I ask you a question? You don't have to answer it, but I am curious. What about? Harry asked. Your scar. Bathsheba gestured to Harry's scar. What about it? Harry asked. Well, from what everyone else has heard, you were supposed to have a single lightning bolt, not this. She said as she gestured to his scar. It just ended up like that one day. Harry shrugged. If everyone supposedly knows about my scar, then why hasn't anyone said anything, and while we are talking about it, why does everyone know about it? Harry asked. I'm not sure about the answer to your last question, Bathsheba admitted. After you know who died, the news spread across the country that you had defeated him. I really don't know. As for the first part, well, I didn't say anything when we first met because we barely knew each other and I didn't want to be rude. As for everyone else, I think people didn't know who you were and just thought you have a weird scar, or were just so excited to meet the boy who lived that they hadn't thought about it, or they might have just thought that you had done something weird to it, or maybe something else. Well, I didn't. Harry rolled his eyes. Anyway, I have another question. If I want to come here again, then do I have to contact you or something? Not really, Bathsheba shook her head. You can if you want, but you can just have someone drop you off at Charing Cross Road. One thing you could do is use the night bus. Night bus? Harry asked. Yes, it's a special bus for wizards and witches, Bathsheba explained. Just go on any street and make sure nobody's watching before you pull your wand out and hold it out. It should come for you. Just pay the fee and it'll take you anywhere you want. We can actually take the night bus back to your home if you want. I'd like that. Harry smiled. I didn't like that, Harry said once he got off the night bus, a trunk with all of his school stuff in his left hand and his owl's cage in his right hand. The owl and Jet let out a few irritated noises once they were off. They hadn't liked the ride either. The night bus was like being in a very fast roller coaster. Not that Harry had ever been in one of those, but without any of the safety systems, Harry had nearly flown out of his seat and landed on his owl, and would have done if not for Bathsheba managing to catch him. Yeah, Bathsheba said in a sympathetic voice as she stepped next to him. The bus drove off and out of sight as she began talking. I prefer apparition. I like that even less. Harry snorted. You really do get used to it, Bathsheba shrugged. Anyway, we're back. Do you want me to come in and talk to your family? She asked upon noticing the car in the driveway. No, that's fine. Harry shook his head. If I have any questions then I just need to send you my owl, right? Harry asked. That's right, Bathsheba nodded. I explained the trace to you, didn't I? She asked. Yes, you did. Harry nodded. While he hid it well, he was very disappointed at not being able to use magic at home. All he had to do until he was of age was just imagine the things he could do to the Dursleys if he could do magic. Thankfully his snakes could keep them in line until then. Good, I'm glad I didn't mention the part where the trace doesn't actually start working until you start Hogwarts. Bathsheba said casually, causing Harry to gape at her. You understand that I am not allowed to tell you that, right? She asked him, a smile tugging at her lips. Yeah, Harry grinned. Totally understand. He smiled brightly. Good. Bathsheba smiled back. She knew she probably shouldn't have told him that, but there was something about the kid that just made her want to help him. And that smile, oh the pure joy and glee on his face made it worth it. She supposed it was probably the impression she got of his relatives that made her want to help him. She would be speaking to Professor Dumbledore about this. Are you sure you don't want me to come inside and speak to your relatives? She asked one last time, hoping he would say, yes. I'm positive, thank you. Harry nodded to her. She barely stopped herself from frowning but nodded to him. Okay, I'll see you at Hogwarts then, she said before apparating away. Harry shook his head at that before walking towards the door. It was open so he didn't bother knocking. Once Harry had put his stuff down, he remembered something that pissed him off. Harry stormed into the living room when he saw the Dursleys sitting together in nice clothing. You lied to me, you fat pieces of pig crap, Harry said as he waked up to Petunia and Vernon, ignoring Dudley. You told me my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. Harry yelled. What are you? Vernon began, only to be interrupted. I met a teacher who teaches at the same school my parents went to. Harry shouted. Why did you tell me my parents were drunk drivers when they were killed by a terrorist? You fat shit. How dare you? Harry roared before noticing that Vernon and Petunia were not focusing on him, but instead focusing on something behind him. Harry looked behind him and saw an elderly man and woman looking at him with open mouths. Oh, hi, Harry said awkwardly. You must be Uncle Vernon's business partners. Well, don't let me interrupt, Harry said before he quickly left the room. The day after Professor Babbling had left, Harry had took the damn night bus back to Diagon Alley and went straight back to Gringotts, so he could ask questions that he didn't want to ask yesterday in front of the professor. Yes, she was nice, but Harry was not willing to 100% trust her yet. Excuse me, Harry said once he reached the head teller. Ah, Mr. Potter, the goblin inclined his head. How may Gringotts help you today? I have questions that need answering about my family and its money, Harry responded. I would like to speak to whoever it is I need to speak to if I want to get my answers. Very well, the goblin nodded. Is there anything else, Mr. Potter? Not at the moment. Harry shook his head just as a goblin arrived next to him. This goblin will take you to the Potter family account manager, the head teller said. May your gold flow and may your enemy die gruesome deaths. Thank you, may your gold flow and may your enemies drown in a vat of their own sweat. Harry replied. Mr. Potter, where do you come up with these responses? The goblin asked in a curious voice. I have an active imagination in a family I dislike, a sweaty family. Harry shrugged. Ha, the goblin barked out a laugh. You are an interesting human, Mr. Potter. Thank you, for what it's worth, you're interesting as well. Harry nodded to him before following the other goblin. Harry sat down in an empty compartment on the Hogwarts Express, wearing some black trainers, blue jeans and a gray shirt under a black hoodie. He was thankful that Professor Babbling had remembered to tell him how to get onto the platform. He would have been stranded if she hadn't. Honestly, putting what was basically a portal in a wall that people had to run into, say what you want about the wizarding world, but it's at least interesting. Harry's last few weeks at the Dursleys had been interesting, to say the least. The Dursleys had not been happy that Harry had ruined an important business meeting but were unable to express their anger as Harry still had his snakes and now had a wand. His Aunt Petunia tried to point out that he couldn't do magic outside of school. She knew thanks to Lily being a witch, but Harry happily informed her of the fact that until he attended Hogwarts he was very much allowed to do magic. Vernon had gotten into a rage and rushed towards Harry. Harry, who had his wand in his hand at the time, was stunned by the sudden charge, but thankfully his wand reacted and fired on its own. The blast from it sent Vernon to the floor. Harry had found the whole thing brilliant. Jet was less amused. Of course he was happy that his master had put those stupid humans in their place, but they had dared to try. Attack Jet's master. And that was not going to be forgiven easily, no sir, which was why the next day an army of snakes terrorized the Dursley home. After that a sort of Cold War had begun where the Dursleys ignored Harry to the point of pretending he didn't exist. Harry was glad for that as it was a big improvement than before. It also meant that he could take whatever food he wanted and they couldn't complain because they were trying to ignore the fact that he existed. The look on Dudley's face when Harry took his cake was a memory that would always stay with Harry. Another piece of good news was that Harry had managed to find a name for his owl. He had named her Hedwig. Jet and Hedwig were originally quite cold to one another, neither happy about sharing Harry's attention, but after a while they eventually got over it as best as they could. Harry had several times told them that he cared and loved them both, which helped. Hedwig took comfort in the fact that she would be the more useful pet, and would be the one who would take Harry's messages. Jet took comfort in the fact that he was Harry's first friend and familiar, which put him a step above being a pet as far as Jet was concerned. But now Harry was just glad to be going to Hogwarts. Hedwig was not with him as she had chosen to fly to Hogwarts. Harry didn't really blame her. If he could, then he would fly to Hogwarts as well. Jet slid out of Harry's left sleeve and sat by the window corner just after Harry took off his hoodie and stood up. He reached up into the rack and put it in his trunk before taking out a book to read. Harry sat back down and began reading. Harry hadn't really practiced much school-related stuff. The last few weeks Harry had really just self-taught himself a few jinxes along with the Lumos spell, which produces some light from the tip of his wand, plus the levitation charm. They were simple things, but Harry loved the fact that he could do them. Harry was brought out of his thoughts when he heard the door opened. He looked up from his book and saw two girls. One girl had pretty brown hair that was tied into a ponytail plus blue eyes. The other girl had straight blonde hair that descended down to her shoulders. Her eyes were blue like the previous girls but were far more brighter. Both girls paused upon seeing Harry's scar, but wisely didn't comment on it. "Hello, may we sit here please?" the brown-haired girl asked. "Feel free." Harry nodded. "Thank you," the blonde-haired girl said before both girls brought their trunks in and easily placed them up in the rack. "Is there some magic involved, or are you two stronger than you look?" Harry asked, surprised at how easily the two lifted their trunks. "There's a featherweight charm on them both to stop them from being too heavy," the brown-haired girl said just as the two sat opposite Harry. "I am Tracy Davis. This is my friend," she said as she gestured to the blonde Daphne Greengrass. "What about you? Are you a Muggle-born?" she asked. Harry was about to respond when suddenly the blonde girl, Daphne, quickly grabbed Tracy's wrist. She looked stiff and pale, her eyes were wide and she was looking very worried. "Are you all right?" Harry asked her. There's a snake," Daphne whispered as she gestured with her head to Jet. Tracy frowned and leaned over and her eyes widened when she saw Jet. "Oh yeah, this is Jet," Harry said as he picked Jet up. Jet wrapped his body around Harry's arm and placed his head on the back of Harry's hand. "Jet," Tracy squeaked. "Yeah, he's my familiar." Harry nodded. "Your familiar is a snake?" Daphne asked, after managing to calm down. "Yeah. Oh, he'll be in Slytherin for sure," Daphne said to Tracy. "Slytherin? That's one of the Hogwarts houses, isn't it?" Harry asked. "Are you a Muggle-born?" Tracy asked with a little bit of disbelief in her voice. In her defense, a Muggle-born with a snake familiar is hardly a common sight. "No," Harry shook his head. "Just Muggle-raised. You never told us your name," Daphne pointed out. "It's Harry Potter," Harry replied. Daphne and Tracy's eyes slightly widened at that, but they weren't too surprised. The massive scar was a giveaway. Even then it was still surprising to be sitting in a compartment with the most famous kid in the wizarding world, especially when he has a snake for a familiar. Before anyone could say anything else, the door opened and a lanky red-headed boy leaning his head in. "Hey, whoa." The boy paused when he saw the scar on Harry's face. "Can I help you?" Harry asked, knowing why the boy was staring. That didn't mean he liked it. "Hey, you're Harry Potter, aren't you?" he asked in an excited voice. "Would you believe me if I said, no?" Harry asked in a dry voice. I didn't know your scar was supposed to be that big. The boy continued. I'm Ron, by the way, Ron Weasley. Do you remember how it happened? He asked suddenly. Remember what? Harry raised an eyebrow. How it happened. Do you remember defeating you-know-who? He asked in an odd voice. He was a year old, Daphne pointed out. He wouldn't remember his own home at that age. Who are you? Ron sniffed when he looked at the two girls. I'm Daphne Greengrass and this Tracy Davis. Daphne said in a cold voice, not liking this boy's attitude. I know you, both of your families are Slytherins. Ron said, looking as if he had just ate something foul. You should stay away from them, Harry. And why should I do that? Harry asked with disbelief. They're snakes. Ron said as if it was obvious. You have a problem with snakes? Harry asked. In that case, Harry raised the arm that Jet was resting on. Ron's eyes became comically wide when he saw Jet. You might want to leave. That's a snake. You're observant. Harry snorted with amusement. But you can't have a snake. Ron cried, only to jump and run out the compartment when Jet hissed and lunged forward, pretending like he was going to bite the boy. Well, that was interesting. Tracy said after a short silence. Why are people so scared of snakes? Harry asked Jet in a confused voice. Jet shook his head as if to say, don't ask me. Wait, you're hissing at him. Daphne said quickly. You speak Parseltongue. She gaped. Yeah, ever since I was little, or, more little than I am now. Harry nodded. Okay, he is definitely going to Slytherin. Daphne said to Tracy. So you can really understand what he is saying? Daphne asked in an interested voice. Yep. Harry nodded as Jet moved so he was now resting on Harry's shoulders. He's my best friend, I talk to him more than anyone else. How long have you two known each other? Tracy asked, looking just as interested as Daphne. Few years, Harry answered. I woke up one day and he was just there. Harry smirked as Jet rubbed his head against Harry's cheek. Oh, can we touch him? Tracy asked Harry. Let me check, Harry responded before turning to Jet and speaking in Parseltongue. Jet, can they touch you? Yes, but why do they want to touch me? Jet hissed in a questioning voice. Because you're interesting, Harry replied. Fair enough. Jet nodded, happy for the compliment. He says you can touch him. Harry said taught-he girls. I don't know if I will ever get used to that. Daphne shook her head at Harry's casual use of Parseltongue. She and Tracy carefully brought their hands up and began stroking Jet. Oh, he's so smooth. Tracy whispered. I told you snakes weren't slimy. Daphne smirked, reminding Tracy of a conversation they had yesterday. It had started with them discussing the different Hogwarts houses, then somehow ended up with them discussing how slimy snakes were and how aggressive badgers could get. Oh, I like this. Jet hissed. What did he say? Daphne asked Harry. He likes it. Harry answered. Oh, that's good. Tracy smiled. So, I didn't suspect that many people would be able to speak to snakes, but it sounds like it's really rare based off the way you two are speaking about it. Harry commented. It is, Daphne nodded. The last person who was confirmed to have been able to speak it was Salazar Slytherin. The founder of Slytherin House? Harry asked. The exact same one. Daphne nodded. I suppose it makes sense then that his house symbol is a snake. Harry said with a thoughtful look on his face. You said the last confirmed one, does that mean there are others? There might be. Daphne shrugged. None that I know of, though it was rumored that you know who was able to speak it. Really? Harry blinked. Yeah, but that's just rumors. I don't know if they're real or just somebody trying to make you know who look better. Harry hummed. Whatever Harry was about to say was cut off as the compartment door opened. Standing in the doorway was a girl about their age. She had bushy brown hair, buck teeth, and was already in her Hogwarts uniform. Has anyone seen a toad? The girl began in a tired tone. A boy named Neville has lost one and... The girl paused upon seeing the snake in the compartment. Her eyes became wide and her jaw dropped. Haven't seen a toad, Harry replied. That's a snake. The girl gasped as she pointed to Jet. We are very aware of that. Daphne replied with an amused look. But you can't have a snake. The girl protested. You're only allowed an owl, cat, or a toad. I'm better than those. Jet hissed angrily. The girl took a step back but to her credit didn't run away like the redhead from earlier. He's not my pet, Harry began explaining. He is my familiar. Familiar? She asked. Basically a bonded animal. Tracy explained. Oh, the girl frowned. Can anyone get a familiar? She asked hopefully. No, Daphne shook her head. Most witches and wizards will go their whole lives without getting one. Oh, the girl frowned again, looking disappointed and a bit jealous. But anyway, it doesn't matter if it's a familiar, it's still a pet and the rules say you can only have a cat, owl or a toad. Familiars are not pets. Jet hissed. Harry said the exact same thing to this girl, except in normal English of course. I already asked teacher. Harry informed her. And she said it was fine. Anyway, don't you have to go back to getting a toad, or whatever it was? Harry asked. The girl looked like she was about to say more but clearly decided against it as she closed the door and walked away with a small huff. Well, that was pleasant. Tracy said in a dry voice. Forget her. Pet me. Jet hissed impatiently. Harry rolled his eyes but translated. The girls blinked at the command but dutifully continued. A short while later the train had arrived at Hogwarts. All the students stepped out, wearing their uniforms. Harry had brought Jet with him because, I am not a damn pet and I am not staying on this damn train. Jet was hidden under Harry's right sleeve, he kept his body wrapped around Harry's arm. All first years this way. A voice called out. The first years all saw Hagrid waving them over. He had a giant lantern in one hand. He's a big man. Tracy gulped. He is called Hagrid. Harry informed her. You know him? Daphne asked. Not really. Harry shook his head. I met him once at Gringotts. Harry said before he looked around. All the first years looked disbelieving and intimidated in front of a giant man like Hagrid. They probably thought that he would eat them or something. Despite that they all followed Hagrid. As they walked Harry pretended not to notice people whispering and pointing at him, or his scar to be more accurate. A few people instantly realized who he was, others took a few moments but pretty soon everyone realized that the boy who lived was walking with them. A short while later they arrived at a lake where a lot of boats were waiting for them. 4 to a boat. Hagrid called as he took an entire boat for himself. Ladies first. Harry said to Tracy and Daphne. Thank you. Daphne said as she got into the boat. Thanks Potter, Tracy said as she got in next. Glad to know that chivalry isn't completely dead. Yeah, and I wanted to make sure the boat wouldn't sink. Harry quipped as he got in next. The fourth person to enter the boat was a black-skinned boy who nodded to them all as he sat down in greeting. Nobody was sitting here, right? The boy asked. No, Harry shook his head. Just the 3 of us. I'm Blaise Zabini. The boy introduced himself just as the boats began moving on their own. Nice to meet you, that's Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. Harry gestured to each girl, both nodding at their name. I'm Harry Potter, though I guess it's pretty obvious. Yeah, the scar kind of gives it away. Blaise nodded. I think most people have worked it out. Blaise commented as he glanced at the people in the other boats. They were subtly, and not so subtly in some cases, trying to get a look at Harry. Honestly, Harry shook his head with disbelief. You think they would be more subtle? I would have thought that they would have realized that they have an entire year to look at you and don't need to squeeze it all into a single night. Daphne commented idly. Glad to know you've got a future in comedy. Harry said as he rolled his eyes. Oh, you think so? Daphne smirked. Harry was about to respond when suddenly Hogwarts came into the view. It was a wonderful sight. The light from the moon bouncing off the water as a beautiful stands there against the dark as if created by magic itself. Before Harry knew it, he was smiling. Harry and the other first years stood outside the hall. Professor McGonagall, who was an elderly woman and the deputy headmistress plus transfiguration teacher, had given them a speech about how whatever house they go into would become their family. She then left, but not before she instructed them to all wait to be called and so they could begin the sorting. Harry had asked Daphne and Tracy if they knew how people were supposed to get sorted but they both didn't know either, neither did Blaise. Apparently it was a traditional thing to not tell people until they actually get sorted. So it's true then, a voice said, over the rest of the talking first year. The first years all stopped talking as A.B. own boy with gray eyes walked up to Harry. Following behind him were 2 big boys who looked like gorillas and the stereotypical examples of all brawn and no brawn. What they were saying on the train, Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. The other first years began whispering amongst each other as they watched. The boy didn't seem to notice as he continued talking. This is Crabbe and Goyle, he gestured to the big boys behind him. And my name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. He said with a smirk. Harry was about to respond but was cut off when an amused snort was heard. Everyone turned to look at the source of that snort. It happened to be none other than Ron Weasley, the redhead from before. "Think my name is funny, do you?" Malfoy glared at him. "I don't think I need to ask yours," he sniffed as if he smelt something unpleasant. "Red hair and hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley," he said, causing Ron's face to turn red in anger and embarrassment. "You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are better than others," Malfoy said to Harry. "You don't want to be making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you with that," he said as he held out a hand for Harry to shake. Harry hummed thoughtfully before shaking Malfoy's hand. "I think I can tell the wrong sort of myself, but I will be willing to listen to you," Harry said. "What? You can't be friends with him," Ron protested. "I never said I was," Harry said as he let go of Malfoy's hand. "We just met, all I said was that I'd listen to his opinions." But whatever Ron was going to say was cut off as Professor McGonagall arrived. "Students, follow me," she ordered before turning on her heel and walking off, the first years following after her and into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was eye-catching to say the least. There were 4 big tables that stretched along most of the hall and a 5th one on top of a stage at the opposite end of the hall for the teachers to sit at. Above them dozens of lit candles floated up in the air. Above those candles was what looked like the night sky. Though Harry knew it was not actually the night sky, according to the books he read, it was simply enchanted to look like that. Harry assumed it was advanced magic, but he really wanted to learn how to do that so he could apply it to his own room. Harry had heard the bushy-haired girl from before telling people about how she had read that it was an enchanted sky, but he didn't really pay attention to her. He was more focused on the fact that everyone was looking at them. They were all also mostly looking at him. Even if Harry wasn't the boy who lived, he would still get attention just because of his scar. The first years all stopped in front of the stage, while Professor McGonagall walked up the stage and stood next to a stool. Harry saw Bathsheba sitting at the table and saw her smiling at him. Harry smiled back and gave her a small nod before focusing on the sorting. On top of the stool was an ancient-looking hat, one that appeared to be moving. After a few seconds it began speaking, not just speaking, it was singing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap." The students and teachers all burst into applause and cheers. Harry began clapping as well but kept his movements slow as he didn't want to bother Jet, who was still wrapped around his arm. Professor McGonagall picked up the hat with one hand and held a scroll in her other hand. "When I call your name you will come up here and sit down on the stool. I will then place this hat on your head. You will be sorted into a house, and once that is done you will go and join your house. Let us begin. Hannah Abbott," Professor McGonagall called. A nervous-looking girl with blonde hair slowly walked forwards and sat on the stool. The professor placed the hat on her head. "Hufflepuff." The hat shouted a few seconds later. Professor McGonagall removed the hat and allowed the girl to happily walk to the Hufflepuff table. As the sorting continued, Harry took the opportunity to look at the teacher's table. He recognized Professor Babbling and Hagrid easily enough. The other most interesting-looking teacher was a man who looked the exact opposite of Hagrid in terms of height. In fact, he looked no bigger than a Gringotts goblin. There were several other interesting-looking teachers, including the headmaster. The headmaster was wearing bright purple robes that had a star pattern on them, that with his hat and long white beard made him look like a typical story wizard. Another interesting teacher Harry couldn't help but notice was the black robes teacher sitting next to a professor who was wearing a purple turban. The black-robed teacher was a thin man with sallow skin, a large, hooked nose and yellow, uneven teeth. He had shoulder-length, greasy black hair which framed his face in curtains, curling lips and dark, penetrating eyes that resembled tunnels. The man for some reason was glaring in Harry's direction. Harry was pretty sure that the man hated him judging by the way he was looking at him. Harry placed his focus back on the sorting, mostly just to stop looking at the glaring man. Daphne and Tracy were sorted into Slytherin house along with Malfoy and the two boys that Harry was pretty sure were his bodyguards. Harry saw the bushy-haired girl, Hermione Granger was her name apparently, get sorted into Gryffindor. Harry would have figured that she was more of a Ravenclaw person, but who was he to argue with a magical hat? Eventually Harry was called up. Harry walked up towards the stool and sat down. He barely was able to see the hall staring at him before the hat was placed on his head. Oh, Harry heard the hat speak. The odd thing was that the sound wasn't so much coming into his ears as it was already inside his ears. Yes, Mr. Potter, I am speaking into your mind. Do not worry, what happens between you and me is strictly confidential, nobody else will know, student or teacher. I give you my word. This is the sorting hat speaking, isn't it? Harry mentally asked. What do I call you? Hat will do, now shush. I need to sort you. You have such an interesting mind, far less simple than most. Plenty of courage, not a bad mind either in terms of intelligence. You only have one friend at the moment, but you are very loyal to him, even if he is a snake. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you? You're asking me. I thought this was your job. It is, but there's nothing wrong with asking, is there? The hat replied. Tell me, Potter, do you have anything to say? The hat asked. I don't really have a preference, Harry admitted. I just want to learn magic. Why? The hat asked. What do you mean why? Why do you wish to learn? For the sake of learning. The hat asked. No, I love magic, Harry replied. I want to be the best at it. I can see why. Your relatives would never dare hurt you if they thought you would be a powerful wizard. The hat said. Harry couldn't help but notice the disdain in his voice when he said, relatives. If I may, I'd recommend Slytherin. Slytherin? Harry asked. Yes, you'd be a perfect fit. The hat replied. Not only do you possess the Salazar Slytherin's ability, but you are also a powerful and clever yet ambitious wizard. Slytherin will help you on your way to greatness. Greatness. The word echoed in Harry's head. Greatness, I like that. Harry grinned, not just mentally. In that case, the hat spoke loudly so that everyone could hear. It had better be Slytherin. The hat yelled. Harry felt the hat get removed. He stood up and looked at everyone. The Hufflepuffs looked surprised and a few looked worried. The Ravenclaws also looked surprised but not that bothered. The Gryffindors looked like somebody had killed and curb-stomped their puppy before pissing on it. They had clearly been hoping that the boy who lived would become a Gryffindor just like most people expected. Harry walked to the Slytherin table. The majority of them looked surprised and disbelieving. Harry saw Tracy and Daphne sitting opposite each other and took a seat next to Tracy. Girls. Harry nodded to them. Called it. Daphne smirked at Tracy. Once people were able to get over the shock of having the boy who lived in Slytherin, the sorting continued. Blaise was sorted into Slytherin as well, but instead of sitting with Harry, Daphne and Tracy had chosen to go sit next to a third-year student. Harry and the girls shrugged it off. They were hardly best friends and Blaise probably knew the third year. Once the sorting was done, Professor Dumbledore stood up, his blue eyes twinkling as he began speaking to the hall. Welcome to all students, new and old. Now before we dig into our wonderful feast, I do have a few choice words for you all. They are nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you. He smiled before sitting down. Before Harry could wonder just how sane his headmaster was, something very magical happened. Harry couldn't help but feel like he was in heaven when a wide variety of food suddenly appeared on the table. There was everything from ice cream to chicken to sweets and chocolates. Harry looked around and saw the other students all looked happy about it as well. Harry began eating, though he did notice how well-mannered everyone else on the Slytherin table looked when they were eating, and he liked it. This was so much better than the Dursleys, where his Uncle Vernon and Cousin Dudley would just shove as much food into their mouths as possible while Aunt Petunia would sit at the side and calmly eat her little salad, like a giant King Ugly bug. Harry happily began eating, though he did pause when he spotted the Gryffindor table. specifically Ron eating his food as if he was afraid it would disappear if he stopped. It was a horrible sight. Harry could see the food dropping out of his mouth and into his lap and on the table. Harry glanced to his side and saw Tracy looking displeased by the sight of Ron eating. "What are you looking at?" Daphne frowned before she looked behind her and saw Ron eating. "Ew," was all she said before she turned back with a disgusted face before shaking her head and continuing to eat. "Disgusting, isn't he?" Malfoy called from a few seats down. "I doubt his parents taught him any manners." "Probably not," an older Slytherin agreed. "His brothers at least know how to eat without looking like animals." "What do you think, Potter?" Malfoy whispered to Harry. Harry did not immediately reply as he chose to swallow his food first. "I think that I don't really care enough about Weasley to waste my dinner time discussing him," Harry replied before taking a sip of pumpkin juice, which didn't taste all too bad. "This is also the first night here. I'd like to wait before making any opinions." "A very Slytherin answer, Potter," a fourth year said with an approving nod. "Guess the hat is good at doing his job after all," Harry commented with a small smirk before he glanced back at Weasley. "And I'm thankful for that, if not then I might have been sitting there," Harry added, earning a laugh from the nearby Slytherins. "Well done, you are killing it," Harry heard Jet quietly hiss. Everyone continued eating and talking until eventually everyone had finished eating. Dumbledore stood up again. "Ahem," Dumbledore coughed. Yes, I am glad you have all enjoyed yourselves. I just have a few more words before we retire for the evening. I have a few start of term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well." Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of two red-headed twins at the Gryffindor table. The twins simply smiled back. If Harry had to guess, then he would say they were probably related to Ron. "I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors." Dumbledore continued. He went through several more announcements before he got to the end of his speech. "And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." Harry blinked at that, wondering if he had heard right. He saw that Tracy and Daphne looked a bit confused as well. That brought him some comfort, but the real question now was what kind of school would allow something dangerous enough to kill to be in a school. "And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song," Dumbledore said happily. Harry noticed that the other teachers' smiles had become rather fixed, not that Dumbledore appeared to have noticed. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick, as if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself, snake-like, into words. "Everyone pick their favorite tune," said Dumbledore, "and off we go." What better way to round off a great evening than with musical chaos? As the rest of the teachers maintained fixed smiles, Professor Dumbledore conducted the school in an interesting anthem, with everyone singing their tune of choice. For Harry, it was the worst singing he had ever heard since the last time Dudley had been in a school play. "Ah, music," Dumbledore smiled once that travesty of music had finished. "A magic beyond all we do here." "Oh great," Harry said under his breath, "turns out I should have just gone to music school instead." Tracy heard his comment if the restrained laugh was any indicator. After the feast was over, Harry and the other first years followed the fifth-year male Slytherin prefect to the Slytherin common room, which happened to be in the dungeons. They stopped outside of a plain-looking wall, though if one would look closely then they would see a very small Slytherin logo on the ceiling above it. "Green snake," the prefect said. Everyone followed him in and got their first look at the Slytherin common room. It was a dungeon-like room with greenish lamps and chairs. The dungeon extends partway under the lake, giving the light in the room a green tinge. The common room has lots of low-backed black and dark green button-tufted, leather sofas, skulls, and dark wood cupboards. It is decorated with tapestries featuring the adventures of famous medieval Slytherins. It had quite a grand yet cold atmosphere to it. Though Harry's attention was on the various snake designs all over the common room, on the furniture and on the wall and ceiling, they looked to be made with metal. "Those snakes are magical, I can feel it," Jet hissed after climbing up so his head was resting against Harry's shoulder. "All right, listen up," the prefect said. "This is the Slytherin common room. First thing you've got to remember is that the password changes. Every month, the notice board near the entrance will tell you the current password. Second of all, you do not bring a student from another house in here, ever. If you do, then you and this student had best be prepared to suffer the consequences. You are now all members of the ancient and noble house of Salazar Slytherin, the best of the Hogwarts founders. The other houses are jealous of us, they call us dark wizards and witches. That's why if you have a problem with another Slytherin, you deal with it in here. Outside this room we are united. The prefect continued making his speech. For the most part it involved house pride, but also involved several rules like don't get in trouble, or at least don't get caught, and suggestions. One suggestion that sounded important was to study potions so you don't end up pissing off Professor Snape. Once the prefect had finished his speech, Harry and the other first years were allowed to relax and look around. A short while later the other Slytherins arrived, including the third year that Harry had seen Blaise sit with earlier. She had light brown and perfect skin, a beautiful face along with chocolate brown eyes and pretty black hair that fell down to her shoulders. Harry looked away before he could be caught staring at the angelic-looking girl. "Oi Potter," a voice said. Harry turned to see what looked like a sixth-year student walking up to him. "I can't help but wonder what you're doing in the snake pit," he said, looking at Harry, like he was a bothersome insect. "I'm sorry," Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry was well aware that the whole common room was now looking at him in the sixth year. "What's a half-blood like you doing in here?" the boy all but demanded to know. "The hat decided that Slytherin was best for me," Harry shrugged, "that's about it." "Hey, leave him alone," the beautiful third year said in a disapproving voice. "Don't worry Angela," another third year said, "it's not like he's doing anything," he added with a smirk, clearly hoping for the sixth year to continue. "Exactly," the sixth year said before taking a step closer to Harry. "Now listen up Potter," the sixth year said as he grabbed Harry by the collar and raised him slightly so Harry was forced to stand on his tiptoes. "I don't know what makes you think that you would be welcome in Slytherin house, but you—" Whatever the Slytherin was about to say was cut off when Jet's head shot out of Harry's collar. Jet snapped at the sixth year, who barely managed to jump back in time and was now supporting a look that was somewhere between shocked and horrified. All the other Slytherins gasped and/or took a step back when they saw Jet. Jet currently had the lower half of his body wrapped around Harry's neck while the upper half was hissing furiously at the sixth year. An interesting thing to know about Jet was that while he was usually pretty calm, his trigger was someone trying to harm his master. "Bring it you little shit," Jet hissed at the sixth year. "I'll tear you apart. Get over here so I can bite you." "Calm down," Harry softly whispered in Parseltown as he calmly held Jet back with one hand while the Slytherins all looked jaw-dropped. "I hardly need you to kill someone on the first night. He threatened you," Jet hissed angrily. "Assert your dominance, quickly," Jet said suddenly. "What?" Harry blinked. "Don't let them get away with threatening you, show them that you're not to be messed with. Use the snakes, they're magical." Harry was tempted to say, "No, I am not going to do that," but he stopped just before doing so. To be fair, it wasn't a bad idea. The Dudleys had stopped pushing when Harry made it clear he would push back with the help of Jet, but here Harry would have more to deal with than just 3 muggles. He had to make it clear that he wouldn't be pushed around. "That's a good idea, Jet," Harry said before he pulled his wand out. You're a parslemmouth," the sixth year blurted out with pure disbelief. "Took you long enough to work that out," Harry said before he aimed his wand at the sixth year. "Flipendo," Harry said, shooting a knockback jinx at the sixth year. Harry was hoping to at least knock the sixth year down, so was very much happy when the sixth year flew back and landed near Angela. "Snakes, wake up," Harry called as he walked towards the sixth year who hadn't got up yet. The Slytherins gasped when the metal snakes began moving. "Tie him up," Harry ordered as he pointed to the sixth year. The sixth year tried to get up only to have a couple of metal snakes wrap around him, tying him up. The other Slytherins were all divided. Some were looking at Harry with fear while others were looking as if he was the second coming of Merlin. "What the hell?" the frightened sixth year gasped, feeling uncomfortable to say the least about how tight these snakes were wrapped around him. "Scare him," Harry ordered. The snake that was wrapped around the upper body opened its mouth and placed its teeth near the sixth year's neck, stopping only a few centimeters from piercing skin. "I got your attention now?" Harry asked as he stopped in front of him. I think what you have just realized is that I can speak to snakes. Harry said calmly. I. The sixth year tried to talk, only to stop when Jet hissed threateningly at his face. You wanted to know why I am in Slytherin, Harry continued speaking. I am in Slytherin because the hat said it would be the house that would lead me to greatness, and I intend to be great. I don't know who you are, but I am Harry Potter, boy who lived. If that doesn't matter, then how about the fact that I am the guy controlling the snakes that happen to be all round this common room? You mess with me, then you mess with them. Because this is the first night, I'm going to be nice. Harry said with a small smile. Release him and go back to normal. Harry ordered. The metal snakes did as they were told and returned to their original places. Harry looked around and saw everyone looking at him with a combination of fear, awe and disbelief. Harry had to admit that it felt good. Who could blame Harry? He had spent years of his life being looked at like a criminal and a burden by the Dursleys, and now there were all these people who were looking at him with respect and awe. Yeah, it felt good. Oh, by the way, Flippendo. Harry hit the sixth year with the knockback jinx again, sending him crashing into a chair that fell back with him on it. Don't mess with me, Harry said in a quiet but firm voice which everyone heard due to the strong silence. Well, good night. Harry smiled before he turned and walked over to the prefect. You haven't told us where our rooms are. Harry pointed out. Oh, right, the prefect gulped. Just go down to the bottom of the stairs and follow the signs, then the boys' rooms will be on your right. You'll have to share the room with one other person. The prefect said quickly. Really? Harry turned to the other first-year boys. Blaise, you want to share? Harry offered. Huh. Blaise blinked before getting nudged by Angela. Yeah, I would. Blaise nodded quickly. Excellent, Harry smiled. I suppose I will see you there then. Good night everyone, Harry said to the room before he walked down to his room. Once Harry was in his room, he shut the door before leaning his back against it. Harry's legs gave out and he slid down to the sitting position on the floor. Holy crap, breathed Harry as he rubbed his hands through his hair. I can't believe I did that. Did it feel good? Jet asked. No, Harry shook his head, a grin forming on his face. It felt great. Harry's eyes slowly opened. He found himself looking up at a new ceiling. This wasn't his usual ceiling. Harry looked around at the room he was in. He looked to his left and saw Blaise sleeping on a bed, lightly snoring, just loud enough to not be a bother. The events of last night hit Harry like a bullet to the head. Harry was torn between laughing like a madman until he couldn't laugh no more or staying quiet and just getting up and out of bed. Since Harry had a roommate, he decided he would rest for a few more moments then go for the second option so he didn't end up waking Blaise. Harry felt something on top of his stomach and saw Jet curled up on him. The sight brought a smile to Harry's face. Harry knew that some people are afraid of snakes, and Harry understood why. Snakes were hardly the cutest creatures around. But Harry didn't care what people thought. He would never get rid of Jet. Jet was the one friend that Harry had. Every day Harry would wake up and find Jet with him. Jet cared and looked after him, so Harry would do the same. Harry had been tempted to hide Jet, but he quickly realized that was a stupid idea. He was going to spend 7 years here. It was inevitable that someone would have found out about him eventually. Are you awake? Jet asked in a tired voice. No, Harry said with a small smirk. Don't be a wise ass. Jet replied as Harry stood up and placed Jet on the bed. I'll be back in a minute, Harry said before he walked into the bathroom. As Harry went about his regular morning ritual, he began thinking about the events of last night. His introduction to Hogwarts from the train ride to the end of the feast, while having some problems, was magical. Getting taken to the common room was also another interesting experience, but that was when things nearly went downhill. An older student had tried to intimidate Harry. Harry was no stranger to bullies, and that was what the older student was. What that student didn't count on was Jet objecting to his treatment of Harry. Harry knew that he and Jet had made a big impression last night. Harry still found it hard to believe that he hit an older student with a knockback jinx. Twice. And he had threatened him. He threatened an older kid. Harry was beyond happy. He was finally in a place where he could get some respect, where he could finally stop being ignored, where he could be himself. Here he would no longer be Harry the freak. He would be Harry the Slytherin, maybe even be Harry, best in his year. There was a whole new world open for Harry, and Harry vowed to take it. Harry walked down to the common room, Jet comfortably perched on Harry's shoulders, and found it was mostly empty. Apart from a few older students, when the students saw Harry they stared for a moment before looking away. Harry shook his head at that before sitting down in a free chair. He began reading while waiting for the others to arrive. "Someone is coming," Jet hissed after a few minutes of reading. Harry looked up from his book and saw the beautiful third year from yesterday, Angela, walking up to him. "Hello, Mr. Potter," Angela greeted as she stopped in front of him. "Hello, I'm sorry but I don't really know your name." "It's Angela, isn't it?" Harry asked. "It is," she confirmed with a small smile. "I'm Angela Zabini." "Oh, are you Blaze's sister?" Harry asked. "Yes, I am," she nodded. "If you don't mind me asking, what are you reading?" "I'm just trying to learn more about wizarding culture," Harry admitted. "I grew up in the Muggle world so this is all new for me." "You grew up in the Muggle world?" Angela blinked. "Not by choice," Harry replied, a small scowl briefly appearing on his face. "But yes, it's why I'm trying to learn as much as I can. Since learning about magic I've spent most my time learning about spells. I only started learning about how the wizarding world actually works a few days ago." Perhaps I can teach you," Angela offered. "Teach me?" Harry blinked. "Yes, I have grown up in the wizarding world," Angela nodded. "I can teach you all you need to know." Harry hummed thoughtfully. "That sounded like a good offer. Too good. Forgive my bluntness but what is in it for you?" Harry asked, doing his best to not sound offensive. Instead of looking angry, nervous or embarrassed, she gave Harry an approving look. "That's good, Potter," she smiled. "Most people forget that hardly anything in life is ever free. I've been reminded of that fact enough times. Now to repeat my question, what is in it for you?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Jet raised his head slightly as he shifted his body. He was not in a threatening pose but he could quickly shift into one at any moment. Angela took a step back when she noticed the interest she was gaining from the snake. "Don't worry about him," Harry spoke in a soft voice. "He's just protective, especially after last night. He won't try anything if you don't." "Good to know," Angela replied after staring at the snake for a few seconds. "As for your question, quite simply I want two things. First of all I hope you stay friends with Blaze. I also would like a favor from you." "What favor?" Harry asked in an interested voice. "I'm not sure," Angela shrugged. "I haven't decided on one yet, but when I do I know who to go to." She finished with a small smile. Harry paused for a few moments. "Fine but I have conditions that you need to accept." "Conditions?" she asked, looking slightly surprised. "Yeah, first of all you will teach me all I need to know about the wizarding world and you'll do it to the best of your ability." "Naturally, what else?" she asked. She saw Harry's snake hiss in Harry's ear. Harry nodded in response to whatever the snake said. "Your favor, it's got to be reasonable. I'm not going to do something stupid like give you a large amount of money in exchange for these lessons." "That's fair enough," she nodded in agreement. "Anything else?" she asked. "Yeah, it's one favor for all of these lessons, not one favor per lesson." "Agreed," Angela said after a long pause. "Anything else?" "No, that's it." Harry smiled. Inwardly he was thinking about what had just happened. He couldn't help but feel like the girl was interested in more than just getting a simple favor. But he was getting his lessons out of it, so he didn't really care that much. He could work out what she wanted later. "In that case, maybe we can start now," Angela suggested. "Come on, we can begin on the way to the Great Hall. I'm going there now for breakfast." "What about the other first years?" Harry asked even though he already stood up. "It's the prefect's job to escort them to the Great Hall." Angela shrugged. "Shall we lead the way?" Harry nodded as he tucked his book under his left arm. "Are you going to take your snake with you?" she asked. "Better than hiding him for the next 7 years." Harry replied with Jet hissing in agreement. "Very well." Angela smirked, picturing the chaos that was going to occur when everyone sees the Slytherin boy who lived carrying a snake with him. It was a long walk to the hall in Harry's opinion. The castle was very interesting and Harry drank in every detail he could while also talking with Angela, everything from the moving portraits to the suits of armor. Though that was not the only reason it felt so long, it was also because of the stares. Everyone from the portraits and ghosts to the few students that were around, stared at him. Partly because he was the boy who lived, partly because of his scar and partly because he had a snake on him. Eventually thought they did get to the hall. Harry sat at the Slytherin table with Angela sitting opposite him. Harry also ignored the way that every student who walked into the hall gaped at him when they saw Jet sitting on his shoulders while he casually ate breakfast. "I'm hungry," Jet hissed. "What did he say?" Angela asked Harry after taking a sip of her juice. "He's hungry," Harry translated. "Back where we used to live I would just let him hunt rats and eat insects or whatever else he could get his fangs into. I don't know if that would be a good idea here, at least not until I get a better idea of the castle." You should call an elf and ask them to get him something to eat," Angela suggested. "An elf?" Harry asked. "A house elf," Angela replied. "They are basically beings that are born to serve wizards and witches. Some of the more uneducated members of the wizarding world view it as Avery." "Is it Avery?" Harry asked in a soft voice, hardly wanting to force another creature to work for him like how the Dursleys had forced himself to work for them. "Not really. House elves, for as long as history has shown, like to work. If you tell a house elf they can't work, then they'll either wait to work or do something else that counts as work in the meantime. Matter of fact, most of them enjoy it. It's like their way of life. Watch this. Can I have a Hogwarts house elf come here please?" Angela called. A second later a creature popped next to them. It was standing between 2 to 3 feet tall, with spindly arms and legs and oversized heads and eyes. It had pointed, bat-like ears, and rather than conventional clothing, it simply covered its body with a pillowcase. Harry was surprised by its sudden appearance and jumped in his seat. Jet instantly looked defensive and began hissing at the elf in a threatening manner, causing the elf to squeak and jump back. "It's all right," Angela said, to not just Harry but also Jet and the elf. "This is one of the Hogwarts house elves," she said as she gestured to the elf. "Calm down," Harry whispered to Jet, who after a moment did calm down. "Yous be Harry Potter." The elf spoke in his broken English. His voice was high-pitched and squeaky voice but also held a large amount of awe. Apparently. Harry nodded before giving Angela a questioning look. "The Hogwarts house elves are in charge of cleaning and making food," Angela informed Harry. Harry looked at the elf. "My snake friend is hungry," Harry said. "Is there any chance you can get him something to eat?" Harry asked. Oh yes," the elf said after shaking himself out of his shock. "Flipsy be doing that." "Who the hell is Flipsy?" Harry asked. "I be Flipsy," the house elf said proudly. Your English is excellent by the way," Harry said with a straight face. "Thank yous, great Harry Potter." The elves puffed up at what he thought was a real compliment. "What does Harry Potter Snakey be wanting to eat?" Flipsy asked. "Rats, mice, small lizards, meat, anything smaller than him," Harry answered. "He's also a carnivore," Angela added to the elf. "That means he only eats stuff like meat, not plants," she added when the elf looked confused. "Oh, Flipsy be having some meats left over, is that be fine for Harry Potter Snakey?" Flipsy asked. "Yes, thank you," Harry nodded, only to frown when the elf looked like he was about to wet himself. "Did I do something wrong?" Harry asked. "Great Harry Potter be thanking Flipsy," Flipsy repeated with disbelief, looking at Harry as if he was a god. "Harry Potter be greater than stories say. I be getting his snake some goods meat," Flipsy said happily before vanishing with a small pop. "What did I do?" Harry asked Angela. "House elves don't get thanked much," Angela replied. "Most don't bother because they don't respect house elves or because they feel like the elf should just be glad to have work." Harry frowned at that but didn't say anything else as a plate with a large bit of meat popped into existence next to Harry's plate. "I assume that's for you," Harry said to Jet, who slid off his shoulder and onto the table before he began eating. "Hey Potter," a voice called just as Daphne took a seat next to Harry while Tracy carefully sat next to Angela, hoping the key to not bothering Jet was to not move too fast. "You made quite an impression yesterday," Daphne commented idly. "Really?" Harry asked in an amused voice. "Yeah," Tracy said just as the rest of the Slytherin first years arrived in the hall. "I heard older students talking about it this morning," she said. The other first years sat slightly apart from Harry and the rest, as if afraid Harry would set his snake on them, all apart from one. "Hello everyone," Blaise said as he sat next to Angela. "Good morning Blaise, by the way I wanted to apologize to you," Harry replied. "Apologize?" Blaise blinked. "What for?" he asked. I feel like I might have put you on the spot yesterday, Harry admitted. If you feel like you were forced to be my roommate and want to separate, then I understand. Wow. Blaze looked very surprised. If Harry was looking at Angela, then he would have seen the smile on her face. Thanks, but it's cool. Really, I don't know any of the other boys, and having the snake speaker as a roommate provides me more protection than most, Blaze shrugged. I still can't believe you blasted the 6th year twice. He added with a grin. What can I say? I just got into the moment. Harry returned his grin. Mr. Potter, a voice said as Professor McGonagall walked up to him. Is this your familiar? She asked, looking wary of the snake. Yes, Professor. Harry nodded. Mr. Potter, Professor Babbling has informed me and the rest of the staff that this snake. Jet. Harry supplied. I beg your pardon. Professor McGonagall asked. His name is Jet, Professor. Harry added. Very well, if Jet is to stay around, then he will need to be kept under control. Professor McGonagall continued. We hardly need him biting anyone. Professor, I can promise you that he will only ever bite someone in self-defense or to protect me. Harry replied. Jet hissed softly at Harry, who hissed back before talking to Professor McGonagall. He says he promises to not bite someone unless necessary. You can speak to him, breathed Professor McGonagall, her face going through several emotions, including disbelief. Yes, didn't Professor Babbling tell you? Harry asked. She did, Professor McGonagall admitted softly. But hearing and believing are often two different things. You will be allowed to bring your snake to classes today, though your teachers will be keeping a close eye on you both. At the end of the day, I will escort you to meet the headmaster. He wishes to discuss your. The professor trailed off, as if trying to think up the right word. Friend, with you. Okay, Professor. Harry nodded. Professor McGonagall nodded in return before walking off. Harry looked back at Jet and blinked when he saw Daphne happily rubbing her finger up and down on the top of Jet's head. Jet? Harry asked. I like this human, Jet responded. I'm keeping her, Jet declared. You can't keep a human. Harry objected. Why not? You keep me and that owl, why can't I have two humans? Fair point. What did he say? Daphne asked Harry. He wants to keep you, Harry said simply before returning to his food. Wait, what? Harry and the other Slytherin first years made their way to the Transfigurations class, where they would start their first Transfiguration lesson of the year in its school. Harry was looking forward to it as Transfiguration sounded interesting, plus according to Ollivander the Thunderbird tail in Harry's wand would really help in this subject. So, Draco Malfoy spoke as he began walking alongside Harry. You are going to bring him everywhere, are you? He asked while gesturing to Jet, who was calmly resting on Harry's shoulders. Yep. Harry nodded simply. He liked to stay with me, I like it when he stays with me, just makes sense for him to stay with me, doesn't it? Harry said with a small smirk. What about the teachers? Draco asked in an interested voice. He's my familiar, Harry replied. They can't take him away, and I've already made it clear that I am leaving this school if they do. You'd leave this school for a snake? Draco raised an eyebrow. And here I thought it was Hufflepuffs that were loyal. Are there any rules or laws that state Slytherins can't be brave, intelligent or loyal? Harry asked. No. Then I hardly see what the problem is. Harry said as they arrived at the classroom. They entered and saw a tabby cat sitting perfectly still on a desk but no other person. Where is the professor? Theodore Knott, a brown-haired Slytherin first year, asked. She should be here by now. I suppose we'll just have to wait until she gets here. Daphne said as she took a seat at a desk near the back. The other Slytherins through an unspoken agreement also sat at the back. The class syllabus is on the board. Blaze noted as he gestured to the chalkboard. Well, I guess we know what we need to do until she gets here. Tracy commented as she pulled out her book, with the Slytherins joining her. Eventually the Gryffindors began piling in. Most took a single look at Harry's snake before quickly moving away from him. One chubby boy, whose name currently escaped Harry at the moment, nearly tripped in his haste to get away from Harry, something the Slytherins found amusing. Where is she? An Irish-sounding Gryffindor asked a few minutes later when the professor had not yet arrived. Before anyone could respond, the class door had suddenly swung open and Ronald Weasley rushed in. Clearly out of breath, he stopped once he was inside and took several moments to catch his breath. Made it. He grinned before he looked around for an empty seat. though his eyes stopped when he saw Harry, who was casually sitting with Jet still resting on his shoulders. "Can I help you?" Harry asked after Ron stared at him for several moments. "I can't believe that they let you bring that snake in," Ron growled as he glared at Harry. "Believe what you want, hopefully you'll end up believing something that might match with our reality," Harry replied in a calm voice. "You shouldn't be allowed to bring that evil creature in here. Do you think that cat is evil?" Harry asked as he pointed to the cat on the desk. "What?" Ron asked, sounding very confused. "No. Why not?" Harry asked, sounding just as confused as Ron. "Because it's a cat, they're not evil at all." "Not evil?" Harry scoffed. "They might not be, but they're more evil than snakes." "What? No, they're not," Ron protested. "Really? Because snakes only ever bite in self-defense or to catch food, cats on the other hand can kill for food and fun," Harry replied in a calm voice. "Do you know how many times I've walked down a street only to have to sidestep a dead rat or mouse left by a cat? But they're cats. Everyone knows that snakes are evil." "And why are snakes evil?" Harry asked. "My snake has been my one and only friend for years and has never tried to harm me, and he's never done anything evil." "Why does this red-colored baboon think I'm evil?" Jet hissed in an irritated voice. "Beats me," Harry replied. He was about to say more when Ron gasped and jumped back as if Harry had a contagious disease. "You're a parsleymouthe," Ron breathed out in a shocked voice. "If that means that I can speak to snakes, then yes," Harry said just as Jet slithered off of his shoulders and onto the desk. "You can't be a parsleymouthe," Ron protested. "Why not?" Harry asked. He was quickly losing patience with the redhead. "You're the boy who lived," Ron said as if that explained everything. "I can't believe it. Your parents would hate the fact that they—" "Weasley," Harry interrupted, his voice colder than ice. Harry stood up and stepped in front of Ron. Ron was taller than Harry, but that didn't matter to Harry at that moment. "Let me make something clear, you don't get to mention my parents." "But my parents," Harry cut him off once more, "died trying to save me, that's what everyone says. They did not die just so people like you could use their names as a weapon every time I do something you don't like. I didn't choose the ability to speak to snakes, I've always had it. Don't ever mention my parents again or I will show you that I don't need a snake to be dangerous." Harry gave him one final glare. He was about to sit back in his seat when he heard the sound of someone clearing their throat. Ron and Harry both turned to see Professor McGonagall standing in front of the teacher's desk. "Huh, where's the cat gone?" Ron blurted out. "I am what they call an animagus, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall replied. "For those who do not know, an animagus is a witch or wizard with the ability to turn into an animal." "You were the cat," Harry realized. "Excellent deduction, 5 points Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Now Mr. Potter, if you will please sit down, also that will be 3 points from Slytherin for threatening another student," Professor McGonagall added. Harry, for a moment, wanted to protest but stopped himself. When all was said and done, he had just gained Slytherin 2 points, better to take the reward. Harry nodded and sat back down. "As for you Mr. Weasley, that will be 15 points from Gryffindor and a detention." "What? Why?" "For not only coming late to my class, but also immediately starting trouble with another student." "And I am in agreement with Mr. Potter. Lily and James Potter were 2 of the finest that the wizarding world had to offer. They laid their lives down for their son and they deserve better than to simply have people use their names whenever they wish. Now sit down before you continue to dig the hole you have found yourself in." "Fine," Ron grumbled under his breath as he took a seat. "Now then," Professor McGonagall spoke to the class, "shall we begin?" She asked but continued before anyone could respond. "Now, transfigurations is one of the more difficult branches of magic that is taught at Hogwarts. It is also one of the more dangerous branches, that means I will not tolerate any fooling around. I will not hesitate to kick out a student if I think you are misbehaving. Is that understood?" she said in a stern voice. "Yes, Professor," the class chorused. Professor McGonagall stared at the students for several moments, as if checking to see that they were all being truthful. Eventually she nodded and continued teaching. After a short while of simply talking about transfiguration along with what it could do and how dangerous it could be if people messed around, she had the students attempt to turn a matchstick into a needle. It sounded so simple, yet it was much harder than it looked or sounded, as none of the class were able to do it on the first try. Harry after several attempts was still unable to do it. It helped that the others were unable to do it yet, but not by much. His frustration was clearly detectable as Jet began hissing at him. "Calm down, Harry," Jet hissed. "You'll do yourself no favors by getting angry. Calm down and think about what you need to do." Harry was tempted to argue back but did as Jet told him to. He took a deep breath and thought for several moments before he was hit with a realization. Harry waved his wand once more and was rewarded with half of the matchstick turning into a needle. Harry happily waved it again after being spurred on by his already visible improvement. A second later he found a perfect needle in front of him. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall spoke. Harry nearly jumped in his seat as he hadn't noticed her approach. Jet had though, as evidenced by his lack of reaction to her. "Show me your needle," she said. Harry nodded and handed it to her. She began examining it before giving Harry an approving nod. "Well done, Mr. Potter," she said as she placed it down in front of Harry. She waved her wand and turned it back into a matchstick. 5 points to Slytherin for being the first to get it. "Can you show me how you did it?" Sure." Harry nodded. He focused and cast the spell again. Thankfully this time he was able to get it to turn on the first time. "Excellent, Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall gave him a rare smile. "Keep practicing it while I go help the other students," she said before giving him a nod and walking off. "How'd you do it?" Tracy whispered to Harry. "Don't just imagine it as a needle, imagine it turning into a needle. Magic is also about intent, you've got to really want it to turn into needle," Harry explained before he continued practicing. Tracy nodded and took his advice. The other Slytherins also took Harry's advice and continued practicing. By the end of the class, Tracy, Daphne and Blaise were able to get full needles. Theodore not, Pansy Parkinson and Draco Malfoy were able to improve their work to the point where they almost were able to complete it. As for Crabbe, Goyle and Millicent Bulstrode, the less said about their work the better. Harry and the other Slytherin first years made their way to Charms class. Harry was admittedly excited at the fact that he was going to Charms class. The subject sounded very interesting to Harry and it was a very useful one as well as Charms could be used for many things including simple day-to-day tasks. Harry had also been told by Angela that not only was Professor Flitwick a great teacher, he was also a former dueling champion. Harry had sat between Tracy and Daphne once they had entered the class. The Gryffindors followed after. Harry was not really sure why the classes would be split between the two houses that hated each other the most but decided to just deal with it as he really didn't have the power to change that fact. Harry saw Weasley glare at him but ignored him. As far as Harry was concerned he hadn't done anything wrong. Eventually Professor Flitwick arrived. The professor was without doubt the smallest person Harry had ever met, not including goblins, in Harry's eyes that just made it more impressive. It was amazing to know that despite being physically smaller, the man was still one of the best teachers in the school and a powerful wizard. With that being said, Professor Flitwick still had to stand on top of a pile of books. He started by doing a roll call of all the students. When he got to Harry's name his eyes quickly darted to Harry and he fell off his books. After a few students helped him up, the roll call and then the lesson continued. "Now everyone," Professor Flitwick said after the roll call. "As this is the first lesson, I am not expecting very advanced spells from you all I ask is that you try your best. I want to start you all off with a simple but useful spell, the wand lighting spell. An example for when it can be used is if you ever find yourself standing in the dark. The spell creates a small light on the tip of your wand. I should warn you that it is fairly warm, so be careful that you don't use it near something that can easily catch fire. It's a very small risk but still possible. The incantation for this spell is Lumos." Upon saying the incantation, Professor Flitwick's wand tip lit up and small white light rested on the tip. "There you see, now I want you all to try." Professor Flitwick had the class practice the spell and also the spell, Nox, which was the wand extinguishing charm, aka the counter to Lumos. Once Professor Flitwick had done that he had them go over some theory of spells. Admittedly Harry wished they could learn more spells but he understood the need to at least do some theory. Harry was also glad that Professor Flitwick didn't make a big deal about Jet being in the class. The professor did stare at Jet for several moments before simply deciding to act like it was the most normal thing in the world to have a snake. Harry had enjoyed his first day at school. He truly had, but now he was nervously following behind Professor McGonagall who was taking him to the headmaster's office. Jet was on his shoulders and was whispering some calming words into his ear. Milky Way, Professor McGonagall said when she stopped at a large gold gargoyle. Harry was briefly confused about why she would say that, but then the gargoyle moved to the side, revealing a staircase. I'm sorry, Professor, but Milky Way was the password to the headmaster's office. Harry asked, raising an eyebrow at her. Professor Dumbledore is a fan of Muggle confectionery. Professor McGonagall replied in an almost exasperated tone before she went up the stairs with Harry following after. They both entered the headmaster's office and Harry's eyes went ever so slightly wide as he looked at the room he was standing in. It was a large circular room with many windows and many portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses. There were many spindly tables that held delicate-looking silver instruments that whirred and emitted small puffs of smoke. There is also an incredible collection of books, which made it look like a private library. Harry noticed a perch but couldn't see a bird or any other animal using it. Harry's eyes quickly landed on the headmaster's desk. Standing by the desk were 3 other teachers. One of which was Professor Sprout, a squat witch with gray wavy hair. The other was Professor Flitwick, who smiled upon seeing Harry. The last person was the glaring man from the feast, who was still glaring at him. Harry knew this person to be Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House and Potions teacher. They were all standing while one person sat behind the desk. It was none other than Headmaster Dumbledore. The man had blue, twinkling eyes and was looking at Harry with a soft but warm smile. "Ah, Mr. Potter, good to see you," Dumbledore greeted. "Shall we begin?" "I'm sorry, Headmaster," Professor Babbling apologized, as she entered Dumbledore's office. "I tried to arrive as fast as I could," she said before she noticed Harry. "Oh, hello, Professor." Harry greeted her. "Hello, Mr. Potter," Professor Babbling replied. She had almost used his first name but was able to stop in time. She knew the other teachers would be disapproving at best if she didn't act completely professional. "Hello, Jet," she added to Jet, who hissed in response. "He says hello," Harry translated. Because Harry had been looking at Professor Babbling, he didn't see the calculative look that had briefly appeared on Professor Dumbledore's face. Harry might have missed it, but Jet hadn't. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore spoke. "Please sit down," he said as he gestured to the empty seat in front of his desk. Okay, thank you, sir." Harry nodded and sat down. "There is no need to worry, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore smiled benignly. "I do apologies for this, but I simply have called you up here to discuss your friend," Dumbledore said as he gestured to Jet. "His name is Jet," Harry informed him, making sure to keep his voice polite. "Jet, a rather interesting name. May I ask why you had chosen that for his name?" Dumbledore asked, sounding very interested. "Well, it's because he is black, you know, like jet black," Harry replied. "Ah yes," Dumbledore hummed. "Forgive me, Harry, I should have started with introductions first. You of course know Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick." Dumbledore gestured to each teacher, both nodding at Harry. "They are the heads of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw House. Professor Sprout is of course the head of Hufflepuff House, and here we have Professor Snape, head of your house, Slytherin," Dumbledore said as he gestured to the man who seemed to have a near-permanent scowl on his face. Now, whatever Professor Dumbledore was about to say was interrupted by a trilling sound. A second later a bird flew in and landed on the previously unoccupied perch. Thought it was no ordinary bird. The bird itself was about the size of a swan. Its eyes were black but its claws and long beak were gold. It had crimson feathers all over his body and a golden tail as long as a peacock's. "The bird is magical," Jet hissed into Harry's ear. "Ah, Mr. Potter, allow me to introduce Fawkes," Dumbledore said as he gestured to the bird. "Fawkes," Harry echoed. Did you name him after Guy Fawkes?" Harry asked, looking between the headmaster and the bird. "Why yes, I did." Dumbledore smiled, seeming happy to just have someone who knew who Guy Fawkes was. "Can I ask why, Professor?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Fawkes is a phoenix," Dumbledore stated calmly. Harry's eyebrows shot up so high and fast that they looked like they were going to shoot off of his head. "Every now and then he will burst into flames, then he will be reborn from the ashes he would leave. Fawkes is in fact my familiar." Dumbledore smiled. Harry glanced at Fawkes, who looked him in the eye before looking at Jet. "Do not even think about harming my master," Jet hissed in a warning tone. Fawkes cocked his head to the side, He looked at the pair for a few seconds before letting out a soft trill, as if to say, "Do not worry, I won't harm either of you. I dare say our familiars are getting along," Dumbledore commented, giving Harry a questioning look. "Jet's just protective," Harry replied as he shifted Jet into his lap and began petting him. "Most familiars are." Dumbledore nodded. "Dumbledore," Snape said in an impatient voice, "can we get on with this? I do have other things to do today." "Very well," Dumbledore sighed before turning to Harry. "Now Harry, these teachers are here with me today as they are the head of houses. Professor Babbling has come along as she was the one who introduced you to the world and the one who confirmed that Jet was your familiar. It is rare to have a familiar, most who do often have simpler animals, not that I have any room to talk. Firstly, I am just going to perform a spell to confirm that Jet is your familiar." "But Professor Babbling already did that," Harry reminded him. "I am aware of that. This is not to say that I do not trust Professor Babbling or her magical abilities," Dumbledore said, speaking to both Harry and Professor Babbling, who nodded in response. "Now just stay still, Harry," Dumbledore said as he pulled out his wand. He waved it over Harry and Jet. The two briefly glowed a blue color, which seemed to have satisfied Dumbledore. You two are indeed bonded. Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall spoke. "We do not wish to separate you and your familiar, however you understand that we have concerns about how safe it will be for us to allow you to keep a snake at school." "I understand that, Professor," Harry nodded, "and I have a few counter-arguments to that." "Oh, I'm sure we'd be glad to hear what you have to say," Snape drawled. Harry was tempted to ask what the man's problem was but decided now was probably not the best time. "First of all, I'd like to say that if any of you try to take Jet away from me, then we both will leave this school," Harry spoke in a calm voice. The teachers all looked surprised at that, apart from Dumbledore and Snape. The teachers couldn't believe that Harry Potter would leave Hogwarts and the chance to learn magic. Dumbledore wasn't too surprised. Not many wizards and witches had familiars, but he did, and he understood where Harry was coming from. If Fawkes wasn't immortal and capable of looking after himself, then Dumbledore would spend all of his energy trying to keep him safe. Snape, on the other hand, had a different take on Harry's words. "Typical Potter," Snape sneered. "Just like your father, you've barely spent any time at the school and you're already making demands." "Ultimatum, actually," Harry calmly corrected him. Harry didn't miss the fact that Snape apparently knew about Harry's father, but decided that it was probably best to not ask him about it. Harry could tell that the Sour Potions master did not like Harry's father, and anything he did say would likely be biased in some way. "Professor Snape," Professor McGonagall spoke before Snape could say anything, "will you please show some professionalism?" She all but growled. "Severus," Dumbledore spoke before Snape could respond. "Mr. Potter's reaction is a reasonable one. Witches and wizards are incredibly attached to their familiars." "Thank you," Harry said to Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall before he continued speaking. "My second thing that I wanted to say was that people here exaggerate how dangerous Jet is. He won't attack anyone unless they attack him or me. Also, Professor McGonagall, you may recall my conversation with Mr. Weasley. Cats are allowed in Hogwarts despite being creatures that can kill for fun. My snake, on the other hand, will only kill for self-defense and food. Speaking of food, he can hunt rats and mice, and if he can't do that, then I'm sure the house elves will be willing to provide him with something to eat." "Ah, you know of house elves?" Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow. "One of the older Slytherins told me about them, sir." Harry nodded. "Mr. Potter," Professor Sprout spoke, "how long have you been able to speak to snakes?" "For as long as I can remember, Professor Sprout," Harry replied. "Do you speak with any other snakes?" she asked. "Once during a trip to a zoo, and I've also spoken to any snakes near where I live," Harry answered. "What do you talk about with them? If you don't mind my asking." "Pretty much just anything I want," Harry said with a small shrug. "Apart from Jet, they don't really initiate conversation." "How fascinating," Professor Flitwick commented. "Have you ever tried speaking to any other animals?" he asked. "Yes, I've tried dogs and cats along with spiders, insects, mice and rats. They couldn't understand me and I couldn't understand them. All I know is I can understand snakes," Harry said before turning to Dumbledore. "So Professor, I take it that I can keep Jet?" Harry asked just as Jet climbed up his arm and perched himself on Harry's shoulders. "I dare say that you can," Dumbledore nodded. Before you go, Mr. Potter, I'd like to ask you one last question. It's about your scar. My scar, sir? Harry asked. His hand rose slightly, almost about to rise up to touch the scar, but he was able to stop himself from doing so. Nothing to worry about, I simply want to ask if it causes you any pain. Dumbledore asked, leaning forward slightly. Not really, sir, Harry replied, wondering why Dumbledore looked so interested in his scar. May I ask how your scar got so big? Dumbledore said, still looking very interested. I don't know, sir, Harry answered honestly. It just ended up like that one day. Dumbledore leaned back slightly. Well, if it causes you any pain, then please visit the hospital wing. I will, sir, Harry nodded. Is there anything else? Harry asked. No, you may leave. Dumbledore replied. I have to go back to my office. I can escort Mr. Potter back, unless you need me for anything else, sir. Professor Babbling said in a questioning tone to Dumbledore as Harry stood up. No, you may go, Professor. Dumbledore smiled. I'll take my leave then, Professor Dumbledore. Professor Babbling nodded before walking out of the office with Harry following. Well, he is certainly a polite young man. Professor Sprout smiled. Indeed he is, Professor Flitwick agreed. He takes after his mother. He is a natural in charms. The boy's an arrogant little brat. Snape harshly disagreed. Severus, you barely spoke to him. Professor McGonagall scowled at him. I've seen enough, unlike you I am not blinded by his fame. Snape said, glaring at her. No, merely blinded by who his father is. Professor McGonagall glared back. That is enough, Dumbledore said before anyone could say anything. We have better things to do than fight amongst ourselves. Mr. Potter will be allowed to keep his familiar. I don't believe that there will be any problems, but I ask that you all keep an eye out in case anything should happen. So Harry, Professor Babbling said as she walked Harry back to the Slytherin common room. You don't mind if I call you Harry, do you? Not really, Harry shook his head. I guess I can't call you by your first name. Well, you can if it's just us, though I'd prefer it if you call me Beth, instead of Bathsheba. Bathsheba shrugged. I mean, if there are other people around, then I'll call you Mr. Potter and you can call me Professor Babbling. Beth, Harry repeated. It's what I went by when I was at school, simpler than Bathsheba. Anyway, I wanted to ask, what do you think about your experience at Hogwarts so far? She asked. I like it for the most part, Harry answered. There have been a few things I didn't like. Like what? Bathsheba frowned. Like this one red-headed idiot who thinks that snakes and everything associated with them is evil. Harry rolled his eyes. Jet hissed and Harry nodded in agreement. What did he say? Bathsheba asked. Are you still a teacher? Harry asked her. Yeah. In that case I probably shouldn't tell you. Harry entered the potions classroom. It would be his first time in Professor Snape's classroom. Harry knew that the professor didn't like him, likely because of something to do with Harry's father, but according to the other Slytherins, Snape hated Gryffindors. Harry felt like the best thing for him would be if Snape's hatred of Gryffindor outweighed his hatred of all thing Harry Potter. Harry had taken a desk along with Blaise and the two began getting all of their ingredients out and setting up their equipment. Jet was also attending the class but remained hidden under Harry's robes. When the bell rang, the class door was shoved open just as Professor Snape entered the room and walked to the front. There will be no foolish wand waving in this class, nor will there be any silly incantations or other such nonsense that you children appear to enjoy. Professor Snape said as he stopped at the front and turned around to look at everyone. He sneered at the Gryffindors before continuing to speak. I don't expect many of you to truly grasp the beautiful and magical process of potions making. I can teach you to bewitch the mind, ensnare the senses, bottle glory and even put a stopper on death. The class all paid attention. Snape had many faults, but the inability to keep the interest of a room was not one of them. Harry, though he didn't act like it, was actually rather amused by Snape's speech. Not because he found the speech funny but simply because Angela had already told him the speech, nearly word for word. Apparently Snape used the same speech every year. Snape began doing the roll call. He almost sneered on reflex when he came onto Harry's name. Pop quiz time. Weasley, Snape said suddenly, his black eyes locked onto Ron. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The other Gryffindors looked confused, apart from Hermione Granger who had raised her hand. Ron's ears turned red as he looked down and mumbled something. Speak up, boy. Snape ordered. I don't know, sir. Ron said in a quiet voice. You don't know? Professor Snape asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. How disappointing, 5 points from Gryffindor. Let's try again. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bazaar? Hermione began waving her hand to try and catch Professor Snape's attention. It was clear she hadn't realized yet that he was ignoring her. You don't know? Professor Snape asked when Ron didn't respond. Draco and his friends sniggered. Snape either didn't notice or didn't care. One last question, Weasley. Try to not totally embarrass yourself. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Snape asked. Hermione knows, why don't you ask her? Ron growled while gesturing to Hermione, who had actually stood up and was wildly waving her hand as if trying to guide a plane down. Sit down, you foolish girl. Snape snapped at Hermione. Hermione quickly dropped her hand and dropped into her seat. Her cheeks was now bright red. Mr. Weasley, Snape said as he turned his attention back to Ron. That is 20 points you have lost for Gryffindor and a detention for your disrespect, along with a further 5 points for not being prepared enough to read a book. I would have thought that your parents or perhaps even those embarrassments you call brothers would have taught you something, but perhaps they simply realized it was better to not waste their breath on you. Potter, Snape said suddenly as he turned to Harry. Perhaps you can answer the questions. He said, it was not a suggestion. The other Slytherins were mildly surprised that Snape would suddenly put one of his own Slytherins on the spot. After all, it was known that he favored all Slytherins. Though they didn't act too surprised, all he was really doing was asking a few questions that members of Slytherin House would be expected to know. Thankfully, though, Harry knew the answers due to reading ahead as advised by the other Slytherins, also because Snape's speech was not the only thing that he liked to repeat year after year. Well, sir, the first answer is a powerful sleeping potion. Harry answered. The second would be either your potions cabinet, an apothecary, or the stomach of a goat. And the answer to your final question, if I remember right, is that there is no difference, they are the same plant. Snape's face twisted into an odd shape, looking like he was both pleased and displeased that Harry was able to answer correctly. 5 points to Slytherin, Snape said before he began the class and began lecturing them on the potion they were going to make. After a short while, Snape had the class start making a potion to cure boils. A short while into the class, an accident happened and the chubby Gryffindor boy who had tried to rush away from Jet in Transfiguration class, apparently his name was Neville Longbottom, poor lad, ended up covered in his unfinished potion when his cauldron erupted. Snape had immediately been on scene and ordered an Irish Gryffindor boy to take Neville to the hospital wing when he started having boils grow on his face. That was right before he blamed Weasley for it. At the end of the class, Harry gladly left and was happy to gain some distance between himself and Snape. That man had issues. Incendio, Harry said as a small jet of flames shot out of his wand. Harry was currently in an unused classroom along with Blaise, Daphne and Tracy. The group were all being taught some spells by Angela. Well done, Harry. Angela smiled. You got it before the others. What else is new? Blaise snorted as he continued to try and master the spell. Harry knew where Blaise was coming from. Harry was the top Slytherin in most of their classes. He had taken the top position in Transfigurations, Charms and Defense against the Dark Arts, even if they only did theory in that one. The teacher for that class was the man who wore a purple turban at the opening feast. It wasn't a one-time thing either, as he continued to wear that turban all day, every day. His name was Professor Quirrell, and the odd thing about him was he had deep fear of pretty much everything while also having a frankly annoying stutter. Harry couldn't help but wonder if there wasn't anything magical that could help fix that stutter. Excellent, Jet hissed. He was perched on Harry's shoulder and providing active encouragement. Well done, Master, you're truly an impressive wizard. Try again, Angela said. But I want you to try and make the flame bigger, then when you do that I want you to try it with a smaller flame. Why does he have to that? Tracy asked in a curious voice. It's to help learn control, Angela answered. No matter what spell you all learn, you should learn control, especially with spells that can be dangerous. Imagine if Harry wants to light a candle but then sends a quaffle-sized ball of flames at someone. That makes sense, Daphne replied. My mother told me that sometimes wizards and witches end up getting simple spells wrong because they put in too much power or not enough. Exactly, Angela nodded. You should practice every spell you know until you're at the point where you can do it in your sleep. Somebody's been listening to Mum. Blaze commented before casting again. What's a quaffle? Harry asked. How do you not know what a quaffle is? Blaze blinked at him. Muggle raised, remember. Oh, sorry. Blaze said, looking almost embarrassed for forgetting. He tried the spell once more to distract himself. It's a ball that's used in Quidditch, which is basically the most famous sport in the wizarding world. Tracy explained. Finally. Blaze grinned once he had gotten the spell. Yes, now keep practicing. Angela said before turning back to Harry. By the way, Harry, how has the school been treating you and Jet? Well, most of the school is pretty much convinced that I am an evil, dark wizard. Harry scowled. I've heard some people mention how they think that I am the heir of Slytherin. People think you're the heir? Daphne asked. Yeah, Harry nodded. Never mind the fact that my dad was a Potter and my mother was a Muggleborn. I think you need to talk to somebody. Angela suggested. Who? Harry asked. You should talk to a reporter, have them get your side of the story. Angela replied. A reporter? Harry blinked. Yes, you need to remember that you are famous, Harry. Many people have spent years praising your name because you apparently defeated you-know-who, now they are all going to hear that you speak to snakes. I'm not saying that it's evil, but many people have spent years associating snakes with evil. Angela stopped speaking when Jet began hissing loudly. What did he say? She asked once Jet had finished. Nothing you'll want to hear. Harry said with a small shake of his head. Oh. "'Kay then," Angela continued after a moment of pause. Anyway, you should talk with someone and talk about how Jet is your friend and how he never abandoned you. You're a celebrity, like it or not, trust me when I say that it's better to control the public's viewpoint of you before somebody who doesn't like you starts doing it. Who doesn't like my master? Jet hissed in a menacing voice. I suppose you're right, Harry sighed. Do you know anyone I can talk to? Ask me after my owl comes back. Angela shrugged. Owl? Blaze asked. You've already sent an owl to a reporter. Of course I have. Angela replied. I knew Harry would agree with him, he's smart after all. Oh look, he's blushing. Daphne grinned at Harry. Shut up, Harry said, swatting her hand away when he tried to pinch his cheek. Harry and the other Slytherin first years arrived at their first flying lesson of the year. Tracy and Blaze had happily explained Quidditch to him. Harry figured that it was pretty much the wizarding world's version of football if the way Blaze and Tracy talked about it was any indication. Not that Harry had ever been interested in football, he couldn't play out of fear of Dudley and friends trying to beat him up, and Uncle Vernon didn't watch it and somehow knew even less about it than Harry. Harry remembered one time when a man asked Uncle Vernon what football team he supported. Vernon had gone still for several seconds before blurting out, England. The man pressed on and asked him which English team he liked. The conversation ended with Vernon yelling at the man who had walked off after calling Uncle Vernon a fat dumbass. If Harry ever discovered who that man was, then he would probably send him a gift. Truthfully, Harry was looking forward to the class. He had never flown before and was hoping that it would be fun. Harry wondered if he should apply for the team, but held that thought off. He couldn't apply this early anyway since first years never made the house team. Perhaps for next year if he turned out to be any good at it. Harry stood with all the Slytherins in a straight line with each student standing next to a broom. Jet had slithered into Harry's robes. Harry had offered to place Jet down somewhere where he could watch, but Jet had refused as he had never experienced flying either and wanted to try it. Soon the Gryffindors arrived and stood opposite them. Ron stood opposite Harry and glared at him and the other Slytherins. Harry once more found himself wondering just how wise it was to constantly pair Slytherins with Gryffindors, though he supposed it would have been better if not for idiots like Weasley. Eventually Madame Hooch arrived. She was an odd-looking woman as she had short and spiky gray hair along with yellow eyes that looked like they belonged to a hawk. Good afternoon everyone, Madame Hooch began. Welcome to your first flying class. I should warn you that, much like Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, I do not tolerate messing around in my class. Flying is like walking, just much higher and far more dangerous. There will be no fooling around here. Now let's begin. You're all standing by your brooms, that's good. Now raise your right hand over your broom and say up. Up. The class all said at once. Harry was surprised when his broom quickly shot into his arm. He looked at the others and saw that not many had the same reaction, as some of their brooms were still on the floor, a few were rolling around and some had gone partly up before falling back down. After a few tries, Daphne and Tracy were able to get their brooms up, followed shortly by Blaze and Draco. With feeling, Madam Hooch said as the rest of the class still had difficulties. Eventually everyone was able to get their brooms into their hands, even Ron, who had accidentally hit himself in the face with his broom when it went up. "Very good, now I want you all to mount your broom," she ordered. Everyone did so. Madam Hooch walked between the students, correcting and inspecting how the students mounted their brooms. "I've been holding it like this for years," Draco protested when Hooch began correcting him. "Then you've been doing it wrong for years," she shrugged before walking off. Ron Weasley, along with the Irish Gryffindor Seamus Finnegan and the black-skinned Gryffindor boy Dean Thomas, snickered at that. "All right," she said once she was satisfied. "I will start you all off with simply hovering. On the count of 3 you will all kick off and raise yourselves a few feet off the ground. Only a few feet, now get ready. 3, 2. Madam Hooch was interrupted as Tracy Davis's broom suddenly rose into the air. "Miss Davis," Madam Hooch called as her broom continued to rise. "Miss Davis, get back down now," she shouted. "I can't," Tracy screamed as her broom began flying around wildly. Tracy screamed loud as it continued rising into the air. "She's lost control," Blaze cried. "Bloody hell." Harry sighed before he rose into the air. "Harry, what are you doing?" Daphne asked, only for Harry to fly off into the air. "Mr. Potter," Madam Hooch called, but Harry ignored her and flew until he was level with Tracy. "Tracy, grab on," Harry called, stretching a hand out towards her. "I can't," she screamed. Her hands were gripping the broom so hard that her knuckles were turning white. "You can grab onto me or you can key the ground," Harry yelled. "Choose." "Oh bloody hell," Tracy screamed before she reached out a hand to grab onto Harry's. When doing so, the broom bucked up and Tracy fell off it. She fell to the ground, screaming all the way. Harry quickly went into a dive after her. Once he got close enough, he grabbed her hand with one hand, keeping the other on the broom. Harry increased his speed so he could go slightly past her. He pulled her so she was behind him. Tracy landed on the broom, and once Harry let go of her arm, she quickly wrapped both arms around him and screamed into the back of his shoulder. Harry's focus was on the rapidly approaching ground. Harry instinctively pulled up. It was not an easy task due to not only how fast they were going but also because this was Harry's first time on a broom, a school broom at that, and he was doing it with extra weight that wouldn't stop screaming. Harry yelled out as he pulled up. The broom leveled out. The tips of Harry and Tracy's shoes brushed against the grass. Harry slowed down before he stopped and landed. Harry pulled the broom out from their legs. Tracy was still attached to Harry's back and wasn't showing any sign of letting go anytime soon. Harry was able to turn around, but that only caused Tracy to now hug his front. Harry still had his broom in one hand but used the other hand to pat Tracy on the back. "We're fine, Tracy," Harry whispered. Tracy didn't respond, but instead slid down and fell on her butt. "Are you all right?" Harry asked as he kneeled down next to her. "Move, Mr. Potter," Madam Hooch said as she and the other students arrived. "Are you hurt?" she asked as she kneeled down next to the two. "I'm not, but I think Tracy might be in shock," Harry replied as he gestured to Tracy. "Should I take her to the hospital wing?" Harry asked. "No, I shall do it," Madam Hooch said as she helped Tracy to her feet. "Mr. Potter," she said when Harry stood up, "how many years have you spent flying on a broom?" she asked. "That was my first time," Harry answered honestly. "Your first time?" She blinked, looking astounded by his words. "Really?" "Yes," Harry nodded. 100 points to Slytherin, Madam Hooch said. Much to the delight of the other Slytherins, she began walking away, taking Tracy with her. "Everyone will keep their feet firmly placed on the ground," she called back as she walked off. "If I see anybody flying on one of their brooms, then they will be kicked out of this school faster than they can say Quidditch." "Harry." Daphne quickly wrapped her arms around his midsection and pulled him into a hug. Thank you for saving her," she said, though it was muffled by the fact that she was now talking into his shoulder. "It's fine, Harry said, patting her on the back. Once she let go, she began wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Jet slithered up so his head was now peeking out of Harry's collar. "Why is my pet upset?" Jet asked, looking at Daphne. "She's not upset with us, she's glad that her friend is safe. If she is upset, then it's because her friend nearly died." Harry replied, choosing not to bother with the part where he would explain that Daphne wasn't actually his pet. Pet her, Jet suggested. What? Harry blinked. Pet her, it'll make her feel better. Jet replied. Why would you think that? It makes me feel better. Harry. Daphne asked. What's he saying? Do it. Fine. Harry rolled his eyes before he raised his hand and quickly petted Daphne on the head. What was that? Blaze asked when Harry removed his hand. I'm told that it helps make people feel better. Harry replied while Daphne looked confused. Next time try it with more feeling, Jet hissed. Also I have finally experienced flying thanks to you, and I have decided that I am never doing it again. I can't believe it. All conversation was interrupted by the sound of Ron Weasley, who was talking to the other Gryffindors. It's not fair that Slytherin got 100 points, and for what? Saving another snake. He snorted. He was about to say more but stopped when he saw the Gryffindors looking worried and backing away from him. Ron frowned and looked in the direction of the Slytherins and saw them all glaring at him. Daphne in particular looked murderous. Blaze had taken out his wand and moved in the direction of Ron, only to be stopped by Harry placing a hand on his. Harry. Blaze blinked. The other Slytherins also stopped and were looking towards Harry. Put your wand away, Harry said in a soft voice. Harry, you heard what he said. Daphne blurted out. Ron was fortunate that Daphne couldn't kill using her eyes. If she could, then the redhead would be dead. I understand, but we're not going to waste our time on a dark and evil wizard like Weasley. Harry said, turning his back to Ron and winking at Blaze and Daphne, silently telling them to play along. What? I'm not a dark wizard. Ron said in an offended voice. Are you not? Harry asked in a voice full of fake surprise as he turned back to look at Ron. He continued speaking. But now his voice had gone ice cold. Because I've only known you for a short while and all you really do is shout, point fingers, use the names of dead people to your advantage, and you just said that a girl's life is meaningless. If you think that anyone who wears the color green is not worth a few school points for a school competition over a trophy that you don't get to keep, then you're darker than I will ever be. Harry said before he walked a short distance away. The other Slytherins took that as their cue and followed him. Harry, that was brilliant. Blaze said once they were far enough away from the Gryffindors. We should have still hexed him. Daphne grumbled. All right, all of you listen to me. Harry spoke in a quiet voice that was just loud enough for everyone to hear. When Hooch gets back we will tell her what Weasley said, but until then stay away from him and the other Gryffindors. Why? Pansy Parkinson asked. Because we're going to be united on this, Harry replied. I want you all to tell Hooch that we were incredibly angry yet smart enough to create distance between ourselves and the Gryffindors. It will make us look more mature, hopefully make Weasley look even worse and possibly get us house points. What about Weasley? Draco asked. We can't let him just get away with a few house points. He might get a detention, but that can't be enough. Malfoy is right, Theodore not agreed. The red-headed idiot needs to pay. You won't hear me disagreeing. Daphne commented, sending a glare in Ron's direction before putting her focus back onto the conversation. Listen up kiddies, Uncle Harry is going to tell you an important bit of life advice. Harry said, looking in between each Slytherin before stopping on Daphne. Revenge, pain and suffering are all better when they are spread out throughout the year. Weasley will pay for his comment, but we're not going to simply get it over with using a few pranks and spells. That's the Gryffindor approach. I get that, I suppose, but I just wish we could curse the prat now. Daphne sighed. Harry grinned. Remember who Angela is planning for me to meet with? Huh, yeah, why do you ask? Daphne asked, while the others with the exception of Blaze looked confused. I might just mention this incident, Harry smirked. Imagine how good we'll look and how bad Weasley will look at the end of it. Harry waited, and watched as Daphne's face slowly shifted from a frown to a wide smile. Oh, you are evil Potter. She grinned. What are you both talking about? Draco asked, sounding confused. You'll find out sooner or later. Harry smiled. Yes, Jet hissed. Patience, little albino. Harry was currently sat at the Slytherin table along with Blaze. Sitting opposite them was Daphne and Tracy, who had been allowed outside of the hospital wing a short while after the broomstick incident. Harry was a bit confused why she turned bright red when he asked if she was okay, but she seemed to be back to normal. They were all currently eating breakfast. Jet was on the table and was happily consuming a lovely piece of meat provided to him by the house elves. Yesterday Harry had sent a letter to the reporter that Angela wanted him to talk to. According to Angela, it was simpler to simply write a statement instead of either arranging for Harry to meet her or have her come to the school. Included in Harry's letter was letters from the other Slytherin first years who happily agreed to do it just so they could stick it to Weasley. Harry was also lucky enough to convince Professor Babbling to write a signed statement to prove that Jet was in fact Harry's familiar. Daphne was looking forward to the bit where the article would talk about how Weasley so casually mentioned that Tracis' life was worthless because she was a Slytherin. When the teachers had found out what Ron said, they had taken even more points from Gryffindor and added more detentions to the amount that Weasley already had. But that wasn't good enough as far as the first-year Slytherins were concerned. "Oh look, owls are coming," Blaise said. The morning owls arrived with the Daily Prophet, the most popular newspaper in the wizarding world. Hedwig flew down and delivered Harry's newspaper to him. "Thanks, girl." Harry smiled and stroked her feathers. Hedwig puffed up before Harry offered her a piece of bacon. She hooted happily before taking it. "Hello, second favorite," Jet casually said as he greeted Hedwig. Hedwig looked at him with a look that said, "I don't know what you just said, but I'm pretty sure I will kill you if I find out." "Have another piece of bacon, Hedwig," Harry said, handing her a second piece that she happily took. While she was eating, Harry gave Jet a warning look. "All right, let's see it," Blaise said as he leaned over to read it along with Harry. Daphne and Tracy had gotten up and walked around, so they were standing behind Harry. Both looked over his shoulder and began reading. The headline was, "The Real Boy Who Lived." It started with a brief introduction along with a brief but accurate summary of Harry's life until Hogwarts, then it showed the letter that Harry had written. "Ladies and gentlemen, right below is a copy of the letter that Mr. Potter himself had sent to me. My name is Harry Potter. Most of you will know me as the boy who lived. Can I tell you something funny? I didn't always know that I was the boy who lived. I was never fully sure that I could do magic until the lovely Professor Babbling from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry informed me it existed. I never realized that my scar was magical and actually from apparently defeating a dark wizard. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know my parents died for me. Allow me to explain. Before coming to Hogwarts, I lived with some Muggle relatives that did not like me at all. My first few years at the household involved being abused constantly and forced to act like their personal house elf. They didn't even have the decency to provide me with a room. They instead shoved me under the cupboard under the stairs. They told me my parents were drunks who had died in an accident. I've heard that some people have expected me to have been born and raised in a lovely castle. This was no castle. Then one day my life changed. It changed when I met a baby snake. I was very surprised when I could speak to it. I thought it was weird, but I didn't care. Do you know why? Because I had just made my first ever friend. I had named him Jet. I wasn't sure how I could speak to him. I had correctly guessed that it was magic, though at the time I had no way to know for sure. Jet saw my situation at the Dursleys and was unhappy with it. There were a few garden snakes near my garden. One day Jet convinced them to help him scare my relatives into behaving. I'm not saying that all Muggles are bad, that would be ridiculous, but the ones I lived with are bad. And my life has improved for the better ever since Jet came into my life. Then one day I get my Hogwarts letter. I get a visit from Professor Babbling, who informs me that magic is in fact real. She told me all about the wizarding world, including the fact that speaking to snakes means that I am what is called a parselmouth. And, while she has no problem with it, it apparently makes me evil in the eyes of other people for some reason or the other, but I can't work out why. Some say it's because Salazar Slytherin possessed the same ability, and the dark wizard that I defeated was rumored to also have it. If that is the case, then perhaps I should stop wearing clothes and breathing, as I am very sure that both of those wizards could do that as well. While I am at it, maybe I should stop reading, writing, doing magic and everything else that they can do, because apparently being similar to them makes me evil. Others have told me it's because they believe snakes are evil. I want to ask why people think snakes are evil. I've read books about animals. Do you know that tigers kill their prey by breaking their necks or attacking the throat? Yet they are beautiful and fascinating. A cat, while being a lovely animal and one that is very much allowed to be kept by students, can kill their prey for fun. They kill their prey for fun, while my snake only attacks for food and self-defense, but of course cats are less evil because they are more cuddly. These are simple animals. They are not born evil, they just are the way they are. Jet can't help the fact that he has fangs and no limbs. Since coming into my life, Jet has not only stayed by my side, but he has also been a loyal friend who has never once harmed me or anyone else. Yet merely possessing him makes me evil. Everyone wants me to abandon my familiar. Yes, he is my familiar because it makes me a dark wizard. I was told that my parents sacrificed themselves for me. If that is true, then I highly doubt that they sacrificed themselves just so the public could judge me for an ability I didn't ask for. Everyone apparently looks up to me because I am a hero, but clearly apparently saving the whole country and many lives isn't worth much if people can call me evil for simply possessing a familiar they don't like. I am an 11-year-old boy, not the next Merlin, nor am I a miniature Dark Lord. I just want to go through school, get an education and make friends like any normal boy. Thank you. I can't help but agree with Mr. Potter. The poor boy has been raised by abusive guardians all of his life only to come to a new world where everyone tells him that the only friend he has had to support him is evil. Not just that, but they are saying this about his familiar. For those who don't know, when wizards and witches gain a familiar, they bond with them. It's illegal to even attempt to remove Jet from Mr. Potter. I ask you, the members of the wizarding world, to think about what we have really done for the boy that saved the wizarding world. On the night of you-know-who's downfall, we all celebrated. For days we celebrated. Harry Potter, on the other hand, was sent to an abusive home, only to discover magic and the truth about himself when he came to a world that judges him based on his bonded familiar, something that was confirmed by 2 members of the Hogwarts staff, one of which is Albus Dumbledore himself, is that the kind of support and appreciation the savior of the wizarding world deserves. Fortunately, despite the rather big blunder of the wizarding world, Harry Potter has grown up to become a boy that would be considered to be a credit to his parents. He is not only reported to be a good student, but also a rather mature and heroic boy. During an incident in a first-year flying class, one girl lost control of her broom and began flying wildly in the air. Mr. Potter chased after her without hesitation, and when she fell off her broom he dove after her in a risky dive and managed to catch her before safely flying down. After bravely risking his own life to save a girl, he was rewarded with points by Madame Hooch, the teacher in charge, before she took the girl in question to the hospital wing. It had been reported that one boy, a Ronald Weasley, decided to make an offensive comment about how he couldn't believe that Mr. Potter was rewarded for saving another snake. The other Slytherins had much to say on that. Weasley is a tactless idiot, after he said that Potter had called him a dark wizard. Weasley had been telling everyone that Potter was a dark wizard for having a snake and being a Slytherin, but Potter rightfully pointed out that since coming to Hogwarts all Weasley had done was shout and point fingers at his Slytherins. Potter had just saved a girl's life and Weasley complained about Slytherin getting points. Between the two I can easily tell which is the more evil wizard. Draco Malfoy, first-year Slytherin. I am Harry's roommate, and his snake has never bothered me. It's never tried to attack me or anyone else. In fact, most of the time all it does is just lay about and occasionally hiss. It's actually a rather peaceful animal, doesn't make loud noises and doesn't leave its droppings everywhere. As for Harry, he's a great wizard, he gets spells before anyone else and is pretty smart. I have to admit that when Weasley had made his horrible comment I was very close to hexing him, along with the other Slytherins, and we would have done if not for Harry. He held us all back, talking about how it wasn't worth it. If he's a dark wizard then I'm a broomstick. Blaise Zabini, first-year Slytherin and Harry Potter's roommate. Harry Potter has been nothing but a kind and polite boy. He's been very nice to me ever since we first met on the train. Since then he has helped me with school work and had generally been a good friend. As for his snake, it's a very kind and peaceful animal. I have petted it a few times and never once has it acted violent towards me. I actually think it likes me, and I do not like hearing Harry and his familiar get bad-mouthed for being different, especially when it's from someone like Ron Weasley. Honestly, the only thing Boy had actually done since meeting Harry was to tell him he can't do or be certain things because he is the boy who lived. In our first Transfiguration class he tried to use the names of Harry's parents to make him feel bad for having a snake. Add that to his comment after Harry saved a friend of mine and I can't help but wonder who the real dark wizard is. Daphne Greengrass, first-year Slytherin. These, fine people of the wizarding world, are just a few of the letters I have gotten. All of the first-year Slytherins have sent letters to me, basically saying the exact same things. I urge the wizarding world to truly think about our treatment of Harry Potter. Despite what he has done, we judge him for matters out of his control yet do nothing when a boy like Mr. Weasley misbehaves. If we're not careful, then it's entirely possible for us to drive our savior away. Article by Sharon Madison. Well, I like it, Harry commented once he was done reading. He turned to look at his friends, who were all staring at him with shocked faces. What? Your relatives abused you? Tracy hissed angrily. How dare they? From the looks Harry was getting from Daphne and Blaise, he could tell that they agreed with Tracy. That's what I've been saying. Jet hissed. I don't like talking about it, Harry sighed. But the reason I have told people is simple, killing two birds with one stone. Huh. Blaise blinked. Muggle expression. Harry explained. What I basically mean is that I use this to not only get at Weasley while making me look good, but also to help get me away from those Muggles, or at least punish them sufficiently. If all goes well, then hopefully I can find a new family. Harry said. Once he finished speaking, Hedwig had jumped onto his shoulder and affectionately rubbed her head against his while Jet slithered up his arm and did the same on the other side. Thanks guys. Harry smiled at both. The article is pretty good, Blaise said, in an attempt to redirect the conversation. Yes, Harry agreed. So are the letters, thanks guys, I'm finding it hard not to blush. I didn't say anything that wasn't true. Daphne replied with a smile. I met the reporter who made it, Blaise said. Miss Madison knows my mother, that's probably how Angela was able to get her to write the article. Remind me to thank them both later. Harry said as he stood up. All right, it's time to go to lessons, Hedwig, I'll see you later. Hedwig hooted before flying off from Harry's shoulder. Finally, she's out of my spot, Jet said as he took his usual position on Harry's shoulders. As Harry and friends exited the hall, they couldn't help but notice the hate-filled glare coming from a certain red-faced redhead at the Gryffindor table. What they didn't notice was the horrified look on Dumbledore's face. Harry was currently stood outside of Greenhouse with the other Slytherins, waiting for the Professor Sprout to arrive so they could start herbology class. They had arrived after the Hufflepuffs but before the Ravenclaws. The Hufflepuffs looked apologetic when they looked at Harry, the Ravenclaws the same but to a lesser extent. A few seconds later the Gryffindors arrived. Most of the Gryffindors had mixed expressions on their face, as if they were unsure how to feel about Harry, though not every Gryffindor had that problem. You think you're so great, don't you? Ronald Weasley spat as he tossed a copy of his newspaper at Harry. A little bit, yeah. Harry nodded with a small smile. More than you, at least. Harry couldn't help but add. I can't believe you wrote all of this about me. Ron growled. I didn't write anything about you. Harry pointed out. All I wrote was my own letter. If you remember properly, then you will remember that I never even mentioned your name. But they did, Ron said, emphasizing his point by pointing at the other Slytherins. I can't be held responsible for what other people do, Harry shrugged. If they think that you're an arrogant jerk, then that's up to them. Me, personally, I didn't really bother seeing as I don't think you're really worth it. What? Can't you take a hint, Weasley? Draco scoffed. Even Potter can tell that you're not worth it. Honestly, Weasley, Harry cut him off. I'm sure you have better things to do than to stay here and bother us. I know I have better things to do than to listen to you. Watch yourself, Potter. Ron growled. Do you have a mirror? Harry asked innocently. You think you're so special, but I bet that you probably didn't even beat you-know-who. Ron said, causing most of the people around him to gasp, most because they couldn't believe he had said that in the Slytherins because Harry was one of them. I probably didn't, Harry said before anyone else could respond. Wait, what? I said, I probably didn't. Harry shrugged. Honestly, Weasley, I was a year old at the time, I don't remember what happened. People say I defeated him, I'm taking their word for it since I don't really know, but I think it's more likely my mother and father did something. Either way, I don't really think it matters if I did or didn't defeat him. I'm still a better student than you, name me one class one I'm not beating you in, take your time. Harry said in a bored voice. He glanced around and could see everyone thinking on his words. You can. Is there a problem here, Mr. Weasley? Professor Sprout said as she arrived. No, Professor. Ron said in a quiet voice as he backed away from the other Slytherins. He couldn't really afford to get into any more trouble. The rest of his house was unhappy with him as it is, some for his comments and some for the amount of points he had already cost. Gryffindor. He knew things would have been much, much worse if it wasn't for the fact that he had 3 older brothers in Gryffindor to protect him. Between Percy, who was a prefect and very likely to be head boy in the future, plus the twins who were referred to as the devil pranksters of Gryffindor, nobody was really willing to do much against Ron. Despite that, all of Gryffindor was giving Ron a very cold and frosty treatment, as if he was a burden to the house. If that wasn't bad enough, then he was also waiting for the howler that was likely to come from his mum. "I'm sure," Professor Sprout said in a skeptical voice before she ushered the class inside. "Why would you say that?" Draco whispered to Harry as they walked in. "Say what?" Harry whispered back. "Say that your biggest claim to fame was because of your parents." "Because it probably was," Harry answered. "I don't know, I don't remember that night. Plus, if I'm going to be famous, then I'm going to earn it. I'm not going to be famous for something I can't even remember," Harry said before moving next to Blaise as the class started. Albus Dumbledore was currently in his office. He was pacing back and forth, a habit of his. When in his office, if he wasn't working, then he would relax by looking out the window to appreciate the beautiful scenery, or perhaps he would read a book or spend time with Fox. But as of now, he was deep in thought. His thoughts were currently focused on one Harry Potter. Dumbledore had read the article from the Daily Prophet, then he reread it, then he read it once more, and then, as if it could possibly change something, he read it once more. Harry was abused. The Dursleys had abused him. Dumbledore knew they weren't likely to shower the boy with love. He knew it would be a hard existence, but to shove the boy under a cupboard. To treat him like a house elf and tell him that James and Lily were drunks. How could they? Dumbledore realized he had severely underestimated the cruelty of those muggles. Dumbledore thought at worst they'd treat him like a burden, not this. He didn't want this. Albus was able to avoid Minerva since the article had come out, but knew that a conversation between himself and her, more likely her shouting at him for several minutes, was inevitable. She had tried to stop him from sending Harry to the Dursleys. She was very much against it and would remind him of that fact for years to come. Whenever she got the chance, she would remind him about how she objected against it. Now with the article out, he knew that years' worth of "I told you so" would rain down on him. At the time, Dumbledore had ignored her concern because surely those muggles couldn't be too cruel to family, could they? He thought that even though Petunia Dursley didn't get along with her own sister, she wouldn't be cruel enough to channel her hatred at a child. He also thought that the Blood Wards were worth it. After the deaths of the Potters, Dumbledore had created Blood Wards around the Dursleys' house. The wards would protect Harry from anyone meaning to harm him as long as he called the place home. Harry had to stay with his aunt for the wards to work, as she was his only blood relative. They worked but unfortunately didn't seem to protect Harry from the people inside the house. The Blood Wards were invaluable when Voldemort returned, and it would be when, because he did not believe that Voldemort was dead, then the Blood Wards would protect Harry from him. If possible, then Dumbledore would have liked to help the Dursleys and Harry work through their issues, but he knew he couldn't. After that article, it was all but guaranteed that Harry would be in a different home. Dumbledore couldn't inform people of the Blood Wards as he doubted it would make much difference, seeing as the public wanted him removed from there. The wards were also illegal, so he wasn't looking forward to explaining that to people. So as much as he would have liked for the Blood Wards to stay, he gave it up as a lost cause. He couldn't force the boy to stay there and make an enemy out of him in the wizarding public. The next problem was where Harry would live when he was not at Hogwarts. Ideally, he could go to the Weasleys. Arthur was a kind and hard-working man. Molly loved children. The pair of them could treat Harry like family, and their lack of wealth would help remind Harry how lucky he is. Also, if Dumbledore remembered correctly, they had a daughter who would be starting at Hogwarts next year. Who knows, perhaps in the future there could be Potter children with green eyes and red hair. Sadly, that was unlikely to happen, as not only were the Weasleys a poor family, which left the argument of if they could afford more children, an argument that others would most definitely use, but the youngest Weasley son clearly did not get along with Harry, something the article made very clear. For now, all Dumbledore could really do is stall the decision until he found a suitable family for Harry. Since Harry was a Slytherin, it was very likely that many of the more darker families would try to claim him, especially as he was a Parseltonge. That was the last thing Dumbledore wanted. Dumbledore wasn't so much of a moron to think that all Slytherins were evil. Only a complete moron would think that, but he was aware that most of them were followers of Voldemort, or at least the ideas that he was pushing. It was very possible that they would want to adopt him for the sole purpose of getting revenge for their former master, or if they believed in Voldemort's return then to at least have access to Harry so they could kill him and or present him to their master. No, Harry needed to stay with a safe family, someone who would care for him and love him. While Dumbledore didn't think Harry was evil for being a Slytherin, he still worried about him. Dumbledore knew he went wrong with Tom Riddle. If he had been better then he could have stopped the boy from growing up to become Voldemort. If Harry followed the same path then it was possible for him to be much worse or at least equally as bad as Voldemort. Albus! McGonagall shouted as she came in, the Daily Prophet in her hand. Minerva! Albus sighed before moving behind his desk and sitting down. This was going to be a very long conversation. Severus Snape was currently in his office, making a potion, as he usually did in his free time. The whole of Hogwarts was in an uproar thanks to the article from the Potter brat. Potter had somehow been able to convince the rest of his Slytherins to help him out. It turned out Potter was abused. Snape mentally snorted at that. So what? He thought. Snape was no stranger to abuse, having received plenty of it from his own Muggle father. Snape was pretty sure that his own abuse was much worse than whatever Potter had suffered through. Though he did sympathize with Potter a little, Petunia was an annoying little bitch. Still, despite that, all Snape saw was evidence of what he always knew: Potter was an attention-seeking brat. Honestly, he doesn't like his life so he complains and whines and uses his fame so that somebody will fix it. Still, at least it had the benefit of embarrassing that moron Weasley. Snape had talked with Madame Hooch recently. She told him all about how Potter saved the Davis girl from her death. She very strongly recommended letting Potter on the team. On the one hand, Snape absolutely did not want to give the brat something else to brag about, but on the other hand it could benefit Slytherin house if Potter was at least half as good as his father. Snape hated James Potter with every fiber of his being, but even he had to admit, very, very grudgingly, that James Potter was excellent at transfigurations and Quidditch. Snape himself was decent at the first and rubbish at the latter. If Harry Potter was a good player then that would benefit Slytherin house. It would also stick it to James Potter in a way. The man would probably be rolling in his grave at the idea of his son playing for Slytherin. Plus if the child had to be here then he could at least be useful. With that being said, there was no way in hell that he was just going to give Potter the spot. No, the brat would try out like everyone else. Harry was currently sat in the Slytherin common room. Jet was rested on his lap while Tracy sat on his right and Daphne sat on his left. The other Slytherins were all sat nearby. Mostly they were doing their homework, apart from Daphne and Harry who had already finished and were now reading ahead. Potter. A voice called. Everyone looked up to see fifth-year Slytherin. Marcus Flint walked up to them. He was tall and relatively muscular, though he was hardly the most attractive person. "Can I help you?" Harry asked in a calm voice. Meanwhile Jet lifted his head and hissed warningly at Flint, causing Flint to pause. I talked with Professor Snape," Flint said, wisely keeping his distance. "He said that Madame Hooch recommended that he give you a tryout on the team," Flint said, and just like that all conversation in the Slytherin room stopped as everyone looked in the direction of Flint and the first years. "I feel like that was something you weren't supposed to tell everyone." Theodore not commented. "Well, I couldn't get close enough to whisper, can I?" Flint said as he gestured to Jet. "You could have asked Harry to calm him down," Tracy pointed out. "Or use a silencing spell," Daphne added. "Or asked Harry to talk with you somewhere private." Flint gaped at the two for a second before shaking his head and turning to the common room. "Nobody had better say anything about this to anyone outside of Slytherin. If you do then me and Professor Snape will give you hell," Flint warned before turning back to Harry. "There's a tryout this Saturday at 10. And you want me to come?" "That sounds lovely but I don't have a broom." Harry shrugged. "You'll use a school broom for the tryout. After that you can buy one or borrow one." Flint shrugged in an uncaring manner. "Wait, if Potter gets a tryout then that means the rest of us can try out, right?" Malfoy asked in a hopeful voice. "We only need a chaser at the moment. If any of you can play chaser then you can try out," Flint said before he walked off. "Are you going to go for it?" Blaise asked Harry. "Might as well," Harry shrugged. "I've never played chaser before but I'd like to give it a try." "That's the one who catches the quaffle and throws it in a hoop, right?" "Can't believe you have to ask." Malfoy scoffed. Muggle raised, remember. Can't believe you had to live with muggles. Pansy said, a disgusted expression on her face. I wouldn't mind living with muggles, what I didn't appreciate was living with the stupid muggles I was put with. Harry replied. All muggles are stupid. Malfoy snorted. How would you know? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. What? I said, how would you know? You spend any time with muggles? Harry asked. What? Of course not. Malfoy said, sounding offended that Harry would even suggest such a thing. Then you wouldn't know that they're stupid. Harry replied. But, look at the muggles that you were with. Malfoy argued. Oh, they were beyond stupid. Harry nodded. But I don't think it's a good idea to judge all muggles based off the ones I lived with. Why not? Theodore asked. Well, Theo, partly because they were more idiotic and horrible than your average muggle. Also because if we did then it would be fair for others to judge all wizards and witches based off a few. Imagine if someone came to the wizarding world for the first time and the first wizard they ever met was Weasley and then they decide that all witches and wizards are like Weasley. Harry paused and nearly chuckled at the offended looks on their faces. Exactly, I judge people based on their skills and intelligence, it would serve you much better. What about their looks? Daphne asked, teasingly fluttering her eyelashes at Harry. That too. Harry nodded. To his credit he only turned the slightest bit red and was able to ignore the amused looks from the others. Oh, so where do I fall then on the Harry Potter judgment scale? She asked in a mock curious voice. Oh, just under Tracy. Harry said in a casual voice before turning back to his book. Daphne wasn't the only one who could make jokes. Though in truth it was hard to say as both girls were very beautiful. Huh, hey. Daphne protested with a slap to Harry's arm. He smirked at her and she smirked back. The others looked very amused, including a blushing Tracy. Oh look, here's this morning's entertainment. Daphne commented as a very old owl flew towards the Gryffindor table while carrying a red envelope. What are you talking about? Harry asked, wondering why all the other Slytherins at the table were looking in the direction of an owl. In fact, every person in the hall was looking in the same direction. It's a howler. Tracy replied, you'll see in a sec. She said when Harry still looked confused. A second later the owl crash landed on the table, ending up on his back in front of Ron. Huh, Malfoy snorted. How long do you think they've been using that owl for? Probably since Weasley's grandfather was a boy. Not joked. Before anyone could say anything else, the red envelope rose into the sky, it shifted so it now had a mouth. Ronald Weasley. A loud and shrill female voice cut through the silence, causing many people to jump in their seats. How dare you say such horrid things? You've not only embarrassed our family but now your father is suffering through question after question at work. Asking him about what kind of son he had raised. I've never been so embarrassed in all of my life. You had better fix up your ACTO or I will personally come up to school and bring you straight home. The envelope stopped talking, shouting loudly, and instead ripped itself apart, leaving bits of itself on the plate of a red-faced and mortified Ronald Weasley. That's a howler. Tracy whispered to Harry as many started laughing, causing Ron to scowl before getting up from his seat and storming out of the hall. Don't get me wrong, Weasley is a git, but did his mother really just shout at him in front of the whole school? Harry couldn't help but ask. No wonder he acts like an idiot if that's what his mother is like. Harry added, shaking his head with disbelief. Harry was not, nor would he ever claim to be, an expert in parenting, but he was pretty sure that embarrassing your child in front of the whole school was the last thing that you were supposed to do. As Harry and the other Slytherins walked out of the Great Hall, they stopped when they saw Ronald Weasley stood in front of them, glaring at them with pure hatred. I bet that made you really happy, didn't it? Ron snarled at Harry. It's not like I planned that, Harry shrugged. I mean honestly, how was I supposed to know that your own mother would shout at you in front of the whole school? At worst I thought that she would pull you away from everyone and shout at you. Because of you the whole school is laughing at me. Ron growled. How is it his fault? Daphne scoffed, looking very unimpressed. You're the one who has been antagonizing him, and you were the one who made that horrible comment after Tracy nearly died. Some noble Gryffindor you are. You can shut your mouth, Snake. You do realize that that is just a mascot, right? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Like, has nobody told you that you're not actually a lion? Shut up, Potter. Ron spat. You might think you're so tough but you're not. In a wizard's duel I'd beat you in seconds. I'm sure you would. Harry rolled his eyes. Now if you're done, we actually have important things to do. Harry said before walking past Weasley with the other Slytherins following behind him. You should have dueled with Weasley, Malfoy said as they walked away. He's a pathetic wizard, you could have easily beat him. Maybe, Harry nodded. But if I fought him then I risked getting in trouble, plus that would make Weasley think he's important. I'm just going to ignore him. That'll just annoy him even more. Tracy commented. He raises his wand against me then I'll show him just how much better I am than him, until then let him be the one to keep getting into trouble. Harry said dismissively. So, how did it go? Daphne asked when Harry and Draco came back into the common room after their tryout for the Quidditch team. They were both the only first-year Slytherins who attempted to try out. I didn't get in. Malfoy grumbled as he plopped into a seat. I did, Harry said calmly just as he calmly sat down. Are you sure you've never played Quidditch before? Malfoy asked, looking at Harry with disbelief. Today was my first time. Harry answered honestly. Merlin, you'll be bloody brilliant once you've actually got some experience. Malfoy said, shaking his head. So you got on the team. Blaise said excitedly. That must mean you're like the youngest chaser in a century. You should have seen him out there, Malfoy commented. He looked like he had been playing all of his life. I wasn't that good, Harry said in a modest voice. Please, Malfoy scoffed. You got more goals than anyone else and you only missed 1 out of 10. Gryffindor won't know what hit them. Flint has reminded me to threaten you all into staying quiet, Harry said to the group. So, be quiet. He shrugged. You need to work on your threats, Daphne said in a dry voice. So when will your first match be? She asked. Right after Halloween, Harry answered. Oh yeah, the Halloween feast is coming. Pansy commented. Is it mandatory? Harry asked. Is what mandatory? Attending the feast, is it mandatory? Harry asked. I don't really know. Not really, a voice said as Angela arrived, holding a letter in her hand. It's expected for you to come but you won't really get in trouble if you don't go. Good to know, thank you. Harry smiled. You're welcome, Angela smiled before turning to Blaise. Pass us your letter. She said. Blaise nodded and pulled a letter out of his robes and handed it to Angela who gave him a small nod before walking off. What was that? Theo asked. Just a letter to my mum. Blaise answered. She expects letters monthly. Mine too. Draco nodded. It's such a headache. You poor souls. Harry said in a dry voice. The Slytherin first years currently found themselves sat in Charms class with the Gryffindors. Harry was currently sat in between Tracy and Daphne with Blaise sat on Daphne's left and Draco sat on Tracis' right. The Gryffindors sat on the opposite end of the classroom, naturally, though Harry couldn't help but wonder if it was planned or just a horrible coincidence that he was sat opposite Ron. Ron was limited to glaring at Harry as he was never able to find Harry when he was on his own. Bring it, you red-headed baboon. Jet hissed at Ron while perched on Harry's shoulders. Ron was not a parsleymouthe and could not understand what Jet was saying but understood that it was not something nice. He turned away. That's what I thought. Jet hissed. Good morning everyone, Professor Flitwick said as he arrived and stopped at the front of the class. Let's begin, shall we? Now, one of the wizard's most rudimentary skills is levitation, which in simple terms is basically the ability to make objects fly. Now, do you all have your feathers? He asked. He paused and looked around to make sure each student had a feather in front of them. Ah, that's good. Now, don't forget the nice wrist movement, a swish and a flick. Not a flick and a swish or a flick and a flick, remember it's a swish and flick. Show me everyone. Professor Flitwick paused and allowed the class to show him the movement. Very well done. Now remember that the incantation is, Wingardium Leviosa, be careful to say it properly. Now go on everyone, give it a try. He said. Why isn't it working? Daphne wondered after 3 tries. I don't know, Harry. Tracy asked Harry who hadn't yet attempted it. Brain thinking, hush, Harry said with a thoughtful look on his face. All right, let me try. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry said calmly as he pointed his wand at the feather. A second later it rose up into the air, expertly controlled by Harry. Oh well done Mr. Potter, Professor Flitwick exclaimed in a happy voice. Very well done Mr. Potter, 5 points to Slytherin. Thank you, sir. Harry smiled before lowering his feather. How'd you do it? Daphne whispered once Professor Flitwick turned his attention back to the other students. You guys are saying it wrong. Harry replied. You need to make the gar part a bit longer then. Harry was cut off by the sound of speaking from the Gryffindor students. You're saying it wrong, Hermione Granger said to Ron in a condescending voice. It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long. And remember to say Leviosa, not Leviosa. You do it, then, if you're so clever. Ron responded in an annoyed voice. Go on then. Fine, Hermione huffed before pointing her wand at the feather. Wingardium Leviosa, she said before the feather rose into the air. Ah, well done, Miss Granger, you're the first Gryffindor to get it. Professor Flitwick smiled. 5 points to Gryffindor. Thank you, Professor, she said with a smile, one that wasn't as bright as it usually was when she got points. It seemed more like a half smile. I think Granger might be jealous that she wasn't first. Blaise whispered to the others. Harry didn't respond but thought that was probably it. He hadn't talked to Granger much but she seemed obsessed with always raising her hand whenever she could in class. And Merlin forbid a teacher not pick on her right away because she would start waving her hand if given ample time to do so. She would do so every lesson without fail if a teacher wanted students to answer questions. Look at Weasley, Malfoy snorted. He's so pathetic that even the mud. Ahem. Harry coughed, interrupting Malfoy. Harry looked at Draco with narrowed eyes, a look on his face that clearly said, choose your next words wisely. Ah, even the Muggleborn is better than him. Draco quickly amended. It was Angela who had explained to Harry what the word, mudblood, means. It basically meant filthy blood and was an insult to Muggleborns. Harry, who knew that his mother was a Muggleborn, did not like that at all. The last time someone used the word in front of him was a 4th year. And she ended up getting held upside down by the snakes in the common room until she nearly passed out. Then she was dropped on the floor, only to be picked up again a minute later. Nobody in Slytherin dared use that word in front of Harry since. Careful, Draco, Harry warned before he continued. Weasley is an idiot. Blood has nothing to do with others being better than him. My theory is he simply got dropped on his head too many times. Alright, so the disarming spell makes a person's wand fly out of their hand but it's also like a knockback jinx? Harry asked. Jet and Angela were currently in an abandoned classroom. Today was the day of the Halloween feast. The majority of the student population would be in the Great Hall. Harry on the other hand had decided, despite his friends' objections and offers, to not go. Why? Simply because this was the day that his parents died. He didn't much feel like spending it eating and partying. His friends had tried to convince him to come, and when that failed they offered to stay with him. He refused on the basis that they shouldn't be denied their fun. They reluctantly left him, leaving Harry alone in the common room. Or at least he was before Angela came and offered to help teach him some more spells. Yes, but not always. Angela nodded. It's easy to use it to get a wand out of someone's hand, but you have to put more power into it if you want to knock someone off of their feet. A good disarming spell that connects will guarantee that your opponent's wand flies out of their hand. A great one will possibly blast them off of their feet. Right, so if I want to knock someone over then I should stick with the knockback jinx. Harry replied. Yeah, but personally I would always choose getting rid of their wand over knocking them down. Why not both? Harry asked with a smirk. Fair enough, Angela chuckled before she held her wand out. Alright, let's try it one last time. Alright. Harry took a deep breath before he aimed his wand at her. Expelliarmus, Harry said. A white flash shot out of his wand and Angela's wand flew out of her hand and into Harry's. Well done, Harry. Angela smiled proudly. Thank you. Harry blushed slightly, still not used to compliments. He handed her wand back to her. Was it good or do I need to practice more or do something better? Harry asked. You did great. The fact that you got it makes you better than I would expect from a first year. Angela said as she walks out of the classroom with Harry following after her. I think some practice to help build up your speed and power, then you'll easily be throwing people back with your spell. Awesome, Harry grinned for a second before his face turned thoughtful. Angela, if you don't mind me asking, how come you didn't go to the feast with everyone else? Harry asked. Before I answer, why didn't you? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Well, today's the day that my parents died. Harry sighed. I don't know why, I just. I didn't feel like I should be out eating as much as I can and enjoying myself. I was going to spend the night quietly reading a book before you came along. Well, Harry, it's simple, she said as they turned a corner. I just want to. Angela paused when she and Harry stopped to see who was standing in front of them. F.K. she blurted out. Standing in front of them with a big club in its right hand was a 12-foot, gray troll. It wore no clothes beyond a loincloth and a small, open brown button shirt that really didn't cover much apart from the shoulders and upper back of the troll. It had hair under its nose that looked more like whiskers than a mustache, it had a bald head with long ears, big feet with 2 toes on each foot and a pot belly. Uncle Vernon, Jet asked in a confused voice. Bloody hell, do you know anything useful about trolls? Harry said to Angela as they both pulled their wands out. They've got thick skin and they're very strong but very stupid, she said as the troll got near. Stupefy, she shouted, shooting a stunner at the troll. It didn't knock the troll out like it would a human but did as intended, distracting it for her follow-up spell. Obscuro, she said in a blindfold shot out of her wand and wrapped around the troll's eyes. Nice, Harry said before he aimed his wand at the troll's blindfold. Incendio, Harry yelled, a burst of flames shot out and set the blindfold on fire. The troll screamed and began shaking and quickly clawing at the blindfold to remove it. Oh, vicious, Angela commented with an approving nod. I'm not done, Harry said before he aimed his wand at the ground. Serpensortia, Harry said, a black mamba snake, shot out of Harry's wand. Attack the troll, Harry ordered. The snake nodded before doing as it was told. You know how to do, Serpensortia. Angela blinked. A spell to summon snakes and you expect me to not learn it? Harry snorted before casting it again, this time summoning a rattlesnake. Harry gave it the same order as the previous one. Harry then levitated Jet up into the air. Incendio, Angela said, hitting the troll in the face with a fire blast once it was able to get the blindfold off. The troll howled in pain, it was distracted long enough for the snakes to bite it. Once that was done, she summoned some more snakes to help Harry. Soon several different types of snakes were sinking their fangs into the troll. Harry dropped Jet onto the troll's shoulders and Jet quickly sunk his teeth into the troll's neck. Hey, knock back on the club, quickly, Harry said. Angela didn't waste time arguing or asking questions and performed the knockback jinx on the troll who was holding the club in front of his face. The double knockback jinx pushed the club, causing it to smack right into the troll's face. The troll dropped the club, its nose was broken and it wasn't looking too good. Retreat, Harry told the snakes before he levitated Jet off of the troll's shoulders. The troll's eyes had rolled to the back of its head and it stumbled forwards before falling face first in front of Harry and Angela. Fortunately they and the snakes had managed to avoid getting crushed. Harry carefully lowered Jet down into his arms. You all right? Harry asked. Better than him, Jet hissed before climbing up onto Harry's shoulders. You all right? Harry asked Angela. I'm fine, she said before looking at the troll. He's not though. Is he dead? Harry asked. Knocked out would be my guess, but with the amount of venom coursing through him I would say that if he's not dead now then he'll be dead sooner or later. Angela replied. Any further response was cut off as Professor McGonagall arrived along with Professor Flitwick, Snape and Quirrell. What? Professor McGonagall gasped upon seeing the troll and all the snakes. Professor, me and Angela summoned these snakes, perhaps we could deal with them first. Harry suggested. Phileas, Severus, can you two please begin banishing these snakes? Professor McGonagall asked. The two professors nodded and quickly began getting rid of the snakes. Now while they are dealing with that, you two can begin explaining what exactly has happened here. Professor, me and Mr. Potter were practicing spells. Once we finished we had begun walking back to the Slytherin common room when we stumbled upon the troll. Angela said as she gestured back to the troll. I quickly threw a stunner to distract it before I blindfolded it. I was going to decide on my next spell when Harry had quickly hit it in the face with an incendio on the blindfold. On the blindfold, Professor McGonagall repeated. I set the blindfold on fire. Harry answered, causing Professor McGonagall to blink at him. Professor Snape and Flitwick, who had come back after dealing with the snakes, raised an eyebrow each while Professor Quirrell shivered and took a step away from the troll. Why would you do that? She asked. It was trying to attack us, Harry reminded her. Anyway, the flames from the blindfold were hurting it and kept it distracted. I then used the Serpensortia spell to bring some more snakes. Angela did the same and managed to hit it with another fire blast in between summoning snakes. The snakes all attacked the troll, then me and her hit its club with a knockback jinx, causing it to slam into the troll's face. It's true, ma'am, one nearby portrait said. I saw the whole thing. An impressive story, Snape drawled as he looked down at Harry. But there are still questions that need to be answered, for example, why were you not at the Halloween feast with all of the other students? I didn't attend because I wanted to keep Mr. Potter company, Angela responded, and Harry didn't want to come because, let me guess, too good to attend like the rest of them. Snape snarked, still looking at Harry. Severus, Professor McGonagall admonished. Harry didn't immediately respond, he instead took several deep breaths. Well, Professor Snape, Harry said as he looked at Snape. Jet was on his shoulders and hissing warningly at Snape. I didn't feel like celebrating the anniversary of my parents' death by eating sweets and partying in the Great Hall. Harry said in a voice that could best be described as forcibly polite. Snape blinked for a second, an odd look came over his face before he took a step away from Harry and his usual sneer was in place. Well, Professor McGonagall began, if you were at the feast then you would have heard the warning about the troll, however despite that you will not be in trouble as it was not mandatory to attend. 10 points to each of you, not many students can claim to have fought a fully grown mountain troll and lived to tell the tale. I would like to award an additional 10 to Miss Zabini, and 15 to Mr. Potter for the advanced spells they used, Professor Flitwick added. A stunning spell for a third year is impressive, a fire-making spell and a snake summoning is also very impressive for a first year. Indeed, Professor McGonagall nodded. You two may go back to your common rooms. Professor Quirrell will escort you both there. Thank you, Professor. Harry and Angela said before they followed Professor Quirrell to the Slytherin common room. An impressive victory. Professor Quirrell spoke in his usual stutter as they walked towards the common room. Especially for 2S, students so young. Thank you, Professor. Angela nodded. Yeah, thank you. Harry nodded. You are both welcome. Professor Quirrell nodded. The rest of the journey to the common room was done in complete but very awkward silence. Goodbye. Professor Quirrell said once they had reached the common room. What are we going to tell the others? Harry asked Angela as they stood outside the entrance. The truth, Angela shrugged. The smarter ones will just ask the teachers and portraits anyway. Angela said before turning to the entrance. Pit Viper, she said, giving the entrance password. The entrance opened and the two walked in, only to see all of the Slytherins looking at them. Oh, for F.K. sakes. Harry said under his breath. When you tell them about how you killed your uncle, remember to mention how I bit his neck. Jet whispered. You do realize that wasn't really Uncle Vernon, Harry whispered back. Was it not? Jet asked, sounding very surprised. No, Uncle Vernon's much more uglier. Harry reminded him. Well, how would I know? Jet replied. They both had big bellies and they smelled awful, might as well have been twins. Most humans look the same anyway. Yes, I know, you don't care much for people. Harry said while rolling his eyes. Yes I do, Jet replied in an offended voice. I care for you, my pet and all of my non-you and non-pets equally. The next day Harry calmly sat at breakfast with the other Slytherins. He was sat in between Daphne and Tracy and was casually ignoring the not-so-subtle glances from the others. The story of how Angela and Harry fought off a troll had circled the school already, and looked like it was going to do so again if the way people were talking about it was any indication. At least you weren't injured, Draco commented. Flint would throw a fit if you became chaser only to get injured before the match. Is Quidditch all you care about? Tracy hissed. He could have died. Tracy, relax, Harry said just as Draco raised his hands in surrender. I was fine, I had Angela with me, besides even without her I like to think that I could have lasted long enough to make enough snakes to kill it. Harry, Daphne spoke. Trolls aren't easy to kill, that's why the rumor mill is filled with people talking about it. To knock out a troll is an impressive feat, but to actually kill one, especially as a first year with only a third year for backup, is incredibly impressive. Harry, the incredibly impressive, Potter. Harry hummed. I rather like that. You would, Blaze snorted. I know Angela is going to send a letter home to Mum, she'll be furious. What would your muggles say if they got sent a letter about what happened? Theo asked in a curious voice. Most likely something along the lines of, we don't care or want to know and why didn't you die? Harry shrugged. You should hex them to the ends of the earth and back. Daphne scowled. I'm tempted, Harry admitted. Though I'd just leave them at the ends of the earth, I don't really want to have them back. Most muggles aren't like your muggles, are they? Tracy asked. No, Harry shook his head. You see, my muggles are obsessed with appearing normal, so when other muggles come around they'll shove me out of the way and act like normal people. However, if the other muggles could see them act the way they usually do, then they'd be disgusted and likely arrest them for child abuse. I can't wait until I'm out of there, Harry said as he lifted his goblet to his mouth. Stop, Jet suddenly hissed. Harry paused and lowered the goblet down. What? Harry asked. There's something in the goblet, tell your friends to stop as well. Jet hissed. Guys, Harry said. Don't drink from your goblets. Why not? Draco frowned. Jet said that there is something in them, give me a sec. Harry took a deep breath. Flipsy, Harry called. A second later Flipsy popped into existence. Is that your house elf? Pansy asked. No, one of the Hogwarts ones. Harry answered. Great Harry Potter be remembering Flipsy. Flipsy spoke in an odd voice. It's the incredibly impressive Harry Potter, now. Blaze informed the elf. Oh, Flipsy gasped. Eyes be sorry, incredibly impressive Harry Potter. Flipsy apologized. Just call me Harry, it'll keep this conversation shorter if nothing else. Harry replied after giving Blaze a small glare. Who was responsible for serving the drinks for the Slytherin table? Harry asked. Is there a problem, Mr. Potter? A voice drawled from behind Harry. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He opened his eyes before responding. Actually, yes. Yes, there is a problem, Professor Snape. Harry said without turning around. We were simply enjoying our breakfast when my familiar warned me that there was something in our goblets. I had called this house elf merely to question him about it. Snape turned to the elf. Elf, what do you know? Oh, two boys comes into kitchen yesterday. Flipsy replied. They's be saying that Slytherins want special potions in their drinks. What special drink? Snape asked, raising an eyebrow. Flipsy is not be knowing. Flipsy said in an apologetic idea. Sir, I think I might have a clue. Harry said as he gestured up the table to a fifth year. Snape looked at the Slytherin and saw that his skin had turned green. Who were the boys? Snape said through gritted teeth once he turned back to Flipsy. They's be both having red hairs and, oh, that's be them. Flipsy said as he pointed to two red-headed twins at the Gryffindor table. Harry recognized them as Ron's older brothers. All Slytherins do not touch your drinks, Snape ordered before he stormed over towards the Gryffindor table. A few seconds later Professor McGonagall came over to question Snape on what was happening. Flipsy, Harry said to the elf. Those two lied to you and the other elves. What they actually did was try and prank us Slytherins through you. Oh no, Flipsy gasped in a horrified voice. I's be telling the other elves, would yous be liking if we punish ourselves? No, just keep an eye out in the future. Harry replied. Flipsy be doing that. Flipsy nodded before popping out of sight. Getting friendly with house elves now. Pansy sneered. Please stop, Parkinson, you look much prettier when you're not sneering. Harry said calmly as he returned to his food. Are you blushing, Pansy? Draco asked in an amused voice. Shut up, Pansy said before swatting him on the arm. Harry, dressed in green Slytherin Quidditch uniform along with the other members of the Quidditch team, walked onto the pitch. Harry had the number 7 on his green robes. In his hand he had a Nimbus 2000, which was currently the fastest broom in the world. It was expensive, but Harry had enough money to buy it. Flint had looked like he was going to pass out from excitement when he saw that Harry had the fastest broom on the market. Harry was very much looking forward to play. He knew all the rules and positions thanks to his friends. The Seeker would chase after a golden ball called the Snitch. Catching it would mean the end of the game plus 150 to the team of whoever catches it. The Keeper would simply defend the hoops while the Beaters would defend their own team from bludgers while also batting those bludgers towards the opposite team. Meanwhile the Chasers would simply focus on throwing the quaffle through one of the 3 hoop of the opposing team. As soon as they got on the pitch he and the other Slytherins took to the air. They flew around the pitch in A, V, formation before stopping at their end of the pitch. Welcome to the first match of the school Quidditch tournament. Lee Jordan, the Quidditch announcer, spoke through a magical microphone as he was sat in the commentator's stand with Professor McGonagall and a few other teachers. Today's match is between the brave lions of Gryffindor and the cowardly snakes of Slytherin. Jordan. Professor McGonagall, who was sat next to him, shouted while the Gryffindors in the stands cheered at his comment just as the Slytherins booed. Sorry, Professor, Lee said quickly before he continued speaking. Introducing first, the Slytherin's team captain and chaser Marcus Flint, joining him as chaser is Adrian Pusey. Their beaters are Morris King and Rufus Jackknife. Miles Bletchley takes the position of keeper and Terrence Higgs takes position as seeker. Joining them is surprise entrant and third chaser, none other than the youngest chaser in a century, Harry Potter. The Slytherins all cheered at Harry, who happily waved back. He smiled when he saw his friends cheering for him. Though the cheering stopped after Jordan's next comment. Yes, first year Harry Potter is on the team, I suppose we'll soon see if he's really earned his spot. Lee said in skeptical voice. Jordan. Professor McGonagall admonished but was drowned out by the large amount of booing from the Slytherin stands. Sorry, Professor, Jordan said, not sounding very sorry. Jordan tried to speak, but even with his magical microphone he found it hard to speak over the high levels of booing. Some of the Slytherins had even cast Sonorous, a sound-amplifying charm, on each other just so they could boo louder. Harry felt quite touched by this show of support against Jordan. It was clear to everyone that Jordan was implying that Harry had used his fame to get his spot. Harry knew why Jordan was rooting against him. Besides the fact that Jordan was a Gryffindor, it was because Jordan was in the same year as the Weasley twins and was in fact their best friend. After the failed prank by the twins, Snape had tried to have them removed from the Quidditch team. The fact that the twins were flying opposite Harry and glaring at him showed that Snape wasn't too successful. That wasn't to say that the twins weren't punished. They had lost a large amount of points for Gryffindor, and if that wasn't bad enough, they also gained a week's worth of detention and the house elves were ordered to no longer allow the twins into the kitchen. Harry looked at the twins and gave them a cheeky wave. Harry didn't feel bad about them getting punished. They were the ones who tried to prank him, and if it wasn't for Jet then he would be green-skinned right now. And now introducing the Gryffindor team. Lee shouted into his microphone once the booing had finally stopped. Team captain and keeper, Oliver Wood, along with the beaters Fred and George Weasley. Followed by the three stunningly beautiful chasers Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet and Angelina Johnson. With them as their new seeker, Cormac McLaggen. It was not lost on everyone that Lee wasn't quite as enthusiastic when introducing McLaggen, though the one person it was apparently lost on was in fact McLaggen as he happily waved at the Gryffindor stands. Harry paused and looked at the opposite team. The Weasley twins were tall redheads with freckles on their faces. Harry suspected they'd more than likely be aiming at himself all match, probably just so they could get back at him for getting them in trouble. Oliver Wood was well built and burly, slightly taller than Flint but nearly as big horizontally. Harry couldn't help but compare him to those football enthusiasts that would spend every day playing football when they weren't doing anything else. It was well known throughout the school that the guy was a Quidditch nut. Cormac McLaggen was a large, wire-haired boy. Everything about him screamed arrogant. The chasers were just as advertised, in that they were stunningly beautiful. They all wisely had their hairs in ponytails so they wouldn't get in the way while flying. Katie Bell, the youngest and a year older than Harry, was a brunette. Alicia Spinnet and Angelina Johnson were both in the same year as the Weasley twins, Alicia being a pretty bee, and Angelina being a pretty girl with light brown skin and black hair. Now, I want a nice clean game, from all of you. Madame Hooch, who was acting as the referee for this match, said before she waved her wand. The trunk next to her opened. The snitch and two bludgers flew out first. The bludgers began flying around while the snitch disappeared. Harry stayed ready. He knew that the game would start once the quaffle was released. A few seconds later the quaffle shot into the air. The quaffle is up and the game begins. Lee Jordan announced just as the chasers all rushed for the quaffle. Thanks to having the fastest broom, along with the skills to use it properly, Harry was quickly able to grab the quaffle before the others. He ducked under Katie Bell as she attempted to grab it from him. He then dodged Alicia Spinnet's attempt to take it before flying off, while Adrian Pusey blocked Angelina from getting close to him. Harry flew straight towards the Gryffindor hoops. He dodged a bludger that was shot at him from one of the Weasley twins. As he got near, Harry pulled his arm back to throw the quaffle. Oliver Wood was ready to block or catch it when Harry suddenly tossed it backwards to Marcus Flint, who flew to the right. Oliver quickly flew to his left hoop as it looked like Flint was going to shoot there. But he didn't. Flint threw it back to Harry, who span in midair and hit the quaffle with the back of his broomstick, sending it to the opposite hoop from the one that Wood was guarding. To Wood's credit, he was able to quickly get from his left hoop to the middle hoop but was unable to stop the quaffle as it went into the other hoop. Slytherin scores. Lee Jordan said in a disappointed voice, "That's 10 points to Slytherin. Come on Gryffindor, get back in the game." The game continued for another 20 minutes. Lee would cheer every time Gryffindor got a goal, but Slytherin was leading the game with a score of 120-40. Harry had scored most of those goals, with Pusey scoring 3 and Flint also scoring 3. The Weasley twins, as Harry predicted, had spent the majority of their focus trying to hit him with a bludger, but Harry was able to dodge all of them. One managed to graze the side of his right arm, but none got closer than that. Harry noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He saw Higgs chasing after the snitch, with Cormac chasing behind them. Harry caught the quaffle after Flint tossed it to him. An idea came in Harry's head. He smirked and flew towards the Gryffindor hoops. He managed to stick his tongue out at both Weasley twins on the way. One of the twins, Harry had no idea if it was Fred or George, swung at a bludger with full force. The bludger rushed through the air towards Harry. Harry waited, and at the last moment he shifted into a sloth roll, leaving himself flying upside down. The bludger flew past where Harry's body used to be and headed straight towards the two seekers. Cormac was about to reach out for the snitch when the bludger hit his broom, causing him to go out of control and crash into the pitch. That distracted the others long enough for Harry to shift back into a normal flying position and take advantage of the distraction to score once more. A few seconds later the snitch was caught. Higgs caught the snitch, Lee Jordan said in a pained voice. The Slytherin stands erupted with cheers and clapping. Harry looked at the Weasley twins and winked at them before flying up to the commentator stand where Lee Jordan was sat along with other teachers. The Slytherins all became quiet when they noticed Harry stop in front of Jordan and start hovering there. "Potter, what are you?" Lee was cut off by Harry casually grabbing the microphone out of his hand. Testing. Harry spoke into the microphone. "Can you all hear me?" Harry asked. After receiving a confirmation cheer from the Slytherins, Harry continued speaking. "Well, great. I am sorry about interrupting. I just need to say 3 things. First of all, an excellent job being a smart, entertaining and unbiased commentator, Mr. Jordan." Harry said sarcastically. Jordan growled as many of the Slytherins laughed. "Second of all, in regards to my spot on the team, I'd like to think it's earned. What do you lot think?" The Slytherins cheered loudly for Harry. Thank you. Harry spoke again, causing the cheering to die down. "Oh, and one more thing." Harry turned to Lee and grinned. "I think you may need to pick another profession, because you forgot to mention the most important part. Slytherin wins," Harry said before he tossed the microphone into Jordan's lap. Harry flew to the middle of the pitch, hovering with the other Slytherin team members. They soaked in the applause they were getting. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaws were clapping for them, but the Slytherin stand was ear-deafening with the amount of noise they were making. Go, Slytherin! Go, Slytherin! They cheered. As Harry sat on his broom, he couldn't help but think how much better his life had gotten. He was no longer the skinny kid under the stairs. Now, as he sat in the air with the wind blowing through his hair and the crowd cheering for him, he was Harry Potter, proud first-year Slytherin, talented wizard and youngest chaser in a century. Slytherin! Everyone in the common room cheered as the Quidditch team finally entered. The Slytherin team were stunned by all the applause, the older members because they never really received an applause like this, no matter how many times they had played. Harry was also stunned as this was also his first time receiving an applause. It seemed much more real than the applause from the match, likely due to how close these people actually were. Harry recovered quicker than the others and gave a small bow. The other members of his team saw him doing so and quickly copied him. Harry looked around and saw his friends cheering for him. Jet was perched on Daphne's shoulders. Speech. Harry just about heard Jet hiss. Harry looked at the other team members and saw that they looked unable to speak as they were dumbfounded by the volume of cheering. "Thank you everyone," Harry called as he began walking forwards. He walked to the center of the room, the crowd parting for him. Thank you. Harry said once the cheering died down enough for him to speak. Hey, can somebody give me something to stand on? I'm still unfortunately small, Harry said. A few seconds later a seventh year waved his wand and made a stand for him. Thank you, Harry said before he got on the stand. So, we won. Slytherin. Slytherin. The room cheered again. Yes, yes, Harry calmly said as he gestured them to all stop so he could talk. Yes, Slytherin won. I wish I could take all the credit for it, but I have to give credit where credit is due and say Slytherin wouldn't have been able to win without the help of the rest of my team. Harry gestured to the other members of the Quidditch team. Despite trying hard not to, they blushed when the room clapped for them. Yes, well done to them all. Harry nodded. You scored the most points out of everyone. Blaise shouted with a grin on his face. Thank you, and yes I did. Harry grinned back. I wasn't about to let us lose to Gryffindor. Harry said, earning a few laughs. Weasley is going to be pissed off. Malfoy laughed. Yes, he will, but that's actually what I want to talk to everybody here about. Harry said, causing the room to go silent. You are worried about Weasley? Pansy said with pure disbelief in her voice. No, Harry shook his head and tutted his teeth. Not Weasley. Weasley is an incredibly idiotic ignoramus. No, Weasley's power comes from the fact that he has at least 3 other brothers currently in the school. Percy the prefect is one, but he's not a major problem because based off what I've seen and heard, he's a major rule follower so won't do anything to us yet. It's the twins that I'm worried about. The devil pranksters of Gryffindor? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Yep, Harry said, popping the P. They've tried to prank us before, but we were able to avoid that. During the Quidditch game you may have all noticed them aiming their bludgers at me. And if that wasn't enough, then I also embarrassed their little friend, Lee Jordan. He deserved it, Tracy commented, earning several agreeing noises from other Slytherins. I mean, did you hear him? He was a biased git. I doubt he'd agree, Harry said in an amused voice. To start with, I know one way to deal with Jordan. I want Slytherin House to petition for there to be a second announcer at each game. Why? One fifth year asked. In Muggles sports they would usually have at least 2 announcers so they can give different opinions on a match, Harry explained. Imagine during the next match we have a Slytherin announcer to cancel out Jordan's biased commentary. Or at the very least we all band together to make sure the professors force the announcers to be unbiased. We've all heard McGonagall try and keep Jordan in line and fail to do so, so if everything goes right then next time he'll get one warning before getting booted. As for the twins, I bet that sooner or later the idiots are going to want to get back at me. Likely either in the form of an ambush or more than likely in the form of another prank. What do you plan to do about that? Angela asked. Well, Harry hummed. He stayed silent for a few seconds before he finally spoke. I like to think that perhaps we should simplify things. The Weasleys want to prank Slytherin House, let's just get it over with. What? Malfoy blinked in confusion. Malfoy, thanks for volunteering. Harry smiled down at the owned. Huh, what? Weasleys. The 2 Weasley twins were interrupted from their breakfast by Snape. The 2 had planned to enjoy their breakfast then spend any time that didn't have to do with school on figuring out a way to get back at Potter and the other Slytherins. The 2 turned around and looked at Snape, only to see that he was looking more furious than usual and was standing next to another boy. The boy was a first year judging by his size, but for some reason his robes were orange and his hair looked exactly like Ron's. Upon closer inspection the twins realized that it was actually Draco Malfoy. You 2 will come with me, now. Snape growled. But we didn't do anything. The twins protested. A likely story, Snape scoffed. Follow me, now. As the twins were being dragged out of the hall, the Slytherin table gladly watched with amused looks on their faces. Pure evil, Harry. Daphne grinned at him. You're a genius. What can I say? I try. Harry shrugged as he grinned back. Harry woke up on Christmas Day. He glanced in the direction of Blaise's bed and saw that he wasn't in it. Most of the students of Hogwarts have decided to go home for the Christmas holidays to spend time with family. That included all of the first-year Slytherins and Angela. Though Harry wasn't mad or upset with them, he understood the importance of spending time with family. Not something that Harry was really willing to do when his family Were the Dursleys. Harry had heard from Draco that his father found out that the Dursleys were likely to soon be arrested, then they would be put on trial sooner or later, they would then likely contact himself to be a witness. Hopefully by the end of the year he would escape their reach in a permanent manner. Harry climbed out of his bed and went to the bathroom. A few minutes later he exited the bathroom and realized that Jet was in a corner of the room alongside a pile of presents. "Jet?" Harry asked in a confused voice. "What are you doing?" "These were here this morning," Jet hissed in response. "What are they?" "They appear to be presents," Harry commented as he walked over, barely keeping the disbelief out of his voice. "We've never gotten presents before," Jet commented in a surprised voice. "We've never had friends before," Harry reminded him as he knelt down next to him. "It used to just be us against the world, but now we actually have friends." Harry smiled as he stroked the back of Jet's head before he started opening his pile. "Okay, this one is from Crabbe and Goyle," Harry said as he took one box. He opened it to reveal a couple of bags of sweets. Funnily enough, Harry had sent the same thing to those two. We're not really good friends with Crabbe and Goyle, are we?" "Not really," Jet admitted. "Why do you ask?" "I think the two have potential," Harry answered. "When they get back we'll start working on them," Harry said as he put the box aside before taking another one. "Ah, this one is from Malfoy." A book on Quidditch plays. That could be useful," Jet hissed. "Indeed, let's look at the next one, it's from Not Sweets as well." "So you will be getting diabetes this year then?" Jet asked. "Possibly." Harry chuckled before moving on to his next present. "Tracy got me a book on my family history." "Really?" Jet asked, sounding very interested. "That is excellent, you can learn more about your family. Maybe you can learn if any of your ancestors could speak to snakes." "Possibly, but I doubt it," Harry replied before moving on to the next present. "Daphne sent me a book of spells, and so did Blaze. So we know what you're going to be spending your Christmas break reading," Jet commented in an amused voice. "Don't judge me," was all Harry said before he looked at his next present. "This is from Angela." Harry opened it and pulled out his present. "What is it?" Jet asked. "It's a wand holster," Harry gasped before he began reading out loud the note that Angela had left for him. "Hi Harry, I hope you like my present. It's a wand holster made from scales from a Hungarian horntail, that's a dragon in case you didn't know. You just wrap it around your wrist and then put your wand in it, then when you need your wand you just flick your wrist and it pops out into your hand. There will be more detailed instructions inside, but that's the basic idea. This'll be safer than keeping your wand in your pocket, it'll stop it from being summoned and it'll be quicker for you as well. Though I'd recommend practicing using it first, you don't want to overshoot and send your wand flying across the room. Hope you like your present. From Angela. What a lovely woman," Jet hissed happily. "Yep." Harry grinned before putting the black holster on his forearm. Harry placed his wand inside then flicked his wrist. The wand shot out into his hand but nearly slipped out of his grip. "I think Angela is right, I need more practice with it," Harry said before he opened his second to last present, one which seemed to be a simple cloak. Harry frowned and looked at the note on it. "What does it say?" Jet asked. "Well, it says, your father left this in my possession before he died, I am returning it to you, use it well," Harry answered. "There must be more to it than that. I mean, why would an old cloak that my father had be valuable enough to give as a present? I mean, it means a lot to me, but it must have some value beyond just being a cloak, right?" "I don't know, try it on," Jet suggested. "Fine." Harry sighed before he put the cloak on. He looked down and blinked when he saw his body had gone. "What the hell? I've gone invisible." "An invisibility cloak?" Jet asked. "That could be useful. Does it feel weird being invisible?" "A little bit, it's like you know your body is there even though your eyes are telling you that it isn't," Harry replied before taking the cloak off. Harry looked at the note once more but couldn't really recognize the handwriting, though it did seem familiar. Hopefully he could figure out who it belonged to sooner, rather than later. Harry opened his last present. Inside he found a photo album and a note. "Hello Harry, I wish you a happy Christmas. I wasn't sure what to get you, or if I should get you anything since I'm a professor, but I like to think that we're friends as well, so I got you a gift. I spoke with Hagrid, he was working at Hogwarts when your parents attended. He even knew them. I asked him if he could go out and get some pictures of them. It turns out he could. In this album are pictures of your parents, and there's room for more pictures for you to add. I hope you like it. Merry Christmas. From Professor Babbling aka Beth. P.S. Say hello to Jet for me. Harry smiled brightly, despite the tears running down his eyes. He opened the album and looked at the picture the same way a starving man would look at food. Harry with Jet on his shoulder was walking down the hallway to the Great Hall when they found none other than Ronald Weasley blocking their path. Potter. Ron glared at him. Weasley. Harry said in a calm voice as he nodded to him. Nice jumper. Harry added upon noticing the maroon-colored jumper Weasley was wearing. It had a gold R on the, no doubt for his name. Shut it, Potter, your snakes aren't with you today. What's the matter? They go home and leave you alone. Ron smirked. Yes, they went home because they have families that love them. My family is dead. What's your excuse, Weasley? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Did your parents simply not want you? Harry added with a smirk of his own. Ron's smile quickly disappeared. He reached for his wand but Harry was quicker. He flicked his wrist and his wand came into his hand. He was really glad he had spent some time practicing because it would have been embarrassing if he dropped his wand in front of Weasley. Harry aimed his wand at Ron who paused just before he was able to pull out his wand. I wouldn't do that if I was you, Weasley. Harry warned him. Going to use your dark magic on me. Ron spat. You do realize that I'm a first-year student? Harry asked in a bored voice. The most advanced knowledge I know is some spells from second year. Maybe, but I bet it's only going to be a little bit of time before you start learning dark magic. Look, Weasley, Harry rolled his eyes. I'm highly tempted to hex the snot out of you then drop you outside of a teacher's office, but since it's Christmas, I'm going to be nice this one time and let you go. Shut up. Don't talk, don't say anything, just walk away and we can get back to me embarrassing you tomorrow. Ron growled but to his credit he did turn and walk away. Once Harry was sure that Ron was gone he rolled his eyes and continued walking to the hall. Once Harry got into the Great Hall he couldn't help but notice that the 4 long, rectangular tables were replaced with a single large, circle table. Apparently there were so few students that they could afford to have them sat at one table. Harry, seeing no other available seats, walked forwards towards the table. Nearly every professor was here, apart from a few like Binns and Snape, along with Professor Dumbledore and the few remaining students, which included the Weasley brothers. The 4 glared at Harry as he sat down. Harry simply winked at them before sitting down. He found himself sat in between Professor McGonagall, who gave him a small nod, and Professor Babbling who smiled at him. Hello Mr. Potter, Merry Christmas. Professor Babbling said. Thank you, you too. Harry replied just before Jet hissed into his ear. What did he say? Professor Babbling asked. He says Merry Christmas as well. Harry translated. Oh, thank you Jet. She smiled at Jet who nodded in response. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore nodded in greeting. How are you enjoying your Christmas so far? It's been the best one I've had so far. Harry answered honestly. Well, my first one really. Your first? Professor McGonagall asked. Well, I probably had one when my parents were alive but I don't remember that one. Harry shrugged. The Dursleys never really let me celebrate Christmas. Did they not? She frowned. No, I usually just made the food then stayed out of the way. Harry replied. Professor McGonagall's lips thinned so much that Harry thought they might disappear. She glared at Dumbledore who had a pained expression on his face. Well, did you get any good presents? Professor Babbling asked, hoping to bring the conversation back to a more cheery topic. Quite a few, Harry grinned. Mostly just sweets and books but I still like them. I'm glad. Professor Babbling smiled. Hopefully the next Christmas you have is as good as this one. Thank you. Harry smiled back. I'm hoping that by the end of the year I won't be living with the Dursleys anymore. You are not the only one. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. As everyone finished eating Harry tugged on Professor Babbling's sleeve. Excuse me, can I talk to you in private? Harry asked. Sure. Professor Babbling nodded. After they left the hall the two walked up to Professor Babbling's office. Okay, she said once she closed the door. What can I? She found herself cut off as Harry suddenly wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into a hug. Thank you. He quietly spoke, just loud enough for her to hear. That was the best Christmas gift I've ever gotten. Beth paused for a second, unsure of what to do. She let instinct take over and slowly hugged Harry back. "You're welcome," she whispered before dotting him on the forehead. Later that night Harry had snuck out of the Slytherin common room. He had Jet wrapped around his neck and they were both under his invisibility cloak. Say what you want, but Harry was an 11-year-old boy with an invisibility cloak. Of course he was going to explore a castle at night. At first Harry had started by exploring the restricted section of the library. He was able to read partway through a book when he heard Filch, the caretaker, walking around. Harry was quickly able to put the book back before sneaking away, though during his escape he had somehow entered a room with an ancient, ornate mirror. It has clawed feet and a gold frame inscribed with the phrase, "Verized straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi." Harry looked into the mirror. For a few seconds he was able to see himself, despite wearing the cloak. That caused Harry to panic. Was the cloak not working anymore? Would he have to sneak back to the common room while being visible? But before Harry could do anything he saw two other people in the mirror, standing behind him. Harry glanced backwards but couldn't see anyone. He looked into the mirror and took a closer look at the people. One was a tall, handsome man with brown eyes and black hair that looked exactly like Harry's hair. The other was a beautiful woman with red hair and green eyes just like Harry's. Realization hit Harry and he took a step back before he could even think about it. "Harry," Jet hissed. "That's not funny." Harry growled. Someone's coming," Jet hissed suddenly. Harry turned around and saw Professor Dumbledore enter the room. Dumbledore paused and looked in the direction of the mirror for several moments before he pulled his wand out. He pointed his wand in Harry's direction for a second before flicking it in the direction of the door behind him. The door quickly but silently shut. "Hello, Harry," Dumbledore casually greeted. "I see you like many before you have discovered the mirror of Verized. You can see through my cloak?" Harry asked as he removed his cloak. "Not quite." Dumbledore shook his head. "A tracking charm then," Harry replied. "You're the one who gave me the cloak, aren't you?" "Excellent, Harry," Dumbledore smiled. "May I ask how you came to that conclusion?" "Well, I knew it wasn't a gift from Muggles, for obvious reasons." "Obviously." Dumbledore nodded before gesturing him to continue. "If I didn't have the note then I'd have guessed that it would have been an expensive gift, which would have ruled out a few people, but the note gave me a few clues. It eliminates anyone my age or younger, and I recognize your handwriting." "Oh?" Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow. "I went to Gringotts before school. I found a letter to my parents, from you." Harry replied. "You congratulated them for having me." The letter was just one of many things Harry had found. He was also thankful that Dumbledore hadn't drawn any money from Harry's trust vault or family account. That would have made the next few years at Hogwarts very awkward. "That I did," Dumbledore smiled. "I would be hard-pressed to find another witch who looked as happy as Lily when she was pregnant with you." "Thanks," Harry said in a quiet voice before shaking his head and continuing. "As for how you saw me, I have 3 guesses. The first would be wards." "Wards?" "Yeah," Harry nodded. "I am not an expert in wards, but I know that you can be keyed into them and that Hogwarts has them. I'm guessing that it could be possible for you to be keyed into the wards and use them to keep track of people, but I figure that's probably not the case in a school where there is so many people." "You are correct, Harry," Dumbledore nodded. "I do control the wards as I am headmaster, but I do not have the ability to track everyone through them. If it was perhaps a small home with a few people, then I could easily have the wards set up to be able to tell me where people are and if they leave, but with this many people anyone could be overwhelmed if they focused on the wards for even a second. Imagine it, you look into the wards and then your brain is automatically told where hundreds of different people, ghosts and magical creatures are." "Thought so." "My next guess was that your glasses would be charmed to see through cloaks." "Ah, a genius idea, but not true. No, these glasses are simply because my vision is not what it used to be," Dumbledore replied, though he didn't mention how even if he had his glasses charmed they wouldn't allow him to see through Harry's cloak. "I thought so, that's why I went with my next guess. It was more simple." "You placed a tracking charm on the cloak," Harry replied. "It makes sense, you give me the cloak but also put a tracking charm on so you know where I am. Can you remove it by the way?" Harry asked as he held his cloak out. "You're asking me to remove it?" Dumbledore asked in an amused voice. "I must confess that I did not expect that. Do tell me, Harry, why should I remove it?" Because you gave it to me to use, and I'm not going to use it if I worry about being tracked all the time. Harry shrugged. You make a good point, Dumbledore said with a small smile before he waved his wand over the cloak. I give you my word when I say that I no longer have any way to track the cloak. Dumbledore spoke. However, I would like for you to remember that if I catch you using it to break more rules, then it will be confiscated for the year. Why did you give it me anyway? Harry asked. I can't imagine many headmasters giving students invisibility cloaks. The reason is a simple one, Harry, Dumbledore replied. It was your father's. He gave it me to study before he died. I could not give it to you when you were younger because you were living with the Dursleys. I had planned to give it you for your first Christmas. What about the mirror? Harry asked as he gestured to the mirror. I saw my parents in it. Ah, Dumbledore sighed. I suppose you would have. When you look at the inscription on the mirror, does it mean anything to you? Not really. Harry shook his head. And if you read it in reverse? Dumbledore asked. Harry frowned but did read the mirror in reverse. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. Harry read. So the mirror shows what we want to see. The happiest man alive would be able to look into this mirror and see nothing but himself. You, Mr. Potter, who have been denied your family all of your life, will look into the mirror and see them, standing alongside you. The mirror will be moved tonight. I ask that you please do not go looking for it. Many have been driven to madness, seeing things that aren't real. I understand, Harry sighed. What about you, Professor? What do you see? Harry asked. Me. I see myself holding a pair of socks. Everyone always sends me books, but you can never have enough socks. Dumbledore replied with a smile tugging on his lips. You know, if you didn't want to tell me, then you could have just said. Harry rolled his eyes. Anyway, am I in trouble for being out late? It is Christmas, Dumbledore said, more to himself than Harry. I suppose I can make an exception for the night. Thank you. Harry nodded just before Jet hissed. Jet says thank you as well. Harry added when Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. You are both welcome. Harry, can you come to my office tomorrow after breakfast, please? Why, sir? Harry asked. There is a serious conversation I need to have with you, Dumbledore said in a tired voice. You may end up hating me at the end of it, but it's one I feel would be best had sooner rather than later. But for tonight, you may enjoy your sleep. Harry frowned at that but nodded and put his cloak on. Just to check it was really working, he paused to give Dumbledore the finger. When Dumbledore showed no reaction, Harry shrugged before walking out the room. Dumbledore stared at the door when it closed. I truly hope you'll be able to forgive me, Harry. Dumbledore sighed before rubbing his eyes. What do you think the bearded one wants? Jet hissed to Harry as they sat at the Slytherin table. Harry was eating his breakfast while Jet was sat on the table. No clue, Harry admitted honestly as he continued eating his breakfast. Whatever it is, I doubt it'll be fun for us if the way he talked about it was any indication. Oh, the baboon is here, Jet said when he noticed Ron walk into the hall while holding a rat. Yummy. Jet flicked his tongue out. Leave Weasley's rat alone, Harry said as he rolled his eyes. While Harry did not like Weasley, he didn't want to take away his pet. He wasn't that cruel. You're right, I've already eaten yesterday, a meal for the future I suppose. Jet replied. Thank you for coming, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said as Harry arrived in his office. You're welcome, sir, Harry said as he sat in front of Dumbledore's desk while Dumbledore sat behind it. Hello, Fox. Harry said to the phoenix who was sat on his perch. Fox trilled at Harry, apparently his way of greeting him. Where is Jet, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked when he couldn't see the snake. He is right here, sir, Harry said just as Jet's head slowly reached out from under Harry's right sleeve and rested on his right hand. Jet hissed softly at Dumbledore. He says hello. Harry translated for Dumbledore. Ah, hello to you too. Dumbledore nodded to Jet before turning back to Harry. Once again I must thank you for coming, Mr. Potter. I realize that you likely have better things to do than waste time talking with an old man such as myself, but there is something very important I must talk to you about. Last time we talked you said I might end up hating you by the end of this conversation. Harry reminded him. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. It is possible that you might do so. I rather hope you don't, but if you did then I would understand. Sir, perhaps you should give me a reason to hate you, then we can go from there. Harry suggested. Perhaps, Dumbledore softly chuckled before the smile left his face. "Mr. Potter, may I call you Harry?" Dumbledore asked. When Harry nodded, he continued speaking. "What do you know about Voldemort and the last war?" Dumbledore asked. "Well," Harry paused to think about it before he continued speaking. "I know that a lot of people died. People were so scared of Voldemort that they were afraid to say his name, and that it apparently stopped the night he tried to kill my parents." "So the basics then," Dumbledore hummed. "Well, I feel like I must correct you on a few things, Harry. Firstly, it wasn't a lot of people that died, it was roughly half of the magical population along with a small amount of the Muggle population. Families, new and some nearly as old as Hogwarts itself, were wiped out. But I thought that Voldemort supported the pureblood above all idea." Harry frowned. Why on earth would he and his followers be actively trying to kill so many people? Because despite what he might say, the one thing that Voldemort valued above all was power. Dumbledore answered. "He was ruthless, Harry. As far as he was concerned, if you went against him in any way, then you would be his enemy and you would have to be dealt with. Do you understand?" Dumbledore asked. He continued speaking when Harry nodded. "The reason why people are afraid to speak his name, even now, is an understandable one. In the Muggle world, people are for the most part physically equal. Now Voldemort was not only incredibly skilled, but he was also incredibly powerful and had far more magical strength than most. How dangerous he was is part of the reason why people fear him, but far from the only one. During the last war, he used some very complicated and advanced magic to place a taboo on his name. What that means is that if someone were to say his name, then he and his followers would know, they would then come after them. If you were somewhere like in Hogwarts, then you would be protected, but anywhere else and you risk your life simply by saying his name. That's why people are so scared of him," Harry said in a soft voice. "Indeed, the magic is no longer active, so if someone wishes to say his name, then they may do so. However, many people have gotten into the habit of never speaking his name. Despite my best efforts to remind people that the name no longer has power, they seem very reluctant to chance it. Besides yourself, I know only a few willing to speak his name. I'm not trying to be brave or anything," Harry shrugged. "If you told me the taboo, I think you called it, was still on, then I'd stop. But since it's not, I have nothing to fear from him." Dumbledore hummed before he continued speaking. "During the end of the war, your parents were attacked and killed along with Voldemort himself. Then that left you, which left me with more problems." "Sir," Harry blinked. "You see, I had a baby who overnight had become famous for stopping the worst Dark Lord in history and ending a war. You needed to be moved somewhere quickly, and I didn't know who to give you to. You see, during the war it was hard to know who you could trust and who you couldn't. When your parents died, there were very few options. I could have given you to the Ministry, who would have found you a home, but then what would happen if one of Voldemort's followers was able to get custody of you? You could have been killed within a week or worse. And if not one of his followers, then it was possible for you to end up with someone who would use your fame to their own advantage." "What about my parents?" Harry asked. "Didn't they have any friends or family that could take me in?" "Your father's parents died during the war from dragon pox, a disease that witches and wizards can catch. Your father had 3 friends. Their names were Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black. Mr. Lupin, a good man, but he also had a health issue that prevented him from being allowed to look after children. That's not to mention the fact that he was out of the country at the time. Then there was Peter Pettigrew and Mr. Black." Dumbledore sighed. "Oh, this'll be good," Harry said under his breath. "Do you know what a Fidelius charm is?" Dumbledore asked suddenly. "Not really, it doesn't sound like something discussed for first-year charms." Harry responded. "That's because it is a very advanced charm, one I suggested to your parents and one performed by your mother." Dumbledore replied. "You should speak to Professor Flitwick about her, she was a genius at charms. Anyway, the Fidelius charm is an immensely complex spell involving the magical concealment of a secret inside a single, living soul. The information is hidden inside the chosen person, or secret keeper, and is then impossible to find, unless, of course, the secret keeper chooses to divulge it. Say if I were to use the charm to hide the location of my bowl of drops and made you the secret keeper, if that happened, then only you could know where the bowl is or even see the bowl. And then the only way I would know is if you told me. Are you with me so far?" "I think so," Harry nodded. "But what does that have to do with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew?" Near the end of the war your parents hid in a house that was placed under a Fidelius charm. Dumbledore began explaining. They made Sirius Black the secret keeper as he was your father's best friend. Though he was unfortunately not as loyal as everyone thought. It turned out that he was a traitor. He gave Voldemort the location of your parents. After Voldemort's defeat he ended up killing Peter Pettigrew along with 12 muggles before he was finally caught and sent to Azkaban prison. That doesn't sound like a nice place. Harry idly commented as he digested the information he was given. It's not. Dumbledore shook his head. It is as cold as you can imagine and the prisoners are guarded by Dementors. Dementors? Harry repeated. Horrible, horrible creatures. Dumbledore replied in a disgusted voice. I have never supported having them, even to guard prisons. They are not things I would wish even on my worst enemy. A Dementor is an incredibly dark creature, widely considered to be one of the foulest to inhabit the wizarding world. Dementors feed on human happiness and thus generate feelings of depression and despair in any person in close proximity to them. They can also consume a person's soul, leaving them alive but lifeless, little better than a vegetable. Harry hummed but didn't say anything, truthfully though he was rather glad that Sirius Black was with the Dementors. If the bastard had betrayed Harry's parents then as far as Harry was concerned he deserved whatever suffering he was going through. What about my mother? Surely she had some friends? Harry asked. She did, however she only had a few. Most of them had left the country or were killed in the war. The only one who wasn't was Alice Longbottom. Longbottom, Harry echoed. As in the mother of the Longbottom in Gryffindor. The very same, Dumbledore nodded. She and her husband were also living under a Fidelius charm. Their secret keeper was captured and tortured until he gave up their location. The Longbottoms were then attacked. So, Neville's an orphan, like me? Harry asked, wondering why Neville hadn't spoken to him yet if both of their mothers were supposed to be friends. No, Dumbledore said in a sad voice. Both parents survived but, something very horrible happened to them. What? Harry asked. I fear it's not my place to say. If you truly wish to know then I advise asking Neville. Dumbledore responded. Harry was tempted to press but knew he wouldn't get anything more out of Dumbledore on that particular subject. Neville now lives with his grandmother since Alice and her husband are unable to look after him, therefore. They are unable to look after me. Harry sighed. Exactly, Dumbledore spoke. I could not look after you myself. Were it possible then I would, but between my 2 jobs in the ministry and my full-time job as headmaster, I felt I wouldn't be able to look after you. And even if I did, it would bring more attention to you. So I put you with the Dursleys. Dumbledore stopped talking. He looked at Harry who looked quite calm, though the tense posture of Jet and the stiffening of Harry's shoulders gave away his true feelings. You are the one responsible for leaving me at the Dursleys. Harry spoke, his voice slow and cold. Yes, Dumbledore replied, his voice quite in pain. When Voldemort attacked your parents your mother sacrificed herself to save you. In doing so she used very powerful magic which protected you. I took advantage of this to create blood wards. These wards weren't exactly legal but they would have been impenetrable. If a wizard or witch intended to harm you then they would have never gotten past the front door, if you understand my meaning. Your aunt was your mother's last remaining relative. If the blood wards were to continue to work then you would have to stay with her. At the time it made so much sense to put you with them. You would be in the Muggle world where people couldn't influence or harm you for their own goals. You would be protected from any remaining followers of Voldemort and you could live a normal life until you came back to Wizarding World. However, the one thing I didn't take into account was the possibility of the Dursleys treating you like they did. Dumbledore admitted, tears silently falling down his face. I knew they did not like magic but I didn't think it was bad enough to abuse you, especially after all the money I had given them to look after you. Wait, what? Harry blinked. What money? Harry all but growled. I am a fairly rich man, Harry. I gave the Dursleys yearly payments for you, to be spent on clothes and food and so on. When I read that article one realized how big of a mistake I had made. I am not perfect, Harry, nor will I ever claim to be. I like others make mistakes, though mine appear to be larger than others. I promise you that by the end of the year I will have the Dursleys brought to justice, and you should hopefully be moved into a nice and caring home. Dumbledore finished. He didn't say anything more, he simply looked at Harry who looked back at him. In that moment Dumbledore felt like Harry's green eyes were piercing through his soul. Dumbledore registered the fact that Jet was hissing at Harry, but he couldn't really understand what the snake was saying. "I want to hate you," Harry said after a very long and incredibly uncomfortable silence. "I really want to hate you." "I understand," Dumbledore gulped as he wiped his tears away. "If you hate me, then I understand." "I want to hate you, but I don't," Harry said as he rubbed his eyes. Anything that Harry was about to say was cut off as Fox began trilling into the air. It sounded to Harry like he was trying to sing. "What the hell?" Harry muttered as he suddenly felt a wave of calmness hit him. One of Fox's abilities is his singing voice. It has many effects, including the ability to calm people down. Dumbledore explained. Harry looked unsure about how he should react to that, but eventually settled for a short nod towards the red bird before turning back to Dumbledore. "Like I was saying, I want to hate you, but I don't. I understand, you made the decision that you felt was best at the time." Harry spoke. "No, I shouldn't hate you. I know you have good reasons for what you did, but that doesn't mean that I'm happy about it, even if it was the best thing for me. I understand, words cannot express how much I regret putting you there, Harry. If you want my forgiveness, then you have it, but I don't really know how I'm supposed to feel about you. Part of me wants to thank you and part of me wants to punch you," Harry admitted. "So if you don't mind, I want to leave now and just think about this. I need to sort out my thoughts." "Very well," Dumbledore nodded as if he had expected that response. "If you ever feel like you wish to talk to me, then please do not hesitate." Harry nodded before getting out of his chair. He gave one last nod to Fox before he walked out of the office and began walking towards the Slytherin common room. "Are you all right?" Jet asked. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I'm confused. I want to hate him, but he had good reasons for what he did. I don't know if I could do better in his situation." "I understand that, I do, but my emotions aren't being very logical at the moment. I need to go and calm down or do something to relieve some stress." Harry was about to say more when suddenly he heard a low musical tone. Harry quickly reacted and flicked his wand into his hand. The Thunderbird part of the wand caused it to suddenly fire, and Harry watched as a spell from his own wand collided with another spell in midair. Harry looked in the direction the spell came from and saw Ron Weasley gawking at him while holding his own wand in his hand. "Stress relief," Jet hissed. "Stress relief." Harry grinned. "Headmaster," Professor McGonagall said as she entered Dumbledore's office about half an hour later. "Professor McGonagall, may I help you?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, Mr. Potter has put Mr. Weasley in the hospital wing," Professor McGonagall replied, causing Dumbledore's jaw to drop. Dumbledore followed Professor McGonagall into the hospital wing, where he found Ronald Weasley laying in a bed with a bandage wrapped around his head, and his shirt was pushed up so his stomach was exposed, while Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, had just finished putting some bandages around his midsection before picking up a potion. "Drink this," she ordered before feeding Ron the potion. It was then that Dumbledore also noticed a big red mark on Ron's right cheek. Dumbledore looked around and saw Harry was standing and leaning against the bed opposite Ron's bed. He had his arms crossed while Jet rested on his shoulders. Both looked bored and irritated. "Perhaps someone should start explaining." "What happened?" Dumbledore suggested, alerting everyone to the fact that he was in the room. "He attacked me," Ron shouted instantly as he pointed at Harry before wincing at the pain he felt. "Calm down, you foolish boy," Madame Pomfrey ordered as she pulled his shirt down so it was covering his stomach. "I hardly need you to cause yourself another injury. It'd be kind of funny if he did, though," Harry mused, earning a glare from Ron and a disapproving look from Madame Pomfrey. At that moment Professor Snape walked into the hospital wing. He took one look at Weasley and raised an eyebrow before glancing at Harry, then giving Dumbledore and McGonagall a look that clearly said, "Explain." "Mr. Weasley, perhaps you can go from the start," Dumbledore said after catching Snape up on all that happened, giving Ron his full attention. "I was walking down the hallway when he attacked me, for no reason," Ron said as he gestured to Harry with his head. Harry snorted in amusement before he could stop himself. "Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall turned to him. "Do you disagree?" she asked, her lips thinner than usual. "I do disagree," Harry nodded. "And I am more than willing to tell my side of the story, and unlike Weasley over there, I can expand my story beyond a single sentence." "Well, we are very interested in hearing what you have to say, Mr. Potter," Snape drawled, as he stared at Harry. Well, Professor, I had just come out of Professor Dumbledore's office and was walking back to the common room. Harry began explaining. We had a very serious conversation and I was rather emotional and intended to go to my common room and spend some time to sort through my thoughts. A serious conversation, Professor McGonagall repeated. A personal one, Harry replied. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore, who nodded in response. The two appeared to be engaged in a silent conversation, but eventually she nodded to him before turning to Harry and gesturing him to continue. So like I said, I was emotional and was walking back to the common room when out of nowhere Weasley tried to curse me. Thankfully he wasn't able to hit me, but he did fire the first spell. I then hit him with a stinging hex on the face followed by a disarming spell. Unfortunately I overpowered the spell and he ended up flying into a wall. After that I quickly went to fetch Madame Pomfrey and informed her about what happened. She followed me to him and then she levitated him back. She then called you, Professor, then you called Professor Dumbledore, and here we all are. Harry finished with a shrug. I can confirm the last part, Madame Pomfrey commented. Mr. Potter did indeed contact me and tell me the same story. I don't suppose Jet counts as an acceptable witness? Harry asked Professor McGonagall. No, she said, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. No, he does not. Why the F.K. not? Jet hissed in an offended voice. Well, as of the moment it is clear that one of you is not telling the truth. Dumbledore said as he glanced between both boys. Headmaster, clearly the Weasley boy is lying. Snape said as if it was stupid to even consider that he wasn't. We don't know that for sure. Professor McGonagall frowned. Please, Snape scoffed. The boy has caused nothing but trouble since coming here, and from what I've observed is always the one to approach Mr. Potter, not the other way around. He tried to attack me yesterday as well. Harry said, causing everyone to look at him. Explain, Snape ordered. He tried to confront me yesterday when I was going to the Great Hall. Harry began explaining. He tried to insult me and then he got angry and was about to pull his wand out, but I was able to get my wand out first. I advised him not to finish pulling his wand out and he then began accusing me of using dark magic. I tried pointing out that I am only a first year, but he was insistent that if I didn't know dark magic now then I'd definitely know it later. I told him that since it was Christmas I was willing to let it go and then I told him to leave. I had hoped that he would have learnt from it, but sadly not. That's not true. Ron protested. Which part? Snape said as he looked at him. Ron struggled to think up a good answer and by the time he was able to he realized that he had waited too long. That's what I thought, Snape said when Ron didn't answer. Potter, Snape said as he looked at Harry. Part of him hated the fact that he had to help the son of James Potter, but he would be damned if he willingly let one of his Slytherins get bested by a Weasley of all people. You can leave now. Harry nodded before looking at Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall with a raised eyebrow. Both nodded to say that Harry could indeed leave. Harry nodded his thanks and walked out, making sure to throw a discreet grin at Weasley just before getting out of the door. Harry was sat in the Slytherin common room with Jet resting on his lap. Harry was admittedly a little excited as today was the day that the other Slytherins would be coming back, meaning that Harry's friends would come back. It was still a very odd feeling knowing that he had friends other than Jet. Soon the common room door opened and a large amount of Slytherins walked in. Harry calmly stood up and placed Jet down on the chair that he had just gotten off of. The first-year Slytherins moved towards Harry when they saw him. The boys all calmly greeted him with handshakes. The girls were a bit of a different case. Millicent Bulstrode didn't really bother as the two weren't friends and didn't even speak to her. Not that they had anything against each other, Millicent just preferred to stay on her own. Pansy Parkinson on the other hand gave Harry a small nod. Harry's relationship with Parkinson was an odd one. Harry knew that she disliked him for being a half-blood and for the fact that he was unofficially in charge of the first years when she thought that Draco should be in charge. But on the other hand she knew that Harry was a powerful wizard and a Parselmouth. Parkinson was also besotted with Draco. In her eyes Draco should be the top Slytherin, but Draco appeared to be fine just following Harry's lead. Parkinson didn't know, but Draco had discussed it with his father who had advised him to not get on Harry's bad side, and Draco was intelligent enough to see that Harry, half-blood or not, was the best wizard in their years since he usually got most of the spells first and was quite creative with his use of spells. So Draco, much like his father had been with the Minister of Magic and Voldemort, was content to be behind the biggest power available. All in all, Harry didn't really care if Parkinson hated him or not. If she wasn't going to be his friend, then he didn't mind as long as she didn't turn into his enemy. This left the two other Slytherin girls in Harry's year, Daphne and Tracy. Daphne had reached Harry first and quickly pulled Harry into a hug, one which Harry returned after a brief pause. Once they were done, Tracy then pulled Harry into a hug while Daphne moved over to pick up Jet. "How have you been, Harry?" Tracy asked once she let go. "Good as can be," Harry answered just as Daphne put Jet over her shoulders. "Hi Jet." Daphne smiled at him. "Hello pet," Jet softly hissed as he rubbed his head against her cheek. "What have you been doing, second favorite human?" Jet asked. He said, "What have you been doing?" Harry translated, choosing to leave out the bits before and after. "Oh, just a normal, boring holiday. For me Jet," Daphne answered while stroking Jet's head. "What about you, Harry? Anything interesting happened?" "Not much," Harry said, a thoughtful look on his face. "I mean, there was that one time when Weasley tried to attack me," Harry said, causing the first years to blink at him. "Oh, and there was the second time he tried to attack me and I put him in the hospital wing," Harry added as if he just remembered. "Weasley tried to attack you?" Draco rolled his eyes. "Of course he did. Probably thought he could get you while the rest of us weren't here," Theo commented. He seemed to have forgotten that Harry over here could kick his ass while blindfolded. Blaze commented. "One arm behind his back as well," Angela said as she arrived. She draped an arm over Harry's shoulder and smiled at him. What had happened? She asked Harry, who fought back a blush at the sudden close contact. "The first time was at Christmas," Harry began explaining. "I had finished going through all my presents, they were brilliant by the way, and I was relaxing in here for a bit before I went to the Great Hall. Weasley stopped me on the way. He tried to engage me in a battle of wits but hadn't really realized he lacked a sufficient amount of wit." Harry paused briefly to allow everyone a few moments of laughter before he continued. "Anyway, he was about to pull out his wand, but Angela over here had given me a wand holster for Christmas." "Did you like it?" Angela asked. "Loved it," Harry grinned. "I did practice with it like you advised. I was able to get my wand in my hand before Weasley was able to even pull his out. I had told Weasley that I would be nice to him this one time because it was Christmas and I let him go. The next time was the day after. He tried to throw a spell at me when I wasn't looking, but I was able to avoid it, and then I hit him in the face with a stinging hex, then I hit with a disarming spell that sent him crashing into a wall." Harry grinned, choosing not to mention how his wand had reacted. He couldn't explain it but just felt like it was better to keep it to himself unless he had to. "Nicely done, my green-eyed student." Angela grinned. "What happened to him?" "Well, when he didn't get up I got Madame Pomfrey to check him out," Harry admitted. "Last I saw him he was in the hospital wing with bandages on his head and body while Madame Pomfrey was shoving potions down his throat," Harry said, earning amused looks from everyone. "Brilliant," Draco laughed. "Pure brilliance. Can't believe that Weasley thought he could get away with it." Tracy scowled. "You put Weasley's name in a sentence with the word thought. It should take you less than 10 seconds to realize what's wrong with what you just said," Harry replied. The Slytherins spent some more time talking before Daphne handed Jet back to Harry and went to her room with the other girls. The boys followed suit, except for Crabbe and Goyle. Both had started following the others but were stopped by Harry, who grabbed them by their arms and pulled them to a sofa. He sat them both down before sitting down in between them with Jet on his shoulders. "Ah, this is nice, isn't it?" Harry asked as he looked between both boys, both looking confused. "Now, I want to talk with the two of you, but before we do that, are either of you hungry?" Harry asked. Their confused frowns quickly turned into hopeful smiles as they both nodded. "Okay, well, I'm sorry but all I've got is 2 packets of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans," Harry said as he pulled out 2 packets, and handed one to Crabbe before handing the other to Goyle. The beans were exactly as advertised, which is why Harry was rather reluctant to eat them. The first few times he had gotten lovely flavors like chocolate, ice cream and cake. After that he had gotten one that tasted like what Harry assumed wallpaper tasted like, and that was right before Blaze informed Harry about him eating one that was bogey flavored. The two boys didn't share Harry's apprehension and gladly took the offered packets and began eating. "Orange," Crabbe hummed after eating one bean. "Chicken," Goyle smirked after eating his own. "So guys, tell me, what do you two like?" Harry asked the boys. "What we like," Goyle repeated, not really able to remember the last time somebody had asked that. We like Quidditch. Crabbe offered. Then let's talk about Quidditch. Harry grinned. He and the two boys then began talking about Quidditch. Harry knew that Crabbe and Goyle were simply brainless brutes as far as everyone was concerned, but Harry figured that the two could at least become decent wizards with a bit of effort. Draco only ever really saw the two as his personal bodyguards. The two were indeed loyal to Draco, but they mostly seemed to just follow his lead. Harry figured that if the two were going to be followers, then they should probably start following the best, aka himself. I think you two would be good beaters, Harry said as he continued to talk with Crabbe and Goyle. The conversation had admittedly started a bit slow, but now the two were talking with Harry as if it was just a regular thing for them. Do you think so? Crabbe smiled. Yeah, I mean you two certainly have the muscle for it. Harry joked as he tapped both of their arms. Both boys smiled and actually blushed at the compliment. Though I think it's possible that you two could be chasers as well. Really? Goyle blinked. Well, possible, Harry repeated. It rather depends on how good you two are on your brooms. I know you both got the throwing strength, but if you have the accuracy and are fast when you fly, then you could probably be good chasers. We don't like flying too fast. Goyle frowned. Ah well, each to their own. Harry shrugged. So, we've talked about Quidditch, what else do you both like? What's your favorite subject? Harry asked as he looked in between both boys. Not sure. Crabbe admitted with Goyle nodding to show that he was the same. Herbology. Crabbe eventually answered. Herbology. Harry blinked. That was not exactly the answer he was expecting. Well, you just do gardening, don't you? Crabbe said, a little defensively. Harry hummed. I suppose it's simple now, though it will undoubtedly get much harder as we get older, but at least Professor Sprout doesn't make us write too much, so I can sort of see the appeal. Harry nodded to him before turning to Goyle. And what about you? Same as Crabbe, Harry asked. I like charms, Goyle said in a tentative voice. Much different from herbology, but also a good lesson. Tell me if you two ever need help with it. I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty good at it. Really? Goyle blinked. You'd help me? Yeah, why not? Harry shrugged before turning to Crabbe. I'd offer to help you in herbology, but it's not really my best subject. If you need help, you should probably talk to Daphne or Tracy. They're better at that stuff than me. Harry admitted. Crabbe, Goyle, Draco said as he walked back down. What are you two doing? Please tell me that you're not bothering Potter. On the contrary, me and the boys have been having a lovely conversation about Quidditch. Harry said before either boy could reply. By the way, thank you for your Christmas gift, Harry said before Draco could respond. I have no doubt that it will prove its worth over the next few years. Harry said, hoping that the compliment would take away Draco's focus from Crabbe and Goyle. The last thing the two boys needed was for Draco to discourage them from talking to him again. I'm glad you liked it, Draco smirked as he sat down on a chair next to the sofa. Apparently the compliment had worked. Mother and father saw your gift. Did they now? Harry asked. He remembered sending Draco an action figure of a Quidditch player from Draco's favorite team and some sweets, since he wasn't really sure about what else to get him. I'm sorry if it wasn't a good one. I am Muggle-raised after all and have little experience with shopping for wizards. No, they liked it. Draco waved him off as the other Slytherin first years came back down. Crabbe and Goyle took the opportunity to get up and go to their room, allowing Daphne and Tracy to take their places. Jet moved off of Harry's shoulder and onto Daphne's as soon as Daphne had sat down. My father told me to tell you that he's inviting you to come visit during the school holidays. I'll think about it. Harry hummed. I think it's terrible that you don't know more about the wizarding world, Draco said, looking like he smelt something foul. All because of those Muggle. I still don't think they should be letting Pansy paused when Harry glared at her. Muggle-borns into Hogwarts, she corrected. Tell me, Harry sighed as he looked between her and Draco. Do you two really think that we shouldn't allow Muggle-borns into the wizarding world? Harry asked in a calm voice. Answer honestly, I won't get mad. No, I don't think they should be allowed. Draco admitted with Pansy nodding in agreement. So you guys like purebloods better than Muggle-borns, correct? Harry asked. The two both nodded in response. If that's true, then you two should like Muggle-borns. What? Both blurted out. Tell me, a pureblood is someone who has at least 2 sets of magical grandparents, correct? Harry asked. That's right. Theo nodded. Well then, what happens if a Muggleborn has a child with another Muggleborn? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. It'd be a half-blood. Theo answered. Excellent Theo, now tell me what happens if that child gets married to the child of another pair of Muggleborns, then what would happen next? They'd have a pureblood baby. Tracy guessed. Because that child's baby would have 2 pairs of magical grandparents. Good, Harry smiled at her. Now can someone tell me what happens if a Muggleborn had a child with a pureblood? The child would be a half-blood, Daphne answered, but then he or she could go on to produce a pureblood child. Exactly, Harry smiled and looked around at all of the Slytherins. Harry noticed that a few nearby students from other years had been listening, but he chose to act like he hadn't noticed. Muggleborns might not have pureblood, but they do give us the opportunity for the wizarding world to gain more purebloods. Harry looked around. He could see that most of them were thinking on his words, even if Parkinson was looking like he had just suggested they each start French key, dotting a cow. By the way, are any of you guys up for a duel? Harry asked suddenly. I haven't practiced against anyone in a long time. No, Blaise said quickly, with the others nodding in agreement. You've already beaten every one of us, we're not doing it again. Wimps, Harry said under his breath as he rolled his eyes. The next day Harry walked into the Great Hall with the other Slytherins. Jet was on his shoulder as always. As Harry walked in, he glanced at the Gryffindor table. You guys go ahead, Harry said to the other Slytherins. I need to talk to someone. He added. He walked off before any of them could respond. Hey, Harry said as he stopped at the Gryffindor table. Longbottom, I need to talk to you, in private. Harry said to the Gryffindor, who now looked like he was going to have a heart attack. What do you want with him? Ron demanded as he glared at Harry. I want to talk to him, not that it's any of your business. Harry said in a bored tone. It is my business if you're going to bully him. When have I acted like I'm going to bully him? Harry said, trying very hard to not roll his eyes. I simply want to talk to him. About what? Ron asked in suspicious voice. It's between me and him, do you know what that means, numbnuts? Harry asked, this time giving into his urge to roll his eyes. Numbnuts, Ron repeated in an offended voice. It's an insult, Hermione Granger explained. I know it's an insult, Ron said to her in an annoyed voice before turning to Harry. You should get out of here, nobody here wants to talk to a snake like you. Okay, you're basically a broken record, Harry sighed before turning back to Neville. Like I said, I want to talk to you in private. About what? Neville asked, his face paler than usual. I'll tell you when it's just us talking together without your entire house listening in. Harry said as he gestured to the other Gryffindors. For Merlin's sake, I'm not going to hurt you. Harry added when the boy looked hesitant. I want to talk to you in private. If you want to tell everyone what happened after the conversation is over, then that's up to you. The boy looks like he's going to have an accident. Jet hissed into Harry's ear, causing Neville to jump in his seat. Longbottom, my patience is limited, are you coming or not? Harry asked in an impatient voice. For a second it looked like Neville was about to get up, but that changed when Percy Weasley walked over. What's going on here? He spoke in a pompous voice, puffing his out, undoubtedly to show off the prefect badge he was wearing. Harry didn't bother looking at Percy and instead kept his eyes on Neville, who seemed like he wasn't going to leave his seat after all. House of the Brave, Harry snorted before walking off and heading towards the Slytherin table. What was that? Daphne asked when Harry sat down. Disappointing, was Harry's answer. Most of Harry's first year passed quite quickly. He continued to be at the top of his class for most subjects, much to the annoyance of one Hermione Granger, who wanted that spot for herself. While she was slightly better than Harry at theory, she still was unable to match him when it came to practical use of magic. The Slytherin team also dominated the Quidditch pitch, taking full advantage of Harry's skill as a chaser. Harry chose not to approach Neville again. If the boy was so scared of him that he wasn't going to even talk to him in private, then Harry wasn't going to bother. Ron had the sense to try and avoid Harry for the rest of the year, though Harry suspected it was more a case of the other Gryffindors doing their best to keep him out of trouble, since he was already killing their chances at winning the House Cup. The Weasley twins on the other hand tried a few more times to prank him, but it never really worked out for them for multiple reasons. Firstly, because Harry was already experienced in avoiding pranks thanks to Dudley, secondly because the house elves were no longer allowing them into the kitchen. The elves did not like the fact that they were tricked into pranking students, so had refused the twins' entry into the kitchens and would no longer put things in the students' food like before. The third reason would be because any pranks that Harry missed would be picked up by Jet. Though the twins had to give up after the third time they were caught trying to prank him, likely for the same reason as their little brother. It was near the end of the year when something interesting happened. Harry had been in his room and relaxing on his bed while reading a book with Jet resting next to Harry. Blaze had gone out to spend time with his sister, meaning Harry could spend some time alone. Potter. A voice called just as a knock was heard on Harry's door. Come down to the common room, Professor Quirrell wants to talk to you. The voice finished before the sound of footsteps was heard, letting Harry know that whoever had spoken had already gone back down. Quirrell. Jet frowned as much as a snake could frown. What do you think he wants? Jet asked. Not a clue, Harry admitted as he stood up and left his book on the bed. But I suppose we'll have to go and see, Harry added. Be careful, Jet advised. There's something off with the idiot. Harry nodded in agreement before picking up Jet and allowing him to hide inside Harry's sleeve. Harry walked down into the common room where he saw a few older Slytherin students and Professor Quirrell. Mr. P. Potter, Professor Quirrell said with his usual stutter. I would like you to come with me, he said. Am I in trouble, Professor? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. No, of course not. Quirrell responded as he shook his head. Follow me, all S, shall be E, explained. He said. He walked off and out of the common room before Harry could respond. Harry let out a small sigh before he followed after Quirrell. So Professor, I think this might be the part where you actually start explaining, Harry said after following Quirrell in complete silence for a short while. Mr. Potter, Quirrell stuttered. All will be revealed soon, he said. We're not supposed to be here, Harry reminded him when they reached the third-floor corridor. It'll be fine, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said in a dismissive voice just as they stopped through the door. Though the first thing they saw when they entered caused Harry to pause. That is a big dog, Harry said when he saw the giant three-headed dog in front of them. It was thankfully sleeping, each head looked big enough to swallow Harry whole. In the corner of the room there was a harp that was playing some calming music. It's a Cerberus, Quirrell told Harry just before he closed and locked the door. Quirrell opened a trap door near where the Cerberus was sleeping. What do you know of them? Quirrell asked. Not much, Harry admitted. Just that they're very dangerous and are used to guard stuff. You can keep them calm with music, Quirrell responded as he gestured to the harp across the room. That was before he calmly entered through the trap door just as the harp stopped playing. Harry saw the Cerberus was waking up. Harry quickly realized that he had a choice. Stay here with the giant three-headed dog that would probably kill him or go down the trapdoor. Seeing all three heads waking up had helped him decide and he quickly went down the hole before the heads could notice him. When Harry went down he landed on something soft. He looked around and saw that he had landed on a large amount of vines. Quirrell was calmly sat a small distance away with vines wrapped around him. So Harry, Quirrell said as he looked at him. Do you recognize this plant? He asked as the vines wrapped around Harry's legs. Devil's Snare, Harry answered, remembering it from herbology. And how would you deal with it? Quirrell asked. Well, it hates fire and sunlight, so, give me a sec, Harry said before pulling his wand out and hitting the vines with a flame blast. The flames rushed away from the blast, allowing Harry to fall through to the ground below. He was fortunately fast enough to hit it with a softening charm to make his landing far less painless than it could have been. Excellent, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said as he landed next to Harry. Well done. What is the point of all of this? Harry asked in an irritated voice. I just jumped down a trapdoor after getting past a sleeping three-headed dog and now I just had to deal with Devil's Snare. Why? You're the best in your year at Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quirrell responded. Which is why I want you to go through these tests. What happens if I complete these tests? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Then you will be rewarded, Quirrell said with a grin. Alright, what next? Harry asked in a bored tone as he followed Quirrell into the next room. He looked up and saw a small army of winged keys flying in circles overhead. Near the entrance were some floating brooms. Quirrell didn't immediately answer and instead walked to the other end of the room. Harry sighed and walked after him, the two stopping at a locked door. This door is locked, Quirrell said as he looked at Harry. It won't unlock with a simple unlocking charm. How would you unlock it? He asked. Harry frowned as he looked between the keys, the door and the brooms. My guess is that one of those keys are needed to open the door and the brooms are there so you can get the key. Harry paused and looked at the keys. One of them has a damaged wing, Harry noticed. If I had to guess then I'd say that would be the key you need. Perhaps you should get it, Mr. P. Potter. Quirrell suggested. If I must, but I've got a simpler way. Harry said as he took his wand out and aimed it above him. Immobilis, Harry calmly said. The freezing spell shot out of his wand and hit the key with the damaged wing while also affecting several nearby keys. Defindo. Harry said, sending a severing charm at the wings of the key, cutting them both off. Finite. Harry said, his counter spell hitting the key, countering the freezing charm and causing it to fall to the floor. Finite, an N, not finite incantatum. Quirrell asked as Harry walked over to pick up the key. They're the same thing, Harry shrugged as he went over to pick up the key. The first just targets a specific target while the second acts over an area to terminate spell effects. He said before tossing the key to Quirrell who caught it. Excellent, 20 points to S. Lither and F, for Advent, Advanced S, Spells and SP, Spell K, Knowledge. Quirrell said as he opened the door. He walked into the next room with Harry following after him. This room was different from the last few, and it was simply a giant chess set. Let me guess, we have to get past the chess set? Harry asked as he looked at Quirrell who nodded in response. Brilliant. Harry paused and looked at the chess set. He spent several moments analyzing it before he aimed his wand and aimed in the direction of the opposing king. Flippendo. Harry yelled, putting a fair amount of power into his spell. Harry's knockback spell shot towards the king and passed in between the other pieces before hitting its target. The king piece fell off the board and broke as it landed. Let's go, Harry said to Quirrell before he began walking towards the exit. Why did you do that? Quirrell asked as he followed after him. The objective of chess is to attack the opponent's king, Harry reminded him as they reached the door, unbothered by the other pieces. I could have played until we reached checkmate or I could just skip the middle man. Very clever, Quirrell said as they entered the next room. There was no door leading into the next room, but the exit was covered in black flames that prevented them from leaving. As soon as they had entered, the entrance behind them was suddenly blocked off by purple fire. In front of them on a table was 7 potions, all labeled in numbers and a rolled up piece of paper. Potions, I'm assuming this is Snape's doing, Harry said as he took the note and began reading it. Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onwards, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Well, P. Potter, what are you going to do? Quirrell asked. Brain thinking, hush, Harry said as he reread it. 1 bottle to help us move on, 1 bottle to help us move back, 2 bottles of nettle wine and 3 bottles of poison. There is always a poison on the left of nettle wine. According to this, the biggest bottle, number 6, and the smallest bottle, number 3, don't have poison. Harry said to himself. Okay, I've got this, Harry said after a few seconds of thinking. Do you? Quirrell asked. Yeah, Harry nodded. It's simple, Harry said as he picked up what he believed to be the correct potion. Well, P. Potter, best get to drinking then, Quirrell replied. Excellent, Mr. P. Potter, Quirrell said when the two arrived into the next room. The room was empty, but there was one thing in the middle of it that interested Harry. The mirror of her eyes. Harry breathed. You know of it? Quirrell asked, with an hungry look in his eye. There is an object inside of the mirror, can you get it? Quirrell asked, looking at Harry. He expected several different responses from Harry. What he did not expect was for Harry to suddenly start laughing, loudly. Why are you laughing? Quirrell demanded. You forgot. Harry chuckled as he walked to the mirror. He began walking in a circle around the mirror, keeping his eyes locked on the mirror. As soon as he walked behind the mirror and out of view, Harry discreetly let Jet slither out of his sleeve and quickly climb onto the frame of the back of the mirror. Forgot what? Quirrell asked when Harry appeared back in view. Harry stopped in front of the mirror and turned to Quirrell. Your stutter, Harry said calmly with a shrug as he held his hands behind his back. What? Quirrell asked. Oh, it's too late now, Quirrell. Harry said in an amused voice. It's funny really, you kept that act up for most of the year, only to mess it up now. Harry said. He watched as Quirrell suddenly stood up straighter and began glaring at him. It was a most tiring act to maintain. Quirrell said in an annoyed voice. An incredibly annoying one as well. Harry replied. I mean honestly, the stuttering got old by the first hour of your first lesson. Harry added. It took you more than 2 minutes just to get through the bloody class attendance register. You knew it was an act? Quirrell asked. I suspected. Harry admitted. I've got to admit that it's only really my curiosity that brought me here. What do you mean? You were giving off plenty of warning signs, the biggest one was when you brought me into the forbidden corridor. Harry replied. I was tempted to escape but then I figured why not. I was rather interested to know what was in the corridor. There's the mirror but there's got to be more to it than that. You said an object was inside it, what is it that you're after? What is in there? Harry asked, as he gestured behind himself to the mirror. The Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell answered as he calmly walked over to Harry and stood in front of the mirror before turning to Harry. An incredible invention, a brilliant magical artifact with astonishing powers. The stone will transform any metal into pure gold. It also produces the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal. And you want it, that makes sense. Harry hummed. The troll, you were the one who let it in, weren't you? Harry guessed. You were hoping to use it as distraction so you can get the stone. I was. Quirrell nodded. Yeah, you see that makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is the fact that you brought me with you, Harry pointed out. You could have brought a 7th year or even a 6th year, probably could have tricked a Gryffindor or Hufflepuff into helping you. You could have done it all on your own, why bring me? Because I wanted to test you, Quirrell answered. You're not like the other students. You could have gone into Gryffindor but you went into the noble house of Slytherin. Not only that but you are also a Parseltongue and any person with a brain can see that you're in charge of the other Slytherins in your year. My master has expressed an interest in you. Your master. Harry repeated. So the stone is not for you? Harry asked. Who is your master? Let me speak to the boy. A raspy voice spoke, sounding like it came from behind Quirrell. I'll assume that's him then. Harry said in a dry voice, even though he was quickly looking around to see if he could spot the owner of the voice. Master, you're not strong enough. Quirrell protested. I have strength, enough for this. The voice replied. Quirrell looked like he was going to protest again but stopped before doing so. He took in a small breath before turning around, his back now facing Harry. He reached up and began removing his turban. When he was done, Harry took a step back before he could stop himself. The sight in front of him was a shocking one. There was another face where the back of Quirrell's head should be. The face has red eyes and a snake-like slit where the nose should be. It was a very disturbing sight. Harry Potter, the face breathed. See what has become of me. What I have been reduced to since that fateful Halloween night. Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me, these past weeks, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Halloween. Wait, you're Voldemort. Harry realized. Yes I am, or at least was. The face replied. It took every bit of Harry's willpower to stop himself from running. His body wanted him to run, but he knew that if he did then it wouldn't end well for him. You're supposed to be dead. Harry breathed, finding it extremely hard to believe what was happening. Many believe me to be, but I am far from ready to die. Voldemort hissed. I am now but a mere shade of my former self. But when I have the stone I will return to my full power. You know, bringing the guy who killed my parents, and is responsible for me being an abused orphan, to his full power is not exactly the best sales pitch. Harry said in a calm voice. He was ignoring his internal panic. He needed to think, he needed to focus. If he could survive Uncle Vernon's breath and Dudley's, silent but deadly's, then he could survive this. Ah yes, I have been made aware of the abuse you suffered at the hands of those muggles. Voldemort replied. You are a lot like me, Harry, or at least like a younger version of me. I was also handsome, magically talented and a parselmouth, but like you I was also placed with muggles not fit to even clean my shoes. Or his shoes in this case. Harry said as he gestured to Quirrell's feet. And that might be true, but why should I help you get the stone? Join me, Harry. Voldemort replied, his red eyes locked on Harry. You're not like the rest, I can tell. You're evil. Harry couldn't help but point out. There is no good or evil, only power. And I can grant you that, Harry. Voldemort responded. You understand, that's why you train day in and day out. That's why you push and drive yourself to succeed. You tasted power and you want more. If you study under me then you could become one of the best wizards of all time. You'd kill me the second I finished helping you. Harry growled. I will not, I give you my word that if you help me then me and my followers will not harm you. And I'm supposed to trust your word. Harry snorted just as he brought his hands to his side. I think not. Harry said as his wand flicked into his right hand. Harry raised it only for Quirrell to suddenly turn around and Quirrell's wand was in his hand before Harry could blink. Harry found his own wand had flown out of his hand and landed nearby. He couldn't help but blink at the speed showed by Quirrell. Think carefully, Potter. Quirrell warned as he pointed his own wand at Harry. My master is the most powerful wizard in the world. You can join him and be an important part of history, or you can be stupid and be a footnote in the history books. What say you? I say that you've forgotten that I am not alone, and that I still have my familiar. Harry said as he thrust his left hand towards Quirrell, who responded by quickly catching him by the sleeve with his free hand, hoping to stop Jet from popping out of Harry's sleeve, though he quickly realized that Jet was not in Harry's sleeve. Hey Quirrell, Harry grinned, causing Quirrell to look at him with confusion. Made you look. He added as he gave him the finger using his left hand. Attack, Harry hissed in Parseltongue. Watch out, fool. Voldemort screamed, having understood what Harry had said. But it was too late as Jet had jumped off of the top of the mirror and at Quirrell, who had tried to blast Jet, but Jet was able to avoid the spell by twisting in midair. Jet landed on Quirrell's wand arm and quickly bit into Quirrell's hand, causing Quirrell to scream in pain. He dropped his wand but Harry was able to catch it before it hit the ground. Quirrell released Harry's other arm and tried to snatch his wand back, but Harry had used the released hand to grab Quirrell's hand while holding Quirrell's wand out of reach using his other hand. It was then that something strange happened. Quirrell's skin started burning as soon Harry had touched it. Quirrell howled in pain and yanked his hand out of Harry's. But it seemed too late for his hand as it crumbled into dust. Jet removed his fangs from Quirrell's other hand and went for his throat, only for Quirrell to quickly shake him off and cause him to land on the floor. Jet reacted quickly and slammed his fangs into Quirrell's leg. Harry had gotten over his shock from Quirrell's hand burning. Now was not the time for that, he would think about it later. Harry went on instinct and did the first thing that came into his head. He pulled his leg back and kicked Quirrell between the legs. Quirrell screamed in pain and fell to the ground, hands clutching the latest victim in a never-ending war between the heroic feet of an 11-year-old and the balls of a creepy man. Harry snapped Quirrell's wand before quickly rushing over to pick up his own. Jet, return. Harry ordered. Jet released Quirrell and slithered other to Harry before climbing up so he was resting on Harry's shoulders. Nice try, Quirrell. Voldemort. Quirrellmort, yeah that works. Harry said as he kept his wand aimed at Quirrell. You will pay. Quirrell gasped. Oh God, I kicked him so hard that the stutter is back. Harry sighed. He was about to say more when Professor Dumbledore arrived. He looked between Harry and Quirrellmort with widened eyes before aiming his wand at Quirrell. No, Master. Quirrell suddenly screamed as his body began shaking. A small, smoky black cloud flew out of the back of his head and hovered in the air. It shifted so its face was the same as Voldemort's. The moment the cloud had come out, Quirrell's body had turned to dust, leaving behind only his clothes. This is not over. You have not seen the last of me. Voldemort's voice shouted out angrily from the cloud before the cloud flew away. Please tell me that wasn't what King think it was. Harry said to Dumbledore once the cloud was gone. I believe it just might be, Dumbledore said, choosing to ignore Harry's language for now. Were either of you hurt? He asked, looking between Jet and Harry. No, Harry shook his head after several calming breaths. He hissed at Jet, who shook his head. No, Jet's fine as well. Harry added. What happened here? Dumbledore asked as he quickly moved over to the mirror and began casting diagnostic spells over it. Quirrell came to the common room. He took me over here. He made me go through all those little tests. Harry quickly began explaining. I knew something was wrong, but I decided to just go along with it, see if I could work out what he was doing. Quirrell brought me here and told me that Philosopher's Stone was in the mirror. He wanted to see if I could try and get it out, and then he took off his turban and Voldemort's face was on the back of his King head. And then? Dumbledore asked while continuing to cast spells and once again ignoring Harry's language. He tried to get me to join him, Harry admitted just as Dumbledore finally finished casting his spells. Dumbledore turned to him and raised an eyebrow. He said we're alike and that I would be a great wizard if I listened to him. You are alike in certain regards, but also incredibly different in other ways. Dumbledore replied. And you are already a great wizard, Harry. Thank you. Harry couldn't help but smile a little at the compliment, especially since it was coming from the man that many considered to be the greatest wizard of all time. But I knew he was trying to trick me. Even if he didn't try, I still wouldn't trust the man who killed my parents. Harry scowled. I tried to take my wand out, but then he disarmed me. Jet quickly bit him and I was able to take his wand, but then, something weird happened. What happened, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Quirrell's hand burnt when I touched it, Harry answered. I didn't even do anything, I just touched it and it started burning. Dumbledore hummed after a small silence. I feel like I must thank you, Harry. If not for you, then it would be very possible that Voldemort would have gotten the stone. I have checked the mirror and the stone is still inside. The stone is actually in the mirror. Harry asked. How would you even get it out? He couldn't help but wonder. It's a rather genius idea of mine, Dumbledore smiled. The stone is hidden in the mirror thanks to some very, very advanced magic. Though it can be taken out, only those who wanted to find the stone, but not use it, could get it from the mirror. This way anybody who wants it, including Voldemort, cannot get it. Now, we will talk some more, Harry, but first I think we should get you to the hospital wing. Sir, I'm fine, Harry insisted. You might be, but I'd rather not risk the chance that you've been exposed to some harmful magic, Dumbledore replied. I will take you to the hospital wing and you will stay there for the night, then tomorrow you can be released if Madame Pomfrey believes that you are healthy enough. Fine, Harry sighed, realizing that he wasn't going to be able to get out of this. But can I at least go to my common room first and get some sleeping clothes and a book to read? I believe that will be fine. Dumbledore said before he looked back at what was left of Quirrell. He was saddened that the young man had become another victim of Voldemort's, but despite that he was glad that Harry was alive and safe. Harry, Dumbledore said as he looked back to Harry. Tomorrow when you have time I would like to talk to you in more detail about what has happened tonight. But until then I want you to not mention what has happened here to anyone, is that understood? Yes sir, Harry nodded with Jet nodding alongside him. A few minutes later Harry was in his room, picking up his sleeping clothes and a book to read. Dumbledore was in the common room and fending off the many questions about what had happened while also telling everyone to not bother Harry. Jet. Harry frowned when he noticed Jet's mouth was wider than normal. Have you got something in your mouth? Harry asked. Jet nodded before he opened his mouth and a red stone dropped out of it and onto Harry's bed. Is that? Harry's jaw dropped as he looked back and forth between the stone and Jet. Did you nick the stone? Harry hissed with disbelief. The bearded one said that the stone would come to those who wished to find it but not use it. Jet replied. I wanted to find it but I don't want to use it, I wanted to give it to you. When we were leaving I looked in the mirror and suddenly found the stone in my mouth. I was careful and made sure to keep my head out of sight of the bearded one and hid behind your head. Do you like it? Jet asked in a hopeful voice. Harry found himself unable to speak. He glanced between Jet and the stone repeatedly until his eyes were locked on the stone. Before he could even think about it he had a face-splitting smile. He quickly stopped himself from laughing out loud. knowing that the Dumbledore and the other students might hear him. Jet, I love it. Harry grinned. You absolutely brilliant snake. Brilliant, yes, I suppose I am. Harry yawned as he sat up in bed, though this wasn't really his bed, it was a bed in the hospital wing. The events of last night flooded through Harry's brain. While he was rather pleased with how well he did, he wished he did better. All of Harry's spells, the spells he put hours and hours into practicing, ended up being useless because he was disarmed before he could even shoot a spell off. Quirrell might have been a creepy bastard, but he had expected Harry to attack and had reacted quickly. He was faster than Harry and Harry really didn't like that. This wasn't like the Dursleys where he was outnumbered by people naturally bigger than him. Harry had always prided himself on his speed. It was how he avoided getting hurt a lot. Speed was something that could be improved, and Harry vowed to improve if only so he could actually start firing off spells when a duel starts. He would need to start devoting more free time into drawing and using his wand. Maybe he could start practicing like Muggles do with guns, where he would holster it, then draw it and shoot before putting it back in the holster and repeating the process until he was faster. He needed to get better. The Dursleys might have ruled in the Muggle world, but this was the Wizarding world. Here was where he belonged. He was no longer an animal in a cage, he was wild and free. Are you all right? Jet hissed as he crawled onto Harry's lap. I have you with me, Harry smiled as he petted Jet's head. I'll always be fine with you here. True. Jet easily agreed. Any further conversation was cut off by Professor Dumbledore walking into the hospital wing. Hello Harry, he greeted as he stopped at the foot of Harry's bed. How are you? He asked. I'm fine, sir. Harry replied just as Jet climbed up Harry's shoulders. Are you really? Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow. Physically, I'm fine, sir. Harry answered. Physically. Dumbledore repeated. I am, admittedly disappointed in myself, sir. Harry sighed. Disappointed? Whatever for? Dumbledore asked, looking completely baffled. I spent the last year practicing and practicing. I practiced all of my spells repeatedly, and I even practiced taking my wand in and out of wand holster. I practiced and then when it really mattered I was disarmed before I could even cast a spell. Harry said in frustrated voice. I don't expect to beat everyone, sir, but I was hoping I would have done better. If it wasn't for Jet and the miracle burning, then I would probably be dead right now. Harry, Dumbledore sighed as he sat down on the bed and looked at Harry. Did I ever tell you about the first time I lost a duel? You may or may not have forgotten, sir, but we don't really talk much, and the few times we have talked we have had more important things to discuss. Harry reminded him. True, Dumbledore chuckled. But indulge me for a moment, please. When I was a young student I was much like you in that I was the best in my year. Teachers and students praised me, I felt like I could take on the world and win. But then I lost my first duel. I was facing a third year at the time, and it was still a rather surprising loss as I had accidentally tripped on a book and fell into a disarming spell. I remember how disappointed I was in myself. It didn't matter to me that I was winning the duel before I tripped, I just couldn't believe I lost. I practiced and eventually came back and won. I hated losing, but as I grew older I realized something important. Defeat does not make you weak, nor does it make you a bad wizard. Defeat is merely an opportunity for growth. Learn from it, use it to see where you can improve, and then allow yourself to improve. Do you understand, Harry? Dumbledore asked. I think so, Harry said after a moment. That is good, though I must ask, what is your reason for working so hard, Harry? Dumbledore asked. What is it you desire? To be the best. Power. Well, both of those, sir. But it's not just that. Oh, well, when I lived in the Dursleys I was always unable to fight back. I was unable to be who I wanted to be because I had to work on staying out of the way and not getting in trouble. Harry admitted. Now, I'm here, and not only can I freely try my best at something, but I can also finally be strong, you know. I'm no longer weak little Harry who lives under the stairs. I'm proud Harry Potter, first-year wizard. And also, just what, Harry? Dumbledore asked, when it looked like Harry was struggling to put words to his thoughts. I just love magic, you know, Harry said, running a hand through his hair. I'm not going to pretend that I love each and every bit of magic, but I do love it. I mean, magic is just wonderful. It's brilliant and like something out of a dream. The purebloods don't seem to think it's special, probably because they lived with it their whole lives. But the Muggle-borns and Muggle-raised like me, I think they're disappointing. Harry admitted. Disappointing. Yeah, I mean I fell in love with magic but they just sort of. I don't know, got used to it. I mean, do you know who Hermione Granger is? Ah yes, I believe I do, a Gryffindor in your year, I believe. I'm told she is quite the impressive student. Yeah, she might be but she doesn't have a passion for magic. Her passion is in getting good grades, that's why she works so hard. Me, I see the good grades as just a bonus, an indicator that I'm doing well. Magic is such a beautiful thing but people don't seem to care about it after a certain while. I mean I understand that people get used to it but nobody has that sense of wonder anymore. The drive to learn as much as possible is gone, Dumbledore continued for Harry. It's become a part of everyday life and they take it for granted. Exactly. Harry agreed quickly. I don't think I can ever do that. If it wasn't for magic then I wouldn't have my best friend. Harry said as he gestured to Jet. I understand, Harry. Dumbledore said in a soft voice. In that moment Harry reminded Dumbledore of two people, Tom Riddle aka Voldemort, and himself. Tom had a passion for magic because he wanted the power and strength from it, just like Harry. But when Dumbledore was younger he also felt the same as Harry, believing that magic was something to be appreciated and that it was disappointing that people didn't have the same passion for it as him. Professor, what's going to happen now? Harry asked. With the stone, he added, masterfully playing the innocent schoolboy. I've talked with Nicholas, Dumbledore replied. We've both agreed on what to do, the stone will soon be destroyed. But won't Flamel die? Harry asked with a frown. He has enough elixir to get his affairs in order, Dumbledore responded. He is over 600 years old, Harry. He has lived a long life and wishes to go out on his own terms. Sir, if the stone's gone then, does that mean that Voldemort won't come back? Harry asked in a hopeful voice. Ah, I'm afraid that there are ways in which he can return. Dumbledore said in a tired voice. Tell me, have you been wondering why Professor Quirrell couldn't allow you to touch him? The thought had crossed my mind a few times. Harry nodded. It's because of you, Mother, Dumbledore said, surprising Harry. She sacrificed herself for you, and that kind of act leaves a mark. No, no, he said when Harry was about to raise his hand to touch his scar. This kind of mark is an entirely different one. One that lives in all of your skin, all of your body. What is it? Harry asked. Love, Harry. Love, Harry repeated with disbelief. Do not underestimate its power, Dumbledore smiled. I see it every time I see you and Jet together. You both love each other and I have no doubt that you die for each other, the same way your mother did for you. Do not underestimate it, Harry. Thank you, sir, Harry said in a quiet voice as he digested what he was told. Was love a real power? Harry had his doubts, but this was a world where anything is possible, so it could be true. You are quite welcome, Harry. Dumbledore nodded. I'm also sorry about not letting you have more time to rest, but 2 days from now I will be bringing you with me to the ministry. Sir, there will be a session in which we will discuss who shall be your new guardian, Dumbledore explained, though I have also arranged for you to come in earlier to talk with someone about the Dursleys. Sir, Harry repeated. The Dursleys will be brought to justice, Dumbledore replied, but I and several others believe it'll be better if they are not handled in such a public manner. You have already revealed their crimes to the world, there is no need for it to be done a second time. You will give a statement about your time at the Dursleys and then answer a few questions. After that we should hopefully be able to have a half an hour to eat before we head over to get your guardianship sorted. Okay, Harry nodded after taking a moment to process all of that. My new guardian, who is it going to be? What if I don't like the person? Your new guardian will be decided when we go there, however if you don't like the person then you may refuse. If you accept and then find you don't like this person after a while then you will come to me, I will be here to make sure you are not placed with someone who won't look after you. Thank you, sir. Harry nodded, an appreciative look on his face. Do not thank me, Harry. I am merely doing my best to make up for past mistakes. Dumbledore said with a sad smile before he stood up. He reached out and patted Harry on his head. You look so much like your father, even with your mother's eyes, and you hold their best qualities. I hope you continue to do so. I will leave you now, goodbye Harry, goodbye Jet. Dumbledore added before fearlessly stroking Jet's head. He nodded to Jet and Harry before leaving. What do you intend to do with the stone? Jet asked Harry. I had thought about giving it back to Flamel, but if he doesn't want it, then I suppose I could put it to good use. Harry smiled. It's a good backup for us. If we ever need to run or need more money, then we'll be able to get some gold and sell it for money. Yes, if needs be, then we'll just escape. It'll be just you and me. And Hedwig. If we have to, but if we do, then I'm bringing my pet as well. Harry was currently sat in a courtroom. He wasn't in trouble as he hadn't committed any crimes. At least not any that they knew of. No, Harry was in a courtroom to discuss where and who he'd be living with in the summer. Harry was already a bit tired from answering questions and giving his statement about the Dursleys to an hour before coming here, though thankfully he was able to get some food before coming here. Harry was sat in the middle of the courtroom. Behind him were the guest stands, which were full of reporters and rich people who were able to get in to see what was happening, but Harry didn't focus on them and was instead looking up at the stands full of people in front of him. Harry wasn't going to bother to pretend that he knew half of them. He knew the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, from reading newspapers. He was sitting next to a woman who looked unbelievably like a toad. Harry recognized Lucius Malfoy. He was able to do so thanks to seeing pictures of the man from Draco, who also happened to be sitting in the stands. He was quite noticeable with his long, shoulder-length, owned hair. Harry also, once again thanks to seeing pictures from his friends, recognized Theo's father, Lord Knot, along with Lord Parkinson, Greengrass and Davis. Lord Knot was a rather unpleasant-looking man with brown hair and yellow teeth. Parkinson was the same except with black hair. Lord Davis was a handsome-looking man with short brown hair and brown eyes, while Lord Greengrass was the same but with blue eyes and owned hair. Harry also recognized the man who appeared to be in charge of the whole thing, Dumbledore. Dumbledore was sat in the middle of everyone and was apparently in charge of the whole thing, though that wasn't surprising as the man was the chief warlock and supreme mugwump. Thank you for your time, Mr. Burgundy. Dumbledore said just before another man was escorted out of the courtroom. It turned out there were plenty of people willing to adopt Harry. Plenty of people willing to adopt the famous, rich, Dark Lord stopping 11-year-old, can't imagine why. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to try and adopt Mr. Harry Potter? I do, Lucius Malfoy said as he stood up. The family is rich and we are respected members of the wizarding world. He is friends with my son and I know my wife would undoubtedly like another child to dote on. He added with an amused smile. Dumbledore hummed. He knew that Lucius was indeed rich and respected in certain areas of the wizarding world, but that doesn't mean that he believed that Lucius was a good enough person for Harry. Dumbledore knew for a fact that Lucius was a former Death Eater and that the man had been subtly building a power base and was doing his best to control the ministry by whispering into the ears of the minister. You have been noted as applying for the position. Come now, Albus, surely we could just end this now and give the guardianship to Lucius. Minister Fudge commented. Might I remind you, Minister Fudge, that there is a procedure to this and that there are other people who also wish to apply for the role of Mr. Potter's guardian. Dumbledore said before nodding to the man near the door. Bring in the next applicant. He said. The man at the door nodded before going out. A few seconds later he escorted 3 people in. The first was a man that was nearly 6 feet tall. He was a handsome man with light brown hair and a small brown beard plus brown eyes. Following next to him was a beautiful, regal woman with long brown hair that fell down to her shoulders and soft gray eyes. They both looked to be in their 30s, the girl following behind them appeared to be much younger. The older couple were wearing simple robes. This girl was wearing black boots and trousers with a red shirt that was barely poking out from under her black robes. The robes themselves were fitted with silver studs. She was also wearing fingerless gloves and an odd necklace that looked like it was made of strings and had several bronze orbs hanging off of it. She also had a pair of orange earrings. Her hair was a mousy brown color and in terms of age she looked like she had just recently left school. The man who brought them in took his place near the door while the 3 walked forward and stopped a short distance away from Harry, standing on his left. When the man and woman stopped they greeted with a nod and smile which Harry returned. The girl stopped behind them a second later and looked at Harry. Instead of nodding like everyone else had, she simply smiled before she raised a hand and gave him a wave. There was something so disarming about the smile that Harry couldn't help but smile and wave back. Jet took this moment to slither out from his spot in Harry's right sleeve. Everyone in the courtroom looked at Jet as it appeared like they had all forgotten that Harry had a snake for a familiar. Jet looked at the new family that had just walked in. The man and woman stayed still, hoping that was the right move. The girl on the other hand looked at Jet with slightly widened eyes before smiling and waving again. "I like this family," Jet hissed to Harry. "Do you?" he asked. "Well, they don't look bad," Harry commented before nodding to Dumbledore. "Now," Dumbledore said, bringing the attention of the room back to him. "Our next applicants are the Tonks family, Mr. Ted Tonks, Mrs. Andromeda Tonks and their daughter Miss Nymphadora Tonks," Dumbledore announced. He had to say the name. Harry heard the girl say to herself. He looked at her and his eyes widened slightly when he saw that her hair was now slightly red. A second later it turned back into brown. "Now, you wish to apply for the position of guardians for Mr. Potter, is that correct?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, we do." The woman, Andromeda, nodded in a firm manner. "Tell us why you would be good guardians for Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said before gesturing them to start talking. "Well, me and my wife may not be the people in the country but we are fairly well off. Money isn't an issue for us," the man, Ted, said. "I'm a lawyer and I can do most of my work from home. My wife is a potions mistress. She makes and sells potions in her free time and can also do most, if not all, of her work from home." "And what of your daughter?" Dumbledore asked. "I seem to recall that she graduated top of her class, last year." "I did," the girl said with a bright smile. "I'm apprenticing under old Mad-Eye Moody, sir. Under Alistair." "That is an impressive achievement," Dumbledore said with a proud nod. "Are you planning to become an Auror?" "Yes, sir," she nodded. "Excellent, excellent," Dumbledore said to her before turning to the other two. "Are there any other reason for why you wish to become Mr. Potter's guardians?" he asked. "Yes, there is," Andromeda nodded. "Firstly, I wish to point out that Mr. Potter and myself are in fact related through his grandmother." "Grandmother?" Harry asked. "Yes, Doria Black," Andromeda smiled. "She married your grandfather, Charles Potter." Ahem. A girly voice interrupted with a cough. Everyone turned to the toad-like woman who was sat next to the minister. "Pardon the interruption," she said in a sickly sweet voice, "but does that not also mean that you are related to Sirius Black, the mass murderer? And not just him but you are also the sister of mass murderer Bellatrix Lestrange, formerly Black?" she asked. Harry's eyes widened and he looked at the family. "And you would be?" Andromeda asked in a calm voice. "Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic," she said. Her voice was filled with pride but also a hint of annoyance at the fact that Andromeda apparently didn't know who she was. "Well, Miss Umbridge, I have no control over who I am related to," Andromeda replied. "You mentioned my sister and my cousin but not my aunt who is Harry's grandmother and not my own grandfather who fought in the war against Grindelwald along with Harry's grandfather. I have no control over my family's actions, good or bad." "Slytherin?" Harry asked suddenly. "I beg your pardon," Andromeda asked, looking towards him. "You're a Slytherin, aren't you?" Harry asked with a grin. "I was." She nodded with a small smile. "We Slytherins can always spot each other, can't we? The good Slytherins can at least." Harry nodded. He was tempted to judge them by their family but stopped himself, knowing that he certainly wouldn't want to get judged for being related to the Dursleys. Any opinions Harry would make on them would be based on how they act. "Thank you," Andromeda said to him before turning to the court. "And I just want it to be known that I was never a supporter of you-know-who. In case it escaped your notice, I married a Muggleborn who was also a Hufflepuff," she said in a voice without shame or embarrassment as she gestured to her husband. "I hardly think that marrying a Muggleborn is something to boast about," Umbridge said in an irritated voice, looking at Ted like he had just been pulled out of a gutter. "If anything it is a mark down. Why should we allow the boy who lived, defeater of the Dark Lord, to live in a house with a Muggleborn when we have plenty of pureblood families willing to take him in? I think that." Ahem. A cough interrupted her. Everyone turned to look at Harry. "Pardon the interruption," Harry said in a sickly sweet voice as he looked at Umbridge with narrowed eyes. "It's very silly of me but it sounds to me like you are trying to imply that there is something wrong with Muggleborns." "Mr. Potter, I would hope not," Harry continued, his voice no longer sweet and he was looking at Umbridge with narrowed eyes. "I would hope that you weren't insulting Muggleborns in front of me, especially when my own mother was not only a Muggleborn but also widely known as a war hero. Tell me, madam, did you forget that my mother was a Muggleborn or did you simply just not care?" Mr. Potter, Minister Fudge quickly spoke. I assure you that Madam Umbridge intended no offense of any kind. And I feel very assured, Harry said in a sarcastic voice just as Jet began hissing threateningly in Umbridge's direction. Though I believe that you're right, I'm very sure that Madam Umbridge did not intend to cause offense. Is that correct, Madam Umbridge? Harry asked, his green eyes locked onto her. She looked like she was about to say something that would likely get her into more trouble but managed to stop herself when she received a warning look from the minister. Yes, she said after a moment with a forced smile. I did not intend to offend you. That's nice, now you can just apologize and we'll put all this nonsense behind us. Harry said with an innocent smile. Umbridge looked like she was about to blow up with how red she was going, but another look from Minister Fudge was able to stop her from doing so. I apologize, she said quickly in a barely audible voice. I beg your pardon. My familiar was hissing too loud, could you repeat that? Harry asked with a smirk. I am sorry, Umbridge said through gritted teeth. Lovely. Harry smiled as he relaxed in his chair. With that being said, Umbridge continued speaking. Mrs. Tonks is related to several unsavory characters and… Pardon the interruption, Ted spoke up. I have a question, has Mr. Malfoy applied for the position? I'm assuming he has. What is your point? Umbridge asked, looking like it pained her to just look at him. Well, would you consider Mr. Malfoy to be an unsavory character? Ted asked. Of course not. Umbridge scoffed. And what of his wife? Would you consider her to be someone who shouldn't be able to look after children? Of course not. Umbridge repeated, this time in an annoyed voice. But his wife is my wife's sister, Ted calmly pointed out. That means she is also related to Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange. He said. Harry looked at Umbridge and saw that she looked like she had tasted a very sour. Everyone in the room turned to Harry when they heard him start laughing. He hissed several times with Jet before he stopped and shook his head in amusement. Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked. Sir, Harry said before he pointed to the Tonks family. I want them, he said with a grin. Harry, with Jet on his shoulders, found himself sat in a room with the Tonks family. After a bit it had been agreed upon that the Tonks family would be Harry's new guardians. Of course a few people weren't that happy with the decision. 3 pink, toad-shaped guesses on who that is. But eventually the Tonks family became Harry's guardians, which is why the group were given a private room so they could talk with each other. I am very glad that you've chosen to join our family, Andromeda smiled once they were all sat down. I know you know our names so you can call me Andromeda and my husband Ted. There is no need for the Mr. and Mrs. As for my daughter, Andromeda was about to say more but was interrupted by Nymphadora. You can and will call me Tonks, she said in a firm voice before countering whatever firmness she had with a smile. All right, anyway before we get started I have to ask an important question. Harry replied as he calmly put Jet down on the chair next to him. And that is the following. What in the name of sanity is happening with your hair? Harry asked as he gestured to Tonks' hair which had turned pink the second they entered the room. What kind of spell is that? I didn't see you use a wand, so wandless magic I'm guessing, am I right? Well, it is wandless. Tonks grinned. Wow, you must be really powerful then, Harry said in an amazed voice. Well, I don't like to brag, Tonks said in a casual voice as she checked her nails. But, yeah, I think what my daughter is neglecting to tell you is that she is a metamorphomagus, Ted said in an amused voice. Dad, Tonks whined. A meta what a magus? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. A metamorphomagus, Andromeda began explaining. It used to be a common trait in the Black family a few hundred years ago but right now I believe that Nymphadora is the only one in the country. Mum, don't call me Nymphadora, Tonks complained, her hair turning red. It's a beautiful name, Andromeda said while rolling her eyes. I don't see what the problem is. You're not the one who has to be called it, Tonks huffed as her hair turned back to pink. Harry, what do you think about it? Andromeda asked Harry. Well, it's better than Harry, Harry replied. The large smile that appeared on Andromeda's face after his response let Harry know that she liked his answer. Anyway, Tonks said as she turned to Harry. It's an ability that I'm born. And you have to be born with it. It basically allows me to change my appearance. That sounds interesting but I'm guessing that there has got to be limits to it, Harry replied. I mean you can't turn into someone as big as Hagrid, can you? No, Tonks sighed. And believe me when I say I've tried. I can do his face but not his body, it's too big. For the most part all I do is just change my hair color, Tonks said before her hair started shifting through several colors before returning to pink. Cool, Harry smiled before a sudden thought caused his face to shift into a thoughtful look. Quick question, can you change your hair length? Harry asked. Yeah, why? Tonks asked. I think I might be a metamorphomagus as well. Harry said after a short pause, causing all three Tonks family members to blink at him. When I was younger my aunt kept trying to cut my hair and get it short but it would always go back to the same length as before. One night she cut enough of it to the point where I was nearly bald and the next day I woke up and it was back to normal. When I learned about magic I thought it was all just accidental magic, but with what you're saying I think it's possible I might be a metamorphomagus as well. I mean it's a black family trait and I'm apparently related to the blacks, so, what do you guys think? Harry asked. He looked at them, taking in their reactions. Ted looked surprised while Andromeda looked surprised and thoughtful. Tonks on the other hand was looking at him with wide eyes and a dropped jaw. You, or a, metamorphomagus? Tonks asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know, I think I might be. Harry replied. He was about to say more when he was suddenly cut off by Tonks who squealed with delight before rushing forward and pulling Harry into a hug. Her chin was resting on his head and her arms around his neck. Harry froze as he, unlike Tonks, became aware that his face was shoved against her. Oh, we're keeping him right. Please say yes, Tonks said in a hopeful voice. Not if you smother him to death, Andromeda said in a dry voice. Tonks frowned before realizing where she was pushing Harry's head. She let go as if burnt and quickly sat back down. An apologetic look on her blushing face. Sorry, she said as she ran a hand through her hair, just never met another shapeshifter, you know. Yeah, Harry said after taking a moment to allow his own blush to die down. I get it, but like I said, I think I might be. Well, when's the last time you had a haircut? Ted asked. I believe I was 7 years old at the time. And you haven't had one since? Ted blinked. No, not really. Harry said as he shook his head. In that case I think you are definitely just like my daughter, Andromeda replied. Perhaps during the summer she can help you work on it. We'll see just how much you can change. Some can only change their facial features, others only their hair, but full metamorphomaguses like Nymphadora can change pretty much any part of her body. Harry glanced at Tonks who didn't say anything about her mother using the forbidden name. Apparently she was just resigned to it happening. Cool, but will that set off the underage magic detector? Harry asked. No, it won't, Ted said with a small shake of his head. You won't be using a wand so it naturally won't be detectable. It would be like trying to detect if someone was sitting down or not from the other side of the country. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. Harry replied. Yeah, you and me will have a lot of fun together. Tonks grinned. I know I'm going to get along with anyone who can put Umbitch in her place. According to Mad Eye, about 95% of every worker in the ministry hates her and the rest just tolerate her. Mad Eye? Harry asked. The name sounds familiar, and you mentioned it to Dumbledore. Mad Eye Moody is like the best Auror of all time. Most of the prison cells in Azkaban have been filled by him. Tonks replied. He's called Mad Eye for two big reasons, the first being he has this fake eye that keeps spinning around in every direction possible. What's the second reason? He's absolutely mad. Tonks shrugged. But still, he's really good at what he does. He taught me lots of spells. Can you teach me them? Please, Harry asked in a hopeful voice. Well, I would but, statue of secrecy, remember? Tonks reminded him, causing Harry to deflate in a way that made Tonks want to reach out and hug him again. But I can teach you some stuff, she said quickly. Like theory and give you some tips and stuff. Really? Harry lit up, a wide smile on his face. Yeah, Tonks said happily, deciding in that very moment that anything or anyone that dares to get in that way and stop her from seeing that adorable smile was going to get an unbelievable amount of curses flying at them. We can probably help you out as well, Ted offered. I'm not half bad at magic, he said, earning a snort from Andromeda. Please, she said while shaking her head. You'd wipe the floor with most people. She added before turning to Harry. As for me, I can also help out if you want. The Black family were known for their curses. But we can discuss this more later, for now let's hear more about you, Harry. Do you have many friends at school? She asked. Quite a few, Harry nodded. The first two friends I made are a couple of girls called Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass. Girls. Oh, we're dealing with a ladies' man. Tonks joked. It's not like that, Harry protested. We're just friends. Anyway, the next person who tried to become my friend was a complete idiot named Ron Weasley. Weasley. Tonks frowned. Do you know them? Harry asked. I don't know much about Percy and the younger ones, but I did know two of their older brothers. Bill was the oldest and a few years older than me. I spoke to him a few times, but I was in the same year as the second oldest brother, Charlie. Tonks briefly scowled. Don't ask, she said when Harry opened his mouth. Oh, okay, anyway the youngest Weasley boy, or at least he is as far as I'm aware, is called Ron. On the train ride to Hogwarts I had started talking to Tracy and Daphne when he came in. First he started talking about my scar, then he asked me if I remembered how it happened. Harry scowled. He does know that you were a year old when it happened? Ted asked, raising an eyebrow. I'd be surprised if he knew which end of his wand to shoot from, Harry replied. Anyway then he started being mean to Tracy and Davis because their families were in Slytherin and he started going on about how Slytherins and snakes were bad, so I directed his attention to this handsome fellow over here, Harry said as he stroked Jet's head. Weasley ended up running so fast that he nearly broke the sound barrier. Since then he has constantly been trying and failing to get the best of the Dark Wizard, Harry Potter. I'm a first year, but according to him I'm the next Dark Lord in training. His brothers aren't much better. I don't have many interactions with Percy, but he clearly doesn't like me because of his brothers. The twins are like Ron where they don't like me because I'm not a Gryffindor and am apparently dark. Also because I'm better at them in Quidditch and because they can't prank me. They like to think they're funny, but in my opinion they're just bullies. I've never been fond of the Weasleys, Andromeda admitted. Anyway, enough about them, tell me about the rest of your friends. She said as she looked at the boy. Her thoughts had gone back to when he had talked with that Umbridge bitch. When he was talking to her she couldn't help but be reminded of her grandfather, Arcturus Black. Apparently Harry was just as much of a Black as he was a Potter. Harry entered the Slytherin common room with Jet on his shoulders. Harry had a bright smile as he made his way over to the first years and sat with them. Hey guys, Harry said as he sat down. How is everything going? He asked. Harry, how did it go? Tracy asked quickly. Have you got a new family? Daphne asked, just as quickly. Did my father become your guardian? Draco asked. It went great. Yes, I have, and no he hasn't. Harry replied. When I got there was a lot of people applying, but eventually I found a family that just sort of clicked, you know. Like I just knew that they were the ones I wanted. They're called the Tonks family. Never heard of them. Draco frowned. The husband is a Muggle-born lawyer, Harry began, only to be interrupted. You're living with a Muggle-born. Pansy sneered. Oh, for goodness sakes, shut up Parkinson. Daphne said in an irritated voice, narrowly beating out Harry. Harry is the son of a Muggle-born, arguably the most famous Muggle-born of all time. Now keep your trap shut before he gets one of the many snakes here to do it, or I hex you. Good pet, you tell that bitch. Jet said in an approving voice. He complimented you, Harry told Daphne before he continued talking. Anyway, the husband is a Muggle-born and he's actually quite nice. The wife on the other hand is a pure-blooded potions mistress. They're also related to me. They are? Tracy asked. My grandmother was apparently her aunt. Harry explained. Your grandmother? Blaise asked. Doria Potter, formerly Doria Black. Harry replied. Your grandmother used to be a Black. Theo spoke with disbelief. I didn't know that. Neither did I, Harry shrugged. But I am hoping to learn more about her and my grandfather. What's happening? Harry asked when he noticed Angela talking to other Slytherins in between, glaring at a pair of black-haired, third-year boys. Those jerks challenged Angela to a duel, Blaise growled as he gestured to the third years. They're brothers. Leopold and William Brighter. They got into an argument with Angela and told her that if she wanted to settle it in a duel then she'd have to either fight both of them or get one other person to help her, and right now nobody's really willing to help her out. The two brothers are pretty tough when they fight together. What's wrong? Leopold spoke to Angela in a mocking voice. Can't find anyone who wants to help you. You two are just cowards who won't fight me one-on-one. Angela scowled at them. All I'm hearing is you can't find anyone. William replied with a smirk. I'll do it. Everyone in the room turned to Harry, who stood up from his seat and handed Jet to Daphne before rolling his shoulders. If Angela accepts, Harry added with a questioning look towards Angela. Harry, are you mad? Tracy hissed. No more so than usual. You can't do it, you're a first year. William reminded him. In which case this will be easy for you, won't it? Harry replied. Hold on, that's not fair, you'll just get all of these snakes to attack us. Leopold protested as he gestured to the metal snakes around the common room. I won't, unless you cheat, in which case it will be anything goes. Harry replied before turning to Angela. Well? He asked. She looked at him for several seconds before smiling and nodding to him. Excellent, Harry said as he walked over and stepped next to her, his wand shot out of his holster and into his hand. You're so desperate that you'll accept help from a first year. William sneered at Angela. Last time me and this first year fought together we ended up killing a troll, Angela reminded him, and he's only gotten better since. Now hurry up and start the duel, she said as she aimed her wand at the two brothers. The duel started after a countdown from the fifth-year male prefect. The two brothers quickly fired at Angela and Harry. Angela blocked with a magical shield while Harry dodged the spell that was coming towards him. Angela shot a body bind spell towards William. Harry shot an Expelliarmus at Leopold, who blocked it but didn't block the pepper breath spell that hit him afterwards, causing his breath to become fiery hot. Nice one. Angela grinned before she continued firing. Mum, Tonks said as she walked into the kitchen where her mother was making some lunch for her father, who was reading the Daily Prophet. There is someone here to see you, she said in a quiet voice. Who? Andromeda frowned as she looked away from her cooking while Ted put his newspaper down. That would be me. A voice answered. Just a second person walked into the kitchen. He was about 6 foot tall. He had gray, combed hair and a small tidy, gray beard along a few wrinkles on his face. He looked like he was in his late 60s, and his expression was that of a person who was trying to act like they hadn't noticed something that smelt bad. What are you doing here? Andromeda gasped just as Ted stood up and pulled his wand out. I've heard that you're adopting the Potter boy. That's good. I have come here today to talk to you about the future of our family. Arcturus Black answered. Now, can I have a bloody cup of tea or what? The duel between Angela, Harry and the Brighter brothers had been going on for 5 minutes so far. The brothers had quickly got put on the defensive. Neither of them were able to fight back as they put all of their effort in defending against the attacks. William defending against Angela and Leopold defending against Harry. Harry knew he'd have to end the duel sooner or later unless he wished to waste all of his energy trying to get through their shields. An idea quickly came into Harry's head. Harry fired an Expelliarmus spell at Leopold before he quickly levitated a chair into the back of William, pushing him right into a body bind from Angela. Harry followed up and took advantage of Leopold's shock and cast a disarming spell at Leopold, who barely managed to block. Harry cast a knockback jinx which Leopold blocked, but his shield fell to the disarming spell from Angela. Harry followed up with a knockback which sent him to the floor and finished it off with a disarming spell, allowing Angela to hit him with a body bind spell. Nice one, Potter. She grinned at him. Thanks. Harry grinned back. Flipsy. Harry called. He was currently standing in an abandoned classroom with nobody but Jet with him. A second later that changed when Flipsy the house elf arrived. Mr. Harry Potter be calling Flipsy? Flipsy asked. Yes, I am leaving for the year and won't be back until the summer holidays are over. Harry informed him. My information on house elves is limited, but from what I understand they work for free, and I was wondering if you knew any elf that would be willing to work for me. Harry said. His reasons for wanting an elf were simple reasons. Firstly, he didn't want to waste more time than necessary on cleaning, not when he could be learning or having fun. Second of all, having a house elf to help might make the Tonks family feel better about taking him in, sort of a 2-for-1 deal, or a 1.5 deal. Thirdly, from what Harry had heard, they were dead useful and it could be very beneficial to have one. Why? You've been needing an elf? Flipsy gasped. Yes, do you know if there is an elf willing to work for me? Harry asked. Flipsy be willing. Flipsy said quickly, bouncing on his feet excitedly. Flipsy would be good elf, he said, looking really hopeful. He seems a little too excited. Harry hissed to Jet. True, Jet agreed. Though if he gets too annoying then I can just eat him and we'll get another elf. Quote. 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 Welcome aboard. Harry smiled at Flipsy. The rest of Harry's year went by pretty quickly. He felt like he had done fairly well on his exams and he had also helped the Slytherin Quidditch team gain another victory, much to the dismay of the Gryffindor team, especially the team captain Oliver Wood, who according to rumors tried to drown himself after losing. On the day they were leaving, Harry and the other first years gathered around a notice board to see where they ranked in the standings for their exams. I can't see anything. Harry sighed to the other Slytherins as many other students were in the way, including Hermione Granger, who had roughly shoved through the crowd until she was at the front. We'll help you, Crabbe and Goyle said at the same time. Help me how? Harry asked. He got his answer a second later when Crabbe and Goyle reached down and picked him up, putting Harry on both of their shoulders. Oh, thanks guys. Harry smiled at them. The other Slytherins looked amused and in various states of disbelief. These are good abs. Jet commented. As he was on Harry's shoulders he also experienced the feeling of being higher in the air. The other first years eventually stopped trying to get to the notice board as they all noticed Crabbe and Goyle carrying Harry. The two beefy boys walked forward while carrying Harry. The other first years moved out of their way until they reached the board, then the two gently placed Harry down. Nice one guys. Harry smiled at them. The two smiled back in an almost embarrassed way. It was certainly entertaining, Daphne commented as she and Tracy managed to sneak through the crowd and stop next to Harry. Oh look, Potter's already got a couple of abs. Ron commented loudly. Weasley, Harry rolled his eyes. I understand that you are hoping to get a last-minute victory over me or something, but if I was you then I would use this final day at school as a chance to not get embarrassed, in trouble or both. Harry said before he looked at the notice board. First-year students. First place, Harry Potter, Slytherin. Second place, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Third place, Daphne Greengrass, Slytherin. Fourth place, Sue Lee, Ravenclaw. Fifth place, Tracy Davis, Slytherin. Sixth place, Blaise Zabini, Slytherin. Seventh place, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Eighth place, Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Ninth place, Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. 10th place, Megan Jones, Hufflepuff. Wow, you got first place, well done Harry. Tracy smiled at him. Thanks. Harry smiled back. I bet you cheated. Ron scowled. You know what, you're right, I did. When nobody was looking I swapped your name with my own. You what? Ron yelled. All right, can someone with at least half a brain explain sarcasm and or jokes to Weasley? But how did you get first place? Hermione Granger all but demanded. I know for a fact that I've spent more time in the library than you. Well Granger, you see what I did was actually a very brilliant and very special technique for studying. Harry replied. What? She frowned, but was still looking very interested. I studied and then I rested before doing it again, Harry replied. I find it works much better than the 24/7 studying approach you are going with. Harry added before he turned and began walking off with Tracy and Daphne following behind him. Can you believe her? Harry asked the girls. I mean, I know for a fact that I've spent more time in the library than you, really. Ignore her, Daphne replied. But still, you have to admit that she does spend a lot of time studying. Yeah, Tracy agreed. I knew the top student of the year would either be her or Harry. I mean, I know that you're a great student Harry, but Granger practically lives just to study. That's the difference between her and me, Harry shrugged. She really wants good grades, hoping that it would lead her to success. That's what she's chasing, success. What about you? Daphne asked. Me. I chase excellence, because when you're excellent then success follows you, not the other way around. Harry responded. Good grades are just a bonus for me. Fair enough, but I bet that you are still proud of yourself. Daphne grinned at him. Little bit. Harry grinned back. Come in. Professor Babbling called when she heard a knock on her door. Hi Professor. Harry said as he leaned his head in. You're not busy, are you? Because if you are then I can go. No, I'm fine, she said replied. What is it I can help you with, Harry? She asked. Well, I kind of wanted to give you something. Harry said as he entered the room while holding a box of chocolates with Jet on his shoulders. "Oh, what's this?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "I just wanted to thank you," Harry admitted as he walked over and placed the box on her desk. "I didn't really know what else to get you," he said in an apologetic voice. "You didn't have to get me anything," babbling said as she took the box. She opened it and had to fight herself to stop her eyes widening and her tongue from licking her lips when she saw the heavenly-looking chocolate in front of her. "Though I am glad you did," she added. "Thanks," Harry smiled. "It's just a small thank you, you know, for introducing me to the wizarding world and for the pictures and stuff. I'm going to miss you this summer, but I hope that we can talk more next year and maybe the year after I can join your class." He grinned. "Oh Harry, you're the sweetest." She smiled as she got up and walked around the desk before pulling him into a hug. Eventually Harry found himself standing on platform 9 3/4. Slytherin had won the House Cup, so Harry and the rest of the Slytherins spent their remaining time at Hogwarts celebrating before they found themselves on the Hogwarts Express. Harry and his fellow Slytherins had spent a rather enjoyable train ride together before arriving here. "All right Harry, I'll be off now," Blaise said, just as the rest of the first-year Slytherins stepped out of the train. "See ya, mate," he nodded to Harry before walking off. The other first-years said goodbye before leaving until it was just Daphne and Tracy left. "I see my mother up there," Daphne said as she looked down the platform. "Tracy, your parents are there as well. I guess that's our cue to leave. Bye Jet." Daphne smiled as she reached a hand up and stroked Jet's head. "Goodbye my pet," Jet softly hissed. "Remember to eat plenty." He added. "What did he say?" Daphne asked Harry. "Basically, goodbye, and look after yourself," Harry replied. "Oh, thank you." She smiled at Jet before looking at Harry. "I'll see you later, Harry." "Yeah, you too, Daph." Harry smiled. Daphne's smile got slightly smaller. Harry was about to ask her about it when she suddenly reached forwards and kissed at his right cheek before pulling back. She looked pleased at his surprised expression. "Goodbye Harry," she said as walked off. "Tracy, did she just?" Harry found himself cut off as Tracy kissed at the other cheek. Goodbye Harry," she said, her face blushing red. Yeah, goodbye Tracy." Harry nodded, his own cheeks slightly red, though not as much as Tracy's. She nodded and walked off, looking back and giving him one last smile, leaving. That was cute," a voice said. Harry looked to his left and saw Angela standing next to him. "Do you have two girlfriends?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "I have friends that are girls, but I do not have girlfriends," Harry answered just as Jet hissed under his breath. He had said something that sounded a lot like, "bloody complicated humans." Well I imagine that won't last." Angela shrugged. "What do you mean?" Harry frowned. "Well," Angela leaned down and whispered into his ear, "you're too cute to let slip, so I imagine quite a few girls will be fighting for you in the future," she said before dotting him on the side of his head. "Goodbye Potter," she said as she started walking away, leaving a red-faced Harry. "Oh, look at you," a voice said just before an arm dropped around Harry's shoulders. Jet had fortunately been able to see her coming and moved to Harry's arm in time so that didn't accidentally get crushed or instinctively react and bite her arm. Harry looked up and saw Tonks giving him a one-armed hug. "I saw all of that," she grinned. "You're only 11 years old and you're already a ladies' man," she said, as of the moment her hair was curly and it descended to her shoulders. I am not," Harry replied with a shake of his head. "I did not encourage nor suggest that they me, they simply chose to," Harry said in a calm voice. "Hey, your face isn't red anymore," Tonks noted, her grin widening. "You must have changed it with your powers." "Oh, we are going to have so much fun together," she smiled as she hugged him tightly. "Come on Squirt, Mum and Dad are waiting up the platform." "All right, but, Squirt?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow as the pair began walking. "Oh, I'm testing out nicknames for you, at least until I find one that I like." How about Kiddo?" "Nah, I don't like that, makes me feel old. I've only been out of Hogwarts for a year." "Oh well, I'll think up something." "Sounds thrilling," Harry drawled. "Whoa, what's up with the whole, I'm better than you, Slytherin act?" Tonks frowned. Oh, sorry," Harry apologized. When you spend as much time with Slytherins as I do, then you tend to pick up their habits, especially when your verbal opponents are idiots in red. Harry shrugged. Yeah, I suppose I can see it. Tonks said. I've been tempted to hex a few Gryffindors in my days, I also have done. But then again I've also been tempted to, and have, hex a few Slytherins. To be honest, you're about the only Slytherin I like, not counting my mum. You don't need to resort to flattery, I already like you. Harry smiled at her. Hey, you're the flatterer, this is probably why you have so many girls fighting over you. Tonks smirked just as they arrived in front of her parents. Girls fighting over him? Ted asked before Harry could respond. Well, Harry began, it's really nothing. Yeah, nothing. Tonks snorted. Just that little Harry over here was key. And by not one, not two, but 3 girls. One of them was even an older girl. Really? Andromeda asked, looking at Harry. Yeah, but they were just friends and it was on the cheeks and head. Harry sighed. Sign of things to come. Tonks said in a sage-like voice. I'm sorry, but I think I've forgotten your first name, you want to remind me? Harry calmly asked. Tonks looked at him with narrowed eyes. You're a real Slytherin, aren't you? She said eventually, her eyes still narrow and her hair was a shade more red, but a smile on her face. Yeah, which is why I'd like to remind you to keep the teasing down unless you want me to return it tenfold once I am able to get sufficient ammunition. Harry warned. Fine, but if you call me by my first name then I hex you. Of that, I have no doubt. Harry nodded. All right, I think it's time we go home. Ted said. Ah yes, and Harry, someone wants to meet you. Andromeda said in an apologetic voice. Why does that not sound good? Harry frowned. I'm really sorry about it, Andromeda said. I've agreed to let him have one conversation with you. And if it goes good then you can talk more, if not then I promise I will keep him away from you. Okay, perhaps you could tell me who I would be talking with. Harry suggested. My grandfather, Arcturus Black. The Tonks family home was actually just a fairly nice muggle home. Right now Harry was in the living room and couldn't help but notice a TV was in here. Harry had been under the impression they wouldn't work around magic, he decided that he would ask Ted about it later. Speaking of Ted, he was currently stood a small distance away, leaning against a wall with his wand in his hand. Andromeda and Tonks were sharing a sofa with Harry and they were both sat on Harry's right, while sitting in a chair on Harry's left was Arcturus Black who was sitting and looking at him with steepled fingers. When Harry entered he had greeted Arcturus, only for the man to not respond. You don't look that impressive, Arcturus said eventually. That was the first thing he had said after 15 long minutes of silence, and Harry had been counting. I imagine you'd look a great deal less impressive without the snake on your shoulders. I could say the same thing about you and your expensive clothes. Harry replied. Harry didn't care if this person was Andromeda's grandmother or the Queen of England. The last thing Harry was going to do was let the man think he was weak enough to push around. Tell me, if I killed that snake of yours then what would you do? Arcturus asked, his tone making it sound like he was just discussing the weather. That is enough, Andromeda said in a firm voice. He's only just got here and I would advise you to kill me too. Harry spoke, cutting off Andromeda. Oh, and why is that? Arcturus asked, sounding slightly less bored than before. Because if you kill him and not me then I dedicate every moment I can spare to training to kill you and killing you. Harry said in a calm voice. Causing all 3 members of the Tonks family to look at him with widened eyes, all 3 liked to think of themselves as brave but none of them had ever spoken to Arcturus like that. Do you think you can beat me? Arcturus asked, raising an eyebrow. No, not now at least. Harry replied. It wouldn't be a matter of if we'd kill each other, just a matter of when. Harry added, fearlessly letting his green eyes lock with Arcturus's gray ones. The two started at each other for several long moments before Arcturus let out a bark of laughter. His hand reached into his robes, as he did Jet began hissing warningly just as Harry's wand flicked into his hand. Good, Arcturus said in an approving voice upon seeing how quick Harry's wand appeared in his hand. You've been practicing, and you will keep practicing. He said as he pulled out an envelope and handed it to Andromeda. What is this? She asked. That is a form I need you and your husband to sign, Arcturus answered. Once you have both signed it then I will send it to so Potter over here can get permission to use magic here. What? Every person in the room replied. Are you all deaf? Arcturus sighed. This is a permission form for him to use magic here. But, how did you get this? Ted asked with disbelief. These are expensive. This is not a gift, Arcturus responded, resisting the urge to glare at Ted. Potter over here will pay me back. And how am I supposed to do that? Harry asked, calm on the outside but jumping for joy on the inside at the thought of still being able to use magic. It's simple, Arcturus replied. You will be the best damn wizard you can be. Harry's eyes slowly opened. It took him a few minutes but he was eventually able to get up into a sitting position despite the protests or his body which insisted that he stay lying down in the nice and comfortably warm bed. Harry looked around and found that he was sitting in his new room in the Tonks family household. It was a fairly simple room. It had a bed, window, a desk, a cupboard for his clothes, some shelves for books or whatever else he wanted to put on and a Muggle light bulb hanging from the ceiling. It looked fairly simple but Andromeda had told him that they could decorate it if he wanted. Yesterday had been a rather interesting day for Harry. Not only had he left school after finishing his first year, but he had also had a rather long train journey before getting here. It was then that he met Arcturus Black. The man had been silent for a long time and when he eventually spoke it was to insult Harry and threaten Jet. Harry's response was probably not the best he could have come up with but Arcturus apparently liked it. The man had informed Harry and the others that he had filled out the necessary forms that allowed Harry to perform magic at home. Harry didn't know why but he certainly wasn't going to complain about being allowed to use magic at home. Harry knew that the old man clearly wanted or expected something from Harry, but for now it wasn't a problem so he wasn't going to worry about it. You've woken up earlier than usual. Jet hissed as he climbed up Harry's shoulders. I think it's because we're somewhere new, I'm not used to sleeping here. Harry guessed before he got up. He yawned and stretched his arms before he walked out of his room and to the bathroom. A few minutes later he left the bathroom and walked downstairs. He was about to head into the kitchen when he heard a noise coming from down the hall. Harry frowned and walked in the direction of the noise. It was coming from a door that led to the basement. Harry pulled his wand out and began cautiously walking down. When he got there he found out that the basement had been converted into a gym. The basement had a treadmill, a rack full of dumbbells, a gym bench with a barbell, several other gym equipment and a punching bag which Ted was currently punching. Ted was wearing white trainers, blue tracksuit bottoms and a blue tank top. Oh, Harry, Ted said when he noticed Harry. He stopped punching and wiped a bit of sweat off his head. I didn't wake you or anything, did I? He asked. No, Harry shook his head. I just woke up and was going to go to the kitchen when I heard a noise, just came down to see what it was. I can see that, do us a favor and don't blast us. Ted said as he gestured to Harry's wand before he picked up a towel and began wiping sweat off of his face. You like exercising? Harry asked as he put his wand away. Yeah, I'm used to it. If I don't exercise for a long time then my body just feels weird. Ted shrugged. My dad used to be a karate instructor, trained me a little bit in it. Most wizards don't care for martial arts. Harry pointed out. Most wizards are useless in close-quarter combat. Ted replied. Besides, I think if you want to get stronger in magic then you should keep your body nice and strong and fit. Really? Harry asked. Yeah, better body equals better stamina and power. It's true, many studies before have confirmed it. Then why don't more wizards and witches exercise? Harry frowned. Why would they? Ted snorted. They think that because they have magic that they are invincible and don't need to exercise like muggles. As for me, I prefer to gain every advantage I can. That sounds very Slytherin of you. Harry complimented. We've all got a bit of Slytherin in us, Ted shrugged. But mine was born out of necessity. What do you mean? Harry asked. Well, you know how I am a Muggle-born. Ted asked. Harry nodded in response. Well, Andromeda was a pureblood and back when we were in school discrimination was far worse than it is now. Andromeda and I loved each other, and I knew that if I was going to stay with her then I needed to be able to take care of myself, you understand? He asked. I do actually, Harry nodded after a moment. When I left the Dursleys I decided to get as strong as possible so I wouldn't go through that again. Is that why you like magic so much? Ted asked in a soft voice. Partly, Harry admitted. I just think magic is brilliant, you know. A lot of people, pureblood and eventually even the Muggleborns, just see magic as a simple tool. I get what you mean. Ted said as he and Harry exited the basement. Right, I'm going to go have a shower now. Do you want me to make you something to eat before I go? Ted offered. Nah, it's fine. Harry waved him off. I've got it covered. If you're sure, Ted replied. Just do me a favor and don't mess with something if you're not sure about it. I don't need the kitchen nearly being burnt down, again. He added before walking off. Once Ted had gone up the stairs, Harry had gone into the kitchen. He was mildly surprised when he saw a plate of food and some juice ready for him, or at least he was until he saw the one responsible for it. Thanks, Flipsy. Harry nodded to him before taking a seat. Yous be welcome, Master Potter, Flipsy said. Flipsy be getting food from Hogwarts, Flipsy added. Why? Harry asked as Jet slithered down and began eating some meat that Flipsy had left for him. Flipsy is not be knowing how to use Muggle cookie things, Flipsy said in an embarrassed voice as he gestured to the Muggle kitchen appliances. I'll teach you later. Harry sighed before he began eating. Hello, Harry, Andromeda said as she walked into the room. Oh, you already have food, and a house elf, she added upon noticing Flipsy. Oh, sorry, I got him a short while before leaving Hogwarts, Harry replied. I thought he could come in handy. Once I teach him how to use the microwave and stuff, then he can make food for us. Andromeda looked at the elf. What's your name? Eyes be Flipsy, mistress, Flipsy answered. I will teach you how to use the machines, but if I tell you that I wish to cook, then you will let me do so without complaint, is that understood? She asked in a stern voice that let Flipsy know there would be no arguments. Understood, mistress. Flipsy quickly nodded. Is mistress be wanting breakfast? Flipsy offered. Yes, thank you. And make some for my daughter please, she'll be coming down soon, Andromeda replied. Flipsy nodded before popping away. So Harry, did you have a good night's sleep? She asked. Yeah, Harry nodded. I think I just woke up early because I'm not used to living here. Yes, I couldn't sleep properly the first time I slept here. You get used to it. Watch her, Harry, Tonks yawned as she came in and sat down next to Harry. She ruffled his hair just before a plate of food and some juice appeared in front of her. She blinked. I have a house elf, Harry informed her. And with that I've decided that I'm going to keep you forever, Tonks said before she dug into her food. Alright, let's try here, Andromeda said as she, Tonks and Harry walked into a Muggle clothes shop. The trio were out shopping to buy Harry some more Muggle clothes since Harry would be staying in the Muggle world for some time. This place looks nice, Harry commented as he began following Tonks and Andromeda around the shop. At first he had protested and insisted that they didn't need to buy him anything, but even he knew a losing battle when he saw one. Jet had wanted to come, but Andromeda pointed out how it could lead to many questions if Harry was seen with a snake in the Muggle world, so Harry had reluctantly left Jet in the care of Flipsy, who would pop over with Jet if called. Yeah, I haven't been in here in ages, Tonks agreed. Hello, may I help you? A young female worker asked as she walked up to them. Andromeda was wearing white shoes, blue jeans and a simple blouse, so she didn't look too odd. Tonks did look a bit odd as she was wearing black boots, black jeans, a yellow shirt and a black leather jacket, and her hair was pink and shoulder length. Not the oddest looking person in the Muggle world, though in this case it was Harry who drew the most attention despite being dressed in simple white trainers, blue jeans and a gray shirt. The reason for that simply being the scar on his face. Ahem. Andromeda coughed, bringing the staring worker back into reality. Oh sorry. The woman apologized, looking embarrassed. It's fine, Harry waved her off. You're not the first person to stare. I'm still sorry, how did it happen? If you don't mind me asking. I got it while beating an evil wizard, Harry said in a casual voice. If he looked at Andromeda then he would see her gaping at him. Oh, okay. The woman said after a moment. Do you need any help? She offered. Not now, but we'll tell you if we do, Tonks replied. The woman nodded before walking off. Did you really just tell her that? You got it from defeating a dark wizard, Andromeda sighed. What? It's not like she'll believe it, Harry shrugged. He makes a good point, Tonks agreed. Don't encourage him, Andromeda said, wondering how quickly it would take for her gray hairs to appear. All right, Harry, Tonks grinned as the two sat in Harry's room. Both were cross-legged on his bed and facing each other. Time to test your morphing. We'll start with something easy. Can you lengthen or shorten your hair? She asked. I don't know, Harry frowned as Jet was sat on the bed next to him. I've never tried it. No time like the present. Tonks replied. I don't know, I heard the future's quite nice. Harry joked. Anyway, what exactly do I do? It's simple, you know how when you cast a spell you feel your magic a little bit. Yeah, Harry nodded to show his understanding. Let me guess, I've got to replicate that, right? Exactly, Tonks smiled. Just sort of focus on that feeling while pushing through your mental desire. Hold on, take your wand out and cast a random spell. Alright, Harry said before taking out his wand. He cast a low-powered wand lighting spell, causing a small light to hang on the tip of his wand. Great, now just focus on that feeling, do you have it? She asked. I think so. Harry said. It was a very subtle feeling, like a light and barely noticeable when pressing your body. Good, now focus on it and think about making your hair longer. Tonks instructed. Alright, give us a sec. Harry replied as he closed his eyes. He focused on his hair and began willing it to be longer. Anything? He asked a few moments later after he opened his eyes. No, Tonks said as she shook her head. Not really. Oh, maybe I'm not a metamorphomagus after all. Harry said in a disappointed voice. No, I really think you are. Tonks said with a thoughtful look on her face. Just keep practicing. If you don't get anything after half an hour, then either we're wrong about you being another member of the exclusive club of shapeshifters or we are simply going about it wrong. And considering the fact that you're apparently a genius and the fact that I am definitely a genius, I doubt that we've got it wrong. Just give it another try. I defer to your superior genius. Harry said with a dramatic bow. As well you should. Tonks sniffed, though the effect was ruined by her smirk. Harry chuckled as he sat up straight and closed his eyes before he began attempting it again. Whenever Harry began getting frustrated by his lack of progress, he would find himself soothed by hissing from Jet or words from Tonks. Harry, you did it. Tonks suddenly cheered. Harry opened his eyes and looked into the mirror that Tonks had made for him. His hair was much longer than before and stretched down until it was just past his shoulder. Cool. Harry grinned. I can't believe it. Whatever Harry was about to say was interrupted when Flipsy popped into the room. The odd thing was that he was not alone. With Flipsy was another house elf, one that Flipsy currently had in a headlock. Let's Dobby go. The other elf cried as he tried to push Flipsy off. Yous be staying here. Flipsy shouted before he tackled Dobby to the floor. The two wrestled on the floor for several seconds before Tonks separated the two with a flick of her wand. Flipsy. The F.K. Harry asked as he looked between the two elves. Before we continue, Jet hissed. I think it's very important to point out that it was our elf that was winning. Wait, stop this madness for a sec. Harry said before he closed his eyes and focused. Is my hair back to normal? Harry asked Tonks. Yep. Tonks nodded, even though Harry couldn't see it. Back to your usual messy self. She helpfully added. Thanks. Harry said with an amused snort as he opened his eyes. Yous be staying here, Flipsy said in a stern voice when it looked like the other elf was going to try and escape from here. Alright, you, Harry said as he pointed to the other elf. What are you doing here? Fair warning, if you don't answer honestly then I will feed you to my snake. Flipsy is find this bad elf trying to steal Master Potter's letters. Flipsy said before the other elf could reply. Flipsy pulled out a trio of letters and held them in the air. Tonks quickly pulled her wand out and walked towards Flipsy. She cast several detection spells on the letters. Once she decided it was safe enough, she took them from Flipsy. Constant vigilance, she shrugged when Harry gave her a questioning look. Old Mad Eye has been drilling it into me and the other Aurors. I was just making sure that these letters weren't tampered with. Thanks Tonks, Harry smiled appreciatively. Internally though he made a mental note to convince Tonks to teach him at least some of those spells. So where were we? Harry said as he turned to Flipsy. You said that you stopped him. Yes Master Harry. Flipsy said in a proud voice. Good elf, now push the other one into my mouth. Jet hissed. Yous be the great Harry Potter's elf. The other elf asked in what was clearly an envious tone. Great Harry Potter. Tonks repeated. Looks like someone has a fan. Really? Harry Potter has fans. Would never have thought it. Harry said in a sarcastic voice before turning to the other elf. What did you say your name was? Dobby or something? Harry asked, remembering the fact that elves like to speak in the third person and the fact that the elf had said it earlier. Yes, eyes be Dobby, sir. The elf said quickly as he nodded his head. Dobby the house elf. He added. Why were you trying to steal my letters? Harry asked while twirling his wand. Jet hissed at Dobby in a way that made it clear that there had better be a good explanation if Dobby wanted to leave this room alive. Dobby was trying to help the great Harry Potter. Dobby said quickly. Help me how? Harry asked as he stopped twirling his wand. It is difficult, sir. Dobby is not knowing where to begin. Dobby said in an apologetic voice. Look, Harry sighed. Why don't you just sit down and... Sit down, Dobby repeated before he suddenly began crying loudly. What the hell's wrong with him? Tonks asked the room. Everyone else just shrugged while Dobby continued crying. Flipsy. Harry spoke. Yes, Master Harry. Flipsy asked. Slap him. Yes, Master. Flipsy said before delivering a quick slap across Dobby's face, causing an end to his crying. Thank you, Harry said to Flipsy before turning to Dobby. What was all that crying about? Harry asked. Never has Dobby been asked to sit down, like an equal. Dobby sniffed as he wiped his eyes. Right. Look, why don't you just tell me why you were trying to steal my letters? Dobby was hoping that if the great Harry Potter did not get letters from his friend then he's not want to be going to Hogwarts. Dobby hesitantly answered. Oh. Why? Because Harry Potter must not be going to Hogwarts this year. Why not? Tonks frowned. There is a great plot, an evil plot. Dobby said, wringing his hands as he spoke. By who? Who is plotting them? I. Dobby's face took on a look that was best described as constipated. Do not ask Dobby. Dobby cannot tell. That probably means his master. Jet hissed. Probably. Harry agreed. At least my master is better than his. Jet added. We don't even know who his master is. Harry reminded him. Yes, but I'm sure that you're still better. After all, you're my master. Jet said as if Harry was missing something obvious. Hold on a sec, Harry frowned. Dobby, I know that name from somewhere. Why? You do? Dobby asked in a nervous voice. Where the hell have I heard that name? Harry frowned thoughtfully. Wait a sec, I know, you're the Malfoy elf. The Malfoy elf? Tonks asked. Yeah, I remembered Draco complaining about him. Harry explained before turning to the elf. This plot that you're talking about, Draco's dad is behind it, isn't he? Harry asked. Do not ask Dobby, do not ask Dobby. Dobby cried, though he might as well have said, yes. Harry Potter must not go to Hogwarts. Harry Potter will be going to Hogwarts, Harry replied. Hogwarts is my home. If Harry Potter doesn't listen then Dobby must stop Harry Potter, for his own good. Dobby said in a sad voice, only to jump when Jet began hissing threateningly just as Harry's wand lit up. Do not make threats, Dobby. Harry said in a low voice. I know who you are and I know where you live. Any attempt to stop me from going to Hogwarts will result in me speaking to Draco about your disobedience. Harry warned. Please sir, Dobby cried, tears dripping down his face. You must not go, you will be in danger. I have my wand and I have my familiar, I will be fine. Harry replied. Now, I might consider it if you tell me what the danger is. He cannot, master. Flipsy replied. He must keep his master's secrets. Dobby is already being bad by coming here, Dobby admitted. Dobby will have to punish himself later. Punish, Harry repeated before realization hit him. Elves will punish themselves sometimes, if they don't behave properly or if they don't do their work good enough or even if their master tells them to. You don't have to punish yourself, you know. If your master doesn't know then he won't make you punish yourself. No, Dobby sadly shook his head. Dobby must punish himself. Dobby must go now. Let him go, Harry said to Flipsy when he looked like he was about to stop Dobby. If you don't try to mess with me and stop me from going to Hogwarts then I won't do anything to you, Harry added, and I promise that I will do my best to stay safe. Please be careful, great Harry Potter. Dobby said before popping away. That was nice of you, Tonks said to Harry. You let him off quite easily. I have a soft spot for people with shitty lives, it apparently extends to house elves as well. Harry shrugged. So, now that you've heard all of that, is there anything you can do about it? Not much, Tonks admitted. Malfoy is a pretty big name and people aren't going to act over the word of a house elf, but we'll tell Mum and Dad and I'll still tell Mad Eye and see if he can do anything about it. Solis Flare. Harry yelled out, a bright light and blinding light shout out from his wand, blinding Tonks. Right now Harry could admit that he was exhausted, mainly because there was no point in denying it when he was sweating enough to fill up a bucket. Harry was currently dueling Tonks, who was proving exactly why she had been recruited by Mad-Eye Moody the second she left Hogwarts. She was bloody good with her wand. So far Harry hadn't been able to land a single hit against her. He had lost count of how long they had been dueling. Although it felt like an hour, he was sure that it was probably just a few minutes. Harry's bright light had succeeded in stopping Tonks from being able to look at him. Harry aimed his wand at Tonks and was about to fire off a disarming spell when Tonks suddenly dropped onto her back and sent a wind blast that pushed Harry down onto the floor. Tonks opened her eyes and saw Harry on the floor. She followed up with a quick disarming spell to cause his wand to fly out of his hand. Damn, Harry sighed as Tonks caught his wand. Nice try, Tonks grinned as she got up. You did good. You did do very good, Andromeda said as she walked up to the two with Jet on her shoulders. It had been decided that Jet would stay with Andromeda while Harry dueled with Tonks. Unfortunately Ted wasn't here as he had been called into work. Really? Harry asked with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Yeah, you really did do good, Andromeda said as Harry pushed himself onto his feet. It was very impressive for someone of your age, she complimented before waving a wand to get rid of Harry's sweat. Thank you, Harry said appreciatively. I really did good. I didn't even get a single hit. Yeah, you did good, Tonks said, agreeing with her mother. As she continued speaking, Jet moved himself from Andromeda's shoulders to Harry's. You didn't beat me, but you've got to remember that I am not only older than you but am also training under the best, and most paranoid, Auror of all time. You did better than I would have expected at your age. Have you been in many duels before? She asked. A few. Harry nodded. Oh, who did you duel? Andromeda asked. Every Slytherin in my year, and I joined one third year in a duel against two other third years. Wow, how did they go? Tonks asked. I'd like to congratulate you, you're the first person to ever beat the legendary, great Harry Potter in a duel. Harry replied. Really? Tonks blinked before a large grin appeared on her face. I guess that makes me better than you know who then, she said in a casual voice. Oh, undoubtedly, Harry said, playing along. He couldn't handle me when I was a year old and here you are, beating me when I'm 11, you're too strong, Tonks. As the two continued their back and forth, Andromeda was smiling at them both. She was glad that the two were getting along with each other. It was no secret that Harry had a pretty horrible past, so she was happy that the two were getting along. It had been a great worry of hers that Tonks wouldn't like Harry or vice versa or both. But looking at them now, it felt like they had known each other for years. Today Harry was in Diagon Alley with the Tonks family. He had just exited Gringotts with Ted after getting a sufficient amount of money, though not before wishing death via extreme constipation on the Goblin Teller's enemies. Harry and the Tonks family started walking through the alley to get Harry's school supplies, with all three of them recommending some excellent equipment for Harry to use. The family had really been encouraging Harry's love of learning. Ted had helped Harry with charms and taught him a few basic things about runes, while Tonks helped him with transfigurations and defense against the dark arts. Andromeda, being the potions mistress in the family, had helped him with potions but also in defense against the dark arts. Okay, now we just need to get Harry's books, Ted noted just before they arrived outside of the bookstore, Flourish and Blots. Hey, look at this, Ted said as he gestured to the sign outside of the shop that informed everyone that Gilderoy Lockhart would be signing books today. Who the hell is Lockhart? Harry asked. In response he got a snort from both Tonks women. Lockhart is this great wizard, who has done many, many, great things, Andromeda said in a disbelieving tone. You know, I don't know why, but for some reason I feel like you're trying to imply that he is not a great wizard, Harry idly commented. Odd that, isn't it? I take it that you haven't read any of his books yet, Tonks said. No, are they any good? Harry asked. They're like romance novels but 10 times more tacky, Tonks replied. He might be a good wizard, but I doubt it. He's too clean. If you have a trained eye then you can tell if someone has actually gone through half of the shit that he claims he has gone through. Let's just say that if he actually has done half of that stuff then I will buy a hat just to eat it. Right, so we're not letting you near any clothes shops anytime soon, Harry noted just before they walked into the store. It was packed full of people. Opposite the door was a table and standing behind the table was Gilderoy Lockhart, A.B., own man in gold robes with teeth that were so white that they were likely magically spelled to look like that. "All right, I'll go get Harry's books, hopefully we can make a quick getaway," Ted whispered to the others before he walked off to get the books. "Bless my soul," Lockhart suddenly blurted out upon noticing Harry. "It's Harry Potter," he said. The whole shop went quiet as everyone now looked from Lockhart to Harry. "Quick, come here," a photographer said as he reached out to grab Harry, only to quickly pull his hand back when Jet crawled out of Harry's collar and hissed threateningly at him. Jet climbed out of Harry's collar and was now perched on Harry's shoulders. "You should learn to keep your hands to yourself, mate," Harry calmly advised the photographer. "Come, Mr. Potter, together the two of us would make the front page," Lockhart said as he gestured Harry to come over. "I'm fine, thanks for the offer though," Harry replied, standing still in his spot. Camera shy, Lockhart grinned as if he had worked out a particularly complicated puzzle. "Fear not, Harry, fear not, I understand." "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart said as he turned to the crowd. "When young Harry Potter came into Flourish and Blots to purchase my autobiography, Magical Me, he didn't expect to leave this store with my entire signed works for free with no extra charge," Lockhart said as he helped up a pile of books just as the crowd cheered. "For free," Ted said, reappearing like a ninja. "That's a good deal, Harry," he said before leaning down to whisper in Harry's ear. "Apparently you need the books for school and I'd rather not pay for them," Ted admitted before he walked over and collected the books from Lockhart before walking back and handing them to Harry. "All right, wait here, I'll go get the rest of your books." "I'll come with you," Tonks said. "I'll pick up a few books for Harry to read," she said. She winked at Harry before walking off with her father. "What are you doing here?" a voice demanded. Harry turned to his left and saw Ron Weasley standing there along with the rest of the Weasley family. He knew the twins and Percy. With them was a short, porky red-headed woman who was clearly their mother. Along with her was a man with red, balding hair. He was likely the father. There was also a red-headed girl with them that looked to be younger than Ron, likely his sister. Either that or the Weasleys had kidnapped a girl. Harry really wasn't sure. "Eating ice cream," Harry said in a sarcastic voice. "It's a bookstore, what do you think I am doing?" "Don't be rude, Ronald," the woman scolded. She tried to smile at Harry though it came out a bit odd since she also looked like she wanted nothing more than to run away from Jet. "Mr. Potter," the man said. "I am Mr. Arthur Weasley, this is my wife Molly," he said as he gestured to the red-headed woman. "And you know my kids," he said as he gestured to his children. "Most of them, but I don't believe I know your name," he said, looking at the girl who blushed under his gaze. I'm Ginny Weasley," she managed to get out. "A pleasure," Harry smiled as he took her hand and planted a small key on her knuckles, causing her blush to increase tenfold and resulting in her brothers glaring at him. "I haven't seen you at Hogwarts, are you starting this year?" he asked. Yes I am." She quickly nodded. "Hey, get off her," Ron said as he yanked Ginny's hand out of Harry's. "Ron," Mr. Weasley said in a warning voice before turning to Harry. "Mr. Potter, I would just like to apologize for the behavior of my children last year. From what I have heard, your children don't seem to care about your apologies." Andromeda cut him off. "Their behavior at school certainly shows that. And who are you supposed to be?" Mrs. Weasley frowned. "I am Harry's guardian," Andromeda answered. "I bet she's another snake," Ron said under his breath, though clearly not quiet enough as everyone heard him. "As intelligent as ever, aren't you, Weasley?" a voice drawled. "Draco," Harry greeted as he turned around and shook hands with Draco who had walked up to him. "Didn't expect to see you here today." "Same," Draco nodded. "You doing your school shopping as well? Or just regular shopping?" "School, maybe regular later," Harry answered. "I'm with my new guardians. This lovely woman over is Andromeda Tonks." "Madam," Draco nodded to her. "Harry has told me that you are in fact my mother's sister." "Yes," Andromeda nodded, a neutral look on her face. "We've had a few disagreements over the years but I do still consider her to be my sister." "Watch her, Harry, what's going on?" Tonks said as she arrived. She was about to place an arm over Harry's shoulders but noticed Jet was currently occupying that spot. "Dad's buying the books for you," She added. Tonks, this is my friend, Draco Malfoy. Harry said as he gestured to Draco. Draco, this is Tonks. Watcher Draco. Tonks nodded to him. Hello, Draco said, sounding a little confused by her greeting. Your name is, Tonks? He asked. Yep. Tonks nodded, her smile tightening slightly. What's your first name? Draco asked. She doesn't have one, Harry said quickly, earning an appreciative look from Tonks and an eye roll from Andromeda. Why not? Draco frowned. Because Tonks is a great name. Harry shrugged in a, don't ask me, sort of way. Nymphadora, Mrs. Weasley said in greeting. And there goes all my effort down the drain, Harry said under his breath just as Tonks scowled at Mrs. Weasley. Don't call me Nymphadora, she said. It is good to see you, dear, Mrs. Weasley said after a moment's pause. Are you working in your father's law firm? She asked. No, I'm apprenticing under Mad-Eye Moody, Tonks said, much to the surprise of those not already in the know. Really? Mr. Weasley blinked. The last time Alistair Moody had an apprentice they tried running away after the first month. He can't get rid of me that easily. Tonks grinned. That hardly seems like a safe profession. Mrs. Weasley frowned. She was about to say more when Harry snorted. It's not her that I'd be worried about, he commented. What do you mean? Draco asked. She's great with a wand, Harry said as he gestured to Tonks. The last time me and her dueled I wasn't able to get a single hit in. What? Draco gaped. But you're like a damn dueling prodigy. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the defeater of you-know-who, Harry said with a small clap before he gestured to Tonks. Stop it, Tonks laughed as she ruffled Harry's hair. You'll make me blush. I still think that you could go into something more safer, dear, you're still quite young. Mrs. Weasley commented. I wish Charlie would do the same, but the boy is still obsessed with his dragons as always. Are you two by any chance? Nope, Tonks said in a firm voice as she cut Mrs. Weasley off. Not a chance. Any further response was cut off just as somebody else arrived. Draco, Lucius, Malfoy said as he arrived. Making friends I see, he said before turning to Harry. Mr. Potter. He nodded before extending his hand. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said as he shook the older man's hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. Likewise, Malfoy replied. I must say that it's a shame that I was not made your guardian. My apologies, Harry swiftly replied. There was naturally no offense intended. Naturally. Lucius nodded. He glanced at Jet. A shiver spread through his body, but he decided to ignore it. Lucius. Andromeda nodded in greeting as if it was common for the two to see each other. Ah, Mrs. Tonks. Lucius replied. How is that husband of yours? He asked. Quite fine, thanks for asking, Ted said as he arrived behind Andromeda. Well, it's good to see you both, Lucius said with fake smile before turning to the Weasleys. Ah, the Weasleys, he said in an amused tone. Hello, Arthur, he said to Mr. Weasley. Lucius, Arthur said in a stiff voice. Busy time at the ministry, Arthur. All those pesky raids. I do hope they are paying you overtime. Though, judging by the state of these. Lucius paused and picked up a book out of Ginny's cauldron. He examined it before smirking at Arthur. I would guess not. Honestly, what is the point in being a disgrace to wizards if they don't even pay you well enough for it? You and I have very different opinions on what disgraces the name of wizards, Arthur said, glaring at Lucius. Clearly, Lucius said as he returned the book back into Ginny's cauldron. Lucius, Andromeda spoke. I trust that there are no problems here. After all, I would not like it if Harry's day is needlessly ruined, she said, narrowing her eyes at Lucius. Of course not, Lucius quickly said, a small smile on his face. Come Draco, let's not waste any more time here, he said to Draco before he turned and walked away. See you at school. Draco nodded to Harry before sneering at Ron just before leaving. We better get going too, Ted said before he ushered Harry and the Tonks women out of the shop. I'm sorry, but was Draco's dad scared of you? Harry asked Andromeda. He just has a healthy respect for what I can do. Andromeda smirked. Shorten your wand movements, Harry, Andromeda advised. She was currently sat on a chair and was gently stroking Jet, who was sat in her lap. The pair were watching as Harry and Tonks were engaging in another duel. He's gotten better, hasn't he? Andromeda whispered to Jet, who nodded in response. Come on Harry, Tonks said as she dodged a disarming spell and shielded against a knockback jinx. You can do better than that. Think outside of the box. What about in the triangle? Harry asked as he drew a golden triangle shape in the air with his wand. Triplex inspiration. Harry said as he jabbed his wand in the middle of the triangle. 3 small golden beams shot out from the corners of the triangle and headed towards Tonks. Whoa! Tonks blurted out as she dodged 2 of the beams and barely shielded in time to block the third. Where the hell did you learn that? She blinked. I have a lot of books. Harry shrugged before aiming his wand at Tonks and firing a blindfold at her. Tonks cut the blindfold in half before it could reach her and she blocked the fire blast that Harry followed up with. My turn then, Tonks said before she began firing at Harry. Harry knew that Tonks had an advantage in the fact that she could silent cast while Harry hadn't yet learned to do that. Harry could recognize a few spells she would use but chose to try and avoid them even if he did. Harry hadn't yet mastered the shield charm. Tonks and the other 2 members of the Tonks family have told him that he is far closer to mastering it than any other person at his age would be, but it still wasn't good enough to use. As Harry sidestepped a stunner, he quickly ducked to avoid a follow-up body bind spell, then dropped flat on the floor to avoid a second stunner. Harry learned a lot from his duels with Tonks, even if he admittedly lost all of them. One thing that Harry would learn is what tricks Tonks would use in a duel, an example being tricking him into dodging 1 spell only to step right into another 2 spells. Harry fired off a tripping hex and a knockback spell to distract Tonks long enough for him to get to his knees. Peel a ricochet. Harry yelled as he aimed his wand up at the ceiling. A glowing white ball shot out of his wand and bounced off the ceiling. It shot down and bounced off the ground. It went up and nearly hit Tonks in the face, but she barely managed to lean back in time to avoid it. The ball bounced off the ceiling again and headed to a wall. It bounced off the wall to the floor before charging towards Tonks' back. Tonks blocked a disarming spell from Harry before glancing back and seeing the ball. Her eyes widened and she quickly stepped to the side. The ball grazed her clothes but didn't really hit her. It flew past her but didn't fly too far past thanks to Harry's next spell. Flippendo. Harry's knockback spell hit the ball and pushed it backwards. It struck Tonks in the stomach, causing her to stumble back just as the ball disappeared. She managed to block Harry's next spell but tripped as she did so and fell on her butt, allowing Harry to hit her with a body bind spell. I won. Harry gaped. Did you guys see that? I won. Harry said happily as he looked at Andromeda and Jet. Excellent as always, Master. Jet hissed just as Andromeda carried him over and handed him to Harry. Well done, dear. Andromeda smiled at him before she took out her wand and released Tonks from her body bind. Damn, Tonks groaned as she sat up. Please tell me I didn't just lose to someone who is not even really a second year. I wish that I could, Andromeda replied with an amused look on her face. I wish that I could, but you did. You got cocky and weren't performing at your usual standards. You're right. Tonks sighed as she stood up. She had beaten Harry so many times that she expected this time to be no different and wasn't treating him with the seriousness he deserved. I pray to any and all gods in existence that Mad Eye doesn't find out about this. She said, grimacing at the thought of what Mad Eye would do if he found out that she'd lost to Harry. The screams of constant vigilance would never leave her ears. Still, well done, Harry. She smiled at Harry. Yes, well done. A voice said just as 2 other people walked into the room, the first person being none other than Arcturus Black while the second was Ted. Hey guys, we have a visitor. Ted said in a bland voice. Those spells, Arcturus said as he walked over to Harry. They're your grandfather's spells. He left a few books at Gringotts. Harry said, answering the unasked question of where Harry learnt those spells. Good. You make sure you pay good attention to those books. Arcturus said, before he reached into his robes. Your grandfather was a smart man, a good man, and he was even better with a wand. Arcturus said as he pulled out a photo and handed it to Harry. This is a picture of me and your grandparents. Arcturus said. He watched as the boy took the picture, looking at it like he had just been given the secrets to magic. The boy continued to impress Arcturus. Most people simply didn't understand the importance of family. He was glad that that wasn't a problem with the boy. Harry's eyes were wide as he looked at the picture. He recognized the younger version of Arcturus who was standing next, tall and proud with his hands behind his back. Harry was sure that if the picture was in color then his hair would be black. Standing on Arcturus's left was a man who was just as tall. He had a thin face with a strong jaw and the messy hair that was commonly associated with the Potter males. Harry quickly realized that this person had to be his grandfather. One hand was on Arcturus's shoulder and holding onto his grandfather's other arm was a beautiful woman with her hair done up in a bun. Thank you, sir. Harry spoke, his voice barely above a whisper and filled with gratitude. I haven't given you anything that you shouldn't already have, Arcturus grunted. I only came here to check on your progress. You're improving at an excellent rate. Continue to do so, he said before he turned and walked away. Once he was gone, Ted sighed and rolled his eyes. Did he really just come here, give Harry a picture, tell him to keep doing good and leave? Tonks blinked. He's a black, Andromeda sighed. We're a dramatic bunch, she admitted. Harry was currently sat watching TV. He had eventually gotten around to talking with Andromeda and Ted about why they were able to have a TV and have it not be ruined by magic. Apparently they didn't have to worry about electronic equipment in a simple home with a small amount of people. Taking it somewhere like Hogwarts, on the other hand, was an entirely different situation, seeing as it had hundreds of magical creatures and people along with many non-living magical objects plus all the magic the castle and the ancient wards. You all right, Nim? Harry asked when Tonks came back into the house and dropped into the seat next to him on the sofa. Nim was quite simply the nickname that Harry had started calling Tonks, and apparently he was the only one who was allowed to do that and not get hexed. Something which admittedly made Harry feel quite happy. He just felt much closer to Tonks now that he had his own personal nickname for her. I am so tired, Hair Bear. Tonks groaned as she leaned into her seat. She had not yet decided on a nickname. Moody put me through the ringer, she sighed. If I hear someone say, constant vigilance, then I will hex them. I want to sleep but I am somehow too tired to sleep. How the hell do you get too tired to sleep? Not a clue, but me and Jet will help you, Harry said as he leaned over and grabbed Tonks by the shoulders. He pulled her so she was now lying down on the sofa with her head on his lap. Jet, you know what to do, Harry said to Jet, who nodded. Rock A by Tonks. On the treetops, Jet began singing as well as a snake could sing just as Harry began massaging Tonks' forehead. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock, and then I think the cradle will fall. Rock A by Tonks. I've forgotten the lyrics. King hell. Who thought up this shit? Well, whatever, I'm going to keep singing, mostly because, when I speak you can't understand a thing. Masterfully done, Harry softly hissed back. Tonks softly mo.net as she curled up like a cat and closed her eyes. I can't understand a thing that he is saying, but keep it up, she whispered. And you keep doing whatever the hell that you're doing, she added to Harry before letting out a content sigh. Just for you, Nim. Harry smiled. From the start, Jet, Harry added to his loyal snake friend. It was several minutes later that Ted arrived. He found Tonks lying on the sofa with her head on Harry's lap while Harry was reading a book with his left hand and massaging Tonks' head with his right hand while Jet was softly hissing to Tonks, who appeared to be asleep. Isn't this adorable? Ted commented as he stepped in front of Harry. Harry blinked at Ted's sudden arrival and then looked between Ted and the sleeping Tonks. She was tired, he said with a small shrug. No need to explain, Ted said as he reached down and gently scooped Tonks into his arms. I'll take her up to bed, thanks Harry. He smiled before he carried the still sleeping Tonks upstairs. Jet, I really like it here, Harry admitted. Harry and the Tonks family found themselves on platform 9 3/4. Harry had been enjoying his summer more than he ever thought he would have, but he did need to go to school. You have everything you need? Ted asked, looking at Harry and Jet, who was on Harry's shoulders like usual. Yep, Harry said as he tapped his trunk. Triple-checked everything. The only thing I don't have is Hedwig, and that's just because she's flying to Hogwarts. I'm going to miss you, Harry. Andromeda smiled as she pulled Harry into a hug while being careful to not squash Jet, a hug that Harry returned. You have a good year at school, she said, dotting him on the head. You too, Jet, she added to Jet once she let go of Harry. Do I get a hug? Tonks grinned as she came over and pulled Harry into a hug, one which he also returned. I'm going to miss you, little brother. Brother. Harry blinked as the two let go. Brother or bro? I can go back to Hair Bear, if you want, she offered with a smirk. No, brother works. Thanks, sister. Harry spoke in a tentative voice. You're welcome, Tonks smiled as she ruffled his hair and key at his forehead. Now remember to write every week or I will personally storm up to the school looking for you, got it? Got it, Harry grinned. Goodbye guys. Harry said before he took his trunk and got on the train. I've got a sister. Harry happily hissed to Jet before he began walking down the train, looking for a compartment. Eventually he found one that already had Daphne and Tracy sitting in it. Hi guys. Harry said as he opened the door and walked in. Hi Harry. Both girls said just as Harry placed his trunk up on the rack above, something which was made much easier by the featherweight charm that Andromeda had placed on it. How was your summer? Harry asked as he sat down. Mine was fine. Tracy shrugged. Same. Daphne nodded. What about you? I know you said the Tonks family was nice in your letters. They were great, Harry smiled broadly. Ted is awesome, and so is Andromeda, but Tonks is my favorite. She called me her brother. Harry said happily. I like her too, Jet added before he looked at the girls. Hello pet, hello non-pet. He said to both girls. Hi Jet. Daphne smiled as she reached over and began petting Jet. Eventually Blaze and the other Slytherins had arrived. After a fairly long journey they found themselves sitting at the Slytherin table in Hogwarts and watching as Professor McGonagall entered the hall, followed by a group of first years that followed her all the way up to the stage by the teacher's table. It was an odd experience for Harry, watching the first years get sorted and remembering how it was only last year that he was the one being watched by a school of hungry and impatient students. Soon the sorting began. Harry made sure that he politely clapped whenever a student got sorted into Slytherin. He also ignored the way that the new Slytherins would stare at Jet. The order of the students getting sorted was naturally done by alphabetical order of the last name, just like last year. Nothing really interesting happened, at least not until Professor McGonagall reached the letter L. R. She paused as she looked at the name. Roman Lestrange, she said. The hall began whispering just as a nervous-looking first-year boy with black hair and brown eyes walked out from the crowd. Lestrange. Harry whispered in a questioning voice to his other Slytherin first years. He of course recognized the name. Lestrange was the name of a bunch of pure-blooded supporters of Voldemort, including Andromeda's sister who had married into the family. Andromeda had told Harry about what the Lestranges did to Neville Longbottom's parents, tortured them into insanity. That did make Harry feel bad for the boy, but he wasn't going to do anything. If Longbottom didn't want to spend time with him, then Harry wasn't going to force himself on the boy. Father told me that the boy is a bastard, Draco whispered to Harry. Apparently, from what he has heard, the boy's mother was a muggle. Harry frowned at that and averted his attention back to the sorting. Slytherin. The hat called after a few minutes. The boy got up and walked to the Slytherin table on shaky legs. He slowly sat down near the other first years. They weren't being obvious about it, but the way they were leaning away from him made it clear that they wanted some distance from him. Harry glanced at the Gryffindor table and saw Longbottom glaring at the boy. It was an odd look to see on the usually frightened Gryffindor. The boy will be in a lot of trouble, Jet whispered to Harry. Harry was about to reply when he noticed the Lestrange boy staring at him. Harry raised an eyebrow at the boy, who quickly looked away. The sorting continued. A couple of more Slytherins arrived when suddenly the last person of the year was to be sorted. Ginevra Weasley. Professor McGonagall called. Harry watched as little Ginny Weasley walked up to the stool, looking as scared as any other first year. She sat on the stool and the hat was placed on her head. Her sorting wasn't a quick one, and it was several minutes later when the hat had finally made its choice. Slytherin. The hat yelled out, surprising everyone as pretty much everyone was expecting the Weasley girl to go to the House of Lions like her brothers. Professor McGonagall removed the hat from Ginny's head. She stood up on shaky legs and quickly walked towards the Slytherin table, looking like she was about to pass out from fear. She looked at the Slytherin first years. None of them looked willing to let her sit next to them, or at least until Roman moved up enough to give her a spot. She quickly took that seat and gave him a grateful nod. Harry glanced at the Gryffindor table and saw all of the Weasley brothers sitting in pure disbelief. Well, this year will be interesting, Harry commented. A short while later the Slytherins were back in their common room. Harry and the other Slytherins in his year sat at their usual spots, all of them taking notice of the first years that were looking around the common room, though most of their attention was now diverted to talking to Harry about his Metamorphomagus abilities. Still can't believe that you can shapeshift, Theo commented. Can you turn into Snape or somebody like that? No, not really, Harry said as he shook his head. My abilities are quite limited. I can change my hair and eyes and make minor changes to my facial structure, but that's about it. If you want a full metamorphomagus, then I would advise talking to Tonks. She can change into pretty much anyone who is close enough in body size. She can even change bits of her face to look like animal faces, like she'd give herself a pig snout or a duck beak. While Harry was talking to his fellow second years, there was a first year who was looking at him like he was a hero. Are you okay? Ginny whispered to Roman, having noticed the way that he was looking at Harry and the others. Do you think he would teach me? Roman whispered in a hopeful voice. Teach you? Ginny blinked. Come on, Roman rolled his eyes. You've heard all of the stories about how good he is, he said. Ginny nodded in response. She herself had heard several people talk about how good Harry Potter was at magic and the fact that he had mastered several advanced spells beyond his year. Oi Weasley, a third-year boy said as he walked over. How come you're not in Gryffindor with the other Weasleys? He sneered. The hat wanted to put me here, Ginny answered in a quiet voice as she took a step back. She easily became aware that everyone. The thing is clearly defective, the third year scoffed. And what about you, Lestrange? He said, turning to the boy. You're just ahem. A cough interrupted the boy. Everyone in the room turned to look at Harry. Is there a problem here? Harry asked, looking at the third-year boy with narrowed eyes. The boy faltered slightly before he continued to speak. Yeah, them, he said as he gestured to Ginny and Roman. You know who his dad is, and look at her brothers are the Weasley twins. House of Cunning, Harry laughed to himself as he stood up and walked forward. He stopped in front of the third year who had taken a step back. House of Ambition, no, this doesn't seem like that house to me. This seems like the house where bullying and threats are the key to getting your way, Harry said as he looked the third year in the eye. This seems like the house where civility and decorum go out of the window when talking with someone you don't like, Harry said, glaring at the third year who was now looking down at the floor. Harry shook his head and looked around the room, seeing all of the other Slytherins looking at him. Speech time? Jed asked. Speech time. Harry nodded before he began speaking to the room. I understand that you guys might not like these two. I understand a little bit about why you might not like the girl. Her brothers are morons. You could torment her for who her family is, but I want to point out that she has had to live in the same house as Ronald Weasley, and that is suffering enough, Harry said with a small smirk as many in the common room began laughing at that. As for the other one, Harry said as he gestured to Roman, he reminds me of another half-blood. There was this one half-blood boy. He came to the wizarding world and was sorted into Slytherin. People didn't like him at first because of who he was. They thought he was weak and pathetic. But then he proved them wrong when he not only gained Slytherin more points than anyone else in his year whilst also being the top student of his year. If that wasn't enough, then add in the fact that he also helped lead the Quidditch team to victory and not only defeated every person in his year but also helped kill a troll. What does that tell you? That you're rubbish at telling stories, Daphne commented in an attempt to lighten mood. You like to brag, Tracy guessed. Shut it, Harry said as he rolled his eyes. What I am trying to say is to stop judging people based off who they are and let us instead judge them based off how they act. These two first years have been thrown in the deep end that is Slytherin House. They will either swim with the rest of us or drown on their own. Let them earn their place here like I did. Anyone got a problem with that? Harry said as he flicked his wand into his hand and looked around the room. Good, Harry said when nobody said anything. Now, what are you all looking at? Harry asked. The Slytherins all turned away and began returning to whatever it was they were doing before the interruption. Thank you, Ginny spoke in a quiet voice. Don't thank me, Harry replied, but if you want to express your gratitude then you will act and behave as good students. You will walk and talk as proud Slytherins and you will give the house reasons to accept you, Harry said before he walked back over to the other second years. Defending the first years now, Pansy sneered. In case it escaped your notice, we were all first years last year, Harry calmly replied. Besides, it doesn't matter to me who is related to what idiot or criminal, it's a matter of who they are and how they act. The next morning Ginny walked down to the Great Hall along with Roman and the other first-year Slytherin students. The other Slytherins in her year had so far taken to simply ignoring her with the exception of Roman, but that was likely partly due to the fact that they were ignoring him as well. It seemed like Harry's short speech had stopped them from trying anything, but it wasn't helping them make any new friends. "Ginny," a voice said. She along with Roman stopped before reaching the Slytherin table while the other Slytherin first years had just walked past. Ginny looked up and saw Ron walking towards her. "Ron," she said with a small smile. How could you be in Slytherin?" he demanded, cutting her off. His face red with anger. "Ron, the hat put me there." Ginny began, only to be interrupted again. "You should have argued against it and told it you didn't want to be in the House of Snakes." "Hey," Roman interrupted before Ron could say anything else. "She's your sister, It's none of your business, Snake." Ron spat. "What would you know about family anyway? He probably only knows how to destroy them." Another voice commented just as Neville stopped next to Ron. The chubby-cheeked boy was openly glaring at Roman. "Just like his dad," he added, snarling at Roman. "Hello everyone," Harry's voice interrupted. Harry arrived just behind the two first years. "I hope I'm not bothering anyone by interrupting this little conversation," he said with a small smile. "Yeah, you are actually," Ron said, glaring at Harry. "Naturally the exception for that is you," Harry smirked. "Now I couldn't help but overhear all of this." "I bet you couldn't," Ron snorted with disbelief. "Well, it might have been possible if not for your instance on shouting out everything you say like an attention-seeking, red howler monkey." Harry shrugged. "Anyway, you wait a minute," Harry said to Neville. "I'm going to deal with the stupider one first," he said as he turned his attention back to Ron. "This has nothing to do with you, Potter. Wrong as usual, Weasley. You see, your lovely sister is now a member of Slytherin House. As an older Slytherin, it is my duty to help protect the younger Slytherins against others who wish to harm them, physically or otherwise." Harry calmly replied. "She's my sister," Ron reminded him. "A fact that you didn't seem to care when you were telling her off for being a Slytherin." Harry replied. "It's laughable how you are so quick to claim that all Slytherins are evil when you were the one who complained last year when I was rewarded for saving the life of another Slytherin." "Slytherins are evil." Funny coming from the guy who thought that a girl's life wasn't worth some house points. Harry glared at him before turning to Neville. "As for you, leave the kid alone. You don't know what he's done to me." Neville growled. "He hasn't done anything to you," Harry calmly replied. "His dad." "Exactly," Harry cut him off. "I can't speak for his father, but he is just an 11-year-old student. He hasn't even met you before today as far as I'm aware. I am truly sorry that you and your family have suffered through what you had to suffer, but you cannot blame him for it. Don't act like you know what it's like." Neville all but shouted. "No, you're right. What would I know about it? I'm just the one living with the cousin of Sirius Black, the man who betrayed my parents." Harry replied. "I wanted to hate her too, but I gave her a chance and now I have a family. I'm not saying that you and Roman have to be best friends, but you can't blame him for the actions of a man he never knew." "How can you defend him?" Neville demanded. "Our parents fought in the war. They fought against idiots who judge people for who they are," Harry snapped, cutting off Neville. "That's what our parents fought against. They fought against people who would judge others based on who they are, or who gave birth to them and who their parents are, just like you're doing now." "Leave him alone, Neville." "Or what?" Neville said, glaring at Harry. "Because if you want to get to him then you have to go through me," Harry said, his green eyes flashing briefly, as his wand flicked into his hand. "Or to be more accurate, I go through you," he finished while taking a step towards Neville, who took a step back. Neville continued to glare but quickly turned and walked back to the Gryffindor table. "What about you, Weasley?" Harry said as he turned to Ron just as Tracy, Daphne and the other Slytherins arrived behind Harry. Ron scowled before he walked off back to the Gryffindor table. Thank you," Roman said quickly. "Slytherins look after each other." Harry shrugged before he and the other second years walked off and took their seats at the Slytherin table. A few moments later Ginny and Roman sat a short distance away from them. Mr. Potter," a voice said several minutes later. Harry looked up and saw Gilderoy Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, seriously, smiling at him. "What does this peacock want?" Jet hissed from his spot on Harry's shoulders. Lockhart's smile faltered slightly at hearing Jet hiss, but he quickly brought it back up to full force. "It's good to finally see you again, Mr. Potter," Lockhart smiled. "I was hoping that you and I can have a little chat sometime soon." "Am I in trouble, sir?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, of course not," Lockhart chuckled. "You are not in trouble. I simply just wished to talk to you." "Forgive me, but talk to me about what?" Harry replied, giving Lockhart a questioning look. "My boy, I understand that you are a young celebrity, almost as famous as me." Lockhart grinned. "But you don't really act much like a celebrity. I can help you with that." "Help me act like a celebrity?" Harry slowly repeated with disbelief. "Yes." Lockhart smiled brightly, having likely missed the disbelief in Harry's tone. "So what do you say? A few hours with me and you'll end up being almost as famous as myself," Lockhart said, dangling what he thought was a pretty tasty carrot. "I'm afraid I will have to politely decline, sir," Harry said after a few moments. "Personally, I would forget the polite and just tell the idiot to F.K. off," Jet commented. Decline," Lockhart echoed as if Harry was not speaking English. "I am not interested in boosting my fame, sir," Harry replied. "I intend to be a great wizard and I will be a great wizard, famous or not." Excuse me," a voice interrupted Lockhart. Angela stepped behind Harry. "Pardon me, Professor, but I do need to borrow Harry for a moment," she said. Right, of course. We'll talk later, Mr. Potter." Lockhart smiled at Harry before walking off. "Idiot," Angela said under her breath before she leaned down to speak to Harry. "Can I talk to you in private?" she whispered. "I've got to go to herbology for first period," Harry replied. "Fine, but can I talk to you later today?" she asked. Sure." Harry nodded. "Thank you." She smiled and at his forehead before walking off. "She keeps ing you. Have you ever thought about returning a few?" Jet asked. Harry. Draco whispered to Harry once they left the greenhouse after a herbology lesson involving mandrakes. "Guess what? I'm going to be on the Quidditch team," he said, unable to hold in his excitement. "What?" Harry whispered back, raising an eyebrow. "Higgs doesn't want to be Seeker anymore, so I'm applying for the position," Draco informed Harry with a smile. "I told my father and he said that he's going to send some gifts to the team." Draco grinned. "That includes you," he added. "Well, you are a good flyer," Harry said, remembering the few times he had flown with Draco. "How good are you at being a Seeker?" Harry asked. "I like to think I'm fairly good." Draco smirked. "Get better," Harry said quickly. "I'm going to assume that you are at least a decent Seeker, that's good. But you will need to keep practicing and you will get better. The gifts that your father is sending, I'm sure that people will claim that you used them to get on the team. You need to prove everyone wrong, got it?" Harry asked. "Got it." Draco nodded firmly. "Good." Harry nodded back. Harry knew that the fact that Lucius Malfoy would so generously hand out gifts had helped Draco get on the team, but Harry quite frankly didn't care as long as Draco proved he deserved to keep his spot. And if Harry ended up benefiting from it, then all the better. "Harry," Angela said as she sat opposite Harry at lunchtime, "how was your day?" she asked as she and everyone began eating. "It's been all right," Harry shrugged as he placed Jet on the table just as a plate with a bit of meat was placed in front of the lovable snake. "How about you?" "It's been fine so far," Angela replied. "By the way, I know I said I wanted to talk to you later today, but something's come up and I'm awfully busy now. Could I take some time out and talk to you later this week?" "Yeah, sure," Harry nodded. "What do you want to talk to him about anyway?" Blaise asked, looking between Harry and Angela. "None of your business." Angela smirked as she tapped him on the nose. "Get off," Blaise said as he swatted her hand away. "I'm your brother, in case you have forgotten. That doesn't mean that you get to know all of my secrets," Angela pointed out. "After me and Harry have our talk, then you can learn what it's about," she said. "This sounds very important," Harry noted. "Is it?" Whatever else Harry was about to say was cut off by a bright flash of light that was aimed at him. Harry quickly got his wand out and aimed it at the source along with Angela, who had quickly span around in her seat. At the same time, Jet was hissing in a threatening manner at whatever idiot had dared to interrupt his meal. The source of the bright flash turned out to be a curly-haired, first-year Gryffindor with a camera. "Hiya, Harry," The first year said in an excited tone. I'm Colin Creevy, it's nice to meet you. He said quickly. What are you? Harry was interrupted by another flash as the boy had taken another picture. I heard that you're the youngest chaser in a century and that you can do advanced spells, is it true? The boy asked excitedly. What is going on here? A voice drawled. Everyone quickly became aware of the arrival of Professor Snape. Sir, Angela said before anyone could respond. This first year just started showing up and taking pictures of us without permission. Is that true? Snape asked the other Slytherins. It's true, sir. Harry nodded along with the other Slytherins. He started taking our pictures without permission. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said to Creevy, and you will get rid of those pictures as well. But sir, Colin began. Are you arguing with me? Professor Snape asked in a dangerous tone. No sir. Creevy said, quickly shaking his head. You had better not be, Snape said, glaring down at him. Follow me, we will talk to your head of house about this. He said. Snape turned and began walking away without waiting for a response. Goodbye Harry. Creevy waved at Harry before he walked off and began following Snape. Fangirls, Harry said in an annoyed voice as he shook his head. Don't you mean, fanboys? Tracy asked. Fangirls, Harry repeated in a firm voice that clearly said, don't argue with me. A few days later Harry was in his Quidditch gear and walking towards the Quidditch pitch along with Draco, the other members of the Slytherin Quidditch team, each member of the team walking with their new gifts. Their gifts which happened to be Nimbus 2001s, the latest model from the Nimbus brand. Harry had rode on his new broom a few times already. It was admittedly faster than Harry's Nimbus 2000, but with that being said Harry currently preferred the steering on his older broom. Harry still kept his Nimbus 2000 on the chance that he broke his new one or needed a backup. Harry had also left Jet with Daphne as the snake wasn't really fond of flying but was fond of Daphne, just like how she was fond of him, even if she couldn't understand a single thing that he could say. As they were walking they were stopped by the Gryffindor team who were also dressed in their Quidditch gear. Flint, what are you doing here? Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor keeper and team captain demanded. I booked the pitch for Gryffindor. Hi Wood, Flint said in a cheery voice. How are you today? I booked the pitch, Wood repeated through gritted teeth. Harry noticed several other Gryffindors arriving, including Weasley, Granger and Longbottom. Maybe, but I've got a note from Professor Snape that says we can use the pitch. Flint grinned. We need it to train our new Seeker. You've got a new Seeker. Who? Wood all but demanded. That'd be me, Draco said as he steps forward, past the other Slytherins. And that's not all that's new this year. Draco grinned as he held up his new broom along with the rest of the team. Those are Nimbus 2001s. Ron exclaimed. Where did you get those? Oh, they're gifts for you. Harry said. What? Really? Quote. God, you're thick, Harry said as he rolled his eyes and shook his head. You see, Weasley, unlike some my father can afford the best. Draco smirked. At least nobody on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in, Hermione replied. They got in on pure talent. Nobody asked you, know it all, Draco said, glaring at Hermione. He was tempted to call her a mudblood but knew that Harry wouldn't like that at all and he had no desire to make Harry angry. That was not a safe thing to do. Ladies, Harry said to the Gryffindor chasers before anyone could say anything else. He first extended his hand to Katie Bell, the youngest of the chasers and only a year older than himself. She gave him his hand. He keyed at her knuckles, causing a small blush to form on her face. He then repeated the process with Alicia Spinnet and Angelina Johnson, the two older chasers. You're all looking lovely today. He smiled at them. Someone's being extra charming today. Angelina smiled. Only for the charming, Harry replied without missing a beat. Oi Potter, one of the Weasley twins. Stop flirting with them. Yeah, they're our girls. The other added. Our girls, Harry repeated. Honestly, they're young women, not toys, Harry said, remembering a talk he had with Tonks which was really more of a rant on her behalf about working with men, or pigs, as she called them, who think they own women. Potter's right, Alicia said as she and the other girls glared at the twins. What do you mean, our girls? She demanded. Both of them stuttered as they struggled to think up an answer, wondering why the girls were suddenly turning on them. Of course, if these girls were able to be stolen, then I promise I would have already stolen them by now. Harry said as he gave a charming smile to the girls. You are such a flirt. A gaping, red-faced Katie said, though her amused tone and face showed that she wasn't really angry with him. I'm surrounded by beautiful goddesses, it's hardly my fault. Harry replied. By the way, he's uncharacteristically quiet. Harry noted as he gestured to an annoyed-looking Cormac McLaggen, seeker for Gryffindor and general asshole. Silencing charm. Alicia smiled. Ah. Harry nodded before turning to Wood. Look, we've got new brooms and a new seeker. We need the training time more than you do, seeing as you have the exact same brooms and players. Besides, based off my experience last year and from what I hear about you, it is likely that you're going to spend every free moment you have making them practice anyway, so how about you don't hoard the pitch like last year and delay your daily practices by a day? Harry calmly suggested. We do practice more than necessary. Angelina agreed, sending an apologetic look to Oliver, who looked like someone had just insulted his mother. See, Harry nodded. Now we have permission to use the pitch. So why don't we go and do that while you Gryffindors go and relax for the day? Shut it, Potter. Ron said before Wood or any of the other Gryffindors could reply. You and your snakes should be the ones that should go. Hey Draco, Harry said as he turned to Malfoy. Can you imagine that? He is already in his second year of school and he still hasn't realized that we are not actual snakes and that the snake is just a mascot. Maybe he thinks that he's an actual lion. Draco laughed. Though I think he's more of a untrained house cat. How much do you want to bet that somebody has put a scratching post in his room? Probably next to his litter box. Harry grinned. Shut it. Ron said as he pulled his wand out. He wasn't able to get far as Harry had quickly pulled his own wand out and hit Ron with a wind blast that knocked him off of his feet and onto his butt. This caused the other Gryffindor and Slytherin students to pull their wands out. What is going on here? A voice demanded, just as Professor McGonagall arrived on the scene. Weasley was about to attack me, Professor, Harry said quickly before anyone could reply. I saw him pulling out his wand, so I quickly hit him with a wind blast. And why would he pull his wand out on you? Professor McGonagall asked, looking very unamused. Well, Professor, it kind of went like this. Harry said before he began explaining what had happened, the Slytherins all agreeing and nodding in the right parts. By the end of it, Professor McGonagall had a thoughtful look on her face. That's what the Slytherins are saying. What about you? Professor McGonagall asked the Gryffindors. Ronald immediately began claiming that the Slytherins started all of this with the twins backing him up. Unfortunately for them, the other Gryffindors were not so willing to lie to their head of house and actually told a version of events that matched Harry's story. I see, Mr. Ronald Weasley, that will be 2 weeks of detention for lying and pulling your wand out on a student, along with 5 points from Gryffindor. Mr. Fred and George Weasley, a week of detention for lying and 5 points from each of you. I expected better from all of you, she said in a disappointed voice before turning to the other Slytherins. You may go to your practice, she said in what was a clear dismissal. The Slytherins took it for what it was and quickly left. Weasley is about as smart as he was last year, Draco commented once they were far enough away. Really? I couldn't tell. Harry snorted. Harry and the other Slytherin second years found themselves sat in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Today would be their first day getting taught by Professor Lockhart. A lot of the girls were looking forward to it because apparently, he is a really great wizard, to quote Hermione Granger. Harry was just thankful that Daphne and Tracy were not the same as those girls. They had both opted for a wait-and-see approach which, as far as Harry was concerned, puts them leagues above the intelligence of the other witches in the class. The classroom itself was fairly interesting, stone walls with a wooden floor, an iron chandelier hung from the ceiling, as well as a dragon's skeleton. Though Harry suspected that the several portraits of Gilderoy Lockhart, including the one where he was painting a painting of himself, were newer additions. Good day everyone, Lockhart said with a smile as he entered from his office and stopped alongside the painting of him painting himself. You all naturally know who I am, but I will introduce myself in case some poor soul does not. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, your new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, you lucky little people. Order of Merlin, 3rd class and honorary member of the Dark Forces Defense League and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award. But I don't like to talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandin Banshee by smiling at her," Lockhart said before pausing to laugh at his own joke. Harry frowned and was sure that if he had a mirror then his present look would best be described as, "Kill me now." "What a blithering idiot," Jet said from his position on Harry's shoulders. "I see you have all brought a complete set of my books, well done." Lockhart quickly continued when he realized nobody was laughing at his joke. "I want to start today with a little quiz." He smiled as he picked up some quiz papers and began handing them out. "Nothing to worry about, just to see how much you remember." "They're all about him," Blaise hissed to Harry with disbelief as they looked at the papers. Harry skimmed through the test and saw that Blaise was right. "Professor," Harry spoke, gaining Lockhart's attention. "Sorry for asking the stupid question, but a lot of these don't have anything to do with, actual defense." "Sure they do," Lockhart laughed, though it seemed slightly more forced than before. "This will see how much you remember." "Sir, are you by any chance short of a marble?" Harry asked before he could stop himself. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Mr. Potter. I don't carry marbles with me." Lockhart frowned. "That explains so much," Harry whispered to Jet. "Anyway, you have 30 minutes to finish, begin," Lockhart ordered. "Might as well have fun with this." Harry whispered to Blaise, who quickly caught on. He whispered to Draco, which started a quick and short chain reaction of whispering amongst the Slytherin students. "Tut, tut," Lockhart said about 30 minutes later when he was skimming through the quiz results of multiple students. "Hardly any of you have remembered that my favorite color is lilac. Let's see the other answers." "Oh, that's odd. No, my favorite color is not sunburst orange to the side of an orangutan butt cheek, whatever that means." "No, my greatest achievement is not wibbling, whatever that means." "Nor is my favorite achievement dogging with 79-year-old men in the countryside. I'm not sure that's even a real position. Hugh Jazz is not my best friend." Hugh Jazz? Does anybody know who Hugh Jazz is? Does anyone know a Hugh Jazz? Come on, I want to talk to someone who knows a Hugh Jazz. Is anybody here a Hugh Jazz? Nobody. Disappointing, Lockhart said, not noticing the restrained laughter from most of the class. "Anyway, let's get on with this." Lockhart stood up and drew his wand. He walked over to an owl-sized cage that was covered in dark cloth. Harry perked up slightly, hopeful that they'd finally start learning something useful. Later on he would call himself an idiot for letting himself have that hope for even a second. "Get ready, class, in here you will learn to face creatures darker than those in your worst dreams," Lockhart warned. "I will ask you not to scream, it might provoke them," Lockhart said in a dramatic voice as he pulled the cage off, revealing a bunch of pixies. They were electric blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a lot of budgies arguing. "Cornish pixies," Seamus from Gryffindor laughed. "Freshly caught Cornish pixies," Lockhart corrected just as Seamus and several other students laughed. "Laugh if you will, but they can be devilishly tricky little blighters. Let's see what you make of them," he said before he released the pixies. With that single act the room fell into chaos as pixies began flying everywhere, destroying the classroom and chasing the students while pulling on their hair, pulling on their ears and generally wrecking their things. Lockhart proved his worth by trying and failing to cast a spell before running away and hiding in his office before asking everyone else to round them up. Though the chaos didn't last long because one of the pixies made the unfortunate mistake of heading towards Harry, which meant he was also heading towards Jet. Jet leapt off of Harry's shoulders and wrapped his body around the pixie. Harry caught them both in midair with a levitation charm before putting them down on his desk. Jet tightened his body around the pixie so it couldn't escape. The pixie screamed loudly as Jet opened his mouth to show his impressive fangs. The scream of the pixie caught the attention of the other pixies. The pixies stopped what they were doing and looked towards Jet. The rest of the class did the same when they noticed that the pixies were looking at Harry. "All right, you pixies had better stay calm and behaved or this blue midget gets it," Harry said as he gestured to the pixie that Jet had. "All of you get back in your cage or my hungry friend gets a Cornish treat," which basically means you lot. The pixies seemed unsure of themselves, so Jet brought his fangs closer to the pixie he had captured. It screamed louder and all of the other pixies quickly flew back into their cage. "Jet, pass the pixie," Harry said before taking the pixie in his hand. He kept a firm grip so it didn't escape but not hard enough to hurt it. "You're all right," Harry whispered as he stroked its head before getting up and walking towards the cage. You're all right. He kept whispering in a calming and soothing voice before he gently put the pixie in the cage and locked the door. Sorry about that, Harry said to the pixies before he picked up the cage and walked over to his desk before getting all of his stuff. What are you doing? Hermione Granger demanded. First of all, I am taking these pixies to Professor McGonagall. She might know how to get them to someone who can properly look after them. Harry replied. Second of all, I am leaving. But you can't leave, she protested. We're still in a lesson. One without a teacher. Tracy shrugged before she and Daphne joined Harry in gathering their things. In a short while all Slytherins had gathered their stuff and walked out of the class. Soon after, the Gryffindors decided to do the same, until the only person left in the room was Hermione Granger, who found herself stuck trying to decide between following the rules or the overwhelming peer pressure. Later that day, Harry was in his room and writing a letter to the Tonks family. Jet was currently downstairs with Daphne, who was pretty much the only other person Jet willingly allowed to touch or hold him. Harry, Angela's voice called. Harry turned around and saw Angela stood by his door. Blaise and the others are downstairs and I kind of needed to talk to you. Oh, come in, Harry said as he gestured her to come in. He turned his chair around so he was facing her. She stopped in front of him and had a small smile on her face. Is this about that important thing that you wanted to talk to me about before? Yes, it is. Angela nodded. I'm sorry, I've just been stalling, she admitted. This is just a hard thing to ask and I wanted to be sure that I wanted to ask it. Take your time, Harry replied in calm voice. Thank you. She smiled before she took a deep breath before she slowly got down on one knee. Angela, what are you? Harry was cut off as she took both of her hands in her own. Harry Potter, Angela began, locking her eyes with Harry's. I humbly request that you allow me, Angela Zabini, to swear unwavering loyalty to you, become your loyal servant, to swear fealty to you and to become your devoted vassal. She said, in a quiet but passionate voice. You heard me the first time, Angela said. Her voice was odd and held something that almost sounded like shyness. That was odd enough. Angela Zabini does not get shy. I just don't understand. A vassal? Harry asked, looking very confused. In the magical world, a vassal is someone who serves you with all that they have. Angela began explaining. In return you would have to obviously help keep them alive and healthy so that they can serve you, but that's about all you have to do. So, you would be my South Avenue? Harry asked. If you wanted me to be. Angela nodded without hesitation. I don't want to make you my South Avenue, Angela. Then don't, Angela shrugged. What I am will depend on you. If you want to treat me like a South Avenue, then treat me like a South Avenue. If you want to treat me like a servant, then do that as well, or if you want, then I can be your friend. But, Harry, if you accept me as your vassal, then I will do anything you want. She purred as she reached up and placed her hands on both sides of his face. I can and will do anything that you want. She smiled as she licked her lips. Anything? Harry echoed, suddenly feeling himself lost in her eyes. There was something about her voice that lured him in. The musical quality of her voice made her words linger in his ears. Suddenly Harry realized something. Angela was beautiful. Of course he always knew that, but now it felt like he had just realized it. Anything, she whispered as she leaned in closer. Her lips were seconds away from his when Harry suddenly raised his hands and grabbed her shoulders before pushing her back slightly. What is happening? Harry asked. Are you doing something to my head? He asked, keeping his eyes locked onto Angela's as she removed her hands from his face. What do you feel? She asked quickly, looking more excited than anything else. In my head, I suppose you'd call it a tingle. Harry frowned. I knew it, she said under her breath, looking extremely pleased. Angela? Harry asked. It seemed like his confusion rose up at the same time as her happiness. I don't know how, but I knew that you could resist it. She grinned. Resist what? Some answers would be nice right now, Harry said in a slightly irritated voice. Right, sorry. Angela apologized as she took her wand out and cast a locking charm on the door and placed several silencing charms around the room. All right, just give me a sec. She took in a deep breath. Okay, me and Blaise have the same mother, but we have different fathers. My father was different from Blaise's. Different how? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. He was the son of, he was the son of a. Angela paused and took another deep breath. I trust that you won't tell anyone what I am about to say. She said. If you don't want me to tell anyone then I won't, but what is this about? Harry asked. Even Blaze, Angela replied instead of answering Harry's question. He doesn't know yet. She added before Harry could ask. Look, Harry sighed. I promise that I will not tell anyone what you're about to say unless you want me to, or I absolutely have to. Now can we get on with this? The suspense is killing me. Okay, Angela took a deep breath. My father was the son of a siren. She blurted out. A siren. Harry blinked. As in the, sing on rocks and lure sailors with their singing, type of siren. Are you trying to say that you're a siren? No, they don't really lure sailors in with their songs. Angela replied. Well, a few have in the past, but that's like a very rare thing. As for me, I'm not really a siren, though I suppose I am part siren. Part siren, Harry repeated with disbelief. I don't have wings or anything like that, but I do have a small allure and that's about it. She admitted. I can control it, unlike Avila. I used my allure on you to see if you can resist it. It's rather amazing that you can. Okay, but why? Harry frowned. Just wanted to get more evidence about what kind of a wizard you are. She grinned at him. I'm sorry, but I just don't understand what is going on here. I get that you're a half siren, but what does that have to do with you wanting to become my vassal? Right, sorry, I'm not really explaining this well. Okay, well, I haven't told Blaze this yet, but I have a marriage contract in my name. You know, every time you give me an answer I get about 10 new questions. He said in a dry voice as he tried to process what she just said. A contract with who? This really ugly 50-year-old git who lives in Italy. She said in a bitter voice. My mother's head of house, my grandfather, is a real prick, and he set up a marriage contract between myself and one of his friends in Italy. I've talked with my mother and she can't find a way to get me out of the contract, and believe me when I say that she has tried. All right, do forgive me for what I am about to say, but your mother, the infamous Black Widow, is unable to find a way to get you out of the contract. Harry asked. It was hard to stay in Slytherin and not hear about Angela and Blaze's mother. The woman who had had many husbands and apparently killed them all to gain their wealth. Harry wasn't really sure how much of that he believed, seeing as Blaze and Angela turned out pretty good for kids that were raised by someone who marries then kills for money. Either her reputation has been exaggerated or this situation is more complicated than you're letting on. Do you believe the stories going around about my mother? She asked. Her voice wasn't an angry one or even a disappointed one, it was pretty much neutral. I don't know your mother, Harry shrugged. I know the stories and I know what I've seen from you and Blaze. I don't think that she's a crazy murderer, but with that being said, I am not going to form any opinions until I've met her. Harry added. Spoken like a true Slytherin, Angela smirked, but she really can't do anything against my grandfather or his friend. If she could, then she would have. Anyway, when I was younger I eventually became resigned to enjoying life for as long as I could before I get sent to get married. I spent days crying about it, wondering what would happen when he discovers that I am a siren. How bad would that be? Very, but I did eventually discover a way to escape the contract. Let me guess, becoming a vassal? Harry asked in a knowing voice. Exactly, Angela nodded. A vassal lives to serve, and it would remove my grandfather's ability to put me into a contract, as I would essentially no longer be a Zabini and instead become your property. Then only you can put me in a marriage contract. Okay, I suppose that makes sense, but why me? Harry asked as he ran a hand through his hair. Why not someone else? I can't become a vassal for anyone else in my family because they're still under my grandfather's rule, Angela began explaining, and you aren't the first person I've been thinking about asking. You're just the best option. What are you? Harry, she cut him off. Look at yourself, do you know what you look like to me? No, Harry said in a confused voice. What do you see? He asked, stopping his hand from going up to touch his scar. So many things. She smiled at him as she took her hands in his own. Physically, you are attractive, yes, even with your scar. You're cute now, and I suspect that you will be very handsome when you're older. But that is not all. You're an intelligent boy, a strong wizard, and yet you are still kind. The fact that you can resist my allure shows how strong your mind and will is. You were the one who stood up for the Lestrange boy, nobody else did. When I look at you, I see greatness and I want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a simple housewife, a broodmare, I want to become great and I know I can do that with you. We can do that together, Harry, you have great potential and I want to help you reach it. She said, her voice had risen in volume and passion as she spoke. As Harry looked into her eyes he realized that she was being 100% serious, he saw pure devotion in her eyes. I need to think about this, Harry said after a few moments of silence. This is a rather big decision. Can I talk to somebody about it? I understand, Angela nodded in a way that told Harry she had been expecting this answer. I just want you to know that even if you say no, I will still consider you to be a good friend. And yes, you can talk to someone about it, but just do me a favor and don't mention the siren part, if you can leave out my name then all the better. She stood up and planted a key on his forehead before she walked over to the door and undid all of her spells before walking out. Harry shook his head and span his seat back around to his desk. I'll have to ask Tonks for advice, Harry said to himself before he took his quill and continued writing his letter to Tonks. All right mate, Blaze said as he came in a few moments later. Hey, was my sister in here? He asked as he sat down on his bed. Yep, Harry answered without looking away from his letter. Huh, what did she want? Blaze asked. This time Harry did look away from his letter and looked Blaze right in the eye. She begged to become my South Avenue, Harry said with a straight face. Smart ass, Blaze said as he rolled his eyes before picking up a book. That I am, Harry nodded before going back to his letter. It was a day later when Harry got his response from Tonks. It arrived during breakfast via the one and only Hedwig. Hedwig flew into the hall and landed gracefully on Harry's outstretched arm. Hi Hedwig, Harry greeted her with a smile as he removed the letter. Before he began stroking her. Hello master's pet, Jet greeted Hedwig, a nice side effect from letting Jet keep Daphne was the fact that Jet suddenly became more understanding about the fact that his master had a pet despite having a familiar, because pets were fun. You look the same as always. Jet couldn't help but add, despite his progress he was still trying to get used to being nice to Hedwig. Here you go, girl, Harry said as he handed her a piece of bacon before he took the letter and quickly opened it. To Hair Bear, Watcher little bro, nice to hear from you. Are you missing me? Only natural I suppose. Mum and Dad are missing you as well, oh and Jet too, hope the little bugger is doing good. Mad Eye's pretty impressed with me, he's been teaching me some new spells. Can't wait until our rematch, I'm going to kick your cute little ass. As for your older girl problem, I just want to say I knew you were a total flirt. I mean older girls throwing themselves at your feet so they can serve you, I am very impressed. Dad's looked into the whole thing from a legal point of view, he told me a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo but basically you can legally have a vassal. Mum wanted me to let you know that they are very rare and not many people have them anymore. Mostly because not many people wish to become vassals. If you were my vassal then you would have to do pretty much whatever I want, and I have to admit that you would find yourself dressed in a good amount of adorable costumes. So if this girl wants to be your vassal then she is probably very serious about it and has likely spent a lot of time thinking about it. Mum and Dad are saying the whole usual, go with your heart, do what you think is right. Me, on the other hand, I'd like to say grab that girl quickly Harry. Come on, an older girl throwing herself at you, asking to be your faithful servant that will do whatever you want, that's like the dream for every boy at your age. Wait a sec, okay, Mum's telling me to be serious so what I am really going to say is you're a good kid, do what you think is best, I trust your judgment. If you don't want to do it then nobody's going to force you into it, I will bloody well curse them if they try, but if you do then I want. No, cross that, I want, part out and replace it with, I need it confirmed in writing that I'm still your favorite older girl. Alright, I've got to go now. Do what you think is best and then for Merlin's sakes, write to me about it. Okay, I'm off now. See ya, or if you're reading this at night then good night, sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite. Sweet dreams, on the dot, keep having them even if your sleep stops, sleep well, sleep nice, don't get bed lice. Sleep, okay I'm stopping now. Bye Harry. From your lovely and incredibly attractive sister, Nim. P.S. It's a hot older girl Harry, come on. Jet, what do you think about all of this? Harry whispered to Jet. I just need to confirm something. You like this girl, yes? Jet asked. Yeah, she's nice to me. Harry nodded. She's a powerful and pretty witch, correct? Yeah. You would like to help her out, yes? Yeah. This could also benefit you and therefore me in a large way as well, correct? Quote. Yes. Then why the F? K haven't you said, yes, yet? Jet said in an exasperated voice. Harry stared at Jet for several long seconds before he looked around until he caught Angela's eye. He gave her a small nod. Her face lit up. Having clearly understood what he was saying, Harry returned to his breakfast while Jet began mumbling about silly humans. Angela, how are we going to explain this to Blaze? Harry asked once he, Jet and Angela were alone in a classroom. What do you mean? She asked as she began setting all the tables and chairs to the sides of the room. Well, it's going to be more than a little bit awkward explaining to my roommate that his sister is going to be mine to do with as I wish. Harry said in a dry voice. I don't know, sounds pretty simple to me. Jet replied. Just go, hey Blaze, your sister is mine now, deal with it, that's what I would do. I have already anticipated that, don't worry. Angela replied. I will deal with Blaze, I promise. She said before she drew a large white circle in the middle of the floor using her wand. Once she was done she placed a bowl in the middle of the circle before sitting down in front of the bowl. Harry sat on the other side of the bowl. Now Jet will have to leave the circle, sorry Jet, but we don't want to risk disrupting the ritual. She said apologetically. I understand, I'm so powerful that I would affect your ritual, it can't be helped. Jet said as he shook his head before climbing down from Harry and escaping the circle. All right, are you ready Harry? Angela asked as she pulled out a knife. Do you remember how this works? Yeah, you and me cut our palms, let some blood drop into the bowl and then we hold our cut hands together. We both chant for a bit before you swear to be my vassal, I accept and then hopefully we can get back to the Great Hall in time for lunch. Harry answered. That's about it, Angela nodded. Let's get started. She said. It turns out that they were able to get to the Great Hall in time for lunch. Harry sat down in between Daphne and Tracy while Angela sat opposite him, in between Blaze and Theo. Blaze, Angela whispered to Blaze. Can I talk to you after we've finished eating? In private, he asked. Yep. Angela nodded. Okay. Blaze nodded. Good. Angela smiled. The rest of lunch continued with the Slytherins enjoying some small talk before Angela and Blaze left together. I wonder what she wants to talk to him about. Tracy said. I have a feeling that somebody knows. Daphne said as she looked at Harry. Somebody might. Harry nodded without looking away from his food. Is there any chance that somebody might be willing to tell the rest of us? Draco asked. Well, somebody might, but he'd like to wait until Angela and Blaze are done with their talk. This somebody sounds like a git. Theo commented, earning chuckled from the others and a mild glare from Harry. The somebody would like to remind you that he hasn't had a duel in ages and is looking for willing participants. Harry said with a small smirk. Draco, thanks for volunteering. Theo said quickly before returning to his food. What? Draco blinked. He'll do. Harry shrugged before going back to his food. What? Harry was in his room. Jet was resting in Harry's bed while Harry was stood up and working on his shield charm. He had his wand in one hand and a book in the other. Harry, Blaze said when he entered the room. I had a talk with my sister. He said in a quiet voice. Of course you did, Harry sighed as he set the book aside. Is that going to be a problem? Harry asked. Because I'd rather not spend the rest of our school years fighting. I was mad at first, I admit. Blaze sighed. I was tempted to pull my wand out and hex you, but Angela explained how this was her choice and that I shouldn't be mad because it was either you or a 50-year-old bloke who probably has a small noodle and bad breath, along with the fact that you would probably kick my ass if I did pull my wand on you. So, if it's between you and the 50-year-old. Blaze trailed off and shrugged. How nice of you to say that. Harry said in a dry voice as he rolled his eyes. You know what I mean, Blaze replied. This isn't easy for me. You know. All I am saying is I don't have any problems with this thing between you and my sister, just promise me you'll treat her good. I will do my best to treat her as she deserves, Blaze, I promise you that. Harry said in solemn voice. Thank you, Blaze said in an appreciative voice. What are you doing anyway? He asked. I'm working on my shield charm, do you think you could fire a spell at me? Harry asked in a hopeful voice as he raised his wand. Well, I'm not 100% over the fact that my sister is your avenue, so it would be my genuine pleasure. Blaise grinned as he pulled out his wand. What's going on here? Harry said as he came down into the common room along with Blaise. He found two first years dueling each other and recognized one of them as the Lestrange kid. Most of the Slytherins were cheering for the other first year, with only the youngest Weasley cheering for Lestrange. That first year was messing with the youngest Weasley, Daphne explained as Harry and Blaise stopped next to her. Lestrange challenged him to a duel. Kids got balls at least. Blaise commented as they watched the duel. It wasn't the most exciting duel as they both were limited to first-year spells, but it wasn't bad as far as first-year duels go. Harry noticed that Roman was pretty decent. The other kid was alright, even if he had a habit of stepping forward with his right foot every time he cast an offensive spell. Lestrange is on the defensive. Daphne noted just as Lestrange jumped over a spell, he dodged another spell and tripped on his foot. He stumbled and his back crashed into Harry, who caught him. Roman glanced back and his eyes widened. I'm sorry, Roman quickly said when he realized just who it was that had caught him. Roman was about to move away when Harry pulled him in closer. Watch his right foot, Harry whispered into Roman's ear before he shoved him away. Roman blinked at Harry in surprise before he quickly turned his attention back to the duel in time to avoid a stinging hex to the face. Are you getting a new pet? Jet asked from his position on Harry's shoulders. No, just offering advice, Harry replied. 30 seconds later the duel finally came to an end when Roman managed to get a stinging hex on his opponent's foot before he followed it up with a knockback jinx. Roman's opponent fell to the floor and his wand fell out of his hand. I win. Roman grinned. You cheated. I know you did. Roman's opponent shouted. You're only saying that because I'm the one that's still standing, Roman replied, not at all bothered by the words coming from his opponent. Now, you remember the deal, I won, so you have to apologize to Miss Weasley, he said as he gestured to Ginny. The boy growled but knew better than to try and get out of it in front of everyone. He stood up and looked at Ginny, who stood with her arms crossed and an expectant look on her face. I am sorry for my comments, the boy said, looking as if the very words coming out of his mouth pained him. I guess I accept, Ginny said after a moment, since I'm sure you've learnt your lesson. She added with a small grin which did not help the first-year boy, who looked like he was going to pop a vein. That was nice of you to help him, Daphne whispered to Harry. Don't call me nice, Harry said in a mock-offended voice, not noticing the pair of first-year twin girls that were looking in his direction. Harry looked up and saw Tracy and Daphne standing in front of him. He was sat in the library, looking through a book on shields in the hopes to improve his own. You have been in the library for ages, Tracy said with a small sigh. Come on, it's time for you to eat, she said. Just 5 more minutes, please, Harry asked hopefully, giving her his best puppy eyes. Potter, put those adorable green emerald orbs away, Daphne said in a tired voice. Come on, food now. Listen to my pet and eat already, Jed added. Fine, Harry sighed as he got up and put his stuff away. Alright, I'm ready to go, Harry said before Jet slithered into Harry's robes and wrapped himself around Harry's left arm. Harry followed Daphne and Tracy out of the library. What were you reading about anyway? Tracy asked as the trio walked to the hall. Oh, I was reading about shield spells, Harry answered. I wanted to learn how to make my own better and see what other spells I could use to shield. Find anything interesting? Daphne asked. Yes, actually, Harry grinned. Harry paused and trailed off as he suddenly stopped upon turning the next corner. Daphne and Tracy saw what he was looking at and quickly stopped alongside him. They all started with wide eyes at the sight before them. Mrs. Norris, the cat of caretaker Filch, was frozen stiff and hanging upside down by her tail from a torch. Next to her was a message written on the wall, a message written in blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware. Enemies of the air. Tracy read with disbelief. We need to get out of here quickly, Harry said, but before they could move a large amount of students came forward and stopped to see the message, then more students came and more after that. Well, their timing is brilliant, Harry said in a dry voice just as the students all began whispering to each other and glancing at Harry. What is going on here? A voice said just as Argus Filch made his way through the students. Make way, he said before he stopped in front of Harry and Daphne. Potter, what are you? Filch trailed off as he finally noticed Mrs. Norris. We found her like this, Tracy said as she gestured to Mrs. Norris. You murdered my cat, Filch said in a shaky voice. He did not, Angela said as she arrived behind Harry. Angela, it's fine, Harry said to her before turning to Filch. I didn't do it, me and my friends just found her like that. You murdered my cat, Filch said once again as he walked towards Harry, his whole body shaking in anger. Look, I understand the connection between animals and humans better than most and I understand your anger but I didn't harm your cat. I'll kill ya, Filch growled as he grabbed Harry tightly by the collar. He didn't hear the intake of breath from the other Slytherins, just like how he didn't notice them take a step back or how he ignored the way that Harry's eyes narrowed. I'll kill ya, he yelled as his hands moved to Harry's neck. A few moments later Dumbledore arrived along with Professor McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, Snape and Lockhart. The second they stopped walking they saw Argus Filch flying towards them. He landed on Professor Lockhart, both of them falling onto the floor with Filch landing on top of Lockhart. Both groaning in pain. If anyone paid attention to the teachers then they would have seen the small smirk that briefly appeared on Professor Snape's mouth when he saw Lockhart on the floor. Touch me like that again and we are going to have more problems than just your cat, Harry snarled as he aimed his wand at Filch. Mr. Potter, that shall be enough, Dumbledore said in a stern voice. Harry grunted and lowered his wand. Now, perhaps you can explain to me why you have blasted my caretaker across the hallway, he asked. Your caretaker put his hands on him, Angela growled. If Harry hadn't blasted him then I would have. Headmaster, Snape said before anyone could reply. He gestured to the frozen Mrs. Norris and the message on the wall. We found her like this, Professor, Daphne said quickly. He murdered my cat, Filch shouted as he got up off of Lockhart. And he attacked me. You put your hands on me and are you deaf? Because if you're not then you would have heard me repeatedly say we found her like this, Harry said as he glared at the caretaker while Lockhart was getting up on his feet. And I blasted because you grabbed me. While we are on that note, if you dare to touch me again then I will do worse than blast you. Mr. Potter, please do not threaten my staff, Dumbledore said as he examined Mrs. Norris. She is not dead, merely petrified. Everyone except Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass and Miss Davis, leave, he ordered. The other students reluctantly left, all apart from one. Miss Zabini, the headmaster had ordered you to go, Professor McGonagall said when she noticed Angela was still here. Professor, I have every right to be present for any events concerning Mr. Potter, unless of course Mr. Potter wishes for me to not be present, Angela calmly replied. Why would you say that? Professor Sprout asked. Because I am his vassal, Angela proudly replied, showing no shame or embarrassment at all. His vassal, Professor McGonagall gasped. She looked at Harry with wide eyes, so did Professor Sprout and Flitwick. Professor Snape looked between the two with narrowed eyes while Professor Dumbledore's eyebrows nearly went up into his hair while Lockhart looked at the two with disbelief and with a hint of what Harry thought was jealousy. Angela's your vassal, Daphne and Tracy blurted out in shock at the same time. It was a recent development, Harry shrugged. And before any of you say anything, she was the one who convinced me to accept, not the other way around, Harry said before turning to the professors. I don't mind if she stays. Very well, Dumbledore said before anyone else could reply. All of you will come with me. Headmaster, feel free to use my office, it's the closest, Lockhart said. Thank you, Gilderoy, Dumbledore said before he turned and walked with everyone following after him. A minute or two of awkward silences later and they were all standing in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Now, Dumbledore said, calm as usual, perhaps somebody can tell me what happened. They attacked my cat. I want justice, Filch shouted as he held a petrified Mrs. Norris in his arms. All right, you're either deaf or suffering from selective hearing, Harry said as he glared at Filch with such intensity that the man actually took a step back. This is going to be the last time I say it, so you will listen carefully. I did not harm your cat, Professor Dumbledore, Daphne said before anyone could respond. I can tell you what happened. In that case, the floor is yours, Dumbledore said before gesturing her to start talking. Tracy and I were about to head off to dinner when we realized that we didn't know where Harry was. Daphne began. We found him in the library. I was reading a book on shield spells. Harry added. Shield spells? Professor Flitwick asked in an interested voice. I've been practicing, Harry said as he pulled his wand out. Protega, he said, speaking the incantation. A second later a light blue shield briefly appeared. I'm still trying to work on getting it invisible like it's supposed to be and maintaining it. Harry added. Even then, that is still impressive for your age. 5 points to Slytherin, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick replied. Now, Miss Greengrass and Miss Davis found you in the library. What happened then? We told Harry that it was time for him to leave the library and go and eat. Tracy answered. If this is the case, then I am sure that none of you will hold any objections against we ask our school librarian if you all were there. Professor Snape asked. Ask away. Harry nodded. Madam Pants will tell you that I was there. Anyway, once we left the library we came across Mrs. Norris, and then he tried to attack me. Harry said as he gestured to Filch. And I expect there to be consequences. He put his hands on me and tried to wrap his hands around my throat. Harry said, his voice lower than before. Mr. Potter, please calm down. Dumbledore said. I let the Dursleys put their hands on me before and I am not letting anyone do that again. Harry growled. Harry, Angela said as she grabbed his arm. He frowned and looked at her. She gestured down to his wand. He looked down and saw it shining brightly as what looked like a light blue ball made of lightning hanged on the tip. Harry took a breath and a few moments later the ball dispersed. Harry looked at the teachers and saw all but Dumbledore had taken a step back. Sorry. Harry apologized. It is fine, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore replied. I understand your anger, and I assure you that I will be having strict words with Mr. Filch. Headmaster. Filch blinked. I am willing to be slightly more forgiving than usual as you have clearly been made emotional by what has happened to Mrs. Norris. Dumbledore said, his eyes locked onto Filch and lacking their usual twinkle. But with that being said, the next time you place a hand on a student will be the last. He said before turning to Harry. I will deal with Mr. Filch, you and your friends may go. He said. Headmaster. Harry nodded before he and the other girls walked out. Well, that was dramatic. Jet commented. Harry, Tracy asked in a soft voice as they walked back to the Slytherin common room. Is Angela really your vassal? She asked as she glanced between Angela and Harry. Yes. Harry nodded. That's what that whole thing between Angela and Blaise was about, right? Daphne asked. Right. Harry nodded again. She wanted to explain everything to Blaise. By the way, did my brother give you any trouble over it? Angela asked. No. Harry shook his head. He did be honest about how he wasn't yet 100% okay with it, but he is making an effort to deal with it in return for me treating you good. But, why did you become Harry's vassal? Daphne asked Angela. A lot of it is due to personal reasons which I am not really comfortable with revealing, Angela replied. But before either of you two say anything, I was the one who convinced Harry to take me as his vassal, not the other way around. Jet helped convince me, Harry added. I, along with Jet, were the ones who convinced Harry to take me as his vassal, not the other way around. Angela amended. So please don't judge him, he has done it to help me. Of course he did, Daphne snorted. Still can't get rid of all of the Gryffindor nobility, can you, Potter? She said with a playful nudge. Believe me, I've tried. Harry joked as they arrived outside of the Slytherin common room. Just don't change too much. Tracy smiled at him. I am perfect the way I am, aren't I? Harry grinned as they entered the common room. Once they were inside they saw all of the Slytherins turn to look at them. Right, screw this noise, I'm going to my room. Harry said to the girls before quickly walking up to his room while the girls took a moment before deciding that Harry's idea was a good one and quickly went up into their own rooms. Once Harry was alone in his room he took his wand out and stared at it. His mind recalled that ball of lightning that came out of his wand during the meeting. Harry focused and tried to remember the feeling he had gotten from the ball. It took several minutes along with the combination of being too stubborn to give up, but Harry was eventually able to get the ball to return. "Ha! Can you see that, Jet?" Harry hissed happily. "I can see it, well done, you are powerful master." Jet hissed, just as happy. I don't even feel a little bit tired from doing this." Harry said before he heard the sound of footsteps. He quickly cut the spell off just before Blaze arrived. "All right, Harry," Blaze asked as he walked in and sat on his own bed. "Everyone wants to know what happened, by the way," he added in a casual voice. "Oh, and by the way, what did happen? The rest of us missed most of it after you blasting Filch into Lockhart. You're a legend for that, by the way." Blaze grinned. "I'll tell you everything tomorrow." Harry smiled. "Right now I just want to go to sleep," Harry said as he pulled his sleeping clothes out. "Fair enough, good night, mate." "Good night, Blaze," Harry replied while internally he thought more about the ball of lightning. He would have to do some more experimentation with it. The next day Harry realized something. Everyone in the school thought that he was the heir of Slytherin. People took great care to avoid him. Most of them looked at him like he was about to kill them at any second, and he wasn't going to do that, despite Jet's suggestion and belief that he should to do it to a few if only to teach the rest of them their proper place in the food chain. Many of the Slytherins also gave him odd looks. It seemed like they thought he was the heir of Slytherin because of his Parseltongue ability and the fact that he was a great student, but at the same time they doubted it because of him being a half-blood and the fact that he seemed to hold no grudge against Muggles or Muggleborns, while also making sure that anyone who says the word mudblood in his presence would get the crap scared out of them. The Ravenclaws seemed to have joined the "not sure" group on the topic of Harry being the heir of Slytherin, but the Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors on the other hand were a different story. The Hufflepuffs seemed scared that he would snap and suddenly set Jet or any other number of snakes on them, while the Gryffindors thought that he was evil incarnate, no doubt at least partially thanks to a certain redhead. The fact that Harry had been abused by Muggles certainly did not help him in the eyes of people who thought that he was actually the heir of Slytherin. "It's just ridiculous, that's all I am saying," Harry was saying to his fellow second-year Slytherins as they sat at the Slytherin table for breakfast. "If I was the heir of Slytherin, which I am not, but if I was, then I would do better than target the caretaker's cat. People have been saying that you did it because you knew that Filch is a squib," Blaze commented. "If I would have done it, then it would have been because I thought Filch is a prick," Harry replied. It turned out that Mrs. Norris was simply the first victim and definitely not the last. The next person to be attacked was Colin Creevey, who was found petrified in a hallway. And naturally the whole school knew of Harry's dislike of Colin, so they were all pretty sure that it was Harry who was responsible. Though eventually the school stopped talking about how Harry was obviously the heir when something interesting was announced. Starting today was the dueling club. Harry and his friends naturally decided to go, which is why they were in the Great Hall with about 90% of all the other students from every year. In the middle of the hall was a long dueling platform. The Slytherins and Ravenclaws stood on one side of the platform while the Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors stood on the opposite side. "Who do you think is going to teach this?" Draco whispered to Harry, who stood with Jet on his shoulders. "I'm not sure," Harry admitted. "The best choice would either be Professor Dumbledore or Professor Flitwick. They're both powerful wizards and Flitwick is a former dueling champion. Gather around, everyone," Lockhart said as he walked onto the stage. "Or it could be that idiot." Harry sighed. "Can you all see me? Can you all hear me?" "You can." "Excellent," Lockhart said as he stopped in the middle of the platform and smiled at everyone. "Now, Professor Dumbledore has made the best decision of his career, and he had allowed me, Gilderoy Lockhart, to reform the dueling club. Exciting, isn't it? I will train you all up, in case you ever need to defend yourself, as I have done on countless occasions. For full detail, see my published works." Lockhart grinned before he removed his cloak and tossed it into the crowd where a bunch of girls caught it. "Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape." Lockhart gestured to the end of the platform where Professor Snape seemed to rise up as if he was rising up out of hell. "He has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration," Lockhart said just as Snape walked over to the center of the stage. "Now I don't want any of you youngsters to worry. You will still have your potions, Professor, when I am through with him, never fear," Lockhart said, not noticing Snape's glare. Lockhart and Snape stopped in front of each other, both raised their wands and held them in front of their faces. They then quickly brought their wands down and gave each other a short bow before turning around. Both walked 5 paces away from each other, and once they were both sufficiently far away they turned around and faced each other as they both shifted into their dueling stances. Harry easily recognized Snape's stance. He was facing sideways to reduce his target area while holding his wand up above his head. the second the duel started he would quickly bring his wand forward by swinging it down and fire. It wasn't the best dueling stance but was generally used if the person was confident of their victory. Lockhart had one closed hand on his hip and had his wand about height in front of him while leaning on his back leg. Lockhart's stance was also one used by those confident of victory, but it was also used by those who were great at defense while also using a lot of power in their spells, and Harry doubted that Lockhart had the sufficient power for it, or the skill, or the luck, or the brains, or, you get the picture. If that wasn't bad enough, then add in the fact that he was doing it wrong by facing Snape with his forward, giving Snape a larger target area. 1. Lockhart began counting. 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Snape quickly said as he aimed his wand. Lockhart, his disarming spell shot through the air and hit Lockhart dead center. The bee-owned-haired professor found himself flying backwards through the air as his wand fell out of his hand. Oh look, he managed to do a backflip, Jet said in an impressed voice just before Lockhart landed hard on his back. Many students began laughing while a smaller amount of students, mostly girls, began wondering if Lockhart was alright. I don't think Professor Snape likes him, Tracy said in a dry voice. An excellent idea to show them that Professor Snape, Lockhart quickly said as he got up and walked to Professor Snape. Though if you don't mind me saying, it was pretty obvious what you were about to do, and if I wanted to stop you it would only be too easy. Perhaps, it would be prudent to teach the students how to block unfriendly spells, Snape said, looking like he was doing his best to not insult Lockhart. Lockhart's smile faltered for a second before he brought it back up to full power. Yes, an excellent idea, Professor Snape. Now, how about a volunteer pair? Lockhart said as he looked around. Potter, how about you? Come on up, he said. Harry sighed before he handed Jet over to Daphne. In truth, he didn't mind dueling someone, but it was more the fact that Lockhart insisted on acting so friendly with him. Harry got on the stage just as Lockhart began looking around for an opponent for Harry. Now, we've got Mr. Potter, now who should he face? How about, I'll fight him, Ron Weasley shouted suddenly. No, Harry shook his head. I'd like at least someone who can give me a challenge. Shut it, I can beat you, Ron said in a confident voice. Fine, Harry rolled his eyes. Let's duel then. I could use a good warm-up. Mr. Weasley it is, Snape said before Lockhart could reply. Ron got up on the stage. Harry and Ron walked towards each other and stopped in front of each other just like Lockhart and Snape had done before. They both brought their wands up in front of their faces. You scared, Potter? Ron said as he glared at Harry. Yes, I am not sure what diseases you carry, Harry calmly replied, earning some laughter from nearby students. Ron's face went red because of that. Harry and Ron dropped their wand hands down to the sides of their body before turning around and walking away from each other. Harry stopped in front of Professor Snape while Ron stopped in front of Lockhart. They both took their stances. Ron tried to copy Snape's stance but made the same mistake as Lockhart by not standing sideways. Harry, on the other hand, stood sideways with his wand in front of him at height while his other hand was behind him and held up for balance. On the count of 3 I want you to disarm, only disarm, we don't want any accidents over here, Lockhart said before he began counting. 1. Kill him, Jet shouted. 2. Lockhart continued. 3. Expelliarmus, Ron shouted as he fired his disarming spell towards Harry. To Ron's credit, the spell looked decently powered for someone of his age, but it wasn't really enough when fighting against Harry. Harry casually leaned to the side and allowed the spell to shoot past him. Ron blinked before he fired the spell again. This time Harry sidestepped before firing a disarming spell of his own. But unlike Ron, he wasn't going to fire one spell and wait. He fired 2 more disarming spells to follow up. Ron sidestepped the first when he saw the second and third coming. He leaned to the side and was barely missed by the second but was hit by the third and went flying back before landing on his back just as his wand landed next to him. So I win then? Harry asked in a bored voice. Ron, seeming to not understand that he would have been better accepting his loss, quickly crawled over to his wand. Harry rolled his eyes and waited until Ron got to a kneeling position. Harry aimed his wand at the floor in front of Ron. Peel a ricochet, Harry calmly said. A glowing white ball shot out of his wand and bounced off the floor in front of Ron before hitting Ron in the face. Ron let out a cry of pain as he landed on his back just before Harry's disarming spell hit him and his wand went flying out of his hand and was caught by Harry. "So, you want to go for a third round?" Harry asked in a casual voice. Weasley, Snape all but growled at Ron who was clutching his bleeding nose. "It wasn't bad enough that you so easily lost but then you try to attack your opponent after you've already lost. 10 points from Gryffindor in a week's detention. Someone take Weasley to the hospital wing." Percy glared at Harry before he quickly walked over and grabbed Ron before taking him out of the hall into the hospital wing. "Anyone else?" Harry asked as he twirled his wand in his hand. "We'll fight him," the Weasley twins said at the same time. "There are 2 of you." Snape sneered at them. "Indeed boys," Lockhart chuckled. "We appreciate the enthusiasm but it's hardly fair for Mr. Potter to fight 2-on-1. He'll need a partner." "A partner?" Harry blinked. "Yes, come on, a 2-on-2 duel is exciting." Lockhart grinned. "Anyone want to volunteer to be Mr. Potter's partner?" he asked the room. "Professor," Daphne raised her hand, narrowly beating out Angela. "I'll do it," she said. Harry glanced at Angela and saw that she was giving him a questioning look, clearly asking him what he wanted her to do. "I'll take her." Harry nodded, though his nod was more focused at Angela who nodded back in understanding. "Here Jet, you stay with Tracy," she said as she handed Jet to Tracy before walking onto the platform. "Hey Jet," Tracy whispered to Jet. "I know I'm not your favorite or anything but just behave for me, please," she said, giving him a questioning look. A relieved sigh escaped her when Jet nodded in response. "Thanks for volunteering, Daph," Harry whispered to Daphne when she stopped next to him and stood on his left side. "Thanks for accepting, I want to see how good I am, I've been practicing really hard," she whispered back. "You know it's not too late for you to switch me for Angela," she said, giving him a questioning look. "You are more than good enough Daphne." Harry smiled at her, she smiled back just before the Weasley twins stepped onto the other side of the platform. Harry and Daphne met them in the middle of the platform, all 4 raised their wands in front of their faces. This time, one of the twins began. "You'll lose," the other finished. "Doubt it," Daphne and Harry said at the exact same time, each with matching grins. The twins scowled at them before all 4 of them lowered their wands and turned around before walking away from each other. Once they were far enough away they faces each other and took their stances. "All right, this is exciting," Lockhart grinned. "Start on 3, 1, 2, 3. The Weasleys went first and both fired disarming spells at the same time. Harry and Daphne dodged before they both returned fire with their own disarming spells. The twins dodged and returned fire with what the 2 Slytherins recognized as a couple of prank hexes, no doubt to humiliate them. Daphne ducked under her spell but Harry did not, nor did he attempt to dodge. "Protega," Harry said, and to the shock of the Weasleys, along with everyone else in the hall, he blocked the spell with a fully functioning Protega shield, a shield that was really not supposed to be able to be learnt at Harry's age. Harry took advantage of their shock and aimed his wand at the Weasley twins while his free hand quickly reached over and covered Daphne's eyes. Solis flare. A bright light shot out of Harry's wand, blinding the Weasleys who quickly covered their eyes and took a couple of steps back. A few other people had to close their eyes as well, but Angela, Tracy and the other Slytherins had seen Harry use that spell before and the more fast-thinking Slytherins were able to close their eyes in time while Tracy also made sure to cover Jet's eyes. Harry removed his hand from Daphne's eyes and gestured to the twins with a grin. Daphne looked at the red-eyed twins who were still blinking in an attempt to clear their version. Daphne grinned back at Harry before they both aimed their wands at the twins. The 2 started with disarming them, but before anyone could even blink the pair quickly shot as many hexes as they could before Lockhart eventually called them to stop. By the end of their barrage of spells the twins were looking very different. Harry's twin was now sporting silver hair, elf-like ears, a green face, several boils along his face while also suffering from a bad case of purple nurples. The twin that Daphne got was suffering from a silver face, green hair, a nose longer than Snape's nose, a severe cold and a wedgie. "I like to think we won that." Harry smiled at Daphne. "I like to think so too." She smirked just as everyone who wasn't prepared finally recovered from Harry's Solis flare, and were able to finally see the Weasley twins. The Slytherins didn't even bother to hide their laughter. They were glad that the twins that took so much joy in pranking them were now embarrassed in front of the whole school, by second years no less. I think that's enough excitement for today, Harry said as he offered Daphne a hand. She placed her hand in his and he escorted her off the platform while Snape said something under his breath that sounded a lot like, 10 points to Slytherin. Though Harry and the other Slytherins had enjoyed the dueling club, they decided not to attend again, mostly because Lockhart was an idiot. It turns out that Harry's dueling prowess was something that the rest of the school took as more proof that he was the heir of Slytherin, because obviously the heir would be good with a wand. Harry walked into the library, intending to read for a bit before meeting his friends in the Great Hall. As he entered, he went to the back of the library when he suddenly heard an interesting conversation. "The common room is the best place, no way Potter can get us from there," a voice commented. Harry, through a gap in a bookshelf, saw a bunch of Hufflepuffs in Harry's year standing on the other side and talking to each other. They clearly hadn't noticed him yet. Harry recognized them as Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Justin Fletchley and Ernie Macmillan. "If Potter tries again, then we quickly go to the common room," Ernie said. "I don't know," Justin frowned. "I mean, I get why you think it's Potter, but I am not sure." "Come on, Justin," Ernie said as if Justin was being ridiculously stupid. "He has a snake, he is a Slytherin, and he doesn't even bother to hide the fact that he is a Parselmouth. Plus everyone knows that he was abused by Muggles. You definitely think it is Potter, then, Ernie?" Hannah said anxiously. "Hannah," Ernie said in a solemn voice, "he's a Parselmouth. Everyone knows that's the mark of a dark wizard. I mean, have you ever heard of a decent one who could talk to snakes?" "I haven't. They called Slytherin himself Serpent Tongue. Remember what was written on the wall? Enemies of the heir, beware. We all know that Filch is a squib. Maybe Potter was going for Filch but missed his target. That's probably why Filch's cat was attacked, or maybe he just wanted to send a warning to Filch. That first year, Creevy was annoying Potter. We all saw it. He was taking pictures of him and irritating him. Next thing we know, he has been attacked. But that doesn't really mean that it's Harry," Susan protested. "He's never been mean to any of us, except maybe Weasley, but then again Weasley usually has it coming. Plus he was the one that made you-know-who disappear," Hannah added. "He can't be all that bad, can he? No one knows how he survived that attack by you-know-who." Ernie sighed. "In case you all forgot, he was only a baby when it happened. He should have been blasted into smithereens, he should have been killed, but he wasn't, and we don't know why. Only a really powerful dark wizard could have survived a curse like that." He dropped his voice until it was barely more than a whisper before he continued speaking. "That's probably why you-know-who wanted to kill him in the first place. Didn't want another Dark Lord competing with him. I wonder what other powers Potter's been hiding. I'm sorry, but how stupid are you?" Harry couldn't help but blurt out as he walked in sight of the Hufflepuffs. They all jumped in their spots, looking like they just had heart attacks, though Harry wasn't entirely sure if that was because of him, Jet who was on Harry's shoulders, or a combination of both. "Probably the last one." "Really?" Harry said to Ernie. "Really? No. Really?" Harry said with disbelief. What do you want, Potter?" Ernie said in a shaky voice. "All right, number the first. If you're going to talk about me, then you talk about me to my face," Harry said as he stepped in front of Ernie while the other Hufflepuffs took a step back. "Hufflepuff may not be the house of the brave, but I thought you were all decent enough to at least not talk about someone behind their backs. If you are not willing to say what you just said to my face, then at least have the decency to keep it to yourself," Harry said, giving Ernie a look that quite clearly dared him to argue. "Now, do you want to tell me more about how I am so obviously a Dark Lord?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. No," Ernie said. He tried to take a step back but was stopped by Harry, who grabbed him by the collar. Ernie froze while the other Hufflepuffs gasped. "Now, you listen to me and listen carefully. I can tolerate a lot of things," Harry said, his voice nearly a whisper. "I can take pain, I can take insults. You want to call me a Dark Lord, then you call me a Dark Lord. You want to insult me, then you insult me. But don't you ever dare, say that the reason my parents are 6 feet underground is because of me." Harry all but growled. Ernie gulped, but Harry didn't pay attention to it and kept going. "My parents gave their lives for me, they died for me. Don't you dare disrespect their memory just so you can add more proof to your theory," Harry said as he let go of Ernie. Harry casually straightened out Ernie's clothes. My parents died because they pissed off a Dark Lord, not because a 1-year-old baby was somehow obviously a Dark Lord. If you truly think that that is the case, then I pray to Merlin that you never have children. You'd probably kill them the second they misbehave because you would think that they would grow up to be evil or something like that. Harry said as he released Ernie after wiping some dust off his shoulders. Insult my master again and I will rip your cock off. Jet hissed at Ernie, who was quite scared despite not understanding what Jet said. I don't have hands, but I will find a way. Thank you, Harry said to the other 3 Hufflepuffs, causing them to blink in surprise at him, for defending me. Harry added since it seemed clear that they didn't know why he was thanking them. I appreciate it. It's not a problem. Susan eventually said with the others nodding in agreement. It is still appreciated, Harry replied. Jet hissed for a few seconds. Jet says thank you as well. Harry translated. Oh, you're welcome. Justin said in an uncertain voice. By the way, Harry said suddenly, bring yourselves and as many of your friends to the Great Hall for dinner. What? Why? Susan asked. Because there is going to be a talk about the heir of Slytherin, by me. Harry said before he turned and walked out of the library. Harry and the other Slytherins were sat at the Slytherin table during dinner. Where else would they sit? Harry sat next to Angela with Jet on his shoulders. Are you sure about this? Angela whispered to Harry, having been told what he was planning to do. It's not the most Slytherin plan, she commented. Blame my Gryffindor parents, Harry replied. Besides, sometimes it's better to just mix it up a bit. He added with a smirk before he noticed that the Hufflepuffs were looking at him. Harry finished the last of his food before he stood up. Where are you going? Tracy asked just as Angela stood up. You'll see, Harry said just before he and Angela walked towards the head table. They didn't go unnoticed as all of the Hufflepuffs and Slytherins looked at them, which in turn caused the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables to stare as well. Hello, Professor, Harry said just as he stopped in front of where Dumbledore was sat. Enjoying your meal? Harry asked just as Angela stopped behind him. Quite so, Dumbledore said with a smile. And what a good meal it is. I must remember to pass my thanks on to the house elves. They are underappreciated little workers, aren't they? Harry replied. Yes, I must say I agree. Dumbledore nodded. Now, Harry, as much as I enjoy talking to you, is there a reason for you coming here? Not that I am complaining, of course. Well, yes, actually, I was wondering if I could have a few minutes to talk to the students. Talk to the students? Professor McGonagall asked. Potter, what are you doing? Snape asked in an irritated voice. Go and sit back down. Now hold on, Dumbledore said before anyone could reply. What exactly do you wish to talk to the students about? The heir of Slytherin, Harry calmly answered. The closest students heard him and began whispering to those behind them, and soon the whole hall began whispering. I assure you, sir, that it will be a very interesting talk. And this is something you must talk to the whole student population about? Professor Dumbledore asked. Yes, Harry said with a quick nod. Just a few minutes please, sir. Harry added. Very well, Dumbledore said as he leaned back in his chair. Thank you, Harry nodded to Dumbledore before he turned around and took a few steps forward and faced the hall with Angela standing on his left. Angela, be a dear and help me out, Harry said as he gestured to his mouth. Right away, she nodded before casting a sound-amplifying spell on Harry's mouth. Thank you, Harry said to her, his voice echoing across the hall. Hello, can everyone hear me? Harry asked out loud. He paused and waited until he could see everyone in the hall looking at him. Oh great, hello everyone. Harry smiled. Now, I know that many of you are likely wondering what I want and what I am doing. Well, the truth is I want to discuss the heir of Slytherin. Harry said. He briefly paused to allow everyone a few moments of whispering amongst themselves. Now, first and most important question, does anyone know who he or she is? Harry asked. Anyone? Harry looked around the hall. Nobody appeared to be willing to talk, which was funny since a lot of these people seemed more than willing to talk and whisper about him before. Harry turned to Angela. Angela, do you know who it is? Harry asked her. No, I can't say that I do. She replied. Me neither, Harry said as he turned his attention back to the hall. But I'm pretty sure that between us all we can work it out together. We just need to look at this using logic. Harry smiled. Not rumors and theories, not guesses, logic and facts, that's what we need. Now, suspects, we need a suspect. You know who I think might be the heir of Slytherin. Harry Potter. Harry said, causing most of the students to gape at him and look at him as if he had just grown 2 heads and a tail. I mean, think about it, it makes so much sense to blame Harry Potter. Harry continued. I mean, the boy is a parsleymouthe for goodness sakes, and he was abused by muggles, what more evidence do you need? Harry chuckled, only to pause when Jet began hissing. Oh, my friend over here makes some good points, Harry said to the hall. I mean, isn't Harry Potter a half-blood? Harry snorted. I'm pretty sure that most of the population of the wizarding world knows that his mother was a muggle-born. Harry paused and watched as some people actually looked like they had just remembered that. He was so very much tempted to start releasing a chain of insults that would likely get him several detentions, but he was able to control himself. Also, if I remember correctly, then when the year is over, then Harry Potter is going to go and live in a home with another half-blood and a muggle-born. A home that he chose to go to, one that he chose to go despite having several pureblood families offer him a place in their homes. Harry continued. Plus, it can't really be Harry Potter. If people really thought about it, then they would have noticed that since Harry Potter came to Hogwarts there has been less people using the word mudblood. Harry paused once more and looked around. He saw realization hit many people, especially the older years that had experienced Slytherins using the word mudblood whenever they could get away with it. It was at that moment that many of them realized that the word had been used a lot less since Harry Potter came to Hogwarts. If Harry looked back, then he would have seen the same realization in many of the teachers. Yeah, and Harry Potter is tired of speaking in the third person, so I'm going to start speaking normally now. Harry replied. Now, Harry Potter, aka me, is obviously not going to be the heir of Slytherin when he's a second year who openly walks around with a snake. That's be like saying, hey, look at me, I'm a Death Eater, look at my mask. Also, I am not as stupid as whoever is claiming to be the heir of Slytherin. What is that supposed to mean? One Ravenclaw student asked. Well, let's imagine for a moment that I am the heir of Slytherin. Harry calmly replied. Now, if I was the heir of Slytherin, then when do you think I should start my attacks? What do you mean, when? One Hufflepuff student asked. I mean what I mean, when should I start my attacks? Harry replied. Should I do it in my second year of school? That seems like a good idea, doesn't it? I mean, if I start in my second year, then I will have all Muggleborns and Half-Blood out of his school by the time I graduate. However, I can't help but notice a slight problem with that. Anyone picked up on what it is? Harry asked the hall. You. Harry pointed to a first-year Gryffindor boy who had raised his hand. You would have a greater chance of getting caught. He guessed. Exactly, Harry smiled. If I start in my second year, then I could get caught. And if I don't, then it could happen in my third, fourth, fifth, sixth or seventh year. No, it would have made much more sense if I started in my 7th year. I would be able to take out a good amount of people and quickly escape if needed. But that's not the only stupid thing about the attacks. First of all, do we even know that the attacks were done by the real heir of Slytherin? Who else would it be? A 6th-year Slytherin asked. A fake. Harry shrugged. An imposter, a delusional idiot who thinks that he is the heir of Slytherin. Just because the message says that it is from the heir of Slytherin, doesn't mean it is actually from the heir of Slytherin. If the message said it was from James Potter, then would you all believe that my father escaped from the grave? Harry said, raising an eyebrow. When nobody responded, he continued speaking. But let's just say that this person is the real heir of Slytherin. In that case, Slytherin's heir is an idiot if his, or her, choice in targets is any indication. If I was the heir of Slytherin, then I promise you that my first target wouldn't be the cat of a caretaker, nor would my second be a first year with a camera. I'm sure many of you can think up better victims off the top of your head. Now, you all blame me and accuse me of being the heir of Slytherin, and why? Because I'm the famous second-year celebrity. I am the easy target. None of you want to actually take the time to think about it and just want to blame me. Well, fine. Why don't I start accusing you lot? Harry said before he turned to the teachers. Professor Sprout, Harry said, can you name me a random student from my year, please? Oh, Professor Sprout frowned, having not been expecting to be put on the spot. She glanced at the Hufflepuff table and picked the name of the first student she saw. Ernie Macmillan, she said with a shrug. Ernie Macmillan, he could definitely be the heir of Slytherin, Harry said as he turned back to the hall. What? Ernie shouted with pure disbelief as many people looked at him. I'm not the heir. You could be, Harry said as if talking to a child. You are a pureblood, aren't you? What? I am but. And, you know several different Muggleborns, scouting your targets were you? Harry continued. What? I wasn't. Oh, and I seem to recall that earlier you were trying to spread your lovely theories about me. Harry cut him off. Theories about how I was a Dark Lord because of an ability that I was born with, and what else did you say? Oh yes, I remember, you said that the reason you know who came after my parents was because he didn't want a future Dark Lord to grow up and compete with him. Harry said, his face the epitome of calm, even though his eyes were in different story entirely. Many people gasped and everyone looked at a red-faced Ernie who shrunk under all their gazes. It sounds to me like you could be the heir and were simply trying to push more attention onto me so you could work in the shadows and silently take us all out, one by one. I wasn't, Ernie protested. Oh, come on Ernie, it's obvious. Just got to look at the facts. Harry smirked before turning back to the teachers. Professor Flitwick, a student in my year please. Oh, Hermione Granger. Professor Flitwick answered. Oh, I could see her as the heir of Slytherin. Harry nodded in a thoughtful manner. What? Hermione screeched. I am a Muggleborn, she pointed out. And I am a half-blood, if I can get blamed then why not you? Harry shrugged. Plus it does make a certain amount of sense, you spend a lot of time in the library, you must be doing your best to become a powerful witch. Maybe you're not even really a Muggleborn, you could be a pureblood disguising herself as a Muggleborn to avoid getting caught. Harry said. He waited for a response but apparently he wasn't going to get one as Granger was gaping at him with disbelief. All right, last one, Harry said as he turned to Professor McGonagall. Can you give me the name of a student please? He asked. Professor McGonagall's lips thinned slightly before she eventually nodded. Ronald Weasley, she said, interested in how he was going to try and spin this. Oh, that's the best one yet. Harry grinned as he turned to the Gryffindor table. I am not the heir of Slytherin, Ron said in an offended voice. You sound really defensive, Ron. Harry lightly commented. And it does make a great deal of sense to accuse you of being the heir of Slytherin. How? Ron demanded. Well, first of all you are a pureblood. That proves nothing, and you hate me. Harry cut him off. Ever since we've met, you have hated me. You've constantly tried to one-up me, and failed to do so. You've spread stories about me being a dark wizard and have even tried to attack me, something that can be confirmed by everyone who had attended the first day of the dueling club along with Professors McGonagall and Snape. Maybe you saw my Parseltongue ability and was angry at the possibility of there being someone else who could be the heir. Maybe you can actually understand Parseltongue and simply pretend you can't. Maybe you went to Gryffindor to draw attention away from yourself. After all, who would suspect that the heir of Slytherin would go to Gryffindor? It's the perfect plan. Harry paused and looked at the hall. He could see all were paying attention. Do you guys know what the point of that little exercise was? Harry looked around the hall. Nobody seemed to know the answer, or at least nobody seemed to be willing to give the answer. Harry shook his head before he continued speaking. It's to show you all how I felt, listening and pretending not to notice you all talking about me. You all want to act like little children, you want to blame and point fingers. You want to point fingers at me when you think I can't hear or when you are with your friends, but when it matters, when it truly matters, then none of you are willing to stand up and speak about what you believe. Well, now is your chance to prove me wrong. Does anyone here really think that I, the half-blood son of a Muggleborn who will live with another half-blood and Muggleborn at the end of the year, am the heir of Slytherin? If any of you really, and I mean truly, think that I am the one who will attack you and your family and your friends, then stand up and let everyone know that that is what you believe. Go on, Harry said as he spread his arms out and waited. There was many awkward shifting from students but none of them seemed willing to stand. They would look at each other and look at Harry and look at the teachers that were still sitting at the table, but none of them were willing to stand up, despite many of them easily blaming him before. That's what I thought, Harry snorted as he lowered his arms. You all are members of the noble houses of Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. You should be behaving better than a bunch of gossiping housewives. You think Salazar Slytherin would approve of the way you have been acting? Oh, you don't care about him. Then how about the other founders? Do you think the brave and noble Godric Gryffindor would approve of you talking behind my back when you think I can't hear and then shying away when you have the chance to have your voice actually matter? Do you think that Rowena Ravenclaw would approve of you all acting like sheep and simply going along with what everyone is thinking? With simply going with the easiest explanation without even thinking about the possibility that you're wrong? Or do you guys think that the Helga Hufflepuff, a woman who was known for being kind, would approve of you all talking behind another student's back and treating him like someone who would kill you just because he is bored? Huh, is anyone going to answer? Harry yelled out the last part. Many students openly refused to meet his gaze, some looked apologetic, some looked ashamed, some looked guilty. Harry took several deep breaths while Jet whispered comforting words into Harry's ear. Angela placed her hand on Harry's arm, silently asking if he was okay. When she received a nod, she removed her hand and stepped back so he could continue. Let me tell you guys something about Harry Potter, Harry continued after taking a deep breath. Yes, I am the easiest person to blame. Why? Because I have an ability that I was born with, one I didn't even know was bad, until the age of 11. Oh, and what else? Because my best friend is a snake. Grow up, you are not 5-year-old children. Snakes may be evil symbols, but the animal itself is exactly that, an animal. Born no eviler than a dog or a cat, it poops and eats and does what it has to do to survive, just like any other animal or person. And right now this snake has been more loyal to me than most of the school. The first time you guys turned on me for who I am was when I first came here and you all realized that I spoke Parseltownge. Before that you were happy to meet the boy who lived, you wanted to express your gratitude because I apparently saved you all from Voldemort. Harry was tempted to roll his eyes when he saw many people gasp and shiver at the name. Apparently you all weren't appreciative enough to at least give your savior a chance. Harry said in a cold voice, his words piercing through his audience like arrows. I had to have an article written just to get you all to stop judging me for the year. And now you have all turned on me again because you seem to think that I, a 12-year-old boy who shares a trait with Slytherin, would not only attack a caretaker's cat and a first-year boy but also write a message in blood that would guarantee that everyone would suspect me. Is this ignorance or do you guys just don't care? Should I expect you all to turn on me again next year? Huh, I said I would tell you something about Harry Potter and I will. Harry Potter is best friends with a snake. Harry Potter is also a Parselmouth and a Slytherin. Do you know what else Harry Potter is? Do you know what else I am? I am the guy who loves his owl, the guy who likes animals in general. I am the proud son of Lily Potter née Evans, who is probably the most famous Muggleborn of all time. If I do something then you will all know, because I don't hide. I am proud of who I am and I am proud of my heritage. If you all wish to accuse me then at least have the decency and balls to accuse me to my face, and for Merlin's sake please have the brains to at least think about it before you do it. Harry let out a deep breath before he turned to Angela and gestured to his mouth. She understood what he was asking and removed the amplification charm. Harry nodded in appreciation before turning to Professor Dumbledore. Thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time. Harry nodded to him before he turned and began walking with Angela following after him. All eyes followed as Harry Potter walked out of the Great Hall. You have certainly made an impression, Master, Angela said just as Harry and her arrived in the common room. You know you don't have to call me, Master, Harry said as Jet slithered down, placed himself on the armrest of a chair. I know, Angela shrugged with a small smile on her face. Now that you've made your speech. Was it a speech? Harry asked. It felt more like a rant. Let us call it a one-sided debate, Angela replied. Anyway, after today the whole school is never going to look at you the same way again. Good, Harry nodded. I am not going to waste time on them if they're not going to learn from their mistakes, Harry said just before the common room door opened. Tracy entered first, followed by Daphne. Before Harry could even say, hello, the two girls quickly rushed forwards and pulled him into a hug. Oh, Kay, what's this for? Harry asked as he awkwardly hugged them back. Are you all right? Tracy asked as she and Daphne took a step back to look at him. Why? Harry asked. I believe that they may or may not be worried about your mental and emotional health, Angela said in a dry voice. Oh, well I am fine, Harry said to Tracy and Daphne. No, I really am, Harry added when they looked disbelieving. Don't get me wrong, I'm not at my emotional or mental best, but it's nothing that won't be fixed by a good night's sleep. Harry said as he sat down in the chair. One hand began stroking Jet. You had better not be lying. Daphne sighed as she and Tracy sat down on the sofa next to his chair. By the way, can I just ask a question? What were you thinking? Tracy interrupted before Daphne could finish her sentence. What she said. Daphne said as she gestured to Tracy. If you mean what was I thinking when I basically verbally smacked down the whole school, then the answer was something along the lines of, these blithering idiots need some sense slapped into them. Harry calmly replied. This is the second time in 2 years that they have turned on me, it's about time they take a hint. And if they don't after today, then I am just not going to bother with them. Harry finished with a shrug. He makes a good point, Angela agreed. Besides, after today nobody is going to openly accuse Harry of being the heir of Slytherin, not unless they want everyone else to start breathing down their necks. Angela said just as the other Slytherin students began entering. By the way, Harry, Daphne suddenly spoke. Do you think there is any chance that you and I can train together? Train together? Harry asked. Yeah, after the dueling club I've gotten a bit of a taste for it. She said with a small grin. So do you think we can practice together? She asked in hopeful voice. Sure thing Daph, we can start tomorrow. Harry smiled. Meanwhile in the headmaster's office another conversation was taking place. The brat is just as much, if not more, of an attention seeker than his father. Snape growled. He couldn't handle his problems, so he goes about and makes a big show and... Shut up Severus. The other 3 head of houses snap at the same time, shocking Snape into silence. You have no idea what you had just witnessed, do you? Professor Sprout said, shaking her head at him like he was a child who didn't know how to put his own clothes on. What you just saw was not James Potter showing off, and while we are on the subject, James Potter is dead. Professor McGonagall yelled at him. I've seen the graves. I've seen the dead body. The man is dead, let your grudge die with him and stop projecting the sins of a dead father on the son who never knew him. Minerva is right on both points, Professor Flitwick agreed. But back to the current topic of our discussion, what we saw was not James Potter showing off, what we saw was Arcturus Black and Charles Potter going about their business. Potter's grandfather. What does he have to do with this? Snape asked. Ah yes, you've never had the pleasure of meeting him. Professor Dumbledore replied. Let's just say this, I am nearly 100% sure that I am more magically powerful than Charles Potter, but with that being said I would avoid fighting him at all costs. If he didn't die through natural causes, then there would have likely been a great deal less living Death Eaters at the end of the last war. Dumbledore added. You fear him. Snape looked at Dumbledore with disbelief. You don't even fear the Dark Lord. I hold Charles Potter, Arcturus Black and Voldemort is the same in that they will both do whatever it takes to reach their goals, and that I have a healthy level of respect for how much damage the 3 can cause. Dumbledore responded. Once, during a Wizengamot meeting, a few people made the mistake of getting on Lord Potter's bad side. Lord Potter gave a speech that took about 2 minutes, and by the end of it he ended up embarrassing the men so bad that many openly laughed at them. A few days later they tried to attack him before another meeting. That day Lord Potter walked into the meeting without a scratch and with all those who attacked him unconscious and levitated behind him. He dropped them in the middle of the room, told the Minister of Magic to clean this shit up, and went to his seat as if this was just a regular occurrence for him. Young Harry may share similarities with his mother and his father, but I believe he is more like his grandfather, a Potter of old, a fierce warrior that will not be pushed around and will be ready to show why when it counts. Since that seems to be the case, I would recommend controlling yourself around Mr. Potter, Severus. You may come to regret it in the future if you do not. And what of Arcturus Black? Snape said with a sour look on his face. How is the boy like him? Do you know what the differences are between Harry's grandfather and Arcturus Black? Dumbledore calmly asked. No, Snape said in an impatient voice. The houses they were in and the families they were born in, the 2 may as well have been brothers with how similar they acted. Dumbledore replied. Lord Black was naturally more Slytherin-like than Lord Potter, but both were extremely powerful wizards that did not tolerate disrespect from anyone, nor did they bend their knees to anyone. Seeing Mr. Potter delivering that speech was just like seeing a younger version of the 2, Professor McGonagall said in a soft voice, though admittedly with less swearing. And what is important is the fact that Mr. Potter, as Severus has said, brought a lot of attention on himself. Professor Sprout replied. Now, nobody will be able to openly accuse him of being the heir of Slytherin. Speaking of, do you intend to have words with Mr. Macmillan? Professor Flitwick asked. Oh, indeed I do, Professor Sprout quickly nodded. That sort of behavior will not be tolerated, I will make sure the whole house knows that. I intend to do the same with my house. Professor Flitwick said with Professor McGonagall nodding to say that she would do the same. Honestly, Professor Sprout scoffed. You know who coming after him because he was a future Dark Lord. Potter wouldn't become a Dark Lord. It is a possibility. Dumbledore said quietly, but he may as well have shouted it out since everyone had heard him. Albus, Professor McGonagall gasped. Surely you do not think that the boy will become a Dark Lord. I do not think he will become a Dark Lord, I do however believe it is a possibility. Dumbledore replied. Harry shares many similarities with Voldemort, beyond speaking to snakes. Both are intelligent, driven wizards who will do their best to get what they want. Both are talented and handsome and capable of convincing others to follow them. You have seen the effect Mr. Potter can have when giving a speech, and that was simply a speech to convince people he is not the heir of Slytherin. What if he was older and made a speech in an attempt to convince people to join him? Dumbledore paused to allow that to wash over the forehead of houses. And you all might recall Mr. Potter mention how it was thanks to him that the word, mudblood, was used less. If that is truly the case, then how? What do you mean? Snape asked. How did Harry Potter reduce the use of the word? Dumbledore asked. Did he use his words? Did he use force? A combination of both. I am not saying that Mr. Potter is a Dark Lord, nor am I saying that he is going to become one. I am merely stating that he very well could be if he wished to. What do you wish for us to do? Professor McGonagall gulped. For now, simply act as you have always done. Dumbledore replied. Harry is no different from any other witch or wizard in the fact that he can turn dark. The same possibility is open to everyone in this room. Like I said, I doubt that Harry will become a Dark Lord. You will all treat him the same and none of you will act any different to him. Remember, he is simply a student that needs our guidance, nothing more. Dumbledore said in a firm voice. Dumbledore truly believed that Harry wouldn't become a Dark Lord. He was hopeful that that would be something he would always believe. Oh, close one Daff. Harry said as he casually leaned out of the way of a disarming spell. Harry and Daphne were currently in an abandoned classroom along with Jet and Tracy, who was there to watch the two. Angela would have come too if not for the fact that she had a different timetable and class to go to. Could you at least pretend that I am challenging you? Daphne sighed before sending a body bind at Harry. I could, Harry said after he blocked her spell. But then I would feel like I am lying to you. Harry said before he fired a wind blast at Daphne, who was unable to avoid it and was pushed to the floor. Ow, Daphne said through gritted teeth as she sat up. Next time let's remember to put softening charms on the floor. Okay, that's enough. Tracy sighed as she walked over and helped Daphne up. You, Daphne, are going to sit down and rest. Tracy said as he guided Daphne into a chair. Now, stay still, Tracy said as she walked behind Daphne and applied some healing charms. Luckily you've got nothing worse than a few bumps and bruises. I don't really know how to heal anything other than that. A goal for the future, I suppose. Harry said as he sat down opposite Daphne. You did good, Daph. Well done. Are you kidding? Daphne said with disbelief. I didn't even hit you with a single spell. You still did good, Harry shrugged. I'm serious. You all call me a dueling prodigy. Well, I would like to say that you're not at my level, but you are very good for a second year. Now, once Tracy stops taking care of you, then I will show you how to improve. Well, luckily for her, she's done. Tracy said as she stepped back. She'll need to rest of course, but she should be fine for now. But please don't end up hurting each other again. We'll do our best. Harry chuckled just as he and Daphne stood up. All right, Daph, now get into your dueling stance. Daphne nodded before doing so. Harry looked at her stance and saw it was a copy of the same one that he used during the dueling club. Harry gave her an approving nod before he stepped around so he was behind her. Okay, your stance is all right, but it can be improved. How? Daphne asked. First of all, keep your legs slightly wider, Harry said as he tapped her legs with his foot. Daphne nodded and did as Harry told her to do. Excellent. Okay, now keep your wand slightly higher, Harry said as he placed his hand on hers and raised her wand slightly higher. he didn't notice the brief widening of her eyes. You want to keep it around height, Harry told her as he looked at her, because if you don't then you'll just raise your wand when you fire anyway. Like this? Tracy asked as she got into the same stance. No, you're making the same mistake as Daphne. Harry replied. Oh, could you adjust me like you were doing to Daphne? Tracy asked in a shy voice. Sure. Harry nodded after a moment. But finish me first, Daphne said quickly as she used her free hand to grab his hand and place it on her wand hand. Okay. Harry eventually said. As Harry, Tracy and Daphne kept talking they were being watched by Jet who was looking between all three of them. As he was doing that there was one thought that kept going through his head. So much so that he couldn't help but say it out loud to himself. Thankfully Harry didn't hear it. I am not qualified to talk to him about girls, Jet said as he shook his head. The lesson continued for several more minutes when Angela stormed in, looking like she wanted to rip someone's head off. Whoa, what happened to you? Harry asked. Lockhart, Angela all but growled. The bloody wanker can go and off back to his fan club, she said in an angry voice as she placed her stuff on a desk and sat down. What did he do? Tracy asked. The stupid, bloody owned peacock tried to convince me that it would be better if I gave up my position as Harry's vassal, Angela snarled. Then the idiot tried to, subtly, suggest that he offered to show me the benefits of an older man. So the dumbass is a pervert as well, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. Harry really wasn't sure if that was an improvement on the homicidal, Voldemort-possessed teacher. Shouldn't you tell someone? Daphne asked. What? You mean the teachers? That won't work, Angela said as she shook her head. She's right, Harry nodded. Yes, she could tell someone, but the teachers won't be able to do anything without proof, and the idiot hasn't really done anything that can be held against him. Plus this is Lockhart. If she's going to accuse someone as famous as him, then she is going to need bigger than him saying some stuff. With that being said, keep an eye on him. What would you like me to do if he does try something? Angela asked. As your vassal, what I do represents you. How would you like me to react? If you think it's necessary, then I want you to try and take him down as quick as possible. Stomp on his groin, get help, then re-stomp the groin, Harry replied. Will do. Angela smiled brightly. Eventually there was another attack. Justin Fletchley was the victim this time. Most of the school at this point realized that it wasn't Harry who was responsible, and the very few who still did believe that Harry was responsible were not really willing to say it out loud. Even Ron was smart enough to not say it out loud. Things were made worse when it became known that Professor Dumbledore was removed from the school for not being able to stop the attacks. Many took this news horribly as they believed that Dumbledore was the only reason that there wasn't any mass attacks. It was also announced that Hagrid, the game's keeper, was arrested for being the heir of Slytherin. This helped calm very few people, as the majority of students knew that there was no way in hell that Hagrid was the heir of Slytherin. In fact, most Slytherins felt insulted that people believed Hagrid to be the heir of the founder of their house. It was near the end of the year when Harry found himself in the library. He had just completed his homework and was reading a book on dueling while Jet lazily rested on Harry's shoulders. Harry was brought out of his thoughts when someone rushed towards his table. He looked up and saw a Slytherin girl quickly stop in front of him. The girl had brown eyes and brown hair in a ponytail, a thin face that was very red at the moment, likely due to running, which she probably did if how out of breath she was any indication. She was a young-looking girl, so Harry assumed she was a first year. Actually, he did remember seeing her in the common room a few times, though if he remembered right then she was a twin, which brought to mind the simple question of, where is her twin? Can I help you? Harry asked the out-of-breath girl. I need your help, she gasped out. Chamber, secrets, she said. Shush, Madam Pants, the school librarian, hissed from a few desks away. Please, help me, the girl begged, tears dripping down her face. Harry did a mental sigh before he quickly put his books back in their shelves. He grabbed the girl by her arm and led her out of the library. A minute later they were in an abandoned classroom. Harry closed the door and applied a few privacy spells that Tonks had taught him. Okay, you. Start with your name and your year and then you tell me the problem, go. Harry said, looking at her. Flora Caro, first year. My sister was taken into the chamber, you've got to help me, she begged. Why aren't you going to a teacher? Harry asked. They can't do anything. She cried. Please, my sister was taken into the chamber with that Weasley girl and the Lestrange boy. I overheard the teachers talking about it, they're going to shut down the school. Why did you come to me for help? Harry asked as he digested the information. Because you're a parselmouth, if anyone can get into the chamber then it's you. She said quickly. I don't know where the chamber is. Harry reminded her. I do. The girl said quickly. Me and my sister worked it out, please. I am begging you. I will give you whatever you want. Just please help me, she said, tears flooding out of her eyes. Harry didn't doubt that she was telling the truth, neither did Jet. So after a very long mental sigh Harry undid his spells. Let's go and save your goddamn sister, but we're making one stop first. Harry said as he grabbed her arm and led her out of the classroom. Where are we going? Flora asked in an impatient voice. We need to go and help my sister. We're going to go and get a teacher. Harry replied as he continued guiding her. We'll need the help. Fine, Lockhart's classroom is closest. Flora said before she pulled her arm out of Harry's and quickly began running towards Lockhart's classroom. Lockhart, Harry repeated as if he had no idea what language she was speaking. Harry shook his head before he quickly started running after her. What the hell do you think you're doing? My sister is in trouble and I am not waiting any longer. Lockhart is the closest bloody teacher. He's an incompetent prat. Harry couldn't help but remind her. He can go and get the other teachers while we go down to the chamber. Flora said as they arrived outside of Lockhart's office. Harry was about to say something but before he could Flora quickly opened the door and walked in. Professor I. Flora paused and trailed off when she saw the sight in front of her. Harry walked in and stopped right in his tracks when he saw what Flora was looking at. Angela was lying unconscious on Lockhart's desk, her robe on the floor next to the desk while Lockhart's hands were unbuttoning her top two shirt buttons, or at least he was until he caught sight of a gaping Flora and a pissed-off-looking Harry Potter who looked positively menacing and murderous, especially when Jet was on his shoulders and looking the exact same. Now I know what you're thinking. Lockhart stuttered out nervously. And the answer may surprise you. Lockhart finished before he quickly reached for his wand. By the time he was able to aim it at Harry and Flora he found himself cut off by a large jet of fire that burned not only his wand and wand arm but also everything from his wand to the side of his head. Lockhart screamed in pure pain before Harry followed up with a swift kick to the balls that caused Lockhart to fall to the floor. Harry followed up with a stunner before he waved his wand to get rid of the fire. Mostly because it was really distracting, Harry followed up by stomping on Lockhart's groin before he walked over to Angela and placed his ear next to her mouth. She's breathing, Harry said with a relieved sigh. He suddenly growled and aimed his wand at Lockhart. Lightning began dancing on the tip of it. No, Flora suddenly shouted. I beg your pardon, Harry said in a low voice. My sister could be dying, we don't have time to waste, please. Flora begged, her eyes full of fresh tears. Harry struggled for a moment but was eventually able to come to a decision on what to do. Curse it all to hell, Flipsy. Harry yelled and Flipsy appeared. The elf gasped when he saw the burnt Lockhart and the unconscious Angela. Flipsy, Harry said before the elf could begin. Get a teacher here then stay with Angela. Harry said. He reached over and planted a key on Angela's forehead before he re-stomped Lockhart's groin then turned and grabbed Flora's arm and pulled her out of the classroom. You, me, Chamber of Secrets, now. Harry growled, his green eyes flaring. Flora couldn't help but gulp at the sight of an angry Harry Potter. She quickly recovered though and guided him towards the chamber. This is it, Flora said when they arrived at the second-floor girls' bathroom. The taps, that's where the entrance is, she said as she pointed to a sink. After we are done then you are going to tell me how you worked this all out. Harry said, and it was not a question. He looked at the sink and saw several snakes engraved on the taps. It didn't take a genius to work out what to do next. You're a boy, you're not supposed to be in here, a voice said, just as a ghost floated from out of a toilet stall. She was squat, with a glum face hidden behind lank hair and thick glasses. That's Mo. Ning Myrtle, in case you didn't know. Flora whispered to Harry as she gestured with her head to the ghost. Hestia seems to tolerate her. I can still hear you. Myrtle snapped. Sorry, Flora said in an uncaring voice. Myrtle, Hestia said that you died in here, is that right? She told me that you said you saw a pair of yellow eyes before you died, right by the sink, is that right? Yeah, why do you ask? You've made your point, now come on, we don't have time to waste. Harry said to Flora. Of course you don't. Nobody ever has time for Myrtle. The ghost girl cried before she flew away and into a stall. Harry only took a moment before he was able to shake that weirdness out of his head. Open, Harry said in Parseltown. A few seconds later the sink moved, sliding out of the way to reveal a giant hole within, leaving a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for a man to slide into. Let's go, Flora said quickly. She was about to move forward but was stopped by Harry, who grabbed her by the arms. What are you doing? She demanded. Shut it, Harry said before he aimed his wand down the pipe. Locus resonare. Harry said. A bright blue wave shot out of his wand, mapping the whole pipe out for him. No physical traps at least. Fine, we can go in now, Harry said before Flora quickly went down the pipe. Harry shifted Jet into his arms before he jumped down the pipe. Once Harry had gone down, the entrance sealed itself shut. Eventually the pipe ride ended and Harry landed feet first on a bunch of small skulls. Ew, what the hell are all of these? Flora hissed as she stood up and wiped dirt off her clothes. Rat skulls, Harry said in a quiet voice before he took his wand out and cast a wand lighting spell before moving forwards. Flora cast the same spell before following him. Alright, tell me everything you know, Harry said as the two began walking. Slytherin's monster is, at least we think, a basilisk, Flora said in a quiet voice. What? Harry hissed, fully aware of what a basilisk was. A basilisk was a snake that could grow up to monstrous sizes. Their skin is just as tough as a dragon's, if not more. Their venom was the most dangerous venom in the world, so powerful that it can kill a person within minutes. Though the most dangerous thing about it was undoubtedly its eyes, capable of killing a being with a single look. Are you trying to tell me that we're going to fight a goddamn bossy F.K.? Harry cursed as they stumbled upon some shed skin, if the old skin was any indication, then this basilisk was at least 50 feet tall or even longer. But that doesn't make sense. If the basilisk is the monster, then the victims should be dead. Hesta and I aren't sure why, but we think that maybe they didn't look the basilisk in the eye properly, Flora replied as they walked past the skin. Maybe, Harry frowned. It's possible that they saw it through a reflection or something, like Creepy. He might have seen it through his camera. You mean Creevy? Flora asked. I meant what I meant, Harry replied. Now listen up, from now on you will do everything I say and you will do it when I say it. But Flora's protest was cut off when Harry gave her a look that she could best describe as a, don't make me hurt you, look. I will listen, she said in a quiet voice. You had bloody better. Harry sighed just as they come across a door, one with no handles but instead has several snakes spread across it. Open, Harry hissed. The snakes began sliding back one at a time. As they did, an unlocking sound was heard with each snake. Jet, you will look after the girl, Harry said as he placed him on Flora's shoulders. The girl is not my priority, Jet hissed. You are. Then you will keep her out of my way. I don't need the interference, Harry hissed back before he turned to Flora. Let him stay with you, he'll help keep you safe, Harry said before he walked into the chamber with Flora following after him. There was puddles of water everywhere along with several large statues of snake heads. Opposite the entrance was a giant wall that was shaped like Salazar Slytherin's head. Of course he had to have a bloody ego. Harry sighed just as he noticed 3 unconscious students lying in front of Salazar's massive head. Hestia, Flora suddenly shouted out before rushing forward. Damn it girl, stop running so fast, Jet cried out. Stop, Harry called, but that didn't appear to work as Flora kept running. Damn it, you had the one job, Harry groaned before he followed after her. Hestia, Flora said as she quickly knelt down next to her sister. Hestia, wake up, she said as she tried to shake her twin sister awake. Harry, on the other hand, calmly stopped behind her and looked at the other two. Ginny Weasley was lying unconscious next to Roman, who was looking pale and clutching a black diary in his hand. Harry saw the name, T.M. Riddle, engraved on it. She won't wake, a voice said. Harry and Flora's head snapped towards the area where the voice came from. They saw a Slytherin boy walking toward them. He looked like a 6th year. He was tall and handsome, with pale skin, jet black hair, and dark eyes. None of them will, he added as he gestured to Roman and Ginny. Let me guess, the heir of Slytherin? Harry asked. The boy smiled in a pleased manner before nodding. I don't recognize you. I would have been very surprised if you did, the boy admitted. I haven't been in this school for a long time. Forgive me, I haven't yet introduced myself. My name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, the one and true heir to Slytherin, he said. Harry glanced back at the diary, which clearly belonged to Tom if the name was any indication. Harry looked back at Tom with a calculating look in his eyes. Are you really? Harry spoke softly. Yes, I am. Tom Riddle grinned as he replied in Parseltongue. And you must be the great and famous Harry Potter. My, how I have been looking forward to meeting you. I get that a lot. Harry shrugged as he spoke in an uncaring voice. Now, what the K is your deal? Such appalling language, Tom tutted his teeth. I expected better from you, Harry. The only expectations that matter to me are my own, Harry replied. Now, what is your deal? Harry asked. Why are you doing this? Why kidnap these three? Quite simple, I wanted to meet you, Tom said, surprising Harry. And I have to thank young Roman for that. Tom smiled. What does he have to do with this? Harry frowned. A while back young Roman somehow stumbled upon my diary. Tom smiled as if telling a joke that only he could understand. He wrote in it, poured his heart and soul into it. Telling me how he was raised in the Muggle world, only to come to a world where everyone hated him for his parents. And he also told me about his idol, you, the Parselmouth second year who was reported to have defeated students much older than you. You, who practically rules Slytherin House at such a young age, an impressive achievement. You are everything young Roman wants to be. That was when he interested me, not when he was talking about his day and how he still can't make friends. Listening to him was a chore, a really boring one, but eventually I was able to get his trust. He saw me as his friend, he spilled his deepest and darkest secrets. Eventually I was able to grow strong enough to take control of him. As he grows weaker I grow stronger. You had him unleash Slytherin's monster on the school, Harry deduced. Correct, not that he knew what he was doing. Tom nodded. The first time I was able to unleash the basilisk was roughly 50 years ago. And you killed that Myrtle girl. Harry nodded before gesturing him to continue. Indeed I did, I was able to get Hagrid blamed for it. Hagrid, how the everlasting K did you pull that off? Harry asked in an interested voice. Any idiot with 2 brain cells could see that he wasn't the heir. It was far more simple than you could imagine, Tom chuckled. You see, Hagrid suffered from the very bad habit of trying to adopt dangerous creatures, one of which was an acromantula. Harry's eyes widened slightly at that. He couldn't believe that the guy would even consider adopting an acromantula. They were giant spiders that could grow to giant sizes and were not things that were supposed to be kept as pets. So you frame him, but that doesn't explain why you're here now. Harry replied. Everyone believed it was Hagrid, everyone but one, Tom growled. Professor Dumbledore kept an annoying close eye on me after that, and I realized I couldn't open the chamber again, not while I was in school anyway. So I left my diary, preserving my 16-year-old self in it, until one day I could complete Salazar Slytherin's noble work. The first victim, the Squib's cat, was an unintentional one. I had been hoping to find a mudblood or a teacher, but then my basilisk ended up stumbling upon the cat. If it wasn't for the damn thing meeting my pet's gaze through the puddles on the floor, then it would have been killed. I had decided to hang it up from the torch as a signal of the glory that was still to come. Tom grinned. And then Creevy was nearly killed but was saved by his camera, Harry commented. What about the Hufflepuff? Him. Oh, I was so close, but then a stupid ghost had to get in the way, they both ended up petrified. Tom said in an annoyed voice. It was already hard enough with Roman trying to escape my control. He had realized what was happening shortly after the Mudblood boy. He tried to get rid of the diary, only for Ginny Weasley to stumble upon it. He took it back from her, of course, but then he was too afraid to get rid of it, scared that it would come back or be grabbed by someone else. After that it was a simple matter of taking control of him. But why did you kidnap my sister? Flora demanded angrily. Tom gave her a look as if to say that she was not worth his time, but he answered anyway. I had only intended to kidnap the Weasley girl, but unfortunately your sister got in the way, Tom said in an uncaring voice. Why Weasley? Harry asked. Well, nobody was going to care if it was just the Lestrange boy. Tom shrugged. An innocent young maiden on the other hand, far more interesting. And why were you trying to get my attention? Harry asked. He couldn't help but notice an important flaw that Tom had: he liked to talk. Because I wanted to talk to you, Tom smirked. We're quite similar, you and I. We're both half-bloods who found themselves in Slytherin. We can both speak to snakes, we can both convince others to do what we want and think what we want them to think by using nothing more than a few words. Twice the school turned on you and twice you were able to bring them back to where you want them by just giving a single speech. Despite your age and scar, you're also able to charm witches. I was able to convince many to do things for me with a few fake smiles and false promises. And we are both powerful, aren't we? You think I am powerful. I'm flattered, Harry replied. But I get the feeling that you didn't want to talk to me just so you could compare. You were right, Tom nodded. What I really wanted to know was how you, as a baby, was able to defeat the greatest wizard of all time. Voldemort, Harry asked, ignoring the way Flora shivered at the name. Why do you care about him? He was before your time. Voldemort is my past, present and future. Tom said before he pulled out a wand that Harry recognized as Roman's. Harry's wand quickly slid into his hand. Tom noticed and gave him an approving nod before he turned and began writing in the air with the wand. He wrote, Tom Marvolo Riddle, in flaming letters before he waved his wand. The letters shifted to reveal a new message. I am Lord Voldemort. Voldemort, Harry breathed. You're Voldemort. You didn't think that I would keep my filthy muggle father's name. Tom snorted. No, I fashioned myself a new name, a name that I knew wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak, when I became the greatest wizard in the world. Greatest. This time it was Harry who snorted. You're not the greatest, you're not even second best. Oh, and who is greater than me? Tom spat. Dumbledore for one, Harry grinned. But first place goes to me. You. Tom repeated disbelievingly. Maybe not now, but soon. Harry said in a confident voice. I'm still young but I will grow to be the best wizard I can be, and my best will beat yours. We'll see, Tom sneered. But you still haven't answered my question, how did a baby beat Lord Voldemort? There have been plenty of theories about why, Harry said with an amused smile. Some have theorized that I was just too powerful, and while that is extremely flattering, it is very not likely the correct answer. I am personally of the belief that my father or mother did something that defeated you. It seems far more likely than a 1-year-old defeating you. That's disappointing but it does make sense. You're not special at all. Riddle replied, glaring at Harry. The fact that you think that you will ever reach even the level below me shows how stupid you are, you son of a mudblood. Better than being a son of a bitch. Harry said. He couldn't help the smirk that came on his face when he saw anger flash on Riddle's face. You are nowhere near, nor will you ever be, the same level of wizard as me. Tom growled. You and Dumbledore are pathetic. He has been brought out of the castle by the mere mention of my name. Dumbledore is greater than you are, Harry calmly replied, knowing that his lack of anger was bothering Riddle a lot. And so am I, you. Harry was cut off from whatever he was about to say by the sound of a screeching sound. He looked back and saw Fawkes fly into the chamber while holding something. Whatever it was, Fawkes let it go in mid-flight and it landed in Harry's hands. He took a moment but he recognized it as the Sorting Hat. This is what Dumbledore sends against the heir of Slytherin. Tom laughed loudly. A songbird and a silly old hat. Maybe he just wants me to look great for when I beat you. Harry said while glaring at Tom. We'll see, Potter. Prepare to fight Slytherin's basilisk. Well, it won't be much of a fight since it will kill you with a single stare. Tom smirked, choosing not to mention the fact that all Parselmouth are immune to the basilisk gaze. No need to make things easier for Potter. Parselmouth are immune to the basilisk gaze, dumbass. Jet called out. Tom growled and sent a spell in Jet's direction but it was quickly blocked by a magical shield from Harry. You're quick, Tom noted. Good, you're going to need your speed. He said before he looked at Salazar's statue. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Flora, hide behind the statues, don't look at it. Harry quickly ordered to Flora, who nodded before quickly rushing behind one of the snake statues. Harry ran just as the mouth of Salazar's statue opened up. As Harry ran he looked back and saw the basilisk. It had yellow eyes and dark green scales and looked to be about 50 feet in length. Harry stopped in front of one of the snake statues just after he heard Tom order the basilisk to kill him. Harry kept his wand ready just as the basilisk came closer. Once the basilisk got near, Harry waved his wand and created a large amount of green gas around him. Harry knew that what he was about to do was a risky move, but he truly hoped it would pay off. As Harry heard the basilisk move forward, he quickly ran away to avoid the basilisk. Harry heard a crash, which meant that the basilisk had crashed into the statue-like plant. Harry got out of the gas and saw that the basilisk's head was still in it. Harry flicked his wand and sent a small spark at the gas, which caused it to ignite. The basilisk screeched in pain as its head was covered in fire. It shook its head several times before it was able to recover, its gaze now on Harry, and it looked far more pissed off than before. "Yeah, well you too," Harry said before he aimed his wand forward and sent a bright light from his wand that temporarily blinded the basilisk's eyes. "Put your hand in me," the Sorting Hat suddenly yelled. "What? Your hand in me, now?" it shouted. Harry was confused, but to his credit he quickly shifted the hat into his wand hand and used his free hand to reach in. A second later, Harry pulled his hand out and discovered that there was something in the hat, and that thing was a metal wrist bracelet. It was a pretty-looking silver-colored bracelet that took the shape of an emerald-eyed snake eating its own tail. It was a pretty bracelet. The problem was that it was just a bracelet, nothing else. "Well, what bloody use is that going to be?" Harry blurted out just before he heard the roar of the basilisk. Harry looked up and saw it roaring at him, and its head rushing towards him. "Oh shit!" Harry cursed, but before he could even do anything he suddenly found aid from another source, and that source was Fox. The phoenix rushed forwards and dug its talons into the basilisk's eyes, painfully blinding it. "Wow, that is surprisingly violent," Harry said just before he aimed his wand at the basilisk. Harry fired a variety of different spells at the basilisk, but none seemed to have any effect as the basilisk's scales were too thick. "Damn it," Harry said before he looked down at his silver-colored bracelet. "What use are you?" Harry couldn't help but wonder. The bracelet, as if responding to Harry's words, decided to go for show instead of tell. The bracelet changed in front of Harry's eyes and began changing and expanding until Harry's hand and forearm was covered in the same silver-colored metal. "What the F.K.?" Harry blurted out just as a silver sword with a black handle and black guard suddenly appeared in his hand. "I have so many questions," Harry breathed out before the basilisk head charged towards him. Harry sidestepped, barely avoiding it. Harry struck it on the side of the head with the sword, but he might as well have struck it with an old baseball bat for all the good it did. As the basilisk raised its head, it pushed Harry, who fell backwards and landed hard onto the floor. Harry groaned in pain but was able to quickly recover and get to his feet. The basilisk lunged in Harry's direction again. It was clear to Harry that it couldn't see him, but the fact that it was still lunging in Harry's general direction led him to believe that it was either relying on its sense of hearing or smell. Harry wasn't sure when it happened. The next moment felt like a blur, but it ended with the sword going through the roof of the basilisk's mouth and into the brain. Harry would have celebrated, if not for the fact that one of the basilisk fangs had pierced through his arm. If it was a few inches lower, then it would have hit the metal forearm. And if it was a bit higher, then it would have hit his shoulder, but instead it had pierced through his bicep. Harry let out a scream before he could stop himself. The fang in his arm was undoubtedly the worst pain he had ever experienced. Harry yanked the sword out of the basilisk's mouth. The basilisk was still able to move, but after several seconds of intense shaking it fell dead on the floor. Harry grunted in pain as he saw the basilisk fang was still stuck in his arm. Harry shook his head as he began walking in the direction of Tom and the others. "Flora, the basilisk is dead," Harry called before he descended into violent coughing. Flora hesitantly moved out from her hiding spot behind the statue. She saw the basilisk and her eyes widened while her jaw dropped so hard and fast that she couldn't help but think that she had broken something. "You killed it," Tom Riddle hissed with disbelief and anger. "That is impossible. Some would say the same about magic," Harry retorted before another round of coughing. Harry could tell that the venom was killing him. He would have a minute or maybe two at best before he would leave the land of the living. "Now, I'm going to deal with you." "You think you can deal with me?" Tom snorted with amusement. 100% sure," Harry said before he stumbled and fell onto his knees, dropping his wand and sword at the same time. "You can barely stand," Tom pointed out. 97% sure," Harry coughed as he crawled towards Tom. "You're dying, you'll be dead within a minute," Tom reminded him. 89% sure," Harry said through gritted teeth just before he pulled the fang out. Flora got on her knees in front of him and tried to help him up, but couldn't. Jet crawled off of her shoulders and began looking at the wound from the basilisk fang. Ah, the faithful companion returns to his dying master. Tom laughed. This will hurt, Jet said in a saddened voice. Before Tom or even Harry could ask what he meant, Jet quickly bared his fangs and dug them into Harry's wound. Harry roared in pain just as he felt Jet's fangs enter his body. Flora gasped as she instinctively moved back while Tom frowned, wondering why the snake would suddenly attack its master. A few seconds later Jet removed his fangs. Harry gasped as he began breathing heavily. Despite the intense pain, Harry was still able to notice how his body felt. Slightly better than before, as if the venom had grown weaker or had decreased. Perhaps your snake has realized that you are a lost cause and is simply trying to speed your death up. Tom mused. Shut up, you two-legged cunt. Jet hissed angrily at Tom. Tom was about to angrily respond when he was cut off by a trilling sound. A second later Fox flew down and landed in front of Harry. Oh, what now? Tom snapped. Hey Fox, Harry said with a tired smile. Thanks for the help, I guess. I'd normally offer you something but, dying, you know. Harry said before he coughed violently. Fox let out a mournful trill before he leaned his head over Harry's wound. Bird, cry or I will eat you. Jet hissed impatiently. It turns out he didn't need to, as the next second tears dripped from Fox's eyes and onto Harry's wound. It took Harry a few seconds to realize what was going on, but he was quickly able to remember that phoenixes have tears with special healing properties. The tears appeared to work just as advertised, because a few seconds later Harry saw his wound healing. He felt the effects of the venom decrease and decrease until he eventually couldn't feel it at all. Once the tears had stopped working, Harry was still left with a giant scar on his arm, but decided that he already had enough of those and could afford another. Dumbledore's precious bird may have temporarily saved you, but you will still die in this chamber. Tom said in a hateful voice as he glared at Harry. Hey Tom. Harry laughed. Do you want to know something funny? What? Tom snapped. Back at 100%. Harry chuckled. You think you can beat me? Tom snarled. I know I can, you told me how to. Harry laughed as he crawled over to Roman. What? You talk too much, Harry said as he took the diary out of Roman's hand and picked up the basilisk fang. You might want to work on that. Harry suggested before he placed the diary on the floor and raised the basilisk fang. No, Tom cried. He was about to take a step forward but was unable to stop Harry. Tom cried out in pain as the basilisk fang pierced through the diary. Harry put in as much force as he could. Tom continued to scream in pain until a white light began pouring out of him. The light glowed brighter and brighter until eventually Tom burst, disappearing into the air. Harry let out a sigh as he allowed himself to fall onto his butt. It was only Flora's help that stopped him from falling onto his back. Harry looked in the direction of the sword. He watched as it suddenly disappeared from view. Harry frowned and looked down at his arm in time to see the metal disappear from his hand and forearm, returning to just a bracelet. Whoa. Flora breathed. She was about to say more when Roman suddenly snapped awake and quickly sat up. His eye wide as he began frantically looking around. It was an odd sight waking up to the fact that he was in a giant room with a dead basilisk, 2 unconscious year mates, 1 conscious year mate and Harry Bloody Potter. F. King hell. Roman blurted out. Yeah, appropriate reaction, Harry said as he allowed himself to lie back on the ground. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.